The stars were like diamonds brightening the night sky. River winds blew softly. The howling of beasts and cries of birds could be heard, contrasting with the otherwise quiet environment. Feng Yuan waited patiently, but he did not see Yi Fan's arrival over the entire night. As time passed, after the second and third day, Yi Fan did not appear at any point. Don't tell me, biography of Yi Fan was wrong? Feng Yuan could not help but think, but he quickly rejected this thought. No, the Gu Master inheritance near the riverside is still around. Yi Fan has not taken it. I'll wait. What Feng Yuan did not know was that, 1,000 li away, Yi Fan had met with trouble. Huff huff huff. Yi Fan breathed roughly. He looked at the huge shadow of a sprawling beast near the cave entrance with much fear. Damn it! Why am I so unlucky? I was just banished from the clan. I hid in a cave to stay for the night, but I woke up to find out that the cave entrance was sealed. Yi Fan cursed in his heart. He was nervous but helpless. This cave only had one entrance, but this fierce beast was blocking it. Yi Fan did not have any method to dig holes. His strength was very low, but this beast's body was huge. It was a beast emperor. Why did this beast emperor come here alone without a single beast as its guard? Don't tell me it is an old emperor that was chased out by the new emperor. Yi Fan looked at the beast in front of him, analyzing nervously in his heart. As he continued observing, he quickly found out that this beast emperor was a paper tiger. This dog-shaped beast emperor was covered in wounds. Its body was not too big, but it was sprawled on the ground. Its eyelids were drooping weakly. On its snow-white fur, there was multicolored markings resembling flower petals on a snowy field. Ha ha ha! Yi Fan listened closely, hearing the dog emperor's extremely weak, whimpering cries. Watching its dry belly that was so thin its bones could be seen, Yi Fan finally understood. Although this is a beast emperor, it is extremely hungry. It has little to no battle strength. Reaching this conclusion, Yi Fan let out a breath of turbid air. At the same time, he felt a bit of pity in his heart. They were in similar situations. This beast emperor's fate was very much like his own. Yi Fan slowly got close to the dog-shaped beast emperor. The beast emperor had no reaction. It allowed him to get closer. Yi Fan did not dare to breathe loudly. He squatted by the beast emperor's side and stretched out his arm, placing it on its forehead. The soft fur was extremely comfortable to Yi Fan. It was a little warm and wet. This beast emperor had a fever. It was covered in sweat that made its fur wet. Its bodily functions were barely functional. Beast Emperor, oh Beast Emperor, you are about to die. Maybe one day I will be just like you. But meeting me is your good luck, after all. I was the village's most famous beast doctor. Yi Fan muttered to himself. He felt great pity for this beast emperor and started to heal it. He activated his Gu, healing the beast emperor's injuries, and also alleviating its illness. Next, he took out some precious food and water, feeding them to the beast emperor slowly, letting it recover its strength. Yi Fan was in no hurry. He stayed in this cave for 7 days, as this dog-shaped beast emperor finally recovered. Although it was still weak and did not have a single wild Gu, not even capable of defeating 1,000 Beast King. But it was out of danger now. Its fever subsided and it could run freely. It was running around Yi Fan excitedly. Yi Fan saved it. It treated him as its closest person. Every time Yi Fan returned to the cave bringing food and water, it would run over and wag its tail happy around him. Later, when it recovered some battle strength, it went out to hunt with Yi Fan, helping him to find food. The human and dog quickly established a deep relationship. When Yi Fan decided to leave the cave and venture far away, the dog-shaped beast emperor followed suit. This is the 8th day. Why has Yi Fan not appeared yet? At Jade Dragon River, Feng Yuan was anxious. In about 5 to 6 days, He Lulan would be undergoing tribulation. By then, Feng Yuan needed to defend her, not only to help her survive the heavenly tribulation and earthly calamity, but also to deal with the combined attacks of the rank 7 Gu Immortal Heichang and the rank 6 Gu Immortal Shuesong Zi. To estimate a Gu Immortal's battle strength, there were many elements to consider, but the most crucial 4 were Immortal Essence, Killer Moves, Immortal Gu, and the Gu Immortal's personal attainment in fighting. During his Northern Plains trip, Tai by Yunsheng, who had newly advanced to a Gu Immortal, was at the bottom of all rank 6 Gu Immortals in terms of battle strength. Tai by Yunsheng had Immortal Essence and Healing Immortal Gu, but he did not have killer moves or sufficient mortal Gu. Most importantly, his personal attainment in fighting was terrible. Thus, he was heavily suppressed by He Lulan, who had the great strength true martial physique. Right now, Fang Yuan had little immortal essence. Although he had many immortal Gu, they were all waiting to be fed, and it would be difficult for them to bear immediate use. Even though he had the killer moves Icy Drill Stardust, Light Illusion Bat Wings, and Hair Armor during his normal form, his battle strength was only at the upper tier of rank 6. But if he used the immortal killer move Myriad Self, his battle strength would reach the peak of rank 6. Fang Yuan defeated the Western Desert Gu Immortal Plump Lady. Her battle strength was also at the upper tier of rank 6. She had 3 powerful mortal killer moves, especially in the end when she used the movement killer move to escape. Fang Yuan could not even catch up to her. But Fang Yuan had the immortal zombie body, together with light illusion bat wings and hair armor cooperating together. The most important part was his ruthless and rich battle talent that resulted in Plump Lady's battle intent dissipating, and she could only run. Xuesong Zi's battle strength was also at the upper tier of rank 6. He was a rich person among Gu Immortals. Even though he lost a huge sum in funding Ma tribe, he still had thick foundations. He did not lack immortal essence. According to Fairy Li Shan's information, he had collected a lot of killer moves long ago. As someone from the demonic path, he had always focused on battle strength. His attainment in fighting was also not ordinary. Xuesong Zi, all in all, was an experienced Gu Immortal. If Fang Yuan did not use Myriad Self and Immortal Gu to fight with him, the result would be unclear. Meanwhile, He Cheng's battle strength was at the middle tier of rank 7. Compared to Xuesong Zi and He Bai, He Cheng's rank 7 Blessed Land had greater qualifications. It produced Red Date Immortal Essence that was 1 rank higher than Green Grape Immortal Essence. He was a Gu Immortal of a Huangjin tribe. He did not lack killer moves. He had the Immortal Gu Dark Arrow since a long time ago. According to Fairy Li Shan's information, He Cheng had fought and obtained an Immortal Gu in Northern Plains several months ago. As to what Gu it was, He Cheng did not expose it. Speaking of He Cheng's battle records, they was not ordinary. He had fought against several Righteous Path Gu Immortals, and even fought to the death with Demonic Path Gu Immortals. He had killed several Demonic Path Gu Immortals. He Cheng did not lack immortal essence and killer moves. He had uncommon fighting attainment and only lacked immortal Gu. If he had 1 or 2 more immortal Gu to use in battle, his battle strength would rise to the upper tier of rank 7. Although Fang Yuan had fought with He Cheng once before, it was for an extremely short time and Fang Yuan did not fight him directly. His goal was to retreat with He Lulan. Honestly speaking, although Fang Yuan had many immortal Gu, there was not a single one that was used for attack or defense. When the dark arrows were shot out, Fang Yuan could only dodge and not take them directly. Thankfully, with Cleanse Soul Immortal Gu as the core Gu of the killer move Myriad Self, Fang Yuan had his own immortal killer move. Precisely because of this trump card, Fang Yuan had the qualifications to fight one-on-one with He Cheng. Fang Yuan compared the battle strength of both sides. He was clear in his heart. He Lulan's impending tribulation would bring great pressure to Fang Yuan. Yi Fan has not arrived here yet. I have less time to prepare for when He Lulan undergoes tribulation now. Maybe I should give up on waiting and return to Hu Immortal Blessed Land to make preparations, and try to raise my battle strength to the limit. After waiting for so many days, Fang Yuan's heart was wavering, especially when he recalled that the last 2 times he attempted a luck connection, accidents occurred, causing them to fail. During Han Li's attempt, Plump Lady appeared and fought with Fang Yuan. Only after he showed off his ruthlessness did she run away. When he did it with Hong Yi, He Lulan was being assaulted and Fang Yuan had no choice but to save her instead. Don't tell me that this time, when I attempted to connect my luck to Yi Fan, an accident occurred again? But this time, it did not happen to me but Yi Fan instead. Fang Yuan's guess hit the nail on the head. Luck was ever-changing. It was like tides, rising and falling at times. There could be great fortune after surviving a near-death experience. After Fang Yuan escaped with his life from the wind veil of assimilation, his black coffin luck had dissipated by half. And after that, he connected his luck to Han Li and Hong Yi. They were all chosen due to their strong luck, only inferior to Ma Hongyun. Fang Yuan's luck thus improved drastically. This time, when he tried to connect to Yi Fan's luck, the contest of luck between the two no longer resulted in Fang Yuan encountering trouble, but instead, Yi Fan's luck was induced to avoid him and give Yi Fan an opportunity to dodge this crisis. Yi Fan made good use of this opportunity, dragging on time for 7 days and 7 nights, and subduing a beast emperor. But it was a pity. When he got close to Jade Dragon River, Fang Yuan's heart had only wavered. He had not left. Oh? This dog emperor beside Yi Fan. Isn't it that Ing Ming inside Three Kings' blessed land? It actually survived, and is following Yi Fan now. Fang Yuan recognized the dog emperor. He felt a little surprised. This was something not recorded in biography of Yi Fan. The luck connection to Yi Fan was very successful. There were no accidents, or rather, Yi Fan's lateness was already the accident. Yi Fan was much weaker in strength. From start to finish, he did not discover Fang Yuan or his scheme against him. This proved once again, good and bad luck are not decisive elements. As long as one's strength was sufficient, they could resist bad luck and grab onto opportunities. Yi Fan's luck was rather special as well. His luck had a coffin. But this coffin was not like Fang Yuan's black coffin. It was bronze and ancient, mysterious, with 9 dragons of luck guarding the surroundings of the coffin. After connecting to Fang Yuan's luck, the 9 dragons shrunk to 4, and the bronze coffin was half as big as before. Fang Yuan was satisfied with this result. Yi Fan's luck had shrunk in half, but a large portion still remained. Hong Yi, Han Li, and Yi Fan's luck have been connected to mine. The 4 portions of luck are equally distributed. Yi Fan's current luck is at the same intensity as mine, Han Li, and Hong Yi. After going through so much, Fang Yuan had finally settled the second weakness of spring-autumn cicada. Not only was his absolutely terrible luck gone, it was even better than ordinary people. He could be said to be a person with strong luck. It is a pity that such candidates are hard to find. Although there are still a few in my memories, they have not been born yet. Fang Yuan sighed out in pity. Targets with thick and sustainable luck were very rare. At this point in time, Fang Yuan could find only these 3. At this moment, the matter regarding luck connection had come to an end. Fang Yuan looked at Yi Fan getting close to the river inheritance as he smiled lightly. With a flash of jade light, he vanished. Fang Yuan could faintly sense He Lu Land's tribulation would result in a huge battle. He Chang was an experienced rank 7 Gu Immortal, his battle strength surpassing Fang Yuan's. Xuesong Zi was the owner of the 7th peak of Snowy Mountain Blessed Land and was also not an easy opponent. Even if He Chang and Xuesong Zi did not create trouble, a tribulation of the great strength true martial physique would far surpass the severity of those of normal people. Fang Yuan immediately started making preparations after he returned to Hu Immortal Blessed Land. He needed to raise his battle strength in a short period of time. Battle strength usually depended on 4 aspects: Immortal Essence, Killer Moves, Immortal Gu, and Battle Attainments. Fang Yuan was already very strong in his individual fighting attainment, and it would be difficult to raise in a short period of time. He could only concentrate on the other 3 aspects to raise his battle strength. Fang Yuan first looked at his funds. To connect luck with Yi Fan, Fang Yuan made a trip to southern border and returned, costing him 2 beads of green grape immortal essence, which meant he had 17 remaining. It was clear this amount was far from enough in a huge battle. According to Fang Yuan's previous life's memories, it was normal to spend dozens of beads of immortal essence in a huge battle, and sometimes it could even surpass 100. Fang Yuan also possessed a lot of immortal Gu. Thus he urgently needed to replenish his green grape immortal essence. And to replenish his green grape immortal essence, Fang Yuan only had one way, and that was to refine immortal essence stones. However, Fang Yuan only had 11.5 immortal essence stones on him. Fang Yuan entered the underground cave and appeared before Wisdom Gu again. Wisdom Gu, I brought you some rather interesting stuff, he greeted. In the legends of Renzu, Wisdom Gu communicated with Renzu frequently, but legends were not exempt from exaggeration. Fang Yuan was also probing in regards to this. No matter what he said, Wisdom Gu would remain silent. Instead, The wisdom light halo flickered a few times. Fang Yuan laughed. According to his previous experiences with wisdom goo, the flickering of the light of wisdom represented wisdom goo's agreement. Upon this, he smoothly took out the Lingji king's heart and planted it on the spot. Within a few breaths of time, the soil ruptured and stems of small Lingji mushrooms sprang out, which then rapidly grew and hardened, reaching the heights of tables and chairs. Immortal blessed land's soil quality was different from the soil quality in Universal Life Academy's land, and was not suitable for the growth of mushrooms. This was the limit that the mushrooms could grow here. Fang Yuan did not feel any regrets, as it was just a passing thought from him. He then casually sat down on a Lingji mushroom. The Lingji trembled violently, but unexpectedly was able to bear the heavy weight of Fang Yuan's immortal zombie body. This cave had been empty before, but now it was no longer dull. Wisdom goo was like a curious baby, flying and fluttering around the shorter mushrooms. At first, its speed was slow and careful, but soon its flying tracks revealed its cheerful state, like a baby finding an interesting toy. Wisdom goo, let's get back to the main matter. Fang Yuan looked on for a while before speaking. Wisdom goo stopped on top of a Lingji and emitted the light of wisdom again, which shrouded Fang Yuan. Fang Yuan silently activated delight in water and mountain goo and began to deduce an immortal goo remnant recipe. 7 days later, he had succeeded in perfecting 3 immortal goo remnant recipes. Using a Stargate, he completed the transaction with Langya land spirit, gaining 40 immortal essence stones. According to the price agreed upon beforehand, perfecting an over 90% complete immortal goo remnant recipe would pay off 10 immortal essence stones, while perfecting an 80% or more completed immortal goo remnant recipe would pay off 20 immortal essence stones. Among the immortal goo remnant recipes Fang Yuan perfected this time, 2 were 90% completed remnant recipes, while 1 was an 89% completed remnant recipe. Not all immortal goo remnant recipes with Langya land spirit were 90% or over completed remnant recipes. There were many with lower completion rates. Fang Yuan obtained many immortal essence stones in every transaction, but he also had to spend a lot of immortal essence stones to completely deduce the immortal goo remnant recipes. Normally, his net profits were around 26 immortal essence stones in every transaction with Langya land spirit. He got a piece of good news from Little Hu Immortal Land Spirit when he returned to Hu Immortal Blessed Land. A Goo Immortal seemed to have found the dead body of a 6-headed snake, and its parts and organs were being separately sold in Treasure Yellow Heaven. Fang Yuan immediately activated Divine Sense Goo and connected to Treasure Yellow Heaven using his 8-arm immortal identity to contact the seller. His calamity beckoning goo fed on the black blood of the desolate beast 6-headed snake. However, when Fang Yuan saw the store, there was skin, flesh, bones, eyes and snake tendons, but there was no blood for sale. When I found this desolate beast carcass by accident, the 6-headed snake had already been dead for close to 100 years. Thus, the black blood had completely seeped out. I am truly sorry, the seller replied. Fang Yuan discerned the corpse of the 6-headed snake and saw that the Goo Immortal was indeed telling the truth. Fang Yuan was not discouraged, however, and still decided to buy the bones of this 6-headed snake. The 6-headed snake was a desolate beast with strength comparable to rank 6 Goo Immortals. Its whole body was a treasure and every part could be used in the process of Goo refinement. Fang Yuan had a lot of money on hand, directly buying off the whole skeleton, spending 3 immortal essence stones. The bone marrow in the bones could produce blood. In his previous life, Fang Yuan was a blood path expert and excelled in extracting blood. With the skeleton, calamity beckoning goose food was taken care of. After buying the skeleton, Fang Yuan then went to the store of Immortal Monkey King Shirley. As expected, divine senses were moving around frequently here and the business was thriving, all because of the Goo refinement material, stone monkey fur. Shirley did not personally stay in Treasure Yellow Heaven, instead leaving behind a proud will to look over the store. Wisdom Path inheritances were rare, but Wisdom Path Goo were not rare in Treasure Yellow Heaven. Almost all Goo Immortals had some for the convenience in trading in Treasure Yellow Heaven. If not, Fang Yuan would not have bought so many Wisdom Path Goo back then. How much are you selling this stone monkey fur for? Fang Yuan inquired Lei's will. Lei's will stiffly said, 1 immortal essence stone for 100 pieces of fur. Even Fang Yuan, who was very experienced, was shocked by this price. How is it so expensive? Lei's proud will raised his head. Expensive? You can go buy in other places then. Fang Yuan snorted inwardly. This stone monkey fur was researched by Lei. How could other places sell it? This was the benefit of monopolizing the market. The price could be casually set. On the contrary, even though the price was so high, many Gu Immortals were buying it. Which Gu Immortal did not have Gu recipes and Immortal Gu remnant recipes? Maybe 1 or 2 of them might happen to require this stone monkey fur as a refinement material. There were also a portion of Gu Immortals who had other intentions. They bought stone monkey fur to attempt to research the secret of its production. If their blessed lands could also produce it, they could get a share of these exorbitant profits. Don't say I didn't tell you later. If you want to research the production of this stone monkey fur, you need at least 1,000 strands of fur. If it is any less, you won't be able to research anything. Lei's proud will also knew of the Gu Immortal's intention and instead used this to peddle the goods. Not in the least worried of the secret of stone monkey fur's production being researched by others. Fang Yuan attempted to haggle, but Lei's proud will did not yield, impatiently saying, Go away, go away. Don't make a disturbance if you are not buying. There are plenty of other buyers. A poor wretch, and still wishing to buy ancient Gu refinement material. Fang Yuan snorted. Immortal Monkey King Lei was a rank 7 Gu Immortal with a fiery and arrogant temper. Not only was he good at managing his blessed land, he also had outstanding battle strength. He was conceited, but it was true he had the capital to be conceited. During the 5 regions chaotic war, he had dominated a territory. Later, when Feng Jiugu perished while invading Langya blessed land, there was no one that could suppress Lei, and his battle strength grew to the extent that even Central Continent's 10 great sects could not restrain him. He was unruly and untamed, not willing to be under anyone, creating chaos in Central Continent, and even publicly announcing he would attack leading immortals. A great battle was imminent, and Fang Yuan urgently required stone monkey fur to refine group strength Gu. Thus, regardless of how haughty Lei's proud will was, he could only suffer this grievance silently and buy stone monkey fur. He used 5 immortal essence stones to buy 500 stone monkey fur. With stone monkey fur on hand, Fang Yuan started refining group strength Gu. Group strength Gu was an extinct Gu classified under strength path. Its ability was to converge the strength of a group into one. If it was matched with the killer move Myriad Self, it would greatly raise Fang Yuan's strength. Fang Yuan did not want to refine just 1 rank 5 group strength Gu. The more he had the better. At this moment, the old hairy men he had purchased before could finally display their worth. These old hairy men did not have long to live, but each of them was a refinement path expert. Fang Yuan divided the group strength Gu recipe into different parts, leaving the unimportant, high success rate and repetitive procedures for the hairy men to work on. And he, as a refinement path master, concentrated on the crucial procedures. They worked for 3 days and 3 nights without any rest, refining a total of 45 rank 5 group strength Gu. Gu refinement had its own difficulty. The higher the rank, the easier it was to fail. If every Gu refinement had succeeded, the 500 stone monkey fur would have turned into 500 group strength Gu. However, after spending large numbers of refinement materials and all the stone monkey fur, Fang Yuan only obtained 45 in the end. This success rate was the result of the group strength Gu recipe already being easy to refine and having a high success rate. Fang Yuan could also naturally use the light of wisdom to improve group strength Gu's recipe or find substitute materials for stone monkey fur. However, Fang Yuan did not have the time to slowly deduce these. Even if he had time, he might not have the necessary refinement path foundation. After all, this was an ancient Gu recipe and was vastly different to the current systems of refinement path. Even if had the foundation and time, he had to calculate his expenses and benefits. The deduction process would cost him green grape immortal essence, and he was unable to estimate this amount of green grape immortal essence. After refining group strength Gu, Fang Yuan did not rest. Instead, he used the light of wisdom to ponder upon his killer move, Myriad Self. He spent a day of time before he was finally able to perfectly merge the 45 group strength goo with Myriad Self. While Fong Yuan was refining, Little Hu Immortal finally completed her assignment, finishing the construction of the blood pool in the western part of Hu Immortal Blessed Land. The blood pool was extremely large, like a lake. In the center of the pool, the six-headed snake skeleton was bobbing up and down. The intense odor of blood pervaded over a huge surrounding area. There were large numbers of goo worms in the pool, creating a formation which continually consumed the skeleton to create black blood. The core of the goo formation was the rank 5 battle bone wheel which Fong Yuan had obtained from Northern Plains. Hu Immortal Blessed Land's time flow was 5 times faster than the outside world of Central Continent. Because of this, Fong Yuan was able to make as much preparation as he could when there were only 5 to 6 days remaining till the appointed time in Northern Plains. Time passed and the day of Hei Lu Land's tribulation approached closer and closer. Tai Bai Yunshang returned to Hu Immortal Blessed Land through a stargate. He brought a pleasant surprise with him. Underworld jellyfish, deep-sea lightning eels. You actually managed to gather these ingredients. Fong Yuan inspected the goods as he looked at Tai Bai Yunshang in surprise. Tai Bai Yunshang had single-handedly obtained the food to feed worldly wave trace goo without any issue. This was out of Fong Yuan's expectations. When I displayed landscape as before Immortal Goo, I was greatly welcomed by many Goo Immortals. They took the initiative to interact with me. At the moment, there are already Goo Immortals who have invited me to join Haishur Blessed Land. However, this matter can only be approved after half of the elders in Haishur Blessed Land agree. Tai Bai Yunsheng said. Fong Yuan nodded. Haishur Blessed Land was the biggest lone cultivator force in Eastern Sea. Goo cultivators that joined Haishur Blessed Land were mostly lone cultivators, but this was different from Northern Plains' Snowy Mountain Blessed Land. Snowy Mountain Blessed Land was the base camp of demonic path cultivators. They were at odds with the righteous path forces. But Haishur Blessed Land mixed both demonic and righteous path members. There were even more Goo Immortals here than in Snowy Mountain, and there were many different factions which together controlled the largest market in Eastern Sea. Precisely because of this, Haishur Blessed Land became the most popular spot for Goo Immortals to sell their loot. Tai Bai Yunshang was a lone cultivator. His landscape as before Immortal Goo was much needed by many Goo Immortals. But Goo worms were hard to snatch. One thought from Tai Bai Yunshang would destroy landscape as before. It was completely understandable that the Goo Immortals wanted to make Tai Bai Yunshang one of their own. Tai Bai Yunshang continued, I bought sufficient underworld jellyfish in Haishur Blessed Land. After getting your letter, I left Haishur Blessed Land, searching for a secluded island to use Stargate Goo. But by coincidence, I met an immortal zombie who called himself Shark Demon. He was a member of Zombie Alliance, and was bringing large amounts of goods to Haishur Blessed Land to sell. He had many deep-sea lightning eels with him. If these eels were sold in Haishur Blessed Land, there would certainly be many buyers. I approached him and asked if I could purchase them. Shark Demon was unwilling at first and had a terrible attitude. But after knowing I was Tai Bai Yunshang, he changed his mind. He was willing to sell the deep-sea lightning eels to me, but I had to help him repair a secret blessed land. I agreed to his request, and obtained the deep-sea lightning eels without spending any immortal essence stones. This Shark Demon actually trusted you this much? Fong Yuan heard this and frowned deeply. Tai Bai Yunshang laughed, replying nonchalantly, Oh, he had a rule path immortal goo called Death Sentence Awaits. I cooperated with him and accepted the use of Death Sentence Awaits, obtaining his trust. Death Sentence Awaits is a rank 7 immortal goo that belongs to the rule path. It can set a person's time of death. Once the time was up, even a goo immortal would die. Fong Yuan's frown intensified. That is right. This Shark Demon is a rank 7 immortal zombie. Tai Bai Yunshang chuckled. Old Bai, you are handing him your weakness. Actually, even without food to feed the immortal goo, it would have been fine for the moment. Fong Yuan looked at Tai Bai Yunshang, sighing. Tai Bai Yunshang laughed, patting Fong Yuan's leg. His height was obviously not enough to reach Fong Yuan's shoulders. He purposely explained, Do you think I did it for you? No. That secret blessed land is not owned by Shark Demon. It is Yulu blessed land. Fairy Yulu was the second disciple of Paradise Earth Immortal Venerable. It is a pity that Yulu blessed land's entrance had already been destroyed. Shark Demon needs my landscape as before to restore the entrance. I used this opportunity to gain his trust and also a chance to explore Yulu blessed land. Fang Yuan looked at Tai Bai Yun Sheng deeply in the eye, not continuing this conversation. 2 days later, the six-headed snake's large skeleton had completed melted in the blood pool. Fang Yuan obtained a great amount of black blood. He fed Calamity beckoning immortal goo this black blood, before using Tai Bai Yun Sheng's jellyfish and eels to feed worldly wave trace immortal goo. Tai Bai Yun Sheng had indeed helped Fang Yuan greatly. In an intense battle, worldly wave trace immortal goo would definitely be needed. After feeding this goo, Fang Yuan could use it without worries. Checking his assets, Fang Yuan still had 29.5 immortal essence stones, as well as 17 green grape immortal essence beads. Without hesitation, he used almost all his immortal essence stones and converted them into his green grape immortal essence. He now had 46 green grape immortal essence beads and half an immortal essence stone. 46 beads. It's not enough. Fang Yuan went to borrow from Fairy Li Shan and Lang Yalan Spirit. Fairy Li Shan lent him 30 immortal essence stones straight away without saying anything. As for Lang Yalan Spirit, after urging him for so long, he only lent 15. These 3 deals with Lang Yalan Spirit did not establish too deep of a relationship. Fang Yuan had wanted to borrow immortal goo from him, but seeing this, he did not engage in fantasy. He converted the 45 immortal essence stones into green grape immortal essence. At this point, he had an unprecedented amount of green grape immortal essence, 91 beads. The grand powers of the River of Time was unstoppable by men. As time continued to pass, the day when He Lulan went through the Immortal Ascension Tribulation had finally arrived. Fang Yuan and Tai Bai Yun Sheng used a stargate to reach Northern Plains as per the agreement. Looking left and right, it was a field of snow with absolute silence. In the snowy field, He Lulan and Fairy Li Shan had long since arrived. This place is... Fang Yuan's gaze was hesitant. Tai Bai Yun Sheng answered, "This is the absolute ice battlefield at the northmost part of Northern Plains. Legend says that reckless savage demon Venerable had once fought strong enemies in here and destroyed the place, creating an area of void. After the battle ended, he turned into the immemorial desolate beast Ice Phoenix, breathing out absolute profound ice to freeze and restore this place." "That's right." Fairy Li Shan nodded. "Because this place has little vitality, the heaven and earth chi here are not very thick." Fang Yuan looked at He Lulan, smiling. "You purposely chose this place to undergo the tribulation. Are you afraid that the heavenly tribulation and earthly calamity would be too fierce? But without sufficient heaven and earth chi, the foundation of your immortal aperture would be affected, as well as your future potential as a goo immortal." Fairy Li Shan opened her palm, as a goo worm appeared. "If heaven and earth chi are insufficient, we will use these goo." Fang Yuan looked over and his heart jumped. "Oh? The ancient chi path rank 5 goo worm, small family chi goo? This is the first time I've seen it. Rumors say that this goo can absorb all sorts of chi from heaven and earth, storing them. It can advance to become the immortal goo big family chi. Chi path appeared before strength path, but it also declined earlier." Fairy Li Shan was prepared to explain, but seeing that Fang Yuan recognized it, she praised, "Fang Yuan, you are truly knowledgeable. Not bad. Not bad at all." Tai Bai Yun Sheng heard this and his eyes shone. "This goo worm is great. Heavenly tribulations and earthly calamities form when heaven and earth chi are too thick and accumulate. With this goo worm, can we indirectly control the heaven and earth chi to reduce the force of the heavenly tribulation and earthly calamity? The immortal ascension of one of the 10 extreme physiques has a terrifying heavenly tribulation and earthly calamity. Oh, if I did not obtain this small family chi goo, I would have no confidence towards little Lan ascending to goo immortal realm." Fairy Li Shan sighed, staring at He Lulan with much concern and worry. Next, her gaze flickered and she turned to Fang Yuan. "Fang Yuan, If He Lulan's ascension succeeds, you will only need to return me half the immortal essence stones you borrowed. At the same time, I will give you the recipe of small family Qi-gu. Tai Bai Yun Shang's gaze shone with joy, while Fong Yuan nodded emotionlessly. Other than the heavenly tribulation and earthly calamity, what I am worried about now is that old scoundrel He Chung. When I entered Northern Plains last time, he discovered me immediately. Evidently, he has placed a tracking method on me, but I could not find it at all. After pausing for a while, He Lulan continued. We have to make plans for the worst possible outcome. He Cheng's tracking method is definitely not simple. If he comes and attacks at the crucial moment, there is little possibility of me dealing with him. But if I can endure past the taking in of Qi, my body would be washed by the 3 Qi, it would be reinforced by the Tao marks and cleansed completely, achieving a qualitative transformation. Even if He Cheng used an immortal Gu tracking method, it would be wiped clean. As long as we make it to the second step, we can leave. I understand, you can start, Fong Yuan said. He Lulan nodded, closing her eyes. The first step in advancing to Gu Immortal was breaking the aperture. Apertures of the 10 extremes were different from ordinary apertures. The latter required the Gu master to charge at the aperture walls to break them, but the former's aperture walls had long been overburdened. The moment He Lulan released the seal formed by Gu worms on her aperture, the 10 extreme aperture shattered on its own. Her originally intact body immediately had a hole, as a huge attraction force towards the heaven and earth Qi burst out. The deep blue sky started to form clouds. As the icy fields shook slightly, cracks appeared on the thick surface of the ice. He Lulan relaxed her body. She allowed the formless force created in heaven and earth to lift her body into the air. Her skin was white and pale like snow. Her black hair was let down as she wore tight-fitting black clothing, showing off the curves of her body. The wind started blowing. In a dozen breaths of time, the winds were blowing wildly as the small wind became an intense storm. Clouds merged and covered the sky, looming above He Lulan. From the shattered surface of the ice, traces of smoke started rising up. This was the sign that Earth Qi had been drawn up above the ice ground. Soon it started snowing in the sky. The clouds became thicker, and the color turned from gray-white to deep black. Within the entirety of the surroundings, it was completely dark. The winds blew and icy cold frost that could chill bones filled the entire area. At the same time, Earth Qi burst out. Cracking noises erupted. Earth Qi gushed out into the world like a fountain. Tai Bai Yun Shang and Fairy Li Shan retreated, hiding their figures. Only Fong Yuan remained, looking at the sky. His tall body was like an immovable rock statue. The intense winds and snow could not move him at all. These were all mortal-level winds and snow. No matter how big they were, they could not threaten this immortal zombie. As snow covered the lands and intense winds blew, they became louder and louder, like the cries of demons and ghosts. As expected of a tribulation of the 10 extreme physique, the heaven and earth Qi here are so thin, yet so much was still drawn. If this was any other region in Northern Plains, it would simply be unthinkable. Tai Bai Yun Shang hid far away, not showing his figure. Looking at this scene, his heart was shocked. From the winds and snow, heaven and earth Qi slowly became thicker. He Lulan started to sprinkle the small family Qi Gu. These rank 5 Gu flew into the sky or landed on the ground. They started to absorb heaven and earth Qi and store them. They greatly reduced the speed of the accumulation of heaven and earth Qi. With small family Qi Gu, there would be a way to influence the heavenly tribulation and earthly calamity. Fong Yuan watched silently by the side. The intense winds were howling. Snow was descending along with sharp icicles, crashing on Fong Yuan's body. Fong Yuan did not move at all. The immortal zombie body was unharmed. Bam bam bam. He Lulan continued to sprinkle the small family Qi Gu. When these ancient Qi Path Gu worms had reached the limit of their capacity, she retrieved them. During this process, many small family Qi Gu had self-detonated and the absorbed heaven and earth Qi were returned to the world. When a Gu Immortal ascends, because of the turbulence of heaven and earth Qi, both mortal Gu and immortal Gu would receive backlash. Even though He Lulan prepared the small family Qi Gu, She could only influence the heavenly tribulation and earthly calamity slightly. She could not control it. As time continued to pass, unavoidably, the heaven and earth chi became thicker, and were at the point of creating the heavenly tribulation and earthly calamity. As the howling of the winds continued, Hei Lu Lan's black hair danced in the air, the snow and ice hitting her face. Clothes made using goo worms were much more durable than ordinary clothes. Thus, her clothes were fluttering in the air, not tearing even under the pull of the intense winds. Fang Yuan found it slightly weird. It has already been so long. Where's the heavenly tribulation and earthly calamity? His eyes shone with radiance. By activating goo worms to investigate carefully, the wind and snow could not block his vision. Fang Yuan went into high alert. Heavenly tribulations and earthly calamities had many variations. Some were powerful and had strong auras. Some were mysterious and scary. He could not predict it. Goo masters could only test their luck and be as prepared as they could to deal with it. Howl, howl, howl. The sound of the wind was becoming sharper. It hurt the eardrums as Fang Yuan felt some frustration in his heart. Suddenly, he jolted to awareness. He activated his investigative goo forcefully and looked into the clouds. He immediately saw that a purple chime had formed. It was moving slowly and emitting a sound. It turns out the heavenly tribulation had formed already. As the noise became louder and sharper, it fused with the wind, spreading over 100 li. Even if Fang Yuan covered his ears, he could not block this noise. Although he had prepared some sound path mortal goo, his sound path attainment was too low. He could not defend against it. He felt more and more frustrated. His heart was beating faster, following the sound of the chime, and his blood was starting to flow backwards. Hei Lu Lan was groaning. Blood was oozing from her mouth and nose. Her state was worse than Fang Yuan's. Fang Yuan squinted, cold light flashing in his eyes. This is the heart-shocking noise tribulation. When goo masters hear it, their blood would flow backwards, and their hearts would beat faster. If a long time passes, their blood will flow towards the 7 orifices, and their heart would explode. I have the body of an immortal zombie. My zombie blood is ice cold. It is almost stagnant, thus I am affected the least. But Hei Lu Lan is the great strength true martial physique. Her blood is the most active among us. She is countered by the heart-shocking noise calamity. We must destroy the source of it. The purple chime. Thinking of this, Fang Yuan stopped hesitating. He activated light illusion bat wings and flew into the sky. He flew rapidly, but the closer he got to the purple chime, the more his heart was shocked. When he was 300 steps away from it, his heart was beating so quickly even his muscles and tendons were vibrating. Suddenly, Fang Yuan's body froze. He opened his mouth and vomited a mouthful of green zombie blood. A moment ago, his heart was unable to take the pressure and burst. But Fang Yuan was an immortal zombie. His heart was not a weak point. Such an injury awakened his fierce nature. He laughed freakishly, spreading all 8 arms and using his killer move. Icy drill stardust. 8 starlight lumps formed and crashed towards the tribulation cloud. They drilled into the tribulation cloud, slamming into the purple chime. The chime was not strong. It broke immediately. The heart-shocking demonic sound stopped, and Fang Yuan's pressure was lifted. But at the next moment, the tribulation cloud rumbled. As heaven chi gathered, a new purple chime was about to be formed. Fang Yuan's eyes shone with cold light. How could the heavenly tribulation and earthly calamity be defeated so easily in one strike? This was not unexpected. Icy drill stardust. His 8 arms gathered, using the killer move again, creating a huge icy drill stardust lump. Within the dark blue starlight lump, stardust fragments were shining brightly, colliding into each other at a chaotic pace. Fang Yuan shouted lightly. His 8 arms pushed forward, sending the starlight lump towards the tribulation cloud. The larger the starlight lump, the slower its speed. But after colliding into the purple chime again, a large amount of starlight specks remained. They were emitting a crackling sound as they self-detonated. Heaven chi gathered, forming more purple chimes, but were instantly destroyed by the starlight lump. The starlight lump could be seen shrinking with the naked eye, But the enchanting heart-shocking noise did not enter Fong Yuan's ears again. Fong Yuan succeeded in suppressing the heavenly tribulation, but he did not let down his guard. The immortal ascension of the 10 extreme physiques. How could it be so simple? He continued to unleash icy drill stardust. Although this killer move was a mortal killer move, it had amazing power. After fusing Do Min Jun's inheritance into it, this killer move was worth 4 immortal essence stones. Icy drill stardust continued to be replenished. As the purple chime continued to form and break down, Fong Yuan looked down at He Lulan below him. The latter's breathing had soothed. Her eyes were shut tight. Her expression was determined. She sat cross-legged in the air, unmoving. On her beautiful pale face, there were dried blood traces. But the recovery of the great strength true martial physique was the best of the 10 extreme physiques. He Lulan's injuries had already recovered. Her hands did not stop moving. She scattered small family chi gu while retrieving the ones that were full. She had changed her battle strategy. She scattered the small family chi gu on the ground and rarely in the sky. One could deduce from this that she did not have many small family chi gu. After all, this was an ancient chi path gu worm. Even if they had the gu recipe, it was very difficult to find refinement materials. Even if He Lulan had ample time to prepare, she did not have many of this gu with her. Fong Yuan retracted his gaze. At this time, he could hear some weeping noises. The voice was desolate and pitiful. It sounded like the crying of a begrudged wife, or the sleepy talk of a young maiden in love. It was a whisper that was very affectionate and caring, but at times it also had the tone of hatred and grudge. Fong Yuan heard this, and even his immortal zombie body felt a sense of weakness. His entire body could not exert strength. He was like a hero out of breath, together with an endless longing for his homeland. His bravery fell short and his ambitions could not be fulfilled. His firm fists and legs felt like they were hitting on cotton. It was like he had just recovered from a terrible illness. He had no strength in him. Fong Yuan shouted out in dismay. Using his investigative gu and looking up, he saw that near the purple chime, a pink chime had appeared. The chime continued to vibrate, creating a weeping noise. This was the decadent noise tribulation. Before Fong Yuan used his killer move to shatter the pink chime, enchanting noise assaulted him again. Bang, bang, bang. The sound was like thunder. It was like the pounding of a giant. Every sound was hitting on the deepest parts of Fong Yuan's mind. In his mind, his thoughts could not move. They were all shattered by this thunderous noise. Tremor thought noise tribulation. Immortal zombies have slow cognition. This heavenly tribulation directly countered Fong Yuan. Fong Yuan felt an intense dizziness. He could not think and his body was wavering. He almost fell from this high altitude. At the moment of crisis, he used his remaining bit of clarity to activate delight in water and mountain goo. 3 green grape immortal essence beads entered delight in water and mountain goo. As joyful will burst out and spread in Fong Yuan's entire mind. Fong Yuan had just stabilized his body when, swoosh, suddenly, there was a sharp noise near his ears, approaching rapidly. Fong Yuan subconsciously tried to block it, but at the next moment, his 5 fingers were all sliced off. The 5 fingers were covered by the wind and snow, vanishing without a trace. Swish, swish, swish. The sharp noise continued to emit, getting closer to Fong Yuan. Fong Yuan's pupils shrunk. He focused his gaze and used 3 investigative methods consecutively. He could faintly see that there were very thin invisible lines in the wind and snow. It was sharp and formed a huge web, moving towards Fong Yuan without giving him any place to dodge. These invisible lines were not of material nature. They were all formed using sounds. Fong Yuan watched with his hair on end. This is the flying blade noise tribulation. Hair armor. Light illusion bat wings. He activated his defensive killer move and his movement killer move. Fong Yuan moved continually. His black armor broke apart and after leaving his body, the fragments turned into black zombie hair. Fong Yuan twisted left and right. He finally found a rather loose gap and broke through the sound web. But the invisible sound lines still came for him. The hair armor lasted for another 3 breaths before reaching its limit and breaking. Fong Yuan snorted coldly. He used his defensive killer move again. forming a new layer of hair armor that barely covered his body. He dodged left and right, his body moving like a phantom, as lumps of icy drill stardust were shot up. The stardust touched the sound web and were blocked, cut into pieces of fragments. At the same time, Fong Yuan's fingers grew rapidly. His shattered heart formed once again. Howl, howl, howl. Without the starlight lump's restraint, the first purple chime formed again. The ghostly cries resounded again. Fong Yuan's blood flowed in reverse again. His newly formed heart started beating rapidly as it went on the path of self-detonation. Fong Yuan's gaze concentrated. Be it the icy drill stardust, light illusion bat wings, or hair armor, they had been used to their limits, yet the dangerous situation could not be alleviated. This was only He Lulan's heavenly tribulation. The earthly calamity had not formed yet due to the small family Qi Gu's suppression. In Fong Yuan's mind, huge amounts of joyful will were expended. In a short period, 10% were used up. My current battle strength is upper tier of rank 6. But I cannot do anything to this heavenly tribulation. The ascension of the 10 extreme physiques, the heavenly tribulation and earthly calamity is truly terrifying. This is several times the power compared to an ordinary Gu immortal. Suddenly, Fong Yuan's expression changed. His heart sank. He found out that in this tribulation cloud, another 4 chimes of varying colors were forming. Earlier, with just 4 chimes, Fong Yuan was already near his limits. Now that 4 new ones appeared, Fong Yuan could only use the immortal killer move Myriad Self. Tai Bai Yun Sheng watched at a hidden location with much fear. It seems the immortal ascension of the 10 extreme physique is not just several times as dangerous as an ordinary Gu master. It is at least a dozen times as terrifying. He had thought that his own tribulation was tough. But to think that He Lulan's tribulation was far more dangerous than his. Oh no, this is not an ordinary heavenly tribulation. It is one of the 10 catastrophes. 8-layer enchanting noise tribulation. When all 8 noises are emitted, it would have a range of 880 li. Heaven and earth would shake and immortals would be exterminated. Far away, Fairy Li Shan, who had been hiding, recognized the 8 chimes and almost wanted to help out. 8-layer enchanting noise tribulation. If all 8 noises are emitted at once, the strength would be unstoppable. This tribulation would end in failure without a trace of hope of success. Fong Yuan's expression was cold. The tougher the situation, the stronger his battle intent. Crack, crack, crack. During the process, all the mortal Gu he used were getting destroyed continuously. The backlash of heaven and earth was causing him to lose a large number of mortal Gu. But Fong Yuan made ample preparations. He had prepared a large number of Gu worms and his killer moves had never stopped activating. Just as he was about to use Myriad Self, He Lulan, who was below him, opened her eyes. From He Lulan's eyes, a dazzling light was bursting out. The light gathered and took form, like that of a real pillar. It pierced through the tribulation cloud and shot the 2 chimes. With a loud bang, the chimes broke, completely eliminated, and was unable to regenerate. The light pillar only lasted for a moment before He Lulan shut her eyes. The entire process was extremely short, only lasting a breath of time. This was the light of Divert Disaster. He Lulan used the immortal Gu Divert Disaster. The power of an immortal Gu was extraordinary. It was a stark contrast to Fong Yuan's mortal killer move Icy Drill Stardust. He Lulan controlled her breathing before opening her eyes again. 2 pillars of Divert Disaster light shot out, destroying 2 chimes again. Fong Yuan was secretly shocked. Such power. This was not a simple use of Divert Disaster Immortal Gu. It was used together with Mortal Gu. Using her sight to unleash the attack, it is much more concentrated and precise. In other words, He Lulan had already developed an immortal killer move using the Immortal Gu Divert Disaster as the core. He Lulan had outstanding talent. Not long after obtaining Divert Disaster Gu, she developed an immortal killer move. This was very strange and unthinkable to Fong Yuan. But the truth was right before him. It was indisputable. At this time, He Lulan opened her eyes again, eliminating 2 chimes again. But at this time, she shut her eyes. 2 lines of fresh blood flowed down the corner of her eyes. Her eyelashes were trembling and her body was shaking. On her palm, she held Divert Disaster Goo tightly. Cracks were appearing on it, and it was wailing out softly. This frantically created Immortal killer move was not complete. It had very potent weaknesses. 2 chimes left. Hei Lu Lan did not care about it. She gritted her teeth and opened her eyes forcefully, destroying the heavenly tribulation's last 2 chimes in one shot. Guh! Guh! Her beautiful eyes had shattered at this moment, as 2 streams of blood poured out of her empty eye sockets. With a bang, the Divert Disaster Immortal Goo burst in her hands, breaking into light particles, slipping from the cracks of her fingers and vanishing. Hei Lu Lan had gone blind. Although she had the great strength true martial physique and had terrifying recovery speed, the injury in her eyes was due to the forceful activation of the Immortal Goo Divert Disaster. Tao marks of luck path were in her eye sockets. She could not heal them. The rank 6 Divert Disaster Immortal Goo was also destroyed in this process, becoming history. Hei Lu Lan was extremely resolute. She had the heart of a formidable character. After paying a terrible price, she destroyed the heavenly tribulation for good. Now only the earthly calamity was left. At this moment, Fang Yuan praised her in his heart. Resolute! The immortal ascension of the 10 extreme physiques gave birth to a terrifying heavenly tribulation and earthly calamity. What's worse was that they still had a strong foe waiting to interfere. Under the immense pressure of life and death, Hei Lu Lan had no choice but to sacrifice Divert Disaster Immortal Goo, as well as a pair of her eyes. This was a decision common people would find hard to make. Such sacrifice, it showed Hei Lu Lan's ambitious and ruthless disposition. She had an unrivaled spirit. As heaven chi poured down like a stream of a waterfall, earth chi gushed up like a golden fountain. Hei Lu Lan's foundation and deep accumulation turned into a large amount of human chi as it burst out from within her. This is the human chi of one of the 10 extreme physiques? Tai Baiyun Shang watched with a dumbfounded expression. Hei Lu Lan's human chi was many times more than Fang Yuan and Tai Baiyun Shang combined. The human chi of the 10 extreme physiques was usually overwhelmingly thick. This was mostly due to the 10 extreme apertures. Even with enough mental preparation, spectators were still shocked. As the 3 chi converged, it formed a huge cocoon that covered up Hei Lu Lan. At this point, she had reached the second step, taking in the chi. Hei Lu Lan was focused on balancing the 3 chi. She took back all her small family chi goo and would not be able to face her enemies for the time being. Crack. Frozen rivers shattered. Heaven and earth shook. At this moment, a thunderous sound could be heard, as a huge frenzied ape jumped out from deep within a frozen river. With a loud thud, the frenzied ape landed on the ground. It created 2 huge holes where it stood. The ice fragments were scattered around the huge holes. The frenzied ape beat its chest, shouting out loudly. Its voice was so loud that even the rumbling tribulation cloud froze for a second. Its body was like snow. Its eyes were red like blood. Its monkey fur spiked out like icicles, piercing towards heaven. It was hundreds of meters tall. Large like a hill, it has an incredible aura and was extremely fierce. Compared to it, Fang Yuan was like a bug in front of a cat. The earthly calamity formed. It is an ancient desolate beast calamity. This is an earthly calamity that only rank 7 Goo immortals encounter. Tai Baiyun Shang's heart snack. One name was echoing in Fairy Li Shan's heart. Icefall Divine Ape. Fang Yuan's expression was still as water. The Icefall Divine Ape's huge shadow was casted down. It had rank 7 battle strength. If it had Immortal Goo in it, then it would be even harder to deal with. The battle situation would become much harder. Hei Lu Lan focused on balancing the 3 chi. Hei Chang did not appear, while Fairy Li Shan and Tai Baiyun Shang were hiding elsewhere. With this extremely dangerous situation, a ruthless light flashed across Fang Yuan's eyes. He clapped his palms before him, using his killer move earlier than planned. Immortal killer move, Myriad Self. Fist chi burst out, grand and overwhelming, like an overflowing river. It was like a raging sea. In just a few breaths of time, over 10,000 of Fang Yuan's strength path phantoms appeared, surrounding his main body. They were in all directions around him, in the sky and on the ground, in the formation of a sphere. To prevent the likelihood of him having not enough time because of a fierce battle, Fang Yuan had activated the Immortal Killer Move Myriad Self several times before going to Northern Plains. The Strength Path Phantom Army was stored in his own Immortal Aperture. The Strength Path Phantoms could exist for a period of time, and because they were not living beings, they were not affected by the death energy in his Immortal Aperture. When Fang Yuan released a portion of them, his aura finally matched the ape's. The Icefall Divine Ape was ready to attack. It wanted to charge over, but seeing the Grand Strength Path Phantom Army, it opened its mouth, showing its sharp fangs as its muscles contracted. It chose to wait and see. The snow and wind blew. Fang Yuan was expressionless. His body was still like a rock as he pointed a finger at the Icefall Divine Ape. Immediately, the army moved and war cries filled the battlefield. Tens of thousands of Strength Path Phantoms moved like a tide. They whipped up a storm as they charged towards the Icefall Divine Ape. Such might! Tai Baiyun Shang watched with his heart pounding. This was not the first time he had seen the killer move Myriad Self. Back in Langya Blessed Land, Fang Yuan had used it once to beat up the desolate beast Swamp Crab. But at that time, Fang Yuan only used one bead of green grape immortal essence to summon 10,000 phantoms. Right now, an army several times that size was attacking. As the army's momentum rose, they had an imposing aura that could shake the world. The army pushed forward, towards the Icefall Divine Ape, and then splitting into four along the way. One went left, one went right, one went up, and the last one charged ahead. The Icefall Divine Ape's wild nature was awakened. It charged ahead instead of retreating. Fang Yuan's Strength Path Phantom Army moved according to his will fluidly. With his command, they spread out, like a huge web, encircling the Icefall Divine Ape. Kill! 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 Strength Path Phantoms roared. They were like ants attacking the Icefall Divine Ape collectively. The Icefall Divine Ape attacked left and right. It destroyed countless phantoms but could not break through Fang Yuan's encirclement. It really is such a formidable killer move in this world. Together with his master-level attainment in Enslavement Path, no wonder Little Lan placed so much importance on him. Seeing this, Fairy Li Shan was overjoyed. One after another, Strength Path Phantoms flew out of the aperture. Fang Yuan had more than 100,000 troops in his Immortal Aperture. He only summoned 80,000 now. Among these Strength Path Phantoms, the most ordinary ones had 2 arms, some had 4 arms or even 6 arms. The more arms they had, the stronger their battle strength. The Icefall Divine Ape roared angrily. It battled fiercely. Its huge body and monstrous strength, along with the icicles pointing outwards on its body, caused the Strength Path Phantoms to suffer heavy injuries before dying. But only a portion of the scattered fist chi was expended. The rest would gather and form into Strength Path Phantoms once again. Because of this, the reduction of the number of phantoms of Fang Yuan's army was greatly slowed. During the process, the joyful will in Fang Yuan's mind was used up intensely. Manipulating tens of thousands of troops, the expenditure of his joyful will was immense. In just a few dozen breaths, Fang Yuan had activated Delight in Water and Mountain Immortal Goo nearly 10 times. Strange, this Icefall Divine Ape has no immortal goo despite being an ancient desolate beast. In fact, it does not even have a single mortal goo. Where did the earthly calamity find this oddity? Fang Yuan could see the truth behind the Icefall Divine Ape. It had no immortal goo, or even any mortal goo. This ancient desolate beast's threat was greatly lowered. In that case, it is time to finish you off. Fang Yuan's lips curled up. The ruthless light in his eyes burst out as he entered the field directly, charging ahead. The light illusion bat wings on his back flickered several times, as Fang Yuan's speed increased like he was a shooting star. It was quite a sight with the explosive sounds along the way. He traveled a huge distance in a few breaths of time, descending like a demon god, right above the Icefall Divine Ape. Come! Group strength support me! Fang Yuan shouted excitedly in his heart. At once, the 45 group strength goo in his Immortal Aperture were activated at once. Group Strength Goo had completely been incorporated into Myriad Self by Fang Yuan. Once activated, it caused a new transformation in Myriad Self. Hundreds of Strength Path Phantoms dispersed, Their strength had collectively gathered in Fong Yuan under the might of group strength Gu. Fong Yuan raised one right arm, slamming down on Icefall Divine Ape's skull. With a loud bang, his entire forearm slammed on the Divine Ape's skull mercilessly. The intense recoil caused Fong Yuan's forearm to burst open, as his bones were shattered and his flesh and blood were reduced to dust. As for Icefall Divine Ape's skull, there was a huge hole in it. The crack in the hole spread at lightning speed, affecting the entire ape's head. At the next moment, the Icefall Divine Ape's skull exploded. Seeing this, be it Fairy Li Shan or Tai Bai Yun Shang, they were so shocked their eyeballs almost popped out. Even Fong Yuan was shocked. What is going on? The entire ape head was destroyed? That shouldn't be. This is an ancient, desolate beast. Killer Move Miri itself was completed by him alone. Group Strength Gu was added in by him as well. He was very clear of his own strength after Group Strength Gu was added. The most he could do was to cause the Icefall Divine Ape's skull to crack and bleed. But the entire head would not explode. Be careful. At this moment, Tai Bai Yun Shang could not help but show himself, shouting a warning. Fong Yuan turned around and looked, his pupils shrinking rapidly. Icefall Divine Ape's huge fist had gotten close to Fong Yuan without him noticing anything. It slammed down at lightning speed, like a poisonous snake's assault. Fong Yuan could not dodge it in time. He was hit directly by the huge fist. Boom! Fong Yuan was sent flying like an insect, making a huge arc in the air before ruthlessly falling down on the hard ice surface. Rumble! Ice chunks scattered crazily. The force sent Fong Yuan flying like an artillery shell. He pierced through the ice layer and traveled for an enormous distance before finally stopping. Fong Yuan lay amidst the broken ice, seriously injured. Even with an immortal zombie body, he could not budge a bit. His whole body was like a torn sack, the dark green zombie blood flowing out from the innumerable wounds. Bones were fractured with some piercing into skin and flesh, while some jutted out of the body. Only 3 of the 8 arms were remaining. One torn-off arm was lying not far away from Fong Yuan. A long ice channel was created just now, cut open by Fong Yuan using his own body. Cough, cough. Fong Yuan coughed for a while and stared with an incredulous gaze at the Icefall Divine Ape. It was still standing upright despite losing its head. What the hell is this? According to common sense, even an ancient desolate beast would die if their head was smashed apart. But this Icefall Divine Ape which had lost its head not only did not fall down, instead it struck Fong Yuan with a very heavy counterattack. Fong Yuan recalled that enormous punch. Common sense would have stated that such an enormous force would have already produced a sonic boom. But it was unexpectedly noiseless during the whole process. This absolutely was not something the Icefall Divine Ape should have been capable of accomplishing, because it did not have any goo worms on it. Fong Yuan tried to move his body. The immortal zombie body shuddered but still lay down on the ice, its strength failing. However, Fong Yuan could sense his body was rapidly recovering. Zombies used death energy as life force. As long as they were not destroyed in an instant, the abundant death energy would provide them with astonishing recovery speed. Fong Yuan. Tai Bai Yun Shang quickly flew over, and at the same time, pitch-black rays of light shone out from his hand and fell on Fong Yuan's body. These pitch-black rays of light were carefully prepared for Fong Yuan by Tai Bai Yun Shang, and were not some ordinary healing goo worms. Ordinary healing goo worms would bring vitality and stimulate life force, but this was of no use to Fong Yuan's immortal zombie body. Fong Yuan needed to increase his death energy. The stronger the death energy, the faster his recovery speed would be. Thus, zombies were also known as living dead. With Tai Bai Yun Shang's help, Fong Yuan's recovery speed surged violently. Great! Fong Yuan gave a horrifying smile. He soon recovered his movement ability and stood up from the ice surface. Boom! An astonishing change happened to the Icefall Divine Ape. It unexpectedly self-detonated. After the detonation, a large group of Pegasi were left in the Icefall Divine Ape's place. These Pegasi were anything but ordinary, different from the 2-winged Pegasi of the current era. They were larger than 2-winged Pegasus by 2 to 3 times. On their backs were at least 2 pairs of wings, while some even had 3 pairs. These were ancient Pegasus. The more wings they had, the stronger their battle strength. For winged Pegasi were at the level of beast emperors, while six-winged Pegasi were desolate beasts. In the current 5 regions, the ancient Pegasi were already extinct. Most of these Pegasi were 4-winged Pegasi, while there were a few with 6 wings. The Pegasus group neighed before colliding with Fang Yuan's Strength Path Phantom Army. It was a massacre. Fang Yuan's Strength Path Phantom Army was steadily losing ground, suffering heavy losses. This is not a beast calamity. What in the world is this? Tai Baiyun Shang quickly flew to Fang Yuan's side and looked at this scene with his eyes wide open. The ancient Pegasi and Strength Path Phantom Army started slaughtering each other, creating a chaotic battle situation. Fang Yuan suffered great losses. It was because the Strength Path Phantom had been in a loose formation to deal with the giant Icefall Divine Ape. Now that the giant beast was changed to a united group of Pegasi, the loose Phantom Army formation instead allowed the Pegasus group to rampage unhindered. Despite the Strength Path Phantom's coordination being exquisite, forming into many small battle groups, they still had more defeats than wins and suffered huge damage. However, there were no corpses in this slaughter. There was no need to speak of Strength Path Phantoms which were condensed from Fist Chi. The crucial point was that the Pegasus group had intangible bodies that turned into nothingness after they were killed. Could it be? Fang Yuan's red eyes suddenly shone. He racked his brains, searching for the answer in his memories, before a thought hit him as he considered an elusive possibility. This possibility made him look towards He Lulan. However, He Lulan was covered in the enormous cocoon of 3 Qi, which was so thick that he could not even see her shadow. As long as she was able to consume this 3 Qi cocoon, her potential after becoming a Gu Immortal would be extremely deep and her future prospects would be filled with bright radiance. Fang Yuan turned around to look at the Pegasus group. His eyes narrowed and a smile appeared on his face. He waved his hand towards the back, transmitting his voice to Tai Baiyun Shang who was rushing over. "Old Bai, step back and watch me." He then showed his sharp teeth and charged forward. He pierced into the chaotic battle of the Pegasus group and Strength Path Phantom Army. In an instant, it was like Fang Yuan had poked a hornet's nest as countless ancient Pegasi charged towards him. He activated hair armor and raised his arms, protecting his head. After he locked in on a target, Fang Yuan suddenly shouted and pounced towards an injured 4-winged Pegasus, forcibly smashing it down from the sky to the ground. Bang! Man and horse crashed heavily into the ground. The ice surface cracked, forming a deep pit. Fang Yuan's whole body was filled with injuries. Bones fractured in many places. Skin was opened and flesh split. The recovered body was once again crushed into a miserable state. Who knew how many Pegasi attacked him when he charged into the chaotic battle and smashed into the 4-winged Pegasus? These Pegasi naturally would not let him go. Large numbers of Pegasi gathered into a white flood that fell down from the sky towards Fang Yuan. Fang Yuan used all his strength to suppress the intensely struggling 4-winged Pegasus under him, while the wills in his mind surged like boiling water, dissipating intensely. 2 Strength Path Phantom groups in the sky coordinated and intercepted the diving Pegasus group like a giant scissor. At the same time, large numbers of Strength Path Phantoms surged out from Fang Yuan's immortal aperture and formed a hemispherical formation above Fang Yuan, resisting the fierce offensive of the Pegasus group without any regard for the losses. The 4-winged Pegasus under Fang Yuan was anything but cute as it neighed and struggled with all its power. It had such high strength that even Fang Yuan, a Strength Path Gu Immortal with an immortal zombie body, was almost unable to contain it. Time was pressing. The opportunity could not be lost. Fang Yuan raised his fists high and smashed down ruthlessly, immediately bursting the Pegasus's head. However, the headless Pegasus was still struggling as if the loss of its head had no effect. Fang Yuan then punched down with all his 8 arms, bombarding the Pegasus with heavy punches. The thick ice surface below them could not endure this punishment and started cracking. A normal 4-winged Pegasus was equal to a beast emperor with rank 5 battle strength. Even if they had strong wild goo worms, they would have turned into meat paste under Fang Yuan's offensive. This strange 4-winged Pegasus did not have any goo worms on it, and when Fang Yuan crushed it, It dissipated into thin air without leaving any hair, bone, or even blood. The next moment, however, Fang Yuan's narrowed eyes suddenly opened wide. Following the complete destruction of the four-winged Pegasus, a formless will rushed into his mind. His eyes revealed enormous shock and joy. He kneeled on the broken ice surface and ceased all movement, resembling a statue. Despite the fierce slaughter going on above him, he did not seem to notice anything, as if he was in a dream. Fang Yuan. Tai Bai Yunshang was extremely worried when he saw this, flying towards Fang Yuan. Come back, don't disturb him. This is a golden opportunity for him. Fairy Li Shan, however, suddenly transmitted her voice. Tai Bai Yunshang narrowed his eyes, immediately asking in anger. It seems you know what this calamity is? Fairy Li Shan. We are allies, we came specially to protect He Lulan in crossing the tribulation. You actually were deceiving us. What are you up to? This is not deceit. Don't forget the Snowy Mountain Alliance. If I had deceived you, I would have already died according to the oath. This was only speculation which I am now sure of. Fairy Li Shan quickly explained. She had only hidden this crucial piece of information without mentioning it. It did not mean she was deceiving them. Even if they were allied, they could not just share all their secrets. Fang Yuan also would not do that. Tai Bai Yunshang's breathing sped up as he flew rapidly while irritatedly asking at the same time. Then are you still not going to tell me now what the hell is this speculation? Fairy Li Shan let out a breath of turbid air and spoke quickly. Tai Bai Yunshang, you also know the origins of this icy plain. Back then, reckless savage demon Venerable fought a huge battle, destroying a part of northern plains, turning that area into void. To repair the void, reckless savage demon Venerable turned into an immemorial ice phoenix, and breathed out extremely cold profound ice which froze this place, turning it into a large icy plain. Get to the point, Tai Bai Yunshang shouted. Fairy Li Shan understood Tai Bai Yunshang's feelings and did not blame him, continuing with her explanation. Everyone knows reckless savage demon Venerable was a strength path immortal Venerable, founder of the strength path and also of transformation path. Without exception, every rank 9 Venerable is a child of the great Tao, the closest to the true essence of heaven and earth. Not only did laws follow their words, every action of theirs carried true meaning, and even the movement of their gazes conveyed the profundities of nature. Even if they perish, their main killer move would be imprinted in heaven and earth, forming a kind of heavenly tribulation and earthly calamity. Tai Bai Yunshang involuntarily recalled the formless hands. Yes, I know about this. Fairy Li Shan continued. Back then, reckless savage demon Venerable turned into an ice phoenix and breathed profound ice to condense into the icy plane we are on now. Don't forget the ice phoenix transformation is a transformation path killer move. As the creator of the icy plane, reckless savage demon Venerable imprinted the true meaning of strength path and transformation path in the midst of this piece of heaven and earth. A piece of speculation was circulated among a few Gu immortals, or more precisely a rumor. As long as a strength path or transformation path Gu master ascends to Gu immortal in this icy plane, it will cause a resonance of Tao fragments, evoking the true meaning of reckless savage demon Venerable's strength path and transformation path. Tai Bai Yunshang shook. Then this means, isn't this right? The Icefall Divine Ape was only a false appearance and the ancient Pegasi were also the same. They were true meanings of strength path and transformation path, taking on the form of an earthly calamity. When someone completely shatters these external forms, the small true meaning contained within would break out and enter the body of their own accord. What is true meaning? It is the comprehension towards heaven and earth, great Tao and law fragments. Fang Yuan destroyed a Pegasus and obtained the true meaning within it. In other words, Fang Yuan is receiving teachings from reckless savage demon Venerable. Fairy Li Shan spoke shocking words and also revealed heavy envy. How huge was an opportunity to receive the teachings of a rank 9 Venerable. If one said the 3 Qi converged to let the Gu master comprehend heaven and earth and gain natural inspiration, then passing tribulation in this place and obtaining true meaning was to study under reckless savage demon Venerable. Fairy Li Shan continued with a deeply moved tone. Reportedly, the rumor of reckless savage demon venerable's true meaning came from the currently ranked 7 domination Immortal Chu Du of Northern Plains. It is said that when he became a strength path Gu Immortal 300 years ago, it was at this icy plane that he passed his tribulation. It is just that there have been limited numbers of Gu Immortals advancing over these recent years. And among these newly advanced Gu Immortals, there are few that are of transformation path and even fewer of strength path. Thus, this piece of speculation was very hard to prove. Tai Bai Yun Shang snorted but no longer hurried towards Fang Yuan. Although Fairy Li Shan and He Lulan deceived him and Fang Yuan, this was after all such an enormous benefit. Thus Tai Bai Yun Shang's anger dissipated for the most part. He turned around and looked deeply at He Lulan. He Lulan was covered in the 3 chi cocoon and she was progressing smoothly. The chi cocoon's volume was slowly shrinking methodically. This woman has truly great ambitions. She is not satisfied with being a 10 extreme physique immortal. She also wants to learn from reckless savage demon venerable. She is not afraid that her strength is lacking and she would die because of her greed. Speaking of which, this style of taking risks is actually similar to Fang Yuan's. They are both lunatics. Tai Bai Yun Shang heaved a sigh inwardly. So it was indeed like this. They are the external forms of true meaning, ahaha. Fang Yuan laughed loudly and slowly stood up from his kneeling position with his expression revealing his high spirits. He then gazed at the ancient Pegasus group again, but the way he looked at them was different this time. His gaze was extremely heated, like a pervert that had his lust held back for several thousands of years, who then saw an absolutely beautiful woman. Or like a bandit whose greed would never be satisfied, seeing the world's greatest treasury. I have advanced to a strength path Gu Immortal, but my strength path foundation was shallow, and I could only reach quasi-grandmaster realm in strength path. It is extremely difficult to make one's realm progress even a little, and needs a sufficient quantity of regular accumulation in order to initiate a qualitative transformation. But now, as long as I kill these true meaning external forms, I can rapidly raise my strength path realm, elevating it to genuine grandmaster realm. Memories and experiences of 500 years of bitter struggles made Fang Yuan extremely aware of the difficulty in progressing one's realm. Realm represented the understanding of great Tao. One's strength path realm was a Gu master's understanding of the Tao of strength. Realm was generally divided into ordinary, quasi-master, master, quasi-grandmaster, grandmaster, quasi-great grandmaster, great grandmaster, quasi-supreme grandmaster, and supreme grandmaster. Most Gu masters would only have ordinary realm in their whole lives. Quasi-masters were geniuses or old, experienced Gu masters. Masters were extremely rare. For instance, in the Imperial Court contest, which was an assembly of heroes of the large northern plains, only Fang Yuan and Tai Bai Yun Shang had master-level attainment in flying among those who reached Imperial Court blessed land. While in enslavement path, there were only Jiang Baoye, Yang Pering, Ma Zun, Chang Shan in Fang Yuan, and Nu Air 2, 5 masters over the entire contest. And speaking of refinement path supreme grandmasters, even throughout human history, there had only been 3 long-hair ancestor, old eccentric Tian Nan and old immortal Kong Ju. Every advancement of a realm meant an astonishing upgrade in one's battle strength. It was because higher realm meant deeper understanding of the law fragments in heaven and earth. It allowed Gu masters to refine new, better Gu worms, create more killer moves and display greater dominance of their paths. Fang Yuan had the most understanding of blood path among all the major paths. In his previous life, he was an awe-inspiring blood path grandmaster. His battle strength was outstanding and he had created many new Gu worms of blood path, and these new Gu had even surpassed blood sea ancestors in some aspects. He had also researched many blood path killer moves, and despite them being mortal killer moves, they had extraordinary power. Fang Yuan now had the immortal killer move myriad self, the representation of the convergence of enslavement and strength path, a unique killer move created from squeezing out all his potential, and with the help of natural inspiration and wisdom Gu. But even with such a killer move, when his battle strength was considered, it was not a match with his peak blood path attainment in his previous life. Fang Yuan could suppress his immortal killer move myriad self by just using his previous life's blood path killer moves. He had even created, from initially nothing, some remnant recipes of completely new immortal goo with his Grandmaster realm. Of course, the completion rates of these remnant recipes were rather low. This was the world of goo, and more than that, it was the world of goo masters. Goo worms involved nurturing, use, and refinement, and the bulk of these fundamentals relied upon goo masters. Generation after generation of goo masters brought forth new developments, constantly using their plentiful creative prowess to research new goo worms and open new paths, which then created the extremely wondrous way of goo which covered all aspects. Thus, heroes were able to emerge like stars in the sky over the boundless history of humans. Goo is the essence of heaven and earth. Man is the spirit of all living things. The famed people of the past had accomplishments as high as the mountains that the later generations would find hard to surpass. However, on the whole, the strength of the 5 regions was growing steadily and becoming much more profound, surpassing the eras of immemorial olden antiquity and so on. Goo masters nurture, use, and refine goo, getting down to the basics. It is a process of humans probing and studying nature, the world, and the great Tao. Be it a Xianxia world, a magic-based world, or a scientific world, they are all the same, they are all the exploration and study of nature and the world itself. It is only that the difference in the world's laws make the exploration methods different. Ones can only learn if they explore continuously. Only by learning could they have accumulation, and only with accumulation could they transcend the world. And in this world, the measurement of the stage-wise accomplishments of study of heaven and earth, and the Great Tao is the realm of every paths. Great Tao is a closed book, and for a goo master to study and explore heaven and earth, they have to use goo worms to approach the Great Tao with different methods. They need to constantly summarize their comprehensions, need insights, and require sufficient experience. However, right now I am obtaining true meaning infusion, which is as if I am observing the world while standing on the shoulder of a giant. It is making reckless savage demon venerable open the pages of the closed book to the parts which I can understand and let me read it directly. This is a shortcut, an extremely rare fortuitous encounter. This will save me a great deal of time and immense effort. Fang Yuan was more excited the more he thought of it. Hey Lu Lan, you are a lunatic. You actually wanted to learn from reckless savage demon venerable while gaining natural inspiration and obtaining the infusion of true meaning. Humph, are you not afraid you can't manage to comprehend them all and be thrown into confusion, even failing your immortal ascension? However, your greed, I like it a lot. This gift from you, I shall accept it all. Fang Yuan shouted inwardly. With such heavy profits ahead of him, he decided to not leave behind even a little. Myriad self, myriad self, myriad self. He activated his immortal killer move non-stop. For the first time, he disregarded the costs as he activated it frantically. Countless strength path phantoms emerged, forming a huge army inside the immortal aperture, their scale several times larger than before. At the same time, large numbers of mortal goo forming the immortal killer move perished. This was the backlash from heaven and earth, and also the consequences of Fang Yuan's extreme rate of activation. However, Fang Yuan did not feel any heartache. Everything was okay as long as the core, cleansed soul immortal goo did not have any problems. He had made ample preparations for this trip and had brought large numbers of mortal goo for replenishment and substitution. Come! Fang Yuan lifted his chest as countless strength path phantoms surged out from his immortal aperture. The strength path phantom army flooded the world, as if it could engulf mountains and rivers. The sparse battle strength just before was immediately replenished and soon surpassed the previous limit, reaching a new height. Large numbers, no, a sea of strength path phantoms filled the whole battlefield. There are at least 300,000. Tai Bai Yunshang and even Fairy Li Shan was stupefied at this sight. The ancient Pegasus group was firmly surrounded in the air by the strength path phantom army. The slaughter between the two sides had reached the climax. Fang Yuan walked leisurely on the ice surface below the ongoing aerial battle. Joyful will were created and rapidly expended in his mind. Under his command, the army coordinated to form different groups, and like giant hands, they pounced upon 4-winged Pegasi without caring for losses. Next, dozens of strength path phantoms worked together to forcefully push the 4-winged Pegasi down to the ice surface. Then Fang Yuan would slowly walk over, raise his 8 thick giant arms and shower down punches for the kill. Miserable neighing sounds filled the area as Pegasi were shattered apart. True meaning rushed into Fang Yuan's mind, and the profundities of the great Tao were rapidly absorbed. His movement stiffened for several breaths of time before recovering once again. Fang Yuan thus engaged in crazy slaughter of ancient Pegasi. Refreshing! After another true meaning infusion, he excitedly roared. His gaze was so blood-red that it was difficult to stare at it directly. The strength path realm, which would have taken years and even dozens of years to raise, was rapidly advancing following the true meaning infusion. Fang Yuan felt incomparable pleasure and enjoyment. Tai Bai Yunshang was watching with a dumbstruck expression. Fang Yuan's madness made him feel a chill from the depths of his heart. Even Fairy Li Shan could not help but be silent. After less than half of the Pegasus group was destroyed, the earthly calamity transformed again. The Pegasus group merged together to form 33 giant snakes. These giant snakes were as large as a house and had extremely powerful defense, covered with black armor and shields. When they fell on the ground, they immediately occupied terrain advantage. Another transformation, and this time to shield snake? Fang Yuan laughed malevolently. He did not move. The strength path phantom army in the air had already shrouded over the snakes like dark clouds. By occupying the ground, these shield snakes only needed to defend the attacks from above, unlike if they were flying in the air where they could be attacked from all directions. Fang Yuan's slaughter immediately slowed down. It took a good while for the huge army to handle one shield snake. Fang Yuan laughed maniacally as he pounced down upon it. The shield snake was filled with injuries, and before it could raise its head, it was bombarded by Fang Yuan's 8 arms. The enormous strength from the overlaying of 45 group strength Gu directly destroyed the shield snake. An enormous true meaning that far surpassed the previous ones charged into Fang Yuan's mind. The snake corpse that had lost its head suddenly dissipated, transforming into small snakes. In few moments, the place was filled with a sea of ferocious and slippery snakes. Fang Yuan was in the process of comprehending essence of great Tao and could not budge. Thus he fell in the sea of snakes. The snake sea attacked madly, quickly covering his enormous body. Fang Yuan's comprehension this time was different from before. In the previous true meaning infusion, Fang Yuan felt like he had turned into a Pegasus, living its life from birth to death, from young to old, running on the firm ground and soaring on the vast sky. He sensed the unique body structure of Pegasus, the use of various strengths and the ingenuity of using power. And now, he turned into a snake, from breaking out of the egg to devouring all kinds of prey. He personally experienced the twisting snake body, the strength of its constriction, the muscle rhythm when it swallowed its food, the force application when its head moved like lightning to capture prey. Not only was it raising the strength path realm, but transformation path and even flying master attainment were advancing. These experiences extended and stepped on the maxim of strength path. These maxims covered extremely large information and were hard to describe using words. Because the wonders of great Tao could not be put to words. Words would be too simple, too dull, too shallow, and simply not be able to portray its mysteries and wonders. Fang Yuan. Tai Bai Yunshang's shout could be heard loudly. Fang Yuan opened his eyes and woke up from within the sea of snakes. All around him, from head to toe, there were snakes. Countless snakes were coiling around him, trying to kill and devour him. If not for Fang Yuan's hair armor protecting him, these small snakes might have drilled into his stomach already. Fang Yuan laughed heartily. He was joyful instead of shocked. He stretched out 8 huge arms, grabbing with his hands as he destroyed dozens of small snakes. Tens of gushed into his mind. His consciousness was blur for a moment, but recovered immediately. As he slowly adapted to it, and as his attainment level increased, the speed of him absorbing the became faster and faster. Addicted to killing, he withdrew the hair armor and opened his mouth, sucking. Immediately, countless small snakes crawled into his mouth. He opened his mouth to chew, his sharp fangs tearing the snake body into shreds. Next he swallowed, and the snake corpse vanished down his throat, disappearing from this world. Waves of filled his heart and mind unceasingly. Strength path, transformation path, all these turned into traces and were absorbed by him. At the same time, with trial and error, he became familiar with the new knowledge. It gave Fang Yuan a much deeper understanding in other territories. For example, his flying attainment. After Fang Yuan killed the third huge shield snake, his strength path attainment level went from quasi-grandmaster to grandmaster realm. Strength path grandmaster. That is to say, if given a bit more time, Fang Yuan would reach the level of blood path in his previous life. Because his blood path attainment level was also grandmaster realm. Right now, his mind was filled with countless thoughts and countless inspiration. His understanding of strength path had reached a whole new level. He could create many strength path goo worms and many mortal killer moves that were related to strength path now. But Fang Yuan was not satisfied. He continued slaughtering. The earthly calamity failed after transforming into the Icefall Divine Ape, the Ancient Pegasus, and the Shield Snake group. Now, there was a new transformation. It turned on to a group of rockmen. Fang Yuan manipulated the army, killing the rockmen. He trampled on their heads and swallowed their bodies, understanding the power of thickness. The earthly calamity turned into a B group next, as Fang Yuan self-detonated his strength path phantoms continuously, learning the power of piercing. The earthly calamity transformed into the rhinoceros. As Fang Yuan killed them, he learned about the power of charging. As his strength path attainment continued to rise, after he stabilized his Grandmaster realm, he started charging towards quasi-great Grandmaster realm. Right at this moment, two bright rainbows, one black and one white, pierced the air and descended. "We finally found you. You were in the icy plains indeed." As the rainbow faded, two people, He Chang and Xue Songzi, appeared. The strong enemies had appeared. So many strength path phantoms. What is going on? Xue Songzi's pupils shrunk, before they shone in a bright heated light. Oh? This is... It seems the rumors were true. Undergoing tribulation in the icy plains will possibly attract reckless savage demon venerables' true meaning. He Cheng's eyes were eerily looking at the battlefield. Next his gaze focused on the three-colored chi cocoon. After such a long time, He Lulan had not finished absorbing the three chi yet. Her human chi was simply too huge in quantity. He Lulan, you guys have nowhere to run. Why don't you surrender? He Cheng laughed heartily. He opened his right palm and revealed an immortal goo. This immortal goo gave off an eerie blue light. It was a time path rank 6 immortal goo. The aura of the immortal goo was surging. It resonated with the two-time path immortal goo in Tai by Yun Shang's aperture, causing them to vibrate. Fairy Li Shan's expression changed. She showed herself and stood in front of He Lulan. She spoke coldly. Instant pause. This was the rank 6-time path immortal goo instant pause. It could freeze the time of the target for 6 moments with this goo around. He Cheng did not have to worry about Fang Yuan running away using fixed immortal travel. He Cheng saw Fairy Li Shan and his gaze concentrated. He spoke with depth intent. To think that the mastermind behind all this was Fairy Li Shan. Why are you sowing discord between us father and daughter? Oh, I see, as expected, which Gu Immortal would not be interested in the Yin-Yang life extension method in my possession. Saying so, He Cheng laughed sarcastically. He showed a mocking expression to Fairy Li Shan as he oozed with confidence. Fairy Li Shan's expression was solemn. Her voice became louder as it filled the skies. He Cheng, you are destined to fail today. Don't think of causing any harm to little Lan, because the person stopping you will be me. Saying so, Fairy Li Shan stopped hiding it. She revealed the grand aura of a rank 7 Gu Immortal. At the same time, the surface of the ice broke. Countless tree roots grew rapidly. They coiled around and moved like huge pythons. The trees grew quickly. It soon became a forested area. After a few breaths, pear blossoms grew. The smell of the flowers was fragrant and spread for several li. Fairy Li Shan stood under the tree. Her body was shielded by the leaves and branches, vanishing. Meanwhile, He Lulan was still balancing the three chi. She was on top of the pear tree. Battlefield killer move. Pear orchard. To think that third leader's cultivation level had reached rank 7 secretly. Be careful, He Cheng. Third leader cultivates earth and wolf path. She had set up this battlefield earlier. I am also a member of Snowy Mountain Blessed Land. I cannot battle Fairy Li Shan due to the alliance rules. Xuesong Zi reminded. Usually when Fairy Li Shan showed up in Northern Plains, she always revealed rank 6 cultivation. Few knew about her true cultivation level. He Cheng's expression was calm. His gaze shifted to Fang Yuan, Tai Bai Yun Shang and Fairy Li Shan for a moment, before turning back to He Lu Lan. 1 immortal zombie, 1 rank 6 Gu immortal, 1 rank 7 Gu immortal. He Cheng muttered. He snorted coldly, saying to Xuesong Zi, "Go deal with that immortal zombie and the rank 6 Gu immortal. After I kill Fairy Li Shan, we will take down He Lu Lan." His tone was filled with decisiveness and confidence. Although Fairy Li Shan was rank 7, her battle strength should be at the lower tier of rank 7. It was quite far from He Cheng. Okay. Seeing that the toughest foe was going to be dealt with by He Cheng, Xuesong Zi agreed. He flew down, straight towards the earthly calamity. He was someone who had knowledge. He knew that the earthly calamity contained a demon venerable, true meaning. Even if he was not a strength path or transformation path Gu Immortal, he wanted a share of it. Gu Immortals usually ventured into many paths so that they could assist their main path, who would be unhappy with a higher attainment. "You're courting death." Fang Yuan saw Xuesong Zi rushing here and shouted angrily, a ruthless light flashing in his eyes. "Merely a rank 6 immortal zombie. You dare to speak such words?" Xuesong Zi snorted in disdain. He rapidly got closer. In his first battle with He Cheng, Fang Yuan focused on retreating to escape from the place. Thus, he did not reveal his true battle strength. He Cheng and Xuesong Zi analyzed the situation and assumed that Fang Yuan's 2-movement immortal Gu were lent to him by other Gu immortals. Even though Fang Yuan's strength path Phantom Army was fighting against the earthly calamity intensely. First, the earthly calamity was already half destroyed. Second, wide-range killer move were very common. Third, most immortal zombies' battle strength was lower than ordinary Gu immortals. And finally, there was a rank 6 Gu immortal and a rank 7 Gu immortal on Fang Yuan's side. Xuesong Zi subconsciously underestimated Fang Yuan's threat. Xuesong Zi's speed was very fast. He was right above Fang Yuan in a moment's time. "I'll let you taste my power," he growled. He pushed with his hands and used his killer moves. Drifting Snow, Ice Mountain All, Snow Sparrow Crisis. He used 3 killer moves at once. This showed Xuesong Zi extraordinary control over manipulating Gu worms. These 3 killer moves were all attack-type killer moves. In an instant, intense winds blew as snow blew in the air. Countless snowflakes gathered into birds. They moved fluidly in the intense wind and snow, with much spiritualism. There were thousands of them. 20 to 30 icicles that were the size of mountains were covered in sharp spikes as they flew towards Fang Yuan, trying to pierce through his body. Fang Yuan laughed coldly. He waved his hand and the myriad army moved. Myriad self moved with courage. Their shouts overwhelmed the heavens. Everywhere the army went, ice mountains collapsed, snow sparrows cried, and the snow stopped. "Eh?" Xuesong Zi's expression changed. Only after fighting did he realize the truly fearsome might of Myriad Self. Seeing that the Myriad Self army was coming for him, Xuesong Zi growled angrily as his hair stood up. Traces and traces of frost energy shot out from them. In an instant, the frost energy spread quickly and formed an ice crystal domain in the air. Battlefield killer move, Snow Domain. Towering Pine Tree, Icy Hair Dragon Stream. Xuesong Zi growled, using 2 defensive killer moves at once. Immediately, pine trees grew in the snow domain. From nothingness, they grew, becoming large trees with high density. The branches tied the trees together, forming many thick walls of defense. As for his long snow-white hair, they extended and gave off a dragon's cry in the air. The long hair turned into dozens of dragon-shaped ice, coiling around his body and forming a castle-like defense, with Xuesong Zi protected tightly in the most center. However, when Myriad Self army charged over, pine trees collapsed, and ice dragons shattered. The snow domain lasted for a moment before breaking apart. An immortal killer move. Who in the world is this immortal zombie? Xuesong Zi's expression was pale. His eyes showed panic as he retreated quickly, even faster than when he came. He was in a pathetic state. At the same time, He Chang and Fairy Li Shan had engaged in intense battle. The battle of the two had reached the climax right from the start. He Chang used Dark Arrow Immortal Goo to its limits, shooting 3 dark arrows into the pear orchard, flying around and trying to locate Fairy Li Shan's true hiding place. In the pear orchard, it was dense with vegetation, and pear blossoms fell from the trees. The roots were tangled together and growing, as hundreds of sunflower king lotus appeared. As the lotus opened, beams of burning light shot towards He Chang. He Chang's body shuddered. Dark liquid oozed out of his black robe, dyeing the area around him black. This was also a battlefield killer move called Dark Veil. In the Dark Veil, black balls were shot out, pouring down like rain. The black balls slammed into the pear orchard, forming huge pitch-black spirals. This was the killer move that He Lulan used in the Imperial Court contest Dark Vortex. The Dark Vortex expanded, corroding the trees and flowers, causing huge holes to form in the pear orchard. Meanwhile, the heated beams of sunlight also tore open some areas of the Dark Veil. As the two continued to attack, the light beams fell in quantity, while the number of dark vortexes increased. He Chang quickly gained the upper hand. As expected of a famous rank 7 Gu immortal expert in Northern Plains. Found it. He Chang's eyes shone brightly. He laughed sinisterly as he used his investigative killer move, finding out Fairy Li Shan's figure in the pear orchard. He immediately used Dark Arrow Immortal Goo to its limit, as 3 dark arrows shot out into the air, towards its target. The pear orchard went into action. Countless tree roots stretched out, moved and coiled around like dragons. They desperately blocked these 3 arrows. At the crucial moment, Fairy Li Shan was gritted her teeth, her eyes bright as a lamp. She shouted in her heart, "Earth Flower Lotus Burial!" The ground exploded loudly, as a huge man-eating flower appeared at lightning speed. The man-eating flower opened its mouth, swallowing a dark arrow. Next, the entire man-eating flower's size shrunk. It was less than half of its original mass, but it could trap the dark arrow temporarily. He Chang snorted. His gaze was shining as the swallowed dark arrow was trying to escape, forming a sharp pointed bulge in the man-eating flower's surface. But next, more man-eating flowers appeared from the ground. The second man-eating flower ate the first man-eating flower, shrinking after that. The third man-eating flower ate the second man-eating flower. Repeating the process, after 17 to 18 man-eating flowers were summoned, He Chang's connection to this dark arrow fell by at least 30%. He Chang knew that this dark arrow could not escape in the short run. His attention was on his 2 remaining arrows. Fairy Li Shan's expression was pale. She shouted lowly, "Fading heavenly flower!" A large number of pear blossoms flew. They were pure as white snow. They floating in the air and turned into light specks. The dark arrow's speed was fast, but the great number of light specks were all over the sky. During the process of the arrow's flight, it was stained. Hot sparks developed on the dark arrow, which was covered in light specks. White spots appeared on the dark arrow, causing its speed and power to fall. He Chang snorted. He knew the other party was well prepared. He was openly being targeted by his enemies in the dark. Everyone knew about this immortal Gu dark arrow. Thus his attack was countered. But he was not to be trifled with, even though he did not develop an immortal killer move using Dark Arrow Immortal Goo as the core Goo. He had been trying and had obtained several mortal killer moves that could cause changes to the dark arrows. He Chang stared with his eyes, using a set of mortal Goo in his immortal aperture. The 2 dark arrows changed directions, meeting in the air and fusing, becoming one again. After fusing, the dark arrow was darker without a single light speck. It regained its former speed and power. The dark arrow shot like lightning, stabbing into a huge trunk in pear orchard. In He Chang's field of vision, Fairy Li Shan was hiding in this tree trunk. But at the next moment, Fairy Li Shan's voice came from the other side. "You fell for it, He Chang." Tree flower sheds tears. A bright flower bloomed in the tree trunk. As thick nectar oozed out from the center of the flower, it was extremely fragrant. Dark arrow hid in wooden puppet that resembled Fairy Li Shan. The nectar spread and covered this dark arrow completely. Thereafter, The nectar solidified, becoming like amber as it sealed the dark arrow inside. Hey Chung, today, you will definitely fail. Fairy Lishan's body was on top of a tree crown. Although she was pale and perspiring profusely, her eyes were bright and her aura was strong. Hei Cheng's great strength was highly attributed to the dark arrow Immortal Gu. This was an attack-type Immortal Gu. Fairy Lishan only had a mountain pledge Gu. She could not face it head-on. She could only exert her methods and use 3 mortal killer moves to seal the dark arrows. After the dark arrows were sealed, Hei Cheng lost his strongest means of attacking. Really? You think that's all I have? Hei Cheng stood in the dark veil, looking down at Fairy Lishan as he showed a mocking smile towards Fairy Lishan. Under Fairy Lishan's supervision, he stretched out his arm, opening his palm and revealing a black pearl. This black pearl was about the size of a rice bowl. It was black and shiny, like a black crystal. On the surface of this translucent pearl, one could see a boar-shaped animal sleeping inside. Fairy Lishan saw this pearl and her eyes immediately enlarged. She showed a shocked and scared expression. This is Dark Prison? Hei Cheng nodded slightly. That's right. This is my Hei tribe's rank 6 Immortal Gu house, Dark Prison. His voice was monotone, but it contained a feeling of pride. Hei Cheng was not Hei tribe's supreme first elder, but to ensure that this trip had no accidents, he paid a huge price and borrowed this item from Hei tribe's supreme first elder. This is bad. Fairy Lishan's heart sank to rock bottom. Dark Prison was a beast stable. Trapped inside was the ancient desolate beast Sharp Tusk Boar. If it was summoned, Fairy Lishan would be in deep trouble. Be it Pear Orchard, Earth Flower Lotus Burial, Fading Heavenly Flower, or Tree Flower Sheds Tears, these were all mortal killer move. In order to deal with Hei Cheng's Dark Arrow Immortal Gu, Fairy Lishan had thought through it carefully and devised 3 killer moves that could temporarily seal the dark arrows. But because of this, her mind was worn out and her head was hurting. Although she had the Pear Orchard battlefield, she had fallen into a disadvantage against Hei Cheng's Dark Veil. She could only hang on and pray that Hei Lulan's tribulation would finish soon, to come over and assist her. However, Sharp Tusk Boar was an ancient desolate beast. Destroying the Pear Orchard was as easy as stomping on a garden. Once Pear Orchard was destroyed, the 3 flower moves that relied on Pear Orchard would weaken greatly. The dark arrows would escape. If that happens, all the effort I put in earlier would go to waste. Fairy Lishan gritted her teeth. But right at this moment, she heard a warning from Tai by Yun Sheng. Be careful. Of what? Fairy Lishan looked back, seeing that a dark arrow had secretly flew over. It was 30 centimeters away from her. What? But I made arrangements around here. Fairy Lishan was shocked, but it was too late. The dark arrow flew over, piercing into her forehead, through her skull, and coming out of the back of her head. Little ant! Hei Lulan screamed. She had finally digested all 3 chi and had recovered her mobility. But the moment she opened her eyes, she saw that the relative that had always taken good care of her was killed by a dark arrow piercing her skull, dying a terrible death. It's over. Hei Cheng kept the ball-shaped dark prison. Fairy Lishan had only sealed 2 dark arrows. When the 2 arrows combined earlier, Hei Cheng had secretly shot out a 3rd dark arrow. Using the dark prison to attract Fairy Lishan's attention, he secretly utilized several mortal killer moves. Together with Dark Arrow, he took down all of the defenses around Fairy Lishan. However, at the next moment, a flash of light shot over. As Fairy Lishan returned to the state a moment ago, her injuries were gone and her skull was intact. Immortal Gu Man as before. Far away, Tai by Yun Sheng breathed roughly as he said, So close, I almost failed to make it. Hei Cheng's pupils shrunk. His anger was rising. He was not furious that Tai by Yun Sheng had ruined his battle result, but he was angry at Xuesong Zi for not doing his best. They had agreed that he would kill Fairy Lishan while Xuesong Zi would kill Tai by Yun Sheng and the immortal zombie who was Fang Yuan. But the result was, Tai by Yun Sheng could interfere in his battle. Xuesong Zi. Hei Cheng gritted his teeth. He looked at the battlefield far away. But what Hei Cheng saw was, Xuesong Zi's robe was tattered. He was escaping with an expression of fear. His long hair had become much shorter, he was almost bald. His face was bruised. A part of it was swollen and his body was covered in blood. One of his arm was hanging on his body. The bone had fractured. He Cheng's pupils could not help but contract. Xuesong Zi had healing goo in his possession. For goo immortals, a fracture was not a heavy injury. But the point was, the opponent gave Xuesong Zi absolutely no time to heal his fracture. This, exactly how strong was the enemy? As if answering his question, the Strength Path Phantom Army numbering over 200,000 shouted and caused a tremor in heaven and earth. They were a huge mob, even thicker than the tribulation cloud in the sky, chasing after Xuesong Zi alone. This was simply bullying. Even this rank 7 Gu immortal He Cheng frowned deeply. What is going on? Why have these Strength Path Phantoms not been destroyed yet? In fact, even more are appearing. After that, he saw that half the Phantom Army was charging towards him. He Cheng snorted coldly. He willed and several mortal killer moves were activated together. 1000 Demon Rampage, Dark Fire, Black Windbreak, Kill. The myriad self-army charged. In several breaths of time, the demons were crying, the dark fire dimmed, and the black winds dissipated. He Cheng, who had always been confident and relaxed, finally changed his expression. This power. This is an immortal killer move. This immortal zombie that looks inconspicuous has the highest battle strength. The myriad self-army pressed forth, charging into He Cheng's dark veil battlefield fearlessly. The pitch-black battlefield that occupied half the sky was quickly smashed and taken down. It resembled the clothing of a beggar, extremely tattered. He Cheng's eyes twitched. He had to retreat. He was handsome and elegant. Even when he retreated, he still kept his cool. His arms were like butterflies fluttering in the sky, activating mortal killer moves one after another. But this could not stop the advancement of the myriad self-army. Just like a humongous tide, no matter how powerful his mortal killer moves were, they were like rocks in front of a tsunami or weak little fish. They were all swept away and devoured mercilessly. He Cheng squinted his eyes. His expression turned grim. He finally understood how Xuesong Zi felt, facing the myriad self-army. He was a great rank 7 Gu immortal, a famous expert in northern plains, but now he felt a sense of helplessness and weakness. The army had formed into an overwhelming size. It was unstoppable. This immortal killer move. Even if I use Dark Prison and release the sharp tusk boar, I will not be its match. He Cheng retreated under the pressure of the army. Under this situation, if He Cheng wanted to turn the situation around, he would need to kill Fong Yuan's main body using dark arrows. But 2 dark arrows were already trapped by Fairy Li Shan. The remaining one could do nothing to Fong Yuan, who had Immortal Gu worldly wave trace. This lunatic. How many beads of immortal essence did he use? He Cheng cursed in his heart. His eyes were fixed on Fong Yuan, who was on the ground. Fong Yuan absorbed another trace of the demon venerable intent. Sensing He Cheng's dangerous gaze, he looked back and gave He Cheng a smile of disdain. At the same time, a large portion of the army charged towards He Cheng. This fellow. He Cheng finally showed a trace of nervousness. Being pincer attacked by 2 armies, he could only dodge in the sky. Even after he used countless mortal killer moves, he could only halt the army's advancement slightly. At this moment, the situation had become 2 Gu immortals were being chased down by Fong Yuan alone. Good job, junior brother. Fairy Li Shan stood on the tree crown. Seeing this, her expression froze slightly. She did not expect the situation to become like this. Over at Fong Yuan's side, he had finally destroyed the earthly calamity and obtained all of the true meaning infusion. His strength path attainment was still Grandmaster Realm. It did not break through again. But his transformation path attainment rose to become a transformation master. As for his flying attainment, it also grew significantly. He broke through master level and reached quasi-grandmaster realm. But Fong Yuan was not satisfied. He said to He Lulan, "Quickly, don't you have small family Chi-Gu? Release all of the collected earth Chi. We might attract more earthly calamity." Everyone heard this and were speechless. He Lulan rolled her eyes. After the infusion of the 3 chi, the essence of her life had been elevated. She had transcended mortals and became a goo immortal. Her body was purified in all aspects. Even the heavy injury in her eye sockets had healed completely. I have to keep these small family chi goo to refine immortal goo. Time is limited. Let's retreat. He Lulan rejected Fang Yuan's suggestion and shouted. Fang Yuan licked his lips, unsatisfied. But since she did not agree, there was nothing he could do. Everyone gathered and entered Fang Yuan's immortal aperture. Fang Yuan looked at the icy plain battlefield longingly, using fixed immortal travel at long last. 3 breaths later, he vanished, returning to snowy mountain blessed land. We're letting him leave? Shuesong Zi and He Cheng gathered. He Cheng's brows rose. He said coldly. Even if I have instant pause, can you break through the defense of these strength path phantoms? Shuesong Zi looked at the remaining myriad self-army in the battlefield and was unable to say a word. In the quiet room at the 3rd branch peak of Snowy Mountain, it was fine weather outside. Clear blue sky, refreshing air and tall white snowy mountains combined to form a tranquil and boundless view. The fragrance of tea filled the quiet room. Fang Yuan was gasping as he lay down with his body full of injuries. Thin streams of zombie blood flowed out from the wounds and accumulated on the ground. However, he did not care and also did not feel any pain. 7 minutes had gone by already since he had closed his eyes to rest. Besides him, there were 3 others in the quiet room. Tai Bai Yun Shang was standing next to Fang Yuan, quickly moving his hands, emitting rays of black light that were healing Fang Yuan's injuries. Fairy Li Shan was sitting at her old spot beside the window, absent-mindedly brewing tea, while most of her attention was focused on He Lulan who was beside her. He Lulan was sitting cross-legged with her eyes closed. Her face looked solemn and respectful like a jade statue. There were 3 steps in immortal ascension. Shattering the aperture, receiving chi and releasing goo. She had completed the first 2 steps when undergoing tribulation in the icy plain. And after returning to the quiet room using fixed immortal travel, she had started the 3rd step. With her foundation, the creation of her immortal aperture was a settled matter. Right now, she was probably refining immortal goo in her immortal aperture and resisting the heavenly tribulation and earthly calamity formed in there. By the looks of it, she was going to complete this step alone and did not want an outsider's help. However, if there was any problem, He Lulan would immediately ask for help. Fang Yuan, Fairy Li Shan and Tai Bai Yun Shang would have to quickly enter He Lulan's immortal aperture and resist the heavenly tribulation and earthly calamity. By the time the tea was boiling and gurgling, He Lulan let out a breath of turbid air and slowly opened her eyes. This movement immediately attracted the other 3's gazes. Fairy Li Shan stopped brewing and placed the teapot down in a hurry, asking in concern, "Success?" He Lulan nodded. Fairy Li Shan took a deep breath. Her eyes reddened as she spoke in a choked voice filled with excitement and relief. "Little Lan, you have the great strength, true martial physique, and now have succeeded in becoming an immortal. You possess a super-grade blessed land and have extraordinary potential. Truly, after a dark cloud comes a clear sky. If Sister knew of this in the afterlife, she would certainly be happy." When an ordinary Gu master advanced to Gu Immortal, their blessed land could be classified into one of 3 grades: high, middle, or low. When one of the 10 extreme physiques advanced to Gu Immortal, they would be taking an enormous risk and naturally would have bigger gains. If their immortal ascension succeeded, their blessed land would be a super-grade blessed land. High-grade blessed lands were formed with a size of 4,700 square kilometers to 6,000 square kilometers, drew in a large tributary of the River of Time and created over 30 beads of immortal essence. There would be plenty of heaven and earth chi remaining which could mutually interact and refine the vital goo and core goo into immortal goo. Super-grade blessed lands were even larger with a territory of over 6,700 square kilometers. The tributary of the River of Time it drew in would be gigantic and the amount of green grape immortal essence created would surpass 50 beads. If there was nothing unexpected, it could create at least 2 immortal goo. He Lulan appeared tranquil. "I have succeeded in advancing to Gu Immortal but have yet to kill that old scumbag. Her indifferent tone contained a deep and piercing hatred. Hey Lulan, I hate to be blunt, but the chances of killing Hei Chang with only the four of us, even if he is alone, are rather low. Tai Baiyun Sheng coughed and said, Right, defeating a Gu Immortal is easy, but killing is another thing altogether. Fang Yuan heaved a deep sigh as he stood up. The injuries on his body had essentially healed. Previously, in his battle with Gu Immortal Plump Lady in Western Desert, he had obtained superiority, but Plump Lady had still escaped. This time, he battled Hei Chang and Xuesong Zi. His phantom army had taken the lead and were able to wreak havoc, but they couldn't trap the two Gu Immortals and could only let them retreat safely. Myriad Self was strong, but there was nothing to be done about it if the enemy did not engage you head-on. Gu Immortals were smart and knew to avoid the enemy's strong points. In truth, Fang Yuan's second battle with Hei Chang could only be considered a draw. It was true that Fang Yuan had the upper hand, but it was hard to maintain this dominance for long. If the time was stretched on, the strength path phantoms would dissipate and it would then be Hei Chang's turn to counterattack. This immortal killer move indeed could build up to a big advantage, but not to the extent of being at complete dominance against Hei Chang. Thus, when Hei Lulan said to retreat, Fang Yuan did not oppose. He stopped at the right time and activated fixed immortal travel, bringing them back here. Hei Lulan looked at Fang Yuan and gave a slight smile. To be able to succeed this time in resisting the enemy and allowing me to pass the tribulation is thanks to your strength. Since we are allies, we naturally need to help each other out. A sharp light flashed through Fang Yuan's eyes. He helped Hei Lulan this time, and when Immortal Crane Sect attacks who Immortal Blessed Land later, they would also have to help Fang Yuan according to the alliance agreement. It involved reciprocity in mutual benefits for both sides. According to the previous agreement, here is small family Qi Gu's recipe. Also, of the 30 immortal essence stones I lent, you only need to return half. Fairy Li Shan spoke. She by now had a hint of Fang Yuan's nature, only tangible benefits matched his tastes. Fang Yuan accepted the recipe for small family Qi Gu, then sighed. In this battle, I won and also lost, consuming over 60 green grape immortal essence. The 15 immortal essence stones I owe you, I am afraid it might take some time for me to return them. Fairy Li Shan was in a good mood because of Hei Lulan's success in advancing. She immediately stated, No need to hurry, whenever your circumstances are better, you can return them to me and I also won't collect any interest on them. Also, didn't you ask us about wisdom path inheritances? Could it be that you have some clues? Fang Yuan was pleasantly surprised. Fairy Li Shan slowly said, There is a clue. You are also aware of Northern Plains number 1 Wisdom Path Gu Immortal, Dong Fang Chong Fan's death some months ago. He left behind an intact Wisdom Path inheritance for his successor, Dongfang Yuliang, but Dongfang Yuliang is only immortal and it will be hard for him to preserve a Gu Immortal inheritance, especially when this inheritance is a Wisdom Path inheritance. According to the tip-off, Dong Fang Chong Fan has placed this Wisdom Path inheritance in a hidden place and even Dong Fang tribe's other Gu Immortals don't know about its exact position. Only Dongfang Yuliang holds the key clue. Even though just before his death, Dong Fang Chong Fan had formed a non-aggression pact with Huang Jin tribes and other super forces. However, he had not formed an agreement with Demonic Path Gu Immortals. His capability had not reached the point where it could sweep through both righteous and demonic. Dong Fang Chong Fan's Wisdom Path inheritance had already attracted the covetous gazes of many Demonic Path Gu Immortals. Even Dong Fang tribe's other Gu Immortals had some thoughts on it. Thus, Dong Fang Chong Fan made these arrangements, completely hiding his Wisdom Path inheritance and leaving it to only his approved successor, Dong Fang Yuliang. Fang Yuan was forced to think, I have the Wisdom Path Immortal Gu Delight in water and mountain, but my use of it is crude at best and I am unable to display the essence of Wisdom Path. Treasure Yellow Heaven has Wisdom Path Gu Worms on sale, but a complete Wisdom Path inheritance would never be on sale. Wisdom Path Gu Worms are easy to obtain while Wisdom Path inheritances are rather hard to get. If I can obtain this complete Wisdom Path inheritance, I believe I will be able to use fewer wills and thoughts to deduce more items. Dong Fang Chong Fan was the number 1 Gu Immortal of Wisdom Path in Northern Plains while he was alive. His inheritance would naturally arouse Fang Yuan's interest. But lying in front of Fang Yuan was a superforce, the Colossus Dongfang tribe. Dongfang tribe had lost Dongfang Changfan, but it still had several Gu immortals to maintain the situation. On the contrary, Fang Yuan had just been in an intense battle with He Chang and spent most of his green grape immortal essence. It was not possible for him to display the same mighty presence of the myriad self-army in a short while. Right now, many demonic path Gu immortals have already allied in secret to conspire for Dongfang Changfan's wisdom path inheritance. Back when Dongfang Changfan was alive, both the righteous and demonic path of Northern Plains suffered losses from him. Many were schemed against and suffered setbacks under his hands. Reportedly, his successor Dongfang Yuliang has talents and aptitude as strong as Dongfang Changfan's. Most of Northern Plains Gu immortals are not willing to see a second Dongfang Changfan. Fairy Li Shan continued. Several months ago, some demonic path Gu immortals already sought me out to use my mountain pledge Gu to reach a temporary alliance in their scheme for the wisdom path inheritance. But I had already made an alliance agreement with Dongfang Changfan by then and could not make any moves against Dongfang tribe. Fang Yuan, if you want, I can act as go-between and let you join this alliance. They would have a lot more detailed information and will be of great help to you when you contend for the inheritance. Fang Yuan did not refuse but also did not immediately agree. I need some time to consider. There is no hurry. He Lulan said. Right now, the biggest news in Northern Plains is the matter of Qin Baishang capturing Ma Hongyun and Zhao Lianyun, holding the essence of the luck path true inheritance. This matter has already caused a commotion among most of the Gu immortals of Northern Plains. Even those rank 8 old monsters are said to have come out of their seclusions. He Lulan revealed a ridiculing expression. Qin Baishang is a rank 7 Gu immortal, an expert among lone cultivators, having overpowering metal path battle strength and even being somewhat stronger than that old scoundrel He Chang. But this luck path true inheritance is a thorny matter. Almost all of Northern Plains Gu immortals are looking to deal with him. Right now, Gu immortals from all around are rushing over, while Qin Baishang is a lone force and even though he occupies a blessed land, there will be countless difficulties for him in resisting these assaults. His life will certainly be quite hard. A cold light vaguely flashed in Fang Yuan's eyes before he muttered. We are the survivors of the wind veil of assimilation. Ma Hongyun and Zhao Lianyun were also involved in the event. Although they escaped early, they know about us and are barriers for us to move freely in Northern Plains. Since the destruction of Imperial Court Blessed Land and the collapse of 88 Truyang Building, formless hands had carried many immortal Gu to all parts of Northern Plains, causing chaos, commotion and frequent battles in the world of Northern Plains Gu immortals. Afterwards, when most of the escaped wild immortal Gu had been captured, the situation had calmed somewhat. Now, however, the news of Qin Baishang capturing Ma and Zhao caused undercurrents revolving around Qin Baishang to surge in Northern Plains, and the luck path true inheritance slowly formed tiny waves. As time passed, these tiny waves would definitely evolve into a huge storm that would engulf the whole of Northern Plains. Fang Yuan, compared to other Gu immortals, had much more reason to be involved in this. However, his current strength appeared rather weak in front of such an enormous storm. Without speaking any further, Fang Yuan took his leave and returned to Hu Immortal Blessed Land alone. Tai Bai Yunshang remained here to heal He Lulan. He Lulan had passed the tribulation of her immortal Gu. Her immortal aperture was in ruins and required Tai Bai Yunshang's landscape as before. He Tribe, Iron Eagle Blessed Land. This was He Tribe's base camp. The Blessed Land was huge and extensive. It was small at the bottom and large at the top. Because of He Tribe's first-generation ancestors' unique specialties, Iron Eagle Blessed Land had little land, but the higher up in the air one went, the larger the space. A sky that greatly exceeded that of ordinary blessed lands had countless circular wooden eagle nests floating in it. These eagle nests were like small hills. Innumerable iron eagles rested in them. The cries of eagles resounded endlessly. When a group of eagles flew, vast numbers of them traveled in formation. It was a spectacular view. At the highest part of this blessed land, there was a garden. The garden's artificial mountain had a pavilion on it. In the pavilion, for Supreme Elders of He tribe were sitting around a square stone table. They had differing expressions. First Supreme Elder had a solemn expression. Second Supreme Elder was shutting his eyes and resting. Third Supreme Elder was thinking with a troubled expression. Fourth Supreme Elder's face was full of sweat. The atmosphere was heavy. It was like the calm before the storm. My dear Lord Third Elder, how long are you going to continue thinking? Fourth Supreme Elder urged with an impatient tone. Rush, 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 you only know how to rush me. Don't you know this is a crucial moment? At this point, if I make the wrong move, my dozens of years of hard work would go down the drain. Third Supreme Elder yapped away, his emotions becoming even more agitated. He looked at First Supreme Elder in front of him, before looking at Second Supreme Elder to the left. Both of them had unchanging expressions. Third Supreme Elder could not discern anything from their faces, and the pressure in his heart intensified. Right at this time, a figure slowly rose from below, quickly approaching this pavilion. He tribe's Second Supreme Elder opened a slit in each of his eyes, saying slowly, "Oh, He Chang is back." He Chang entered the pavilion and paid respects to the 4 Supreme Elders. These 4 Supreme Elders had deeper foundations than him in both status and cultivation. But with regards to battle strength, it was unknown until they fought seriously. But within the tribe, Immortal would spar at most. How could they fight seriously? Furthermore, in righteous path forces, other than Central Continent sex system, the other 4 regions looked at bloodline and seniority within their clans and tribes. Even if He Chang had higher battle strength, he would still need to respect them as a junior when he sees these 4 Supreme Elders. First Elder, this is Dark Prison. I am returning it now. He Chang took out the rank 6 Immortal Gu House and returned it to First Supreme Elder after paying respects to them. First Supreme Elder took the Immortal Gu House Dark Prison, exclaiming, "You did not use Dark Prison? It seems your operation was very successful?" Saying this, First Supreme Elder's gaze was still fixed on the stone table. He was only asking He Chang casually. He Chang laughed. "It was very fortunate. This time the trip was smooth sailing. We have successfully suppressed Chao tribe." Chao tribe was a large-sized tribe, because all of He tribe's members inside Imperial Court Blessed Land had perished. Chao tribe, which was under them, had become tempted to try and leave their control. Chao tribe's Gu Immortal, Chao Dong, became an immortal due to my guidance back then. It has only been a few decades. His loyalty has wavered, Second Supreme Elder said plainly. Therefore, this time I struck and taught that Chao Dong a lesson. Within 5 years, there should be no issues. He Chang laughed calmly. The suppression of Chao tribe was an excuse He Chang had prepared long ago. He Chang wanted to deal with his own daughter, He Lulan. This was not a righteous thing to do. He could only do it secretly. He had planned to use Dark Prison to suppress He Lulan, preventing her from self-detonating. But he could not directly say this to the First Supreme Elder. Thus, he used Chao tribe as an excuse, saying, in order to prevent any accidents when suppressing Chao tribe, he borrowed Dark Prison. 5 years. Second Supreme Elder chuckled, shaking his head. Northern Plains is in a complete mess now. Truyong building collapsed. The culprit has not been found. Wild Immortal Gu have been appearing constantly. All the different forces are fighting intensely. Especially now, Qin Baishang's incident is becoming more heated. This involves Giant Sun's inheritance. Even those rank 8 old fossils are getting ready to strike. Fourth Supreme Elder sighed. Truyong building collapsed. Imperial Court Blessed Land was destroyed as well. The Imperial Court contest has lost its meaning. What do we do from now on? All of the Huang Jin tribes. What procedures will they follow? We have no idea. He Chang understood their intentions after hearing this. He lowered his head. Junior understands. I will be more strict in handling the tribes, especially Chao tribe, Hua tribe, and Zhua tribe, these 3 vassals. That's right, this time, the entirety of He tribe died inside Imperial Court Blessed Land. There cannot be no display of He tribe in Northern Plains. He Chang, go out into the Blessed Land and pick carefully. Bring a portion of the tribesmen out and rebuild He tribe in Northern Plains. Third Supreme Elder thought about his tough problem as he gave his view on this matter. Yes, don't worry, third elder. I have already started preparing. In half a month, Northern Plains He tribe will be rebuilt. He Ching answered. All right, let He Chung handle the matters of the mortal tribe affairs, we have no worries. Third Supreme Elder, if you have the time to care about this, why don't you decide on the problem ahead? What tile are you playing? Fourth Supreme Elder urged. Third Supreme Elder's gaze flickered, he was very hesitant. But he finally gritted his teeth and made up his mind, playing a tile. At the same time, he called out, 3 Tiao! Immediately, all the other elders had differing expressions. First Supreme Elder could not stay serious anymore. He laughed loudly, flipping over his tiles. Haha, I won! Arg! Third Supreme Elder patted his leg with much force. He grabbed his snow-white beard as he sighed. If I knew, I would not have played 3 Tiao, but 6 Yuan instead. After hearing this, Second Supreme Elder stared with his eyes wide open. He turned over his own tiles, saying to Supreme Third Elder, then play 6 Yuan. My set could have won with either 4 Yuan or 6 Yuan. Alright, enough, stop arguing. Quickly make the deal. I'm waiting to recoup my losses. Fourth Supreme Elder said impatiently. Here. This is the goo recipe that I researched after spending 30 years. Third Supreme Elder admitted his loss. He slammed one east window goo on the table in front of First Supreme Elder. First Supreme Elder took the east window goo. Alright, let's go to the next round. Same rules, we are not to use any goo worms to cheat. We will state the wager first. I have 2 Immortal Essence Stones. Ancient goo recipe of Crescent Moon goo. 20 pieces of Grey Heart Rock. A group of Dragon Eye Fish. There is a Fish Emperor included. Swish, swish, swish. 8 arms swept around the stone table, shuffling the tiles. He Chung was silently standing at the side. He was very used to these 4 He tribe Supreme Elders' gambling habits. The game they were playing was called Quartet Sparrow Battle Tactic. It was invented by a mortal genius back in earlier years of He tribe, mainly to bootlick the First Supreme Elder. After First Supreme Elder obtained it, he had been playing it daily with the other 3 Supreme Elders, competing and engaging in battle. He tribe's external affairs were almost all handled by He Chung. Then, Elders, Junior will take his leave. He Chung said. Go, go. The Supreme Elders waved their hands. They had started assembling their hand tiles as they replied to him half-heartedly. A group of iron eagles flew outside the pavilion. They were screeching as suddenly. The eagle group spread and 3 desolate eagles appeared, with battle strength equivalent to rank 6. One was a dragon eagle with a powerful aura, while the other 2 were iron crown eagles having great spirit. Shoo shoo. Third Supreme Elder waved his sleeves unhappily. So noisy. Hee hee. First Supreme Elder had a kind and merciful smile. He waved his sleeves and a lot of food was sprinkled in the air. The eagle group made happy cries, fighting for the food in the air. He Chung left Iron Eagle Blessed Land, flying towards the southwest direction. After flying for several minutes, he met Xue Songzi. Xue Songzi had rested sufficiently. He no longer looked as pathetic as before, but he sighed when he saw He Chung. The situation has become troublesome. I just obtained some information. Do you know which force has control of fixed immortal travel immortal goo? He Chung replied. You want to say, Immortal Crane Sect of Central Continent's 10 ancient sects? You already knew? When? Xuesong Zi was slightly unhappy. He Lulan snorted coldly. Not too long ago. Earlier. Dong Fongchong Fan deduced that 88 True Yang Buildings matter was related to Central Continent. Now, He Lulan has a mysterious immortal zombie around her that controls fixed immortal travel. They are likely the same batch of people. Xuesong Zi's eyes narrowed. He fell into silence. Honestly speaking, this information caught him off guard. He originally thought that they were dealing with a small mortal woman. To think that such a huge force like Immortal Crane Sect was involved now. Although he had joined Snowy Mountain, this was only a loose alliance. Demonic Path Gu Immortals were usually selfish and only cared about self-interest. They were not as united as the Righteous Path. He Cheng's predicament was very awkward as well. Although he was a He tribe Gu Immortal, Something as shameless as targeting his own daughter could not be known to everyone. Even though many righteous path Gu immortals were two-faced and usually acted differently in public, they at least appeared righteous to the world. He Cheng's matter could not be exposed. Thus he could only act alone. Even dark prison had to be borrowed using an excuse. Humph, I wanted to kill a cat, but to think I messed with a tiger. Hey Cheng, I don't care. Since your secret is in my hands, I want 500 immortal essence stones. Give me a copy of the Inyang life extension method as well. Shui Songzi broke the silence. His expression was ruthless. He was not sincerely working with He Cheng in the first place. After realizing that Fang Yuan and others had deep backgrounds, he wanted to retreat now. A cold light flashed in He Cheng's eyes. He stared at Shui Songzi as he said slowly, "You know my situation. If you force me, at most, both of us will go down, you will get nothing. You, aren't you afraid?" Humph. If I cannot catch He Lulan, I cannot gain lifespan. I am about to die. Why would I care about reputation? Shui Songzi was shivering in fury after hearing He Cheng's unscrupulous words. His eyes were bloodshot. Who could have thought that the Grand Lord He Cheng is actually like this? He Cheng shrugged nonchalantly. Hehe. Think what you want. Shui Songzi, you were too naive. At this point, do you think you can keep out of this matter? He Lulan takes revenge very seriously. She has Fairy Li Shan backing her. Do you think Snowy Mountain would care about you, the 7th Peaks branch head, as opposed to the 3rd leader? There is something else I want to tell you. Central Continent's Gu immortals are ready to strike. The 10 great ancient sects have created an allied force to charge into Northern Plains. Right now, the entirety of Northern Plains is in chaos. I'm sure that with Fairy Li Shan's skills, it would not be hard for her to use the Central Continent Gu immortals as an excuse to indirectly kill you. That does not violate the Snowy Mountain Union Pact, right? Shui Songzi's expression paled. Hey Cheng, you are actually threatening me. Rub me the wrong way, and I will make sure all your dirty deeds are known by the whole world. Shui Songzi was furious. He Cheng sneered. Go ahead, do it quickly. Truthfully speaking, Su Xian'er was your Snowy Mountains pawn, intentionally arranged to get close to me and infiltrate He tribe's higher level. The so-called Su Xian's night elopement is no more than a conspiracy. Not long later, Su tribe was annihilated. Did you think it was my He tribe that had a hand in it? Humph. You guys from Snowy Mountain did it to conclude matters for Su Xian'er, clearing away all the traces. What? This? Why haven't I heard of it? Shui Songzi showed an incredulous look upon hearing this astonishing piece of news. What would you know? You are only the owner of the 7th branch peak. The higher levels of Snowy Mountain always has only had 3 decision-makers. I know you don't believe me, but I have conclusive proof. He Cheng took out an East Window Gu and threw it to Shui Songzi. Shui Songzi took the East Window Gu and cast his consciousness into it. A while later, his forehead was filled with cold sweat. He Cheng gazed at the sky and heaved a long sigh, revealing a bleak look. Back then, I was publicly recognized as a Gu immortal seed, but it was because I was ignorant at my young age that I fell into the conspiracy. Su Xian's night elopement? Su Xian's night elopement is nothing more than a meticulously planned conspiracy for the demonic and righteous paths to infiltrate each other. I married Su Xian'er, we had Lulan. I truly thought the days would keep on passing by blissfully. However, one day, a Gu immortal suddenly appeared before me and threw the conclusive evidence to me. And what you are looking at is only a portion of this evidence. How can this be? How can this be? Shui Songzi mumbled. This evidence turned everything upside down. Even if He Cheng used the Inyang life extension method to scheme against his own wife, this was actually a matter of enmity between righteous and demonic. He Cheng's action of taking down his family when justice demanded it would not create reproach but instead be praised and admired. You set me up. You set me up. Shui Songzi pointed at He Cheng in extreme fury. He had thought he was the one holding the initiative by having a handle on He Cheng, but he had never expected to be instead entrapped by He Cheng. Shui Songzi naively followed He Cheng to hunt He Lulan and battle Fairy Li Shan, causing his current worrying plight. He Lulan, Fairy Li Shan as well as Central Continent's ancient sect force became a shadow that refused to leave Xuesong Zi's mind. He Cheng restrained his feelings and looked at Xuesong Zi. And now, I have a new piece of evidence. Do you remember when He Lulan was transcending the tribulation? How did she address Fairy Li Shan? Fairy Li Shan and Su Xian'er are likely to have a blood relation. I have Su Xian'er's blood with me and also He Lulan's blood. I will have additional conclusive proof when we confront Snowy Mountain in the future. Xuesong Zi breathed roughly before he was able to forcibly calm down. Good. He Cheng, you are truly outstanding. I had not even extorted you of a few dozens of immortal essence stones but was pulled into this messy business by you, being plunged into your trap. Right, I must acknowledge that even if you take actions against He Lulan, making every attempt to capture her, it could just be brushed off as a father educating his daughter who hopes she would be aware of her mistakes. As long as you don't use the Yinyang life extension method on He Lulan, I won't have any real handle on you. But your scheme can only stop here. You are a lone force while the other has joined hands with a Central Continent influence. He Lulan has already become a strength path extreme physique immortal. It is now even more difficult for you to capture her. He Cheng sank into silence. Xuesong Zi continued explaining, his thoughts becoming keener. My situation is worrisome, but your days also won't pass by well. You harmed Su Xian'er. He Lulan's hatred runs extremely deeply. And who is to say Central Continent's force also won't look to trouble you? Thus, you two are tied together, and you only have a hope of victory if you cooperate with my side. A female voice suddenly interrupted Xuesong Zi and He Cheng's conversation. Who is this? Xuesong Zi was truly startled. A graceful figure slowly appeared. This was a female Gu immortal who was wearing purple garments. She was charming and lovely, and her beautiful face showed a light smile. Xuesong Zi was not someone with poor knowledge, and after being dazed for a moment, he reacted. So it is Fairy Jiangyu. He then looked towards He Cheng. All of Northern Plains Gu immortals knew that Fairy Jiangyu was He Cheng's 27th concubine, who was similarly a Dark Path Gu immortal, and possessed Dark Limit immortal Gu, which could conceal inspirations and make it difficult for others to make deductions. The reason why He Lulan was able to hold on for so long, and not explode because of the great strength true martial physique, was because Fairy Jiangyu had used Dark Limit Immortal Gu to seal the aura of one of the 10 extreme physiques on He Lulan, preventing its induction within heaven and earth. However, who would have thought that upon seeing Fairy Jiangyu, He Cheng's attitude would turn extremely cold? He snorted. As expected, you came. Many years ago, when I first brought evidence regarding Su Xian's night elopement to you, I had said, I will appear when you need me. Fairy Jiangyu revealed a mysterious smile. So what do you think? Like I said before, you won't be able to capture He Lulan by just yourself. You will instead only create a bigger commotion. You can only cooperate with my side to have hope. Xuesong Zi looked at He Cheng, then at Jiangyu, his gaze traveling back and forth between them. He was shocked at how He Cheng and Jiangyu were conversing. Fairy Jiangyu's identity was not ordinary, and seemed to be a representative of a mysterious force. The reason He Cheng could know of the deceit that was Su Xian's night elopement was because of Fairy Jiangyu's notice. He Cheng lowered his eyes. Fairy Jiangyu was able to appear so close to him without being discovered. This caused He Cheng's apprehension of Jiangyu to deepen by a layer. Fairy Jiangyu was on the surface a lone cultivator of Northern Plains, and He Cheng's beloved concubine, but in truth was shrouded in a fog of mystery. He Cheng fell into deep thought. He was not at all afraid of Fang Yuan's myriad self-army, and actually had some disdain towards it inwardly. Despite not having methods to confront it head-on, Gu Immortal Combat paid attention to contests in every aspect. Just based on how the myriad self-army was not able to chase down He Cheng, its threat had heavily decreased to him. In the previous battle, if not for He Lulan's side taking the initiative to retreat, He Cheng would have no doubt occupied the upper hand when the strength path phantoms dissipated and could even turn around the situation to a victorious one. Even Xuesong Zi, who had been fleeing in disarray from the myriad self, was not worried about fighting Fang Yuan again. The reason was that myriad self was an immortal killer move. Fang Yuan's immortal essence expenditure was too high, and in spite of this it did not have true killing power. Shuesongzi could just activate mortal killer moves to resist it. After this was repeated a few times, how much more immortal essence could Fang Yuan, as an immortal zombie, still have? Once his immortal essence was expended, Shuesongzi could display his might and settle affairs with Fang Yuan. He Cheng's apprehension was towards Fang Yuan's background, to Immortal Crane Sect, and Central Continent's Gu Immortals. He also had not expected that his investigation of fixed immortal travel would involve such a colossus. Dong Fang Changfan had already deduced that the collapse of 88 Truyang Building was due to the workings of Central Continent's Gu Immortals. Central Continent's Gu Immortals could destroy even Giant Sun Immortal Venerables arrangements, let alone with the insignificant He Cheng. Like He Cheng, Shuesongzi also had similar worries. They were both scared by Fang Yuan's background. If they knew Immortal Crane Sect was thinking of every possible means to deal with Fang Yuan, they absolutely would not be this nervous. Looking at the present situation, it seems we can only have the chance of success by collaborating with your side. But before cooperating, as a fundamental part of good faith, shouldn't you tell me which force you are representing? He Cheng asked Fairy Jiangyu after pondering for a while. Fairy Jiangyu thought for a moment. She knew He Cheng was an uncompromising person. If she lied or refused, he would probably just turn around and abruptly leave. She decided to tell the truth. Well, there is no harm in telling you. The force I represent is spread throughout the 5 regions and its name is Shadow Sect. He Cheng and Shuesongzi glanced at each other. Central Continent, Hu Immortal Blessed Land. 28 green grape immortal essence and half an immortal essence stone. Fang Yuan calculated the wealth he had remaining. After going through the battle during He Lu Land's tribulation, Fang Yuan's hard-earned and accumulated funds immediately returned to their original state. Before the battle, Fang Yuan had 91 beads of green grape immortal essence, but he had activated the killer move Myriad Self close to 50 times, to form an army of nearly 500,000 strength path phantoms. During the battle, Fang Yuan repeatedly used Delight in Water and Mountain Immortal Goo, Worldly Wave Trace and other Immortal Goo, consuming over a dozen beads of green grape immortal essence. Thus, the remaining green grape immortal essence did not even total 30 beads. I still owe Fairy Lishan 15 immortal essence stones and 15 immortal essence stones to Langya Land Spirit as well. I can delay the payment to Fairy Lishan as long as necessary. But I need to return the immortal essence stones I owe to Langya Land Spirit as soon as possible. If it is delayed, the interest will only get higher. Fang Yuan's relationship with Langya Land Spirit was still only ordinary. When Langya Land Spirit lent immortal essence stones to Fang Yuan, although he did not demand an exorbitant price, but he still, as per convention, took a 10% interest. That is to say, Fang Yuan would have to return at least 16.5 immortal essence stones to Langya Land Spirit. If a month passed, another 1.5 immortal essence stone would have to be added. 2 months was 3 immortal essence stones and so on. Even if a month did not pass, he would still have to pay 1.5 immortal essence stones. This was the minimum interest. How could outsiders lend money for no reason and without any benefits? The alliance between Fang Yuan, Fairy Lishan, and the others had an agreement. When one side helps other, the price they paid would be doubly compensated. This agreement had been implemented in Fang Yuan's first battle with He Cheng. However, this time, Fang Yuan did not just pay a price, he also obtained enormous benefits. His Strength Path realm advanced to Grandmaster level, he raised Transformation Path from practically nothing to Master level, while his Flying Attainment advanced to Quasi-Grandmaster level. Adding in Small Family Chi Gu and the 15 Immortal Essence Stones exempted from the debt, these benefits had far surpassed the price Fang Yuan had paid. Thus Fairy Lishan did not compensate. Thinking back now, He Lu Lan might have intentionally set this situation up, attempting to use the Demon Venerable's realm's true meaning to make me work myself to the bone. Now that Fang Yuan recalled the situation, he felt he had fallen in He Lu Lan's scheme. If not for the Demon Venerable's true meaning, Fang Yuan absolutely would not have spent so much green grape immortal essence and formed such a large strength path phantom army. If the situation was not good, Fang Yuan could have even retreated. After all, the alliance agreement had no clause that said one had to fight till death. The Snowy Mountain Alliance was quite lenient. Fang Yuan had vaguely felt this during the battle. But this was an upright plot. Even if Fang Yuan discovered He Lulan's attempt, he would have still dived right in, because the benefits were just that great. In the underground cave, the air was filled with the rainbow-colored light of wisdom. A small mushroom forest was growing here. Wisdom goo was sprawled atop the Mushroom King at the center of the forest, not moving. Fang Yuan sat close by, using the light of wisdom to make his deductions. Afterwards, he let out a breath of foggy air. The second Immortal goo recipe has been completed. He looked at his green grape Immortal essence. He did not have much originally, only 20 or so of them. After deducing two 80% remnant recipes, he had 11 left. The third Immortal goo remnant recipe is 86% complete. 11 green grape Immortal essence beads should be enough. Fang Yuan looked at the delight in water and mountain Immortal goo. It was glistening brightly and had no issues. Many days had passed since He Lulan's tribulation. Because it was used intensely in battle, Cleanse Soul Immortal goo was hungry already, while Delight in Water and Mountain Immortal goo had been activated many times, but its condition was still good, it was not hungry. Fang Yuan felt baffled at first, but after he asked Mo Yao's will, who was in his Immortal aperture, he understood why. It turned out Mo Yao's fake will needed to be replenished constantly. Mo Yao did not have a goo to produce fake will. She used many goo worms to convert the joyful will into fake will. Thus, when she fed goo worms, the one she paid most attention to was the Delight in Water and Mountain Immortal goo. Delight in Water and Mountain Immortal goo was fed till it was completely full by Mo Yao's will. She did not feed it only when it was hungry. Thus, even though Fang Yuan was using it extensively, there was still some time until he needed to feed the Delight in Water and Mountain Immortal goo. This was evidently a good thing. After all, activating a hungry Immortal goo forcefully could cause it to die. Cleanse Soul Immortal goo was already hungry. Thus, it was much more risky for Fang Yuan to use the killer move Myriad Self. Perhaps the next time he used this Immortal killer move, Cleanse Soul Immortal goo would be destroyed in the process. Deducing Immortal goo recipes was Fang Yuan's most important source of income now. If Delight in Water and Mountain Immortal goo could not be used, Fang Yuan would fall into a difficult situation again. Fang Yuan activated Delight in Water and Mountain Immortal goo again. He started deducing the third Immortal goo remnant recipe. This time, he had obtained the Demon Venerable True Meaning infusion. It was quite a bit of help to deducing Immortal goo remnant recipes. That was because the True Meaning infusion was the same as taking in Reckless Savage Demon Venerable's understanding towards cultivation. It directly increased Fang Yuan's foundation. It could raise his realm of cultivation. As for the deduction of goo recipes, it one's own foundation as the basis. The stronger their foundations, the higher the efficiency of the deduction. Even though refinement path attainment level was the most important because there were many elements to consider, strength path and transformation path would be involved as well in these thought processes. 2 days later, Fang Yuan completed his deduction. He obtained 3 complete Immortal goo recipes. He brought these Immortal goo recipes over to Langya Blessed Land and completed the transaction with Langya Land Spirit. Not only did he clear his debt and account for the expenditure of his green grape Immortal essence, he still earned 11 Immortal essence stones as profit. Everything was back on track now. 8 days later, Fang Yuan handed another 3 completed Immortal goo recipes to Langya Land Spirit and completed the 5th deal. At this point, he had 36 Immortal essence stones and 27 green grape Immortal essence beads. Fang Yuan slightly relaxed after that. Because of the battle with He Chang, he almost went into the red and his finances threatened to collapse. According to the economic term on Earth, he had almost caused the situation of a cash flow shortfall. Although the Immortal killer move, Myriad Self, has great strength, I need to consume a bead of green grape Immortal essence every time I use it. If I use it many times, the expenditure would be huge. I need to be careful when I use it in the future. Otherwise, it will just drain my finances and cause me to lose out, even if I win the fight. Fang Yuan inwardly alerted himself in his mind. When Goo Immortals cultivate, they had to consider many aspects, not just victory in battle. Like the example of Liu Bang and Xiang Yu on Earth. Liu Bang could not defeat Xiang Yu. He lost in battles while Xiang Yu won in battles. But Liu Bang was adept in managing the economy and had strong backing. Even though he lost each fight, he had the capital to rise up once again. Thus he was able to fight even after losing. Xiang Yu, however, although he won his fights, he had no businesses as time passed, and they fought even more. The difference between Liu Bang and him became smaller. Eventually, Liu Bang won one battle and that turned into complete victory. As for the cultivation of Gu Immortals, it was the same logic. Battles were just a part of cultivation. The victory and loss of battles was not too important. The important thing was the benefits behind them. One had to look forward for everything. They could not be short-sighted. Even though Fang Yuan could cause He Chang and Xuesong Zi to suffer greatly, he had invested too much green grape immortal essence. In contrast, He Chang and Xuesong Zi spent much less immortal essence compared to Fang Yuan. Fang Yuan also went bankrupt after this fight, but He Chang and Xuesong Zi were in good condition. If Fang Yuan had to fight them again now, Fang Yuan's battle strength would definitely be lower compared to them. If they fought for several more times, the winner would be obvious. He Chang had the rank 6 Immortal Gu House Dark Prison. Could he not go all out with it? Of course he could, but the situation did not call for it. Those who could become Gu Immortals were not rash boors that were hot-blooded. They would calculate their gains and losses after every battle. Of course, if not for the demon Venerable True Meaning infusion, Fang Yuan would not have expended this much green grape immortal essence. If I use up my green grape immortal essence, I can still replace it with immortal essence stones. But the demon Venerable True Meaning is an extremely rare opportunity. If I cultivate slow and steadily, I would need at least decades to reach this stage. Fang Yuan was very aware in his heart. After Fang Yuan completed another 2 Immortal Gu remnant recipes, Tai Bai Yun Sheng finally returned from Snowy Mountain. You did not see the environment of the super-grade blessed land. Sai, I saw it with my own eyes. Having over 6,700 square kilometers of land, the blessed land's time flow is 38 times that of the outside world. There is much vitality and great potential in it. I could not help but feel jealous towards it. In my opinion, the biggest winner after the battle of this tribulation is He Lu Lan. Tai Bai Yun Shang returned and started talking incessantly, while sighing endlessly. After He Lu Lan's tribulation, she asked for Tai Bai Yun Shang to repair the super-grade blessed land. Thus, Tai Bai Yun Shang was lucky enough to enter Lu Lan blessed land. It could be said to be a truly eye-opening experience. A super-grade blessed land is precisely like that. After all, one of the 10 extreme physiques becoming an immortal is like skating on thin ice. It is a fight for survival in a deadly situation. Compared to this, I am more worried about how many Immortal Gu He Lu Lan managed to refine during the 3rd step of this immortal ascension. Fang Yuan asked. Her immortal aperture was created using the Flying Bear Strength Immortal Gu. This Strength Path Immortal Gu was given to her by Giant Sun's will. Flying Bear Strength Gu is now her vital Gu, but she also elevated her original core Gu, Self-Strength Gu, to rank 6. Other than these two, she also obtained a rank 6 Strength Chi Gu. Tai Bai Yun Shang replied. When Tai Bai Yun Shang ascended to an immortal, the remaining heaven and earth Chi created his 2 immortal Gu, man as before and landscape as before. Whether He Lu Lan's remaining heaven and earth Chi had been more than Tai Bai Yun Shang's, nobody knew. But what Fang Yuan did know was that she had quite a number of small family Chi Gu. These Gu had stored up some amount of heaven and earth Chi. Fang Yuan analyzed what He Lu Lan had. In this case, He Lu Lan is confirmed to have 4 immortal Gu. They are Flying Bear Strength Gu, Self-Strength Gu, Strength Chi Gu, and Slavery Immortal Gu. Divert Disaster Gu had been destroyed during the tribulation. But don't forget, she had once destroyed the Flying Bear Phantom and obtained Flying Bear Phantom Gu after suppressing it. After that, I lost my connection with the Flying Bear Phantom Immortal Gu. I am not sure if this Gu was taken away by the formless hands or if it is still with her now. He Lu Lan's strength grew extremely quickly. She had at least 4 immortal Gu and was a Gu immortal herself now. Her future was immensely bright. Furthermore, she had a close relationship with Fairy Li Shan. After getting her help, she skipped the initial stage of being a newly advanced Gu immortal. Fairy Li Shan did not lack immortal essence stones. With a huge amount of investment, Lu Lan blessed land would develop quickly. He Lulan, who has a super-grade blessed land, will undoubtedly greatly exceed me in cultivation speed. I have a high-grade blessed land. Compared to other Gu immortals, it is also a great advantage, but He Lulan is like someone who has grown wings and is soaring. Even though we formed an alliance with her, the alliance will eventually end. After the time limit, we will need to be careful. Fairy Li Shan has a huge network, while He Lulan is a formidable person. Tai Baiyun Shang's tone was worried. The rapid growth of the genius, He Lulan, had brought great mental pressure to an elderly man like Tai Baiyun Shang. But it was worse for Fang Yuan. His cultivation was stagnant. As long as he was still an immortal zombie, his cultivation level would not progress. As long as He Chang is not dead, and Ma Hongyun's matter isn't resolved, we will have the basis to cooperate with He Lulan. You have to be very careful when you go to Eastern Sea this time. Shark Demon is not easy to deal with. If you need reinforcements, use the moving perspective cup Gu to contact me. Fang Yuan reminded Tai Baiyun Shang to be cautious. Tai Baiyun Shang rested in Hu Immortal Blessed Land for 2 days before setting off to Eastern Sea. He was afflicted by the death sentence awaits Immortal Gu, and had promised an immortal zombie of Eastern Sea, Shark Demon, to explore Lu Blessed Land. He had no choice but to set off. Fang Yuan stayed in Hu Immortal Blessed Land. He deduced Gu recipes to earn immortal essence stones, while also placing priority on settling the important matter of feeding immortal Gu. After he completed the 6th deal, he had more than 60 immortal essence stones. His woman's heart and connect luck were showing signs of weakness. They were evidently famished. Together with Cleanse Soul Immortal Gu, he had a total of 3 Immortal Gu to feed. Cleanse Soul Immortal Gu needed 10,000 White Lotus Giant Silkworm Gu as food. Connect Luck Immortal Gu needed 5,000 kilograms of sand from the ancient desolate beast, Worldly Sand Gulls. Resting area. Poison Path Immortal Gu Woman's heart needed the hearts of women as food. He had no idea how to get the first 2. Fang Yuan decided to settle the easiest one first. Western Desert. Sand dunes were continually connected together, forming a huge and wide area of land. The sun was high in the sky, the air was dry and hot. It felt like a person could be cooked in this weather. A large-sized caravan was moving forward. The camel bells ringed, and the sounds of the vehicles could be heard constantly. The accompanying Gu masters used all types of Gu worms, some to reduce the temperature, some to summon winds, some to create fresh water, and some to navigate. "Who is this?" the caravan leader shouted. There was a gruesome monster in front of the caravan. This monster was 6 meters tall. It had bulging muscles and a large body. It had 8 arms, a green face and sharp fangs, with eyes red as blood. With one look, people felt their hearts tighten as they felt a formless pressure. The caravan went into a commotion. 2 rank 5, 17 rank 4, 40 over rank 3. This is quite a number. A hoarse voice could be heard from the monster's mouth. "Sir, who might you be?" "I am Mo Clan's caravan leader, Mo Yen." One of the rank 5 Gu masters in the caravan cupped his fists and asked nervously. Fang Yuan laughed ruthlessly. His 8 monstrous claws opened instantly. The name of the super influence, Mo Clan, could not deter him. He was like the incarnation of a demonic god. He rushed into the caravan and whipped up a storm of blood and flesh. Howling, screaming, crying, begging, all these noises tangled together. After a while, they went silent. After around 10 minutes, the slaughter finally ended. One's nose would be assailed by the thick smell of blood. The yellow sand was filled with corpses. Fang Yuan stood at the center of the corpses. He summoned woman's heart Immortal Gu. The Immortal Gu slowly rose up, floating into the air and emitting a reddish-purple light. The light filled the entire battlefield. In a few breaths of time, all the female corpses in the entire battlefield started to tremble. The vibrations of the corpses became more intense, as finally, with a loud pop, hearts burst out of the bodies and rose up slightly, flying towards woman's heart which was in the air. Before they even got close, these bloody hearts were swallowed by the reddish-purple light in the air, turning into inky purple light lumps. The light lumps were like young swallows returning to their nest. They entered woman's heart. Poison path immortal goo woman's heart slightly trembled. It let out a sharp screech, as if it sounded overjoyed from being fed. A moment later, all of the women's hearts in the battlefield had been fed to woman's heart as food. Fang Yuan called back woman's heart. This immortal goo's hunger had been alleviated by quite a bit, but it was not full yet. Fang Yuan frowned slightly. At this rate, to feed the woman's heart immortal goo until it is full, I will need 4,000 more women's hearts. This caravan that I slaughtered already had significant strength. Such a large-sized caravan is uncommon in Western Desert. Fang Yuan thought about it for a while before flying into the sky. In the air, he stretched out his palm, pushing it towards the ground. Immediately, thousands of fireballs appeared, slamming into the battlefield. Explosions occurred as rocks and sand were sent flying. Corpses were burnt as the place turned into a sea of fire. This was not a killer move, it was simply the power of quantity. He had used numerous similar fire path mortal goo. Fang Yuan threw several black oil dragons. The oil dragons flew into the sea of fire, raising its intensity and raising the battlefield to the ground. All the traces left behind were gone. After doing this, Fang Yuan flapped his light illusion bat wings and flew away at a rapid speed. He traveled northeast past several large-sized oases before finding his target, a small-sized oasis. Looking down from a high altitude, the oasis was like a jewel, encased in the golden desert. There was a lake in the oasis. Its water was clear and blue, with trees growing around it. There were many people living in this place. The marketplace were lively, and it was a scene of prosperity and peace. Fang Yuan did not conceal his movements. He appeared above the cloudless sky. It was very eye-catching. A group of goo masters riding sand gulls flew up from the oasis. What monster is this? It seems like a zombie. These goo masters were mostly young people. They looked at Fang Yuan's monstrous appearance and couldn't help but mutter apprehensively. They were almost all rank 2, only the leader was a rank 3 goo master. This group of people flew towards Fang Yuan. They stopped about 300 steps away from him. The leader was very vigilant. He cupped his fists. This is Zhou Shi Oasis, controlled by us, Lan Clan. The sky above the oasis is a no-fly zone. I hope Sir can land on the ground. If you wish to enter the oasis, we have goo masters in charge of attending to visiting goo masters from outside. Sir just needs to follow the procedures. As long as you meet the requirements, you will be allowed to enter the oasis. Fang Yuan continued to stare at the oasis, using his investigative goo to check the area. He was trying to find out if there were any goo immortals hiding in this oasis, because only goo immortals could pose a threat to him. According to normal circumstances, such a small oasis would not be a strong force. There should not be goo immortals here. If there were, they would have expanded or modified this oasis already. After the leader said that, he saw that Fang Yuan was unmoved. He frowned as he said coldly, "Did Sir hear me? The sky above the oasis is a no-fly zone. This is general knowledge in Western Desert. Sir flying above Lan Clan can be regarded as a provocation. I hope Sir lands now, otherwise don't blame us for..." Bam! Before the leader finished his words, Fang Yuan flicked a finger and sent a rank 5 level attack at him. The rank 3 leader could not react. He was blown to bits. His corpse scattered everywhere. Ha! Lord Elder! The other rank 2 goo masters screamed shrilly after a moment of shock. At this moment, unparalleled fear filled their hearts. The high and mighty Lord Elder did not even have a chance to react before he was killed in one hit. This attack was too sudden. The rank 2 goo masters could not even clearly see what actually killed their leader. Lord Elder is dead. He was killed in an instant. Quickly retreat. This person is not someone we can deal with. Enemy attack. Enemy attack. The rank 2 goo masters screamed. They scattered in the air, flying towards the oasis. Fang Yuan snorted coldly. He waved his hands. Bam bam bam. With consecutive explosions, these rank 2 goo masters were turned into pieces of flesh without exception. Even the sand gulls that they were sitting on were not spared. A loud siren rang in the oasis. Everything that had happened in the air was seen by the patrolling goo masters. Fang Yuan looked down from above imposingly. Seeing the mortals panicking and running away, The flourishing market had gone into chaos. Large numbers of mortal goo masters came out from the buildings. They faced up towards the sky, looking at Fang Yuan with deep animosity. Mortals are truly like insects. Fang Yuan let out a deep breath. He then summoned the hair armor and flapped his light illusion bat wings, flying like a meteor towards the oasis. He's here. Attack him. Be careful, the other party is very strong. He is at least a rank 4 goo master. He is very likely to be rank 5. So what if he is strong? He is just one person. Attack him. The Lan clan goo masters in the oasis screamed furiously. They unleashed a flurry of colorful attacks. But Fang Yuan's charge was not slowed. He easily broke through these obstructions and crashed into the clan head pavilion at the center of the oasis. Bam! The loud crash could deafen one's ears. The huge impact caused the ground to shake. The clan head pavilion had defensive goo worms protecting it. But they were useless, the place collapsed in an instant. Rocks flew and tiles burst. Air currents pushed out and carried the dust clouds with them. As the dust and smoke settled, Fang Yuan's huge body and 8 monstrous arms were displayed before the Lan clan goo masters. He did not die. Damn it. The clan head pavilion was destroyed by him. The ancestors' tablets are all inside. Kill this demon. Everyone's emotions were stimulated. They surrounded Fang Yuan. All of you shut up. Suddenly, an elderly man shouted, walking out from the crowd. Lord Clan Elder. The surrounding people paid respects to this old man. The old clan leader was very shocked. He deeply understood the defensive power of the clan head pavilion. It was the central and most important place in the clan. It had great defenses. Even if 10 people of the elderly clan leader's strength attacked it, they might not break through. But simply one blow from Fang Yuan destroyed the entire clan head pavilion. Just one hit. What did this mean? The elderly clan leader controlled his fear. He bowed deeply towards Fang Yuan. Our Lan clan has been neutral for many generations. We have not meddled with the outside world. I am not sure if we have offended, sir. But we will definitely compensate you until you are satisfied. The moment he said that, he immediately attracted the fierce rebuttal of the goo masters. Lord Clan Leader, what are you saying? This monster who is neither a human nor a ghost destroyed our clan head pavilion. Even Elder Lan Duan died in his hands. Clan Leader, our Lan clan has no cowards. The other party is already so overbearing. We have to slaughter him into pieces to quench the hatred in our hearts. He. Fang Yuan laughed coldly. His voice was hoarse. Everyone frowned when they heard his voice. There is actually someone who understands how to react to the situation here. That's right. This small oasis is squeezed between many large forces. If you did not know your place, you would not be able to stay as the clan leader. Then listen to me. I want you to collect 6,000 hearts within the next 10 minutes. Remember, these hearts have to be intact and they need to be women's hearts. The hearts of men and young girls have no use. What? He actually wants 6,000 women's hearts? This is a demon. He is a lawless demon. He actually wants our clan to be his lapdog, to collect hearts for him. The goo masters were in an uproar. The elderly clan leader's expression was also uncertain. 6,000 women's hearts was a huge number. There were many mortal villages around this oasis, but the number of mortals was certainly not enough. That means, to reach 6,000, he would need to sacrifice the clansmen in Lan clan. Thus, the old clan leader's position would certainly be taken away. Nobody would allow such a person to be their leader. Isn't Sir's request too overbearing? Heaven cares for all living beings. In broad daylight, how can anyone commit such heinous acts? I'm afraid Lan clan cannot help you. The old clan leader sighed as he showed a merciful expression. Then there's no other way. Even though this is more troublesome, it will do. Fang Yuan laughed ruthlessly. His killing intent surged. Light illusion bat wings flickered on his back, and a moment later, he appeared in front of the old clan leader. The zombie claws stretched out like lightning, grabbing the old clan leader's neck, lifting him up easily. So fast. The old clan leader's expression was pale. There was no trace of blood on his face. He was completely shocked. How could he be captured by the other party in an instant? Could it be that he is not a mortal but a goo immortal? A horrifying thought appeared in the old clan leader's heart. He shouted anxiously, everything can be discussed. Please have mercy, Larg. Crack. The old clan leader's neck was smashed into powder by Fong Yuan. The old clan leader's head hung to one side. He stared with his eyes wide opened. He died without solace. It was not that he did not want to use his goo worms to retaliate, but Fong Yuan had many mortal goo in his immortal aperture that could seal and suppress goo worms. He killed the clan leader. No! Lord Clan Leader. You cannot die. Revenge for Lord Clan Leader. The goo masters reacted and shouted angrily, like a rushing tide. They charged towards Fong Yuan, using all sorts of attacks, unleashing a beautiful display of fireworks. Fong Yuan did not dodge, he stood on the spot, allowing the attacks to hit his body without moving at all. Everyone's attacks lasted for 100 breaths before stopping. Goo masters had limited primeval essence. With such an intense wave of attacks, they could not keep it up for very long. Is he dead? He was definitely beaten to a pulp already. Sai, our poor old clan leader, we did not even manage to retrieve his corpse. But when the smoke dispersed, the goo master's eyes were opened wide. They saw that Fong Yuan was still standing at the same spot arrogantly. Even though the surroundings were a mess, his black armor was still extremely new-looking. Even the broken spikes were regenerating rapidly. A few breaths of time later, Fong Yuan's hair armor regenerated completely. There were not even any marks on it. Hair armor was a mortal killer move. It was made of several hundred goo worms and dozens of rank 5 goo worms. It was also used on the foundation of the immortal zombie body. The defense was not something these goo masters could break. Among the people attacking Fong Yuan, the one and only rank 4 goo master, the elderly clan leader, had died. There were less than 10 rank 3 goo masters remaining, the rest were rank 2 and 1. Their attacks were very scattered. Many of the attacks had cancelled each other out. It simply could pose no threat to Fong Yuan. This is your attack? You can't even scratch me. Fong Yuan chuckled. His laughter was not loud, but it was very clear in everyone's ears. An intense chill rose up in the hearts of the goo masters and spread rapidly. Even though the weather was so hot, they felt like they were in an icy pit. You, what are you? Everyone trembled. Their hearts were filled with terror. Monster! This is a monster! Someone screamed. He had lost his mind. Run, quickly run! Their morale had sank to rock bottom. One person running away initiated the collapse of the entire group. Fong Yuan was not surprised. The clan leader was dead. They had nothing to rely on. At the same time, he purposely took the attacks head on. It was to destroy the morale of these mortals. Swoosh! Fong Yuan smiled sinisterly. He chased up to a female goo master. The female goo master's body froze. She stared at the monstrous claw piercing through her back and out of her chest. As the monstrous claw pulled out, her heart was taken away. Elder Lon Xian is dead too, run! The surrounding goo masters saw this and were shocked out of their minds. They ran away even more quickly. Fong Yuan waved a hand and large numbers of fireballs spewed out. Buildings collapsed and fires were blazing. With another wave of a hand, wind blades were dancing in the air, slaughtering everything in their path, leaving behind large numbers of minced corpses. No, please, I'm begging you, don't kill me. This was an ordinary mortal woman with a delicate face and a beautiful figure. She had preserved her own body well. She should be a wife or concubine of a goo master. Bam! Fong Yuan flicked his finger, and the mortal woman's head exploded like a watermelon. Her headless corpse collapsed on the ground. Fong Yuan walked past this corpse. As the palm of his downwards hanging hand opened, the woman's heart burst out of the body and flew out, grabbed by Fong Yuan. Woman's heart let out a joyful scream. It stopped on Fong Yuan's shoulder, glowing in a reddish-purple light. Be it the heart in Fong Yuan's hand or the surrounding corpses, as long as they met the conditions, the purple light would swallow them and they would be absorbed by woman's heart. Fong Yuan walked briskly. Wherever he went, a slaughter occurred. It was a path filled with anguished wails. Rivers of blood flowed. Clen's soul immortal goo was famished. It was too risky to use Myriad Self, and too much of a waste of immortal essence. Icy Drill Stardust could not be used because the starlight lump exploded continuously. It would mince the mortal corpses completely. Even the hearts would not be spared. Fong Yuan was only using mortal goo. He did not use any killer moves. It was simply a huge quantity of goo worms. But even so, the efficiency of killing was not low. Western Desert was different from the other 4 regions. Fong Yuan chose this place purposefully. This was a huge desert, and the oases were like islands. Even if a mortal escapes out of the oasis, they would not get far. Western Desert was a place with unhindered vision. The desert stretched to the horizon. It was easy for Fong Yuan to chase them down. This time, I will let you eat till you are full, little one. Fong Yuan walked in the pool of blood, looking at the woman's heart immortal goo on his shoulder. His gaze was extremely gentle. The light of the setting sun shone on Zhou Shi Oasis. The lively atmosphere in normal times was replaced by thick smoke and fire today. There was nothing left of the former serenity. Buildings had collapsed, turning into piles of ruins. In these ruins, on the streets, at the side of the lake, under the trees, pools of blood were connected and corpses lined the ground. Fong Yuan went back to the clan head pavilion. Standing on a pile of broken concrete, he placed the poison path immortal goo woman's heart back into his immortal aperture. After killing for a long time, he had finally fed woman's heart until it was full. Woman's heart combined refinement and nurturing. If he fed it any further, woman's heart would enter the refinement stage. The more women's hearts it ate, the stronger the poison. But Fong Yuan had no intentions of refining the goo at this point. With his strength, slaying mortals was like slaughtering animals, but with so many mortals he still spent half the day on this. Furthermore, woman's heart was a consumable immortal goo. No matter how strong it would be gone after one use. The prospects of investing in it were not great, unless Fong Yuan had the immortal goo recipe of woman's heart. Standing on the rubble of the clan head pavilion, Fong Yuan activated several hundred goo worms in his immortal aperture, undergoing a thorough search of the area. After 2 breaths of time, Fong Yuan finally found an underground entrance. He walked towards the entrance. His huge feet treaded and destroyed the ground under him, exposing the entrance. This entrance could allow a normal person to enter, but it was too small for Fong Yuan. Fong Yuan used force to take apart this entrance. After several hundred steps, the space finally widened enough for Fong Yuan to walk while bending his waist. A large stone door appeared in front of Fong Yuan. On top of the door, there were words carved. Important area of the clan treasury. People not specifically assigned are forbidden from entering. Fong Yuan snorted. He destroyed the stone door and hundreds of golden light blades attacked Fong Yuan. A loud alarm rang. This was evidently the method of Lan clan in defending against thieves. But it was a pity that not even a single spike on Fong Yuan's hair armor was destroyed. Fong Yuan entered the stone door, seeing a pile of primeval stones. Fong Yuan roughly estimated that there were at least 100,000 in total. If Fong Yuan was still immortal, these primeval stones would be a huge fortune. But now that he was an immortal with unlimited primeval essence, he had almost no need for primeval stones. But he still kept these primeval stones in his immortal aperture. It was simply a move done in passing. Soon, he broke through a second stone door and entered. He saw a huge amount of goo refinement materials. They were classified and placed here. These were all ordinary materials. Although Fong Yuan also needed them, these materials were not in high quantity. When Fong Yuan truly wanted to refine something, he would need a vast amount of materials. He would still need to purchase in bulk from goo immortals. But this was better than nothing. Fong Yuan would not leave empty-handed. He sent it all into his immortal aperture. Next, beyond the 3rd, 4th, and 5th stone door, they all had goo refinement materials, except that they were of different varieties and had different storage conditions. Fong Yuan took all of these as well. At the 6th stone door, he found goo worms. Large numbers of mortal goo were stored here. This was Lan clan's goo worm treasury, the foundation of their entire clan. Fong Yuan took them all away. With his abundant memories and great experience, he knew all of these goo worms. They were not necessary for him. But to mortal goo masters, these were all precious goo worms. including rank 4 and 5 goo worms among them. Getting one could change a person's life, their entire future might turn around. Like the liquor worm that Fong Yuan obtained on Qingmao Mountain, the Bone Flesh Unity Goo on Bai Goo Mountain, and the All-Out Effort Goo in Shangclan City. There were 3 goo worm treasuries, and 5 primeval stone treasuries. Other than that, there were treasuries hidden within treasuries. Secret troves that did not escape Fong Yuan's detection. Some troves were ravaged. There were goo master corpses here and traces of fighting. Evidently, when Fong Yuan was slaughtering the mortals, some greedy goo masters knew that the clan was finished and barged in here, trying to take whatever resources they could. They fought here and took the treasures they could find, while a portion of people died from the goo worms defending the troves. Fong Yuan walked past these troves, along the main path deep underground. Along the way, he saw more and more corpses of goo master, and there were also sand gull corpses. These sand gulls were like a combination of seagulls and ostriches. They had large legs with huge muscles, but they also had huge wings and could fly in the sky. Sand gulls could run rapidly in the desert, while also flying in the sky and carrying people. They only ate grass and drank clean water. They were easy to feed. With a mild temperament, they were the most common steed among Western desert goo masters. The only problem was, sand gulls had very low fertility. 3 to 4 out of 10 sand gull eggs would usually hatch and grow into healthy sand gulls. However, this Lan clan raised many sand gulls, much more than other forces of the same level. When Fong Yuan slaughtered the clan, he killed many sand gulls. He estimated that Lan clan might have some secret technique to raise the fertility of the sand gulls. If so, that would be the only thing in this entire Lan clan that could somewhat interest Fong Yuan. Fong Yuan walked for another few thousand steps. He saw more goo master corpses. Finally, at one point he saw a large number of goo master corpses and sand gull corpses. It seems that the people who came in here met with the sand gull's obstruction. They all perished here. They took a risk to enter here, quite evidently. There is a huge benefit attracting them. Fong Yuan analyzed. Squawk, squawk, squawk. After another few hundred steps, Fong Yuan was attacked by a wave of sand gulls. There were 100 sand gulls. Among them, the sand gull 100 Beast King was injured, likely due to the fight with goo masters earlier. But how could this trifling beast group be Fong Yuan's match? In just a few breaths of time, Fong Yuan killed these sand gulls and continued moving forward. The path was moving downwards. The depth was rather surprising to Fong Yuan. After getting rid of 10 waves of attacks from sand gulls, Fong Yuan walked out of the tunnel. His field of vision widened as he entered a huge underground cave. This cave was quite big. It was like a square. There was a huge stone table at the center of the cave. There was a huge egg on the table. It was the size of a house. It had a yellow luster, but it was already quite dim. There was a thick layer of yellow sand around the table. The sand was extremely soft and slightly warm. It felt like cotton when one stepped on it. Many eggs were placed on this sand, slightly buried into them. These eggs were of varying sizes. There were even some broken eggshells there. These eggs are all sand gull eggs. This is the breeding ground for Lan clan's sand gulls. Fong Yuan walked into the cave. To protect their home and eggs, a large number of sand gulls rose up and charged towards Fong Yuan. Fong Yuan was unmoved. He waved a hand and a large number of wind blades cut these sand gulls like harvesting crops. With another burst of frost, half of these sand gull were frozen. There were very few sand gulls that survived. They no longer had their previous numbers, so their aura diminished and they started escaping in fear. Fong Yuan had no interest in killing them all. The closer he got to the table, the more his gaze was attracted to the huge egg on the table. He showed some joy on his face. This egg. Is it the egg of a worldly sand gull? Fong Yuan stopped atop the stone table and came in front of the huge egg. He touched the shell filled with cracks. There were several small holes on it. As transparent egg white flowed out of the cracks slowly, the egg white fell onto the stone table, following the crevices on the table as it flowed down onto the yellow sand. This was an egg of the ancient desolate beast worldly sand gull. The life inside had perished in the egg. Even the egg white was leaking. This was obviously a dead egg. Sand gulls had low fertility. Worldly sand gulls, which were of the same breed, had even lower rates. But it was the life essence of an ancient desolate beast after all. Even using the egg white so superficially could greatly raise the fertility of these sand gulls. Feng Yuan did not obtain the fertility method he had been guessing. He actually obtained a dead egg of an ancient desolate bird instead. This was an unpleasant surprise. As expected, after using Connect Luck, I encountered something good. After slaughtering a small to mid-sized clan, I actually obtained something useful to me. Feng Yuan sighed in his heart. His Connect Luck immortal goo needed the sand of the resting area of the ancient desolate beast, worldly sand gull, as food. This sand was known as sand gull soil. It was a special resource formed from ordinary soil due to the worldly sand gull's influence. Originally, if Feng Yuan wanted to obtain the sand, he would need to buy it from others, or find a worldly sand gull nest and take a huge risk to sneak in and steal the sand gull soil. But now that he had a dead egg of the worldly sand gull, he could use the life essence in this egg to turn ordinary sand into sand gull soil. I need 5,000 kilograms of sand gull soil to feed the Connect Luck immortal goo. There is ample life essence in this egg. It should be enough. Even if it is not enough, it will tide me through this tough time. I do not need to feed the Connect Luck immortal goo until it is full. As long as it is not starving, that will do. After all, for the foreseeable future, there are no suitable targets. Connect Luck immortal goo is unusable anyway. Feeling joyous, Feng Yuan took this dead egg. After returning to Hu immortal blessed land, he started his preparations. He was a blood path grandmaster in his previous life. Now he had also become a strength path grandmaster. These two paths both involved life and vitality. He quickly had an idea using 600 mortal goo to create a goo formation, extracting the life essence of this dead egg, forming a lot of vital energy. Feng Yuan modified this method with the help of wisdom goo, condensing the vital energy into a light yellow juice. Ordinary sand had turned into sand gull soil after a day and a night in this juice. 3 days later, Feng Yuan obtained enough sand gull soil to feed Connect Luck immortal goo till it was full. Therefore, the cleanse soul immortal goo in his hands was the only one he had an issue in feeding. To feed cleanse soul immortal goo, he needed the flesh of 10,000 white lotus giant silkworm goo. But the white lotus giant silkworm goo was very rare. 100,000 years ago, during the late antiquity era, soul path flourished, and this goo worm had once been very popular. Unfortunately, at this point, there were already very few white lotus giant silkworm goo in treasure yellow heaven. Feng Yuan used the name of the 8-arm immortal to request for this goo worm and its recipe, but no one had answered him. Husband, Huang Er has been like this for 3 months. What should we do? I don't know how to live if anything happens to her. Fairy Bai Qing looked at Feng Jin Huang, who was on the cushion, sobbing in a low voice. She was a grand goo immortal of Spirit Affinity House. She had always been elegant and noble to the outside world. But now that this concerned her beloved daughter, she lost her bearings. She was no longer as calm as usual. But in front of her, Feng Jin Huang sat on the cushion, in the posture of polishing her aperture. She wore a phoenix coronet. She had slanted eyes, and there was a small red birthmark between her eyebrows. Her appearance combined the gentle beauty of her mother, Fairy Bai Qing, with the valiance of her father, Feng Jiugu. She had a dignified disposition, yet also a matchless, fearless beauty. She had incredible aptitude. Her talent was overwhelming. She suppressed everyone of the same age in the 10 great ancient sections. If not for Feng Yuan ruining her opportunity, Feng Jin Huang would have become the owner of Hu immortal blessed land already. Her skin was fair like snow. Her eyes were shut. She breathed slowly like she was asleep. About 3 months ago, Feng Jin Huang was meditating as usual, nurturing her aperture. But an accident occurred during this ordinary cultivation session. She fell unconscious ever since, and nobody could awaken her using any method. Ever since they found out about Feng Jin Huang's strange state, Feng Jiugu and Bai Qing had been thinking of ways to save their daughter, but there had been no progress. They asked the supreme elders of Spirit Affinity House. They had tried all sorts of methods, but all of it was useless. Husband, do you think our Huang Er will stay asleep forever? Will she ever wake up and see us again? Fairy Bai Qing thought about this terrible fate and couldn't refrain from welling up with sorrow. Feng Jiugu sighed. He stretched out his arms to hug his beloved wife, consoling her. Qing heir, don't worry. Didn't First Supreme Elder say it? Our daughter had discovered the true way to use Dreamwing's immortal goo. Thus she had reached a hidden region. Her entire soul had entered a mystical realm unknown to us. She did not lose her life and is still alive and well. We should believe her. Maybe this is a fortuitous encounter for her. Although Feng Jiugu and Bai Qing did not awaken Feng Jinhuang, their attempts were not in vain. They had already found out the reason for Feng Jinhuang's coma was the Dreamwing's immortal goo. Fairy Bai Qing leaned on her husband as she relaxed on his broad and powerful chest. She felt slightly eased as she said, "When Huang Heir was 3 years old, Dreamwing's immortal goo came to her on its own. I had been feeling uneasy since then. We have never seen this immortal goo before, even after searching through all of Spirit Affinity House's records. There was no information about it. In our tests, the effect of this goo expended the soul to create beautiful wings. But now it seems, Dreamwing's immortal goo's true effect is not this." Feng Jiugu nodded, agreeing. "Your analysis is very reasonable. When goo masters nurture, use, and refine goo, if they are facing an unknown goo worm, they would make new discoveries when using the goo, eventually understanding everything about the goo worm. Even for famous goo worms, there are always new secrets hidden within them. When goo immortals and goo masters obtain valuable experience, they would treat it as an important secret to prevent others from learning about their information. When Huang Heir awakens, I am sure she will have huge gains. She will learn the true way to use Dreamwing's immortal goo. When I go to Northern Plains this time, our family will have to depend on you. Inform me immediately when Huang Heir awakens." The 10 great ancient sects of Central Continent had plotted for countless years. They put in a lot of time and effort, expending manpower and resources, meticulously planning and making arrangements, before finally having some progress in 88 Truyang building. But in the end, Feng Yuan used his previous life's memories and plucked the fruits of their labor, using these arrangements for himself. In the end, Imperial Court Blessed Land was destroyed, and 88 Truyang building collapsed. This piece of information was a huge nightmare to the 10 great ancient sects of Central Continent, who had planned this for a long time. The leader of this plan, Spirit Affinity House, was pressured by all the different forces, not only from the other 9 sects, but also internally within Spirit Affinity House. The plot against 88 Truyang building started from the information left behind by Fairy Mo Yao. All these years, our sect has been leading the way and holding the most crucial methods. Now that such a huge change has occurred, not only must we clear the suspicions, we also have to investigate the truth. As the person with the strongest battle strength in our sect, even though I want to stay by my daughter, all of the other elders have agreed that I will go to investigate this. Feng Jiugu sighed. "Husband, you have to be careful during this Northern Plains journey. If anything goes wrong, make escaping your priority. After all, over there would not be like in Central Continent. There is no backup to assist you. Don't trust the people from the other 9 sects. Back then, when you challenged the 10 great sects in successive battles, you won many and faced 0 losses. Many people's reputations took a huge hit. All these years, you have been the publicly recognized strongest person in the 10 sects, suppressing all of them. If Spirit Affinity House loses you, they might all sigh in relief instead. Don't worry. For you and our daughter, I will be careful." Feng Jiugu touched Fairy Bai Qing's cheeks as he kissed her lips gently. When their lips separated, he took out a rank 5-letter sending green bird goo. "This is a letter from who Immortal Blessed Land. That rascal Feng Yuan accepted Huang Heir's challenge." Feng Jiugu said. "Him? Ever since Huang Heir was born, she had only suffered a loss in this Feng Yuan's hands. After Huang Heir returned, she was so indignant and wanted to take revenge. I got you to send him a challenge letter earlier, but he did not reply. To think that he has replied now, what is his motive?" Fairy Bai Qing had a deep impression of Feng Yuan. Feng Jiuji's gaze concentrated. "Ever since Huang Heir lost, we had investigated this lad thoroughly. He has quite the backing. There is a mysterious force behind him. He actually dared to snatch who immortal blessed land under the eyes of all 10 great ancient sects. But these smart Alecs in Immortal Crane's sect acknowledged him as one of their own, leaving us no way to make a move. This way, Immortal Crane's sect can exclude the rest of us 9 sects and claim who immortal blessed land for themselves. If it had been me, I would have done the same. Fairy Bai Ching said. Over a year has passed according to Central Continent time. Even Northern Plains Truyong building has collapsed in this period. The laughable thing is that Immortal Crane sect has not even succeeded yet, who immortal blessed land is still in that rascal's hands. What a joke. Feng Jiugu laughed in disdain. We can't say that. During this year, Immortal Crane sect had first spent a lot of effort to capture the ancient desolate beast, Spirit Rhino. Then many of the Gu immortals in their sect were involved in the Reincarnation battlefield. And now even Great Heavenly Sword sect, which is under their control, is trying to gain independence. Immortal Crane sect has too many things to deal with. Together with our 9 sects exerting pressure on them covertly after we learned the truth, obstructing them from attacking who immortal blessed land by force. All of these reasons resulted in who immortal blessed land being yet to fall at this point. Fairy Bai Ching said. Feng Jiugu shook his head. The force behind Feng Yuan is shrouded in mystery. We do not know much about them yet. Yesterday, Immortal Crane sect publicly declared that Feng Yuan had turned on them after obtaining who immortal blessed land. He is now a traitor of the sect. It is evident that their soft tactics had no effect. Now it seems like Immortal Crane sect is going to deal with who immortal blessed land forcefully during this period of time. Humph, I want to see what force it is to be able to contest with our 10 great sections. Fairy Bai Ching's gaze flickered. She seemed to have comprehended something. I understand this Feng Yuan's intention. He is not a member of Immortal Crane sect. It seems he knew that Immortal Crane sect was going to deal with him. Thus, he sent this letter to interact with the outside world, so that he can resist Immortal Crane sect using Spirit Affinity House. But now, Immortal Crane sect has an upright reason to strike, because Feng Yuan is a traitor of Immortal Crane sect. Immortal Crane sect can attack who immortal blessed land righteously, while we cannot interfere. Fairy Bai Ching was unresigned. Is there no way for us to interfere? If Immortal Crane sect gets Danghun Mountain, I'm afraid their sect's foundation will get much stronger. As righteous sects, we have rules to follow. After all, there are so many other sects in Central Continent observing us. If the 10 great sects break established practices, will we still be able to command those on our sides? Even though Immortal Crane sect initially deceived the other 9 sects, they were indeed led into believing them for some time, because Immortal Crane sect had Feng Zhang who could be used as a perfect excuse. Since Immortal Crane sect's plan worked out, we had to acknowledge them. At least we cannot interfere this time. But if Immortal Crane sect fails in taking down who immortal blessed land, our 9 sects will have reason to strike. After all, everyone knows about this situation right now. But because of rules and reputation, we are all pretending to be ignorant. If Immortal Crane sect fails, no one will allow them to take who immortal blessed land for themselves anymore. Feng Jiugu continued. He paused before continuing. Before going to Northern Plains, I plan to give my one's own way Gu to Immortal Crane sect for their use. Ah? What is your intention? Fairy Bai Ching was slightly taken aback. Feng Jiugu was very confident. We do not know about the strength of Feng Yuan's force. Whether he can protect who immortal blessed land is an unknown factor. If he defeats Immortal Crane sect, then the 10 great sects will strike together to split up this blessed land. But if Immortal Crane sect wins, we can use my one's own way Gu as a reason to gain some advantage from Danghun Mountain as well. Who immortal blessed land, Danghun Palace. Declaring me as the sect's traitor. This means Immortal Crane sect will attack who immortal blessed land very soon. Feng Yuan looked at the report in his hands with a heavy feeling. Cleansed soul immortal Gu was not fed yet. Under such circumstances, using the immortal killer move Myriad Self was extremely risky. If he was unlucky, he might lose the cleansed soul immortal Gu for good. This way, without Myriad Self, Feng Yuan would lose his greatest trump card. Immortal Crane sect announced that I was a traitor in advance, but they did not attack. They are evidently waiting now, trying to lure the force behind me to make a move so that they can fight it out. This is truly the demeanor and confidence of one of the 10 great sections. Fong Yuan thought a little about it and knew that Immortal Crane Sect's attack would be very powerful this time. To him, the most important thing now was to find the White Lotus Giant Silkworm Goo, to feed cleanse Soul Immortal Goo until it was full. At the same time, he needed to accumulate funds and prepare enough Green Grape Immortal Essence. Most Immortal Goo required Immortal Essence to activate. Without Immortal Essence, no matter how many Immortal Goo he could not use their abilities. What is the point of war? Money. In this world, why do Goo Immortals fight? For Immortal Essence Stones. It was about Immortal Essence Stones. Sigh, this is quite the problem. My funds that have just recovered are going to take a huge hit again. 2 consecutive battles would completely devastate my already weak finances. Central Continent, Feihe Mountain. At the highest point of the mountain in the Hall of Affairs, Goo Immortals were seated in a circle. Their immortal auras radiated as they discussed the important matters within Immortal Crane's sect. The Spirit Rhino's illness is getting worse. I need to purchase large amounts of materials to refine the healing goo that can treat it. But to completely heal the Spirit Rhino, I need a lot of healing goo recipes and to carry out research on them. I estimate that I will need 360 Immortal Essence Stones. Goo Immortal Shu Ji Goo spoke loudly. Immediately afterwards, a Goo Immortal rebuked him. The Spirit Rhino is an ancient desolate beast. It has a very strong body. But now, it has already been sick for half a year. Why has it not recovered yet? Shu Jigo, are you trying to delay the treatment of the Spirit Rhino so that you can reap some gains from the process? A Goo Immortal questioned. Shu Jigo heard this and his eyebrows rose up. He screamed, Fan Shi Lu, don't bullshit me. Wasn't this all because you guys used a poison path Immortal Goo when you captured it? Back then, I urged you, don't use it, but in the end, to save your efforts, you poisoned the Spirit Rhino. Now that there is trouble, you need me to clean up after you. You are the one bullshitting. Do you know how hard it was to capture that Spirit Rhino alive? It is easy for you to speak like this. Fan Shi Lu was just as fierce, shouting loudly. Ding. At this time, a bell rang. It was a crisp and clear sound. The Goo Immortal's words were all swallowed by the sound of the bell. As this sound continued echoing, it became louder. Shu Jigu and Fan Shi Lu. No matter how much they spoke, their voices would only turn into bell sounds. They decided to keep quiet as everyone's gazes turned to the origin of the sound. At the centermost seat, there was an old man. It was the person with the highest authority in Immortal Crane Sect, the rank 8 First Supreme Elder that controlled the entire situation. Immortal Crane Sect's First Supreme Elder's voice was low and slow. Now, Shu Jiji's suggestion requires 360 Immortal Essence Stones. To purchase goo recipes and goo worms to heal the Spirit Rhino, we will vote now. I object. 360 Immortal Essence Stones is too many. My budget last time was merely 200 Immortal Essence Stones. Is healing a Spirit Rhino more important than healing Goo Immortals? Fan Shi Lu was the first to object. A Goo Immortal beside him said, The Spirit Rhino is important, but it is not crucial. The most crucial matter now is the situation in the Northwest. I object to this suggestion as well. We will talk about Great Heavenly Sword Sect in detail later. Now we are only discussing the matter of healing the Spirit Rhino. First Supreme Elder interjected. I object, the third Goo Immortal said. Before expressing my decision, I would like to hear Lady Sang Xian's input. Our sect had expended much effort to capture the ancient desolate beast Spirit Rhino. It was to use the Spirit Rhino's blood to create an even more secretive information path Goo Worm. I wonder what Lady Sang Xian's progress is. The fourth Goo Immortal looked at Lady Sang Xian. Lady Sang Xian was a rank 6 Goo Immortal. She smiled upon hearing this. I am ashamed. Right now, we are making little progress. The Spirit Rhino's body is full of poisonous blood. The research of the information path Goo Worm thus is progressing slowly. The fourth Goo Immortal nodded. That means this matter has few prospects. Then, I object. Out of the 8 Goo Immortals present, 5 objected. In the end, Shu Jigu only got 200 Immortal Essence Stones. This was evidently much less than the 360 he requested for. Shu Jigu snorted as he muttered something under his breath. expressing his unhappiness. Ding! With another sound of a bell, regardless of whether Shu Jigu was satisfied, First Supreme Elder continued. Then next, we will discuss the matter of the Reincarnation battlefield. Lei Tan stood up from his seat. He had a muscular body. His blue hair pointed towards the sky. I have been in charge of the Reincarnation battlefield's matters for over 30 years. I am sure everyone knows how important the Reincarnation battlefield is. During the middle of this year, our sect had suffered a huge loss in the Reincarnation battlefield. Even though reinforcements were swiftly provided and we regained our footing, the situation is still terrible. I need a rank 6 Gu Immortal's battle strength or 3 Desolate Beasts to reinforce us, and one of the Desolate Beasts has to be a 9 Palace Crane. He Fengyang immediately retorted. A Gu Immortal's battle strength? Do you know Immortal Crane Sect's current situation? Mu Xiaoxiao is recuperating from a serious injury. Lin Sanmei is in close cultivation. We have a lack of manpower in terms of battle strength. You are making such a request at this time. Lei Tan snorted. If Immortal Crane Sect is chased out of the Reincarnation battlefield, can you, He Fengyang, take responsibility? He Fengyang snickered. We have already invested a huge amount of resources into the Reincarnation battlefield. 2 Gu Immortals were already involved in it. We can totally defend our side and maintain stability. Adding in forces will not solve anything, because our competitors in the Reincarnation battlefield are the other 9 sects. The more reinforcements we send in, the more reinforcements other sects would send. They might even send more than us. Shu Jigu nodded. Agreed. Reincarnation battlefield situation is stable now. The current objective should be to defend our territory. Everyone looked around and started to vote. Eventually, Lei Tan obtained the help of 2 Desolate Beasts. He looked at He Fengyang in hatred, gritting his teeth. Ding. Next, we will discuss the matter of Great Heavenly Sword Sect. First Supreme Elder said. Guili heard this and firmed his gaze. Sitting up straight, facing everyone's gazes, he spoke. Great Heavenly Sword Sect has been under our Immortal Crane Sect for nearly 1,000 years. Protected by us after such a long time, they now have a 3rd Gu Immortal. They want to get rid of this attachment and separate from our sect. If they succeed, our sect's control over the Northwest would decrease significantly. Immortal Crane Sect's reputation will also take a huge hit. Even though there is not much evidence, I have gone through extensive calculations. I suspect that Myriad Dragon Dock is involved in this matter. If Great Heavenly Sword Sect detaches from us and joins Myriad Dragon Dock, the situation would be even worse. Our territory is connected to Myriad Dragon Dock's territory. The areas surrounding Great Heavenly Sword Sect would combine into Myriad Dragon Dock's sphere of influence if that happens. We all know how severe the matter is. You do not need to explain it. I'll ask you directly, who is the Gu Immortal that you want to recruit from Great Heavenly Sword Sect? How confident are you is it the other party's scheme? And most importantly, how much of a price do we need to pay to recruit that Gu Immortal? Second Supreme Elder asked. Great Heavenly Sword Sect was a large-sized force. It was unable to sustain the cultivation needs of 3 Gu Immortals. Central Continent's current situation was that the 10 great ancient sects had control over the entirety of Central Continent, and 80% of its resources were split by the 10 sections. Only the 10 great ancient sects could sustain a large number of Gu Immortals. For example, Great Heavenly Sword Sect, which was a subsidiary of Immortal Crane Sect, had to hand over a huge amount of resources every month. The Gu Immortals in Great Heavenly Sword Sect thus lack the resources they need. In this aspect, if there were enough benefits, it was possible to make a Gu Immortal betray them. If Great Heavenly Sword Sect loses one of its 3 Immortals, it will only have 2 left and its strength would fall. They could no longer stir up trouble. Guili thought about his words as he said, as the saying goes, nothing good is cheap. The one we are trying to recruit is not immortal, but a Gu Immortal. I promised them that they would be treated the same as us. After all, this is the standard for joining Immortal Crane Sect. Other than that, there are some resources as well, about 75 Immortal Essence Stones worth. Pausing for a while, Guili continued. In my humble opinion, we should not resort to force for Great Heavenly Sword Sect's matter, if we can. After all, the deadline of Great Heavenly Sword Sect's agreement to be our subsidiary sect is coming to an end. It is perfectly fair for them to want to end this relationship and detach from us. If we interfere forcefully, we would have no proper reason. Great Heavenly Sword Sect is also near a territorial border. Myriad Dragon Dock may find an excuse to intervene. From start to finish, Gue Li did not mention which Gu Immortal he was thinking of recruiting. Second Supreme Elder also did not pursue the matter. All of the Gu Immortals present were Supreme Elders of Immortal Crane Sect, but they had internal factions and conflicts as well. A place with people will have conflicts over benefits, and when there is conflict of interest, there are allegiances. If Gue Li said it now, it might give rise to unnecessary conflict. Great Heavenly Sword Sect's matter was extremely important to Immortal Crane Sect. After voting, Gue Li's suggestion was approved. Ding! With a loud sound from the bell, First Supreme Elder said, "Next, we will discuss the matter of taking back Hu Immortal Blessed Land. Yifeng Yang, tell us about it." Lei Tan snorted coldly, throwing a glance at Yifeng Yang filled with ill intentions. Yifeng Yang stood up from his seat, showing a serious attitude. "Everyone, Hu Immortal Blessed Land is a rank 6 Blessed Land. Even though Hu Immortal did not manage it well, Danghun Mountain is in there. As we all know, Danghun Mountain's Guts Gu can greatly raise a sect's foundation. It is useful even to us Gu Immortals." Before he finished speaking, Gu Immortal Lei Tan questioned, "Yifeng Yang, it has already been more than a year. Why is Hu Immortal Blessed Land not taken down yet? In fact, there is not even any progress. Do you know the other 9 sects are looking at us like a joke now?" Yifeng Yang was prepared for this, he spoke calmly. Any person prepared to accomplish grand feats would face much mockery from the people around him. If we cannot endure this, how can we have any achievements? I came here for a meeting, not to listen to your teachings. No matter what, it is undeniable that you have not retrieved Hu Immortal Blessed Land yet. Lei Tan said, "During this last year, I have been extremely busy over this matter. I had not relaxed even a bit. A few days ago, I have already declared publicly that Fang Yuan is a traitor of the sect, and that we will take him down soon. During these recent days, I have sent informants to monitor the other 9 great sects. We have not found any special reactions from any sect. The crucial person of this operation has been appropriately prepared. We just need Old Lord Kenyang and Fairy Tsangyu to assist in our move, and we will be able to take back Hu Immortal Blessed Land." Yifeng Yang said, "Old Lord Kenyang is rank 7, while Fairy Tsangyu has decent strength among rank 6 Gu Immortals. You have the nerve to request this? You are a grand Gu Immortal yourself, but you need 3 Gu Immortals to deal with Immortal? You are killing a chicken with an ox cleaver. This is what you have prepared after over a year." Lei Tan mocked and laughed loudly. Yifeng Yang's eyes were twitching. He controlled the anger inside him as he looked around, calmly saying, "To ensure that nothing goes wrong, I have to make such a request. I'm sure everyone here knows the situation. I used Fang Zhang to lie to the 9 sects, snatching Hu Immortal Blessed Land for ourselves in name. But ever since the 9 sects found out the truth, they have been targeting Danghun Mountain, obstructing us many times in secret. This time, we need to succeed, we cannot fail, otherwise they will intervene. By then, the situation is not something our sect can control anymore." Hearing this, First Supreme Elder sighed lightly. "They have already obstructed us. Yifeng Yang, I have bad news for you as well as good news." Yifeng Yang's heart shuddered. "First Elder, please tell me." "Never mind. Look at it yourself." First Elder flicked his finger, as a rank 5 letter sending green bird Gu flew out. Yifeng Yang received it and his consciousness entered it. Seeing the start, his expression turned ashen. "What? They are requesting Old Lord Kenyang to go to Northern Plains." In Yifeng Yang's plan, Old Lord Kenyang was the greatest battle strength. He had an attacking type Immortal Gu. He was the powerhouse that could hold the fort. But before Yifeng Yang had even acted, he lost his strongest general. Second Supreme Elder said, "We can't reject them." Truyang Building collapsed for no apparent reason. The cooperation of our 10 sects to take down Truyang Building has failed. All the years of hard work have gone down the drain. all of our investments were wasted. This matter is too important, we have to organize a group to go investigate the truth in Northern Plains. At the same time, in Northern Plains, all sorts of immortal goo have appeared all over the place. Thus, this Northern Plains journey has another major objective, that is to capture some immortal goo. If the goo immortal we send has low battle strength, not only would we fail to gain anything, we might even be sidelined and reduced into being a shield, losing out in all aspects. But the decision of staying or going for Lord Kenyang would affect the ownership of Danghun Mountain and Guts Gu. Feng Yang still wanted to fight for it. Feng Jiugu is the publicly recognized #1 battle strength of the 10 sects. He is also the leader of this Northern Plains expedition. We have no justifiable reason to reject his request. You know clearly that the sect's manpower in terms of battle strength is very tight recently. Even if we refuse him forcefully, the other 9 sects will use excuses like not needing a burden to go with them, jointly pressuring us. Hearing the first Supreme Elder say that, Feng Yang's expression became utterly dark. Lei Tan smiled silently. He did not conceal his schadenfreude at all. Feng Yang felt he was so angry that he was going to blow up. He continued reading the letter, but his expression suddenly froze. He said with mixed emotions, "This, Feng Jiugu is actually lending one's own way immortal goo to me? He has also raised one's own way immortal goo to rank 7. Rank 6 one's own way immortal goo is a consumable goo that can only be used thrice. But the rank 7 one's own way goo has no such limits. It can be used as many times as possible, but the expended immortal essence is much higher." What? I remember that Feng Yang's one's own way goo only had 1 use left. To think that Feng Jiugu raised one's own way goo to rank 7. No wonder he requested for one's own way immortal goo. He had an agenda all along. But his luck is really good. Immortal goo are hard to refine. There is a very low chance of success. One's own way goo was not his vital goo, but he actually succeeded. Guili said. Shu Zhigo said, Spirit Affinity House has a lot of assets, and has close relations with Heavenly Court. Their foundation is even deeper than Immortal Crane Sect. It is not a strange thing that they could refine a rank 7 immortal goo. With one's own way goo, we will not be suppressed by the blessed land. We can use mortal goo freely. Lady Sang Xian looked at Feng Yang. Feng Juji's scheme is great. On one hand, he lent us one's own way goo. If we succeed in obtaining Hu immortal blessed land, he would be able to get a share. On the other hand, he took old Lord Kenyang away. That was to lower our capability in the fight for Hu immortal blessed land. Second Supreme Elder analyzed. Third Supreme Elder Lord Tiger Demon drank the wine in his bowl before smashing it. Damn! This is not the first time that the other 9 great ancient sects have secretly obstructed our sect in dealing with Hu immortal blessed land. Feng Yang. Hu immortal blessed land has been handled by you alone all along. I hope you can succeed this time. Do not leave any opportunities for the other sections. Slap their faces hard. I want them to beg us to cooperate on selling the guts goo. I understand. Third Elder. Feng Yang bowed. The goo immortals discussed for a day and a night. They finally decided on what Immortal Crane Sect would do for the next few months. 2 days later, Fang Zhang opened the stone door, entering the blood pool. Fang Zhang. After so many hardships in training, we have finally reached this stage. Today, you will take revenge for your clansmen, you will make contributions to the sect, you will do a favor to all the people in this world. We must succeed. In his aperture, the spirit incubating flea was vibrating, emitting Lord Sky Crane's voice. Yes, Master. I will succeed. Fang Zhang clenched his fists. His expression was extremely firm. He walked to the center of the blood pool, letting the boiling blood submerge half of his body. Next, he breathed in deeply using iron blood goo. His blood became blacker and thicker, his skin turned darker. Immediately afterwards, Fang Zhang activated blood blade goo while maintaining iron blood goo. Sizzle. From his body, hundreds of iron blood blades flew out, shooting everywhere. Hundreds of cuts appeared on his body, as blood like molten iron flowed out. An intense pleasure hit him. Fang Zhang gritted his teeth as he entered the crucial step, using blood merge goo. At the same time, on Tianti Mountain, 2 goo immortals arrived. One of them looked young and mild like jade. He wore a green robe and had a jade pendant on his waist. What was most eye-catching were his dark green eyebrows. They were sharp and long, reaching down to his waist. It was the rank 6 Gu Immortal of Immortal Crane sect, the one known as Winged Crane Flying Immortal He Fengyang. The other was a young and beautiful-looking woman. She had a good figure and her face was like a peach. Her eyes were thin and delicate. She wore a pink-blue flowery dress, as it fluttered in the wind. She was another Gu Immortal of Immortal Crane sect, Fairy Tsongyu. The two stepped onto Tian Ti Mountain, towards the location of Hu Immortal Blessed Land. What they saw before them was a large green forest. It was plain and ordinary. Hu Immortal Blessed Land was a separate small world. It was distinct from the world of Central Continent. As long as there were no loopholes in the Blessed Land, or the entrance of the Blessed Land was not opened, from outside, one could not see any signs of its existence. If one did not know of its existence, even if Gu Immortals passed by, they would not realize that there was a Blessed Land here. Fairy Tsongyu looked around. The scenery was that of a jade-green mountain with chirping birds. Not one person was in sight. But she smiled to He Fengyang. It seems that there are indeed many people today, and quite a few familiar faces too. She and He Fengyang did not conceal their traces, because their actions later would cause a commotion that could not be hidden. Thus, when He Fengyang started to move, the other 9 sects already knew about it. Right now, Gu Immortals from the other 9 ancient sects were already lurking close by, observing He Fengyang and Songyu's actions, obtaining first-hand information. He Fengyang scattered his Gu worms as he praised. I've heard that Fairy has an investigative killer move. Known as Microsense, it can be sold for 5 Immortal Essence Stones in Treasure Yellow Heaven. It has great effect. Lord Flying Immortal is too kind. I merely obtained it from a fortuitous encounter in the Reincarnation battlefield. Fairy Tsongyu delicately laughed. I will need Fairy's help in this battle today. He Fengyang's attitude was very gentle and kind. Lord Flying Immortal is too polite. My weak methods cannot compare to the grand winged crane Flying Immortal's myriad crane soaring flight. It would be a great honor if I can witness it today. Fairy Tsongyu sighed. He Fengyang laughed. As he said this, he had already scattered about 10,000 mortal Gu. After 5 minutes, his preparations were complete. Next, we wait for the right time. Fairy, please. He Fengyang waved his sleeves, as a lump of white cloud flew out. The cloud was only 3 meters from the ground, turning into the shape of a cushion. He Fengyang leapt onto it and sat down cross-legged. This was a white cloud cushion Gu. It was rank 5 and could assist a Gu master in cultivating, increasing the effect of nurturing their aperture. Although the effect was not great, years of accumulation would still be a significant amount. After He Fengyang ascended to an immortal, white cloud cushion Gu lost its primary use, and could only be used as his seat. The white cloud cushion was huge. He Fengyang purposely left enough space for Fairy Tsongyu. But Fairy Tsongyu took a look and did not step onto the white cloud cushion. She flicked her finger as a wood path Gu flew out. The Gu worm drilled into the ground. Several breaths later, peach trees started growing. The branches intertwined together, forming a comfortable bed made of peach blossoms. Fairy Tsongyu lightly chuckled as she stepped onto the bed, half lying down and relaxing herself. At the same time, in Fuhu Blessed Land, Fengyang was at the last step. He activated failed blood demon flower Gu, as all of the flesh and blood in his body became the soil and nutrients for the demon flower to grow. Countless vines grew out of his skin, coiling around his body. The beautiful and demonic blue chrysanthemums blossomed and opened brightly. An intense pain assaulted his entire body. Even iron blood Gu was having no effect. Fengyang gritted his teeth as his expression contorted. He forced himself to endure it. Quickly use cold blood Gu. Lord Sky Crane's soul was observing Fengyang's condition. At this moment, he reminded him. Fengyang endured the inhuman pain as he mobilized his primeval essence, activating cold blood Gu. His body shuddered for a few moments, as the temperature of his boiling blood fell, preventing him from suffering the terrible fate of being cooked alive. Use blood sense Gu. Lord Sky Crane gave instructions. Fengyang gritted his teeth till blood was dripping out. he activated this rank 5 blood path investigative goo forcefully. This goo could allow him to sense others with the same bloodline as him. The closer they were and the thicker their bloodline, the clearer the connection between them. But this time, no matter how Feng Zhang tried to sense him, he could not see any images. How can this be? You and Feng Yuan are brothers by blood. Your bloodlines are of the most close relations. Meanwhile, failed blood demon flower goo can enhance the effect of blood path goo worms. How could you not sense anything after such a long time? Feng Zhang was in so much pain he could not talk. But Lord Sky Crane was monitoring him closely. Seeing that there was no effect, he became nervous, shouting in panic. Feng Zhang, hang in there. You have trained for so long, enduring so much inhuman hardship. It was all for this. Our sect's 2 goo immortals have already set off. We are waiting for you to lead the way. Do not give up. Do not relax your concentration for even a minute. Lord Sky Crane urged worriedly. Feng Zhang's body was shivering intensely. He could not answer his master. He could only use actions to express his obedience. You still can't sense him? Strange. Too strange. Feng Zhang, you have to extend your sense towards the whole earth goo in the blood pool. If Who Immortal Blessed Land's whole earth goo has not been destroyed yet, then this whole earth goo would connect to Who Immortal Blessed Land. It can help you greatly in sensing Feng Yuan, Lord Sky Crane reminded. But Feng Zhang had already sent his sense over to the whole earth goo. There was little effect. To him, he felt like he was in complete darkness. Searching for his target was like looking for a speck of light in complete darkness. Be it Feng Zhang or Lord Sky Crane, they did not know about the changes in Feng Yuan. Feng Yuan had become an immortal zombie. His body's blood had turned into a cold jade green zombie blood, from the original healthy red blood. This, no doubt, raised the difficulty for Feng Zhang immensely. No matter how hard Feng Zhang tried, he could not sense Feng Yuan's existence. Damn it! Damn it! Lord Sky Crane was extremely anxious. According to the experience of their previous training, Feng Zhang's endurance had a time limit. 90% of the time had passed already. He was near his limit. Don't tell me we have to use that trump card? Lord Sky Crane was having an internal struggle. To ensure that this succeeded, Feng Yang had secretly placed some blood path goo worms in Feng Zhang's body. Together with the goo worms in the blood pool, it formed a trump card that could prevent any accidents from happening. But if they used this trump card, Feng Zhang would completely lose his mind. He would activate blood sense goo without caring about his life. Feng Zhang's soul would be consumed intensely, and his blood and flesh would shrivel quickly. There was an extremely high chance of dying. Lord Sky Crane hesitated. On one hand, he had instructions from Feng Yang and was responsible for the heavy task. Reason told him he needed to sacrifice Feng Zhang, this mortal child, for the benefits of Immortal Crane sect, and it was also the most appropriate choice. But on the other hand, his sentiments were obstructing him. Humans were not made of stone. How could they be devoid of emotions? Being with Feng Zhang day and night, watching him grow step by step, looking at him unable to think properly sometimes, looking at him cultivate bitterly with all his effort for vengeance. He really resembles me back then. Lord Sky Crane could not bear to sacrifice. Feng Zhang, you brat. I taught you so many times. This is the most basic refinement method. Sorry, master. Feng Zhang's hand was emitting smoke. The goo worm in the palm of his hand had already turned into a pile of ash. Feng Zhang, practice, practice, and practice more. A disciple of mine, the Grand Lord Sky Crane, can't even arrange the cranes in an arrow formation? Where would my face go if this was spread? Lord Sky Crane shouted in fury. Sorry, master. I will definitely try harder. Ugh. Feng Zhang made more mistakes the more nervous he became. 2 groups of cranes collided against each other in the air because of his last mistake. The miserable cries of the cranes and the sounds of bone fractures resounded like dumplings dropped into a pot as they fell down to the ground. The spirit incubating flea was dazed for a moment at beholding this scene before erupting like thunder. You fool! Master, I was wrong, sorry. Feng Zhang faced the wall inside a room for confinement, as he apologized to Lord Sky Crane. Stupid kid. What are you saying sorry for? You fought well. Ah, master, doesn't the sect prohibit internal fights? Humph, Zhongnan's master is Xian Jizi. Back then I didn't find him pleasing to my eyes and beat him till his head was swollen. I was also confined longer than you. I might have died already, but as my disciple, how could you be bullied by others? Lord Sky Crane snickered. Master! Fang Zhang choked with sobs. His eyes reddened and tears started forming in his eyes. Idiot, what are you crying for? A man does not easily shed tears. Lord Sky Crane berated. Yes, master. Sorry, master. This crucial moment seemed to span endlessly. The past scenes floated by one in Lord Sky Crane's mind. He seemed to hear being called master again and again. Lord Sky Crane roared in a voice so loud that it could awaken the dead. Fang Zhang, persevere. Have you forgotten the pain Fang Yuan inflicted upon you? Forgotten how your fellow disciples beat you black and blue when you first arrived at Immortal Crane sect? Forgotten the grieving ghosts of your clan? Forgotten how miserably your uncle and aunt had died at Fang Yuan's hands? Your hatred, your effort, all of it need to be shown at this moment. You can't fail, you can't give up. I will definitely sense him. Definitely. Fang Zheng's spirit was stirred up when he heard Lord Sky Crane's roar. However, he still only sensed endless darkness. No matter how much effort he exerted, no matter how he used his energy, he still could not sense any indication. Why? Why? Fang Zheng's mind was shaken and was starting to turn chaotic when the memories of that unbearable past hidden deep within him started surfacing one after another. The shadow which Fang Yuan had cast upon Fang Zhang since youth seemed to be the same as this darkness he was sensing, causing Fang Zhang to feel boundless pressure and not a trace of light. Fang Zhang felt he was an extremely tiny speck in this vast darkness. Hesitation, bewilderment, loneliness, helplessness, all sorts of feelings gushed in his heart. Sorry, master, I failed. Tears fell down Fang Zheng's eyes as his body reached the limit and his mind was close to collapsing. No, you can't fail. I don't allow it. Lord Sky Crane was also anxious, shouting repeatedly. However, Fang Zhang was slowly unable to hear him. He was about to fall unconscious like in the previous drills. Damn it! Damn it! Lord Sky Crane shouted in his heart. He thought of his possession plan, and thought of the punishment Feng Yang would give if he failed this task. Fang Zhang, you brat, all my efforts to cultivate you are in vain. In the end, you are still unable to get rid of that man's shadow. Since that is the case, then let me give you a hand. Lord Sky Crane's thoughts flashed before he finally convinced himself. The situation also forced him into making this choice. He used that trump card. Instantly, the whole blood pool let out bright lights, sweeping away the previous darkness. Goo worms concealed around the blood pool activated one after another on Fang Zheng's body. Ah! Fang Zheng's body spasmed intensely like he was electrocuted. He fiercely raised his head and spread his arms, clenching his fists so tightly that the nails pierced into the flesh. An incomparable pain attacked his mind, causing his eyes to roll backwards and show the whites. Almost in the next breath of time, Fang Zheng's roar stopped abruptly. He lost his consciousness, but under the effects of goo worms, he still continued to activate failed blood demon flower goo, and was still using blood sense goo to sense Fang Yuan's existence. The blood pool seethed and gurgled. Squeak, squeak. The failed blood demon flowers started growing rapidly, emitting bone-chilling sounds. Fang Zhang maintained his position, with his head raised and arms spread, without budging in the slightest, like a statue. The demonic vines had been small and thin like needles, but now these vines grew thicker, at least as thick as fingers. The largest vine grew from the depths of Fang Zheng's throat and extended out from his mouth like a python. Besides this, there were vines growing out from his ears and nostrils. Soon, vines grew out from every pore on his skin. Fang Zhang had thoroughly turned into nourishment for the demon flowers. His body was cut open everywhere. There was nothing remaining of his original appearance, just like a flower statue that had been tastefully trimmed. Brat! Looking at Fang Zhang transforming into this miserable appearance, Lord Sky Crane's original anxiety and nervousness disappeared. He felt a bleak emptiness that spread to the depths of his heart. It was extremely unbearable. This unbearable feeling soon turned into a heavy guilt that filled Lord Sky Crane's mind. Brat Master has done you an injustice. Lord Sky Crane's soul, which was stored in the spirit incubating flea, was unexpectedly letting out drops of soul tears. He Feng Yang's arrangements have been activated. In the depths of Fu Who Blessed Land, Immortal Crane Sec's third Supreme Elder slowly opened his eyes and mumbled. He thought of the matter that He Feng Yang had specially requested of him before he left. The third Elder, Lord Tiger Demon, used his immortal essence to activate an immortal goo that gracefully flew out of the hall. This immortal goo was not Lord Tiger Demon's, but had been borrowed by He Feng Yang from Lady Sang Xin. It was a rank 6 information path immortal goo mutual sense. In 10 or so breaths of time, the immortal goo descended down to over the blood pool, above Feng Zheng. This is immortal goo? Lord Sky Crane's eyes opened wide in shock. Mutual sense immortal goo let out a gray light pillar. The smoke-like light pillar covered Feng Zheng. Several breaths later, the gray light pillar was dyed red with Feng Zheng's blood. Where is this? Feng Zheng's remaining consciousness surveyed his surroundings. It was darkness around him. No matter where he walked and no matter how far, the surroundings were still covered in deep and boundless darkness. However, right at this time, a blood-red light speck appeared ahead of Feng Zheng. Ah, that is... Feng Zheng tried walking towards the light. When he reached closer, he sensed a familiar aura from the blood-red light speck. This is older brother's, no, Feng Yuan's aura. Master, do you hear me? I have succeeded. I finally sensed him. Feng Zheng was extremely excited and tried to speak, but no words came out. His mouth was opened so wide that it had almost deformed. It was being held in place by the thick demon flower vines. But a joyful teardrop fell down from the corner of his eye. This tear fiercely shook Lord Sky Crane's soul. He sank down into deathly silence. Feng Zheng approached the blood-red light speck. Suddenly the light speck let out an extremely powerful suction force that completely caught Feng Zheng off guard, absorbing his remaining consciousness. At this moment, in Who Immortal Blessed Land, Feng Yuan gave a sound of surprise and slowly opened his eyes. He sensed a blood pool, sensed Feng Zheng's body, sensed the lush, enchanting failed blood demon flowers, sensed the spirit incubating flea, sensed the information path mutual sense immortal goo above. So it is like this. Feng Yuan sneered. My cute little brother, you are finally going to die? No, in the words of the righteous path, you are sacrificing yourself for the group? Ha ha ha. What happened? Tai Baiyun Shang, who was sitting to the side, saw Feng Yuan suddenly speaking and immediately questioned. At the other side from him were He Lulan and Fairy Li Shan, who similarly casted inquiring gazes at Feng Yuan. Such a coincidence. I had invited you guys to talk about Guts Goo business, but it seems Immortal Crane Sect is making an attack. Feng Yuan smiled. He then intentionally lowered his eyes and waved his hand. The other side used my own little brother and used the Immortal Goo, mutual sense, to get my location. Everyone, first leave Danghun Palace and lie in ambush. My senior brother will explain the details to you. Immortal Goo mutual sense could allow two parties to sense each other's situation. At this moment, Feng Zheng and Feng Yuan had sensed each other's situation through blood sense goo and mutual sense immortal goo. Naturally, because of the difference in strength between the two sides, Feng Yuan was able to sense everything about Feng Zheng while Feng Zheng could only see things through Feng Yuan's eyes. His perception was limited and he was not even able to sense the immortal aperture inside Feng Yuan. He Lulan and Fairy Li Shan glanced at each other and saw the heavy mood in the other's eyes. They were hindered by the Snowy Mountain Alliance and could not easily avoid this. They could only brace themselves to fight alongside Feng Yuan. On Tianti Mountain, He Feng Yang, who was sitting on a white cloud cushion goo, suddenly opened his eyes. The time is ripe. A sharp light burst out of his eyes as he took out an immortal goo. Expand space immortal goo. Fairy Tsang Yu softly breathed out when she saw the immortal goo. This immortal goo belonged to Immortal Crane Sec's second Supreme Elder. Its ability was to expand the space of a blessed land. He Fengyang had borrowed it to use it as the core of an immortal killer move. Immortal killer move. Force intrusion. Over 10 beads of green grape immortal essence were spent in an instant. An enormous aura rose up and formed translucent ripples in the air. Crack, like the sound of glass breaking. Space broke apart in front of Yifengyang and Fairy Tsangyu, revealing the terrain of Hu Immortal Blessed Land. Yifengyang leisurely stored expand space immortal goo before glancing at Fairy Tsangyu and inviting in a gentlemanly voice, "Fairy, please enter." Fairy Tsangyu delicately laughed before stepping forward in the direction of Hu Immortal Blessed Land. Suddenly, lightning struck towards her. Fairy Tsangyu's mind was immediately alerted. The flash of lightning came quickly. It tore through the air and emitting a crackling sound like that of sparks. Even though there are many Gu immortals present, our sect had won in our scheme earlier. According to the rules, the other 9 great ancient sects can merely observe this. If they are not from the 9 sects, which demonic path Gu immortal would dare to take a risk and mess with Immortal Crane sect? In an instant, Fairy Tsangyu's mind was flashing with thoughts. At the same time, her fingers did not slow down. Her 10 dainty fingers were fluttering around, about to activate a killer move to strike back. But at the next moment, Yifengyang stopped her. "Fairy, wait." Saying this, he pulled Fairy Tsangyu to one side, while opening up the hole leading to Hu Immortal Blessed Land. The flash of lightning ignored the two of them. It entered Hu Immortal Blessed Land through this hole. Using this time, Fairy Tsangyu saw the lightning's true identity. "This is the earthly calamity, blue charm lightning shadow?" Yifengyang laughed plainly. "This is an earthly calamity targeting Hu Immortal Blessed Land." After Fengyuan discarded a huge portion of Hu Immortal Blessed Land, he sent it out of the Blessed Land. To think that this blue charm lightning shadow did not vanish. Instead it had been hiding on Tianti Mountain. Great. Blue charm lightning shadow has good battle strength, about the mid-tier of rank 6. With it leading from the front, we would have an easier time. Fairy Tsangyu's brows eased. She started smiling. Fengyuan has decisiveness. He really is quite impressive, directly discarding close to a quarter of the Blessed Land. But his strength is simply too low. No matter how much he plots, it is useless. Yifengyang sighed, entering Hu Immortal Blessed Land along with Fairy Tsangyu. Once they got in, a wave of heavenly power descended on them, sealing all of the mortal goo in their hands. But immediately after, Yifengyang and Fairy Tsangyu's bodies shone with an orange and yellow light. This was the effect of the rank 7 one's own way immortal goo. It could prevent their mortal goo from being suppressed, and let them be activated normally. Fairy Tsangyu shut her eyes. After a few breaths, she opened them again. "We are at the west area of Hu Immortal Blessed Land. The blue charm lightning shadow has already gone to the center of the Blessed Land, towards Danghun Mountain." Yifengyang nodded. "As I expected, within Hu Immortal Blessed Land, the safest place is Danghun Mountain. The blue charm lightning shadow's first target is the Blessed Land's owner. Back then, Hu Immortal was caught off guard and killed by the blue charm lightning shadow. Since it is heading for Danghun Mountain, that means Fengyuan is hiding inside Danghun Mountain. Let's go there." "Okay. I've always wanted to see what the legendary Danghun Mountain looks like." Fairy Tsangyu laughed lightly. "With the blue charm lightning shadow leading the way, we can also see what kind of ambush the enemy has prepared." Yifengyang said, activating expand space immortal goo, using another immortal killer move as the hole behind him closed in the Blessed Land. That's the immortal killer move, force closure. Immortal Crane sect is so petty. They are not letting us watch. In this battle, if Immortal Crane sect fails, whether the door is closed or not, we will take over. If Immortal Crane sect wins, whether the door opens or not, we will leave. Letting us watch would not affect anything. Humph, they are projecting their own shortcomings onto others. Did they really think we would act out of greed? Outside, on Tianti Mountain, the Gu immortals from Central Continent's other 9 great sects were conversing using their divine senses. "Bai Wang, how high do you think Immortal Crane sect's chance of succeeding is?" Gu Immortal Zhang Wenzhou asked casually. "Relatively high. Even though we have been obstructing them in secret, causing them to only send 2 Gu Immortals in the end to take back Hu Immortal Blessed Land. They still have the battle strength of 2 Gu Immortals and now the Blue Charm Lightning Shadow. Feng Yuan, who controls Hu Immortal Blessed Land, is a mere mortal. How can he block Immortal Crane Sect? Bai Wang answered. That's not what I think. According to the investigation of us, Spirit Butterfly Valley, Feng Yuan had refined fixed immortal travel in 3 Kings Blessed Land, and came here alone. How is that possible? As a mortal, how could he refine an immortal Gu? How could he have an image of Hu Immortal Blessed Land's scenery? Behind him, there is definitely a mastermind. Since the other party dared to snatch Hu Immortal Blessed Land from the 10 ancient sects, I am sure they have the battle strength to protect it. Maybe they might be able to resist Immortal Crane Sect's attack. Rainbow Butterfly Immortal Concubine Han Kai Xin said. Immortal Concubine also does not speak without reason. Gu Immortal Du Tong laughed. If Immortal Crane Sect fails, do we have a competition to decide the victor or choose to have an agreement among the 10 sects first before striking? This was a crucial problem. The Gu Immortals from the 9 sects fell into silence. Of course, we'll discuss it in detail another day. We are the 10 great ancient sects, not rabid dogs scavenging for food. Myriad Dragon Doc's Gu Immortal Guan Chao Zhe immediately said. Among the Gu Immortals present, Guan Chao Zhe had the lowest battle strength. If they battled, he would be at the greatest disadvantage. This is inappropriate. This is inappropriate. Green Canary Boy shook his head. We should strike while the iron is hot. This is just a blessed land. We should decide on it today and not waste more time. Great Lord Lai Yong pretended to be unaware. Strange. Didn't Vicious Lightning Fiend of your Myriad Dragon Doc just end his closed cultivation? Why would you be sent here for this contest for Hu Immortal Blessed Land? Poison Count Lu Su laughed coldly as he pointed out Guan Chao Zhe's weakness. The Gu Immortals quickly formed a consensus. If Immortal Crane Sect failed, they would have a competition to decide who the Blessed Land belongs to. If Immortal Crane Sect won, they would also have a competition. The sect that places first would have priority in reaching an agreement with Immortal Crane Sect for the Guts Gu. Guts Gu could raise the foundation of a sect. It was even useful to Gu Immortals. Any sect would not be able to take it solely for themselves. When the other 9 sects exert pressure, they would be forced to sell it. You guys... Guan Chao Zhe was fuming on the outside, but he was snickering on the inside. At the same time as the discussion between the Gu Immortals of the 9 sects, within Hu Immortal Blessed Land, He Fengyang and Fairytsong, you were slowly flying towards Danghun Mountain. This is a blood pool? Halfway there, He Fengyang gave a curious gaze. He found that within Hu Immortal Blessed Land, there was a huge blood pool. It was so huge it could be called a blood lake. Humph! Another blood path scoundrel. Fairytsong, you frowned, saying in a despising tone. Blood path cultivators harm all living beings in this world, as it can allow them to raise their battle strength. This is the reason why countless Gu masters choose this path. Every 10 years, Heavenly Court would issue the Demon Judgment Board, and many Blood Path Gu masters would be on it. Blood Sea Ancestor. He truly caused much harm to the world. He Fengyang criticized, thrusting with his palm as a jade lightning ball flew towards it. Boom, boom, boom. After a series of explosions, the blood pool was destroyed, turning into ruins. After destroying the blood pool, the 2 immortals continued to fly towards Danghun Mountain. On the way, Fairytsong, you shook her head. This Hu Immortal Blessed Land is managed too poorly. It is almost completely desolate. I've heard that this place had large groups of foxes in the past. But now, after flying for so long, we have not seen a single myriad fox group. There are few fox groups, but there are surely a lot of rockmen. Feng Yuan is a mortal after all. He only knows how to use Guts Gu to increase the production of rockmen. But he does not know that he is pursuing tiny gains while discarding the foundations. Hu Immortal was an enslavement path Gu Immortal. Enslavement path was the main law in her blessed land. It is best for rearing fox groups. He Fengyang laughed in disdain. Hu Immortal Blessed Land is truly wasted in his hands. Once it is in our sect, Hu Immortal Blessed Land will develop greatly. But I wonder who in the sect would be its owner. Fairytsong, you sighed. Hearing that, He Fengyang sighed. According to the rules, after we recover it, who Immortal Blessed Land would be a public blessed land of Immortal Crane Sect, we would only have a limited time in operating it after getting it. But this managing right is also extremely lucrative. After all, the center of the blessed land is Danghun Mountain. It is a gold mine. The scariest part is that this gold mine will never run out. Fairy Tsong Yu nodded in agreement. The two of them talked along the way, not facing any obstruction. This raised their confidence that the blessed land was in terrible shape. They started to fly faster, and when they were in front of Danghun Mountain, they were already talking about what they would do when Danghun Mountain belongs to them. In the air above Danghun Mountain, the blue charm lightning shadow was shrieking and charging, attacking Danghun Mountain. But though it was formed from an earthly calamity, it had life as well. Danghun Mountain's vibration could attack its soul, its weakness. Fong Yuan, come out. You should know that Danghun Mountain can only block the blue charm lightning shadow because it has no goo worms. Even if you raise Danghun Mountain's power to its limits, you cannot block two goo immortals. He Fong Yang shouted. His voice could pierce through heaven and earth. Fong Yuan, a wise man submits to circumstances. I am sure the land spirit is beside you now. Then you should know that who Immortal Blessed Land cannot seal our mortal goo. Furthermore, we've brought an immortal goo. Fairy Tsong Yu followed up, pressuring Fong Yuan. Thus, Fong Yuan walked out, standing on Danghun Mountain's peak. Fong Yang's heart tightened, but he quickly relaxed. This was a rank 6 immortal zombie. Immortal zombies had great weaknesses. They could not produce immortal essence, and their blessed land would shrivel and break apart at set intervals. Thus their battle strength was usually below ordinary goo immortals. Immortal Crane Sect has finally lost their patience? You want my blessed land? Aren't you afraid I will destroy Danghun Mountain? Fong Yuan said. You are. Fong Yuan. Fong Yang squinted. He found it unbelievable. Only a year had passed. How could Fong Yuan become an immortal zombie? While Fong Yang was suspicious and confused, Fairy Tsong Yu spoke beside him, smiling. We came prepared, of course. How could we allow you to destroy Danghun Mountain? If you think using Danghun Mountain could threaten us, then you are very much mistaken. Oh, that's right, we can even reduce Danghun Mountain's pressure until it is insignificant. By then, we would not need to strike. This blue charm lightning shadow alone can kill you. Fong Yuan looked at the blue charm lightning shadow in the air. This human-shaped lightning was growling non-stop, charging towards Danghun Mountain, but was forced back each time by the intense vibrations. Fong Yuan heaved a long sigh. Fairy Tsong Yu thought that this was a chance and continued. As long as you give up the ownership of the blessed land, we can forget past matters, and even accept you as a disciple of our sect. But I remember, Immortal Crane Sect promised to give me the position of an elder back then. Fong Yuan retorted. Fong Yang laughed coldly. Times have changed, Fong Yuan. You are a smart man. Can't you see the circumstances now? Fong Yuan heard this and he smirked. Oh? The circumstances now. Oh, let me have a good look. Just after he said this, the aura of immortal goo burst out in his body. This is. Fairy Tsong Yu's beautiful face transformed. Immortal goo. So many immortal goo. Fong Yang could not tell which immortal goo they were, but the aura would not lie to him. His eyes were burning with an intense light of greed. But at the next moment, 3 figures appeared around Fong Yuan. He Lulan, Tai Bai Yun Sheng, Fairy Li Shan. 2 rank 6, 1 rank 7. Not only that, each of them gave off an intense immortal goo aura, not concealing it at all. Fairy Tsong Yu's complexion changed. Fong Yang's greedy gaze also turned into one of uncontrollable shock. Fong Yuan's force was so powerful it was out of his imagination. Next, 1, 2, 3, 6, 7, 8 beast figures flew out from Danghun Mountain and arrived in 8 surrounding directions. Ice Spike Divine Ape, Phoenix Feather Lava Crocodile, Golden Sand Dark Stallion, Azure Dragon Vine. 8 desolate beasts formed an encirclement. This is a trap. Fong Yang growled, his body shuddering. Fairy Tsong Yu suddenly felt outnumbered. Her face turned pale and she was speechless. Even the blue charm lightning shadow in the air stopped its angry growl. Fong Yuan's plain voice came from Danghun Mountain once again. Oh, I have seen the current circumstances very clearly now, but the question is, have you? 8 desolate beasts encircled closer to Hifeng Yang and Fairy Tsongyu. They are all real. Fairy Tsongyu had extremely outstanding investigative methods to check the situation, but the result caused her pretty face to blanch further. Hifeng Yang looked around him and saw, to the east was an ice spike divine ape whose bulk was only somewhat inferior to Danghun Mountain. A tyrannical aura spread out from it, and as it moved, it left behind a pure white icy trail. The fur on its whole body were like ice cones which brought a stifling pressure upon the two immortals. The sclera of its eyes were jade green, while its pupils had a frost blue luster. This represented the dense bloodline in this ice spike divine ape. If the eyeballs were completely frost blue in color, that would be the ancient desolate beast, Icefall divine ape, whose battle strength was comparable to a rank 7 Gu immortal. To the west floated a phoenix feather lava crocodile. This crocodile was 2 to 3 times the size of ordinary crocodiles and could not compare to the enormously huge ice spike divine ape. Yet its aura surged mightily. Its every breath brought a scalding hot heat wave. Its brownish-red scale armor was thick and robust, and its slender tail was over 6 meters long. It did not have any scales on its back, but instead had colorful phoenix feathers that resembled blazing lava. To the north stood a proud golden sand dark stallion. This horse was huge, its size reaching the chest of the ice spike divine ape. It had 6 legs that looked like they were cast from metal. Its muscles were bulging. Its posture was proud and aloof like a dragon, and its whole body shone with a golden luster. Only the 6 hooves were pitch black. The south side was entrenched by an azure dragon vine. This vine was not a wild beast, strictly speaking, but a plant. The vines had condensed into a dragon shape, and when its roots were pierced into the soil, its defensive and regenerative powers were extremely terrifying. Thus it specialized in battles of attrition. If it pulled out the roots, it could soar in the sky like an azure dragon. On the southeast side was a swamp crab. It was the king of swampy terrain. Its broad, mountain-like body could reach up to a quarter of Danghun Mountain's height when standing. Its eyes had degenerated till they were non-existent, and its shell was so thick that Hifeng Yang felt a powerless sensation, like he was facing a tortoise shell. It had altogether 19 pairs of legs, and its front pair of pincers could easily crush boulders and cut dragons. Even Fong Yuan with his immortal zombie body did not dare to test the might of this pair of pincers. A peach wolf was crouching down on the northeast. This wolf had the smallest size, the same as that of a newborn puppy. It looked extremely good-natured and cute with its round body, plump claws, pink tongue, and round dark eyes. Judging from appearance, it seemed to be harmless to both man and beast. However, Hifeng Yang's pupils shrunk, and if he had to choose a direction to break through, he would avoid this one outright. An iron crown eagle circled over the northwest side. This eagle gave off a valiant and imposing aura as it hovered in the air. Its eyes locked onto Hifeng Yang and Fairy Tsongyu. Its wings were broad and thick, and each of its feathers could be shot out like sharp arrows. Its claws were firm and savage, able to crush boulders and rip apart dragons and tigers. Finally, on the southwest side stood an Earth Chief desolate beast. It had a humanoid body with a snake tail. Its face resembled a bat's and its nose was pointed up. It had large ears and was black all over, with armor made of flesh covering it. Around its chest were 50 to 60 fleshy whips, each over 20 meters in length. There were suction organs on the surface of the fleshy whips. It would be hard to free oneself if someone was entangled by them. At the front of each fleshy whip was a chrysanthemum-like orifice which could shoot out a white milky fluid at the crucial moment. The fluid had very high corrosiveness and contained extremely large numbers of parasitic worms, which could drill into the pores of people and wreak havoc from inside the body. Fong Yuan had borrowed these 8 desolate beasts from Lang Yalan Spirit. More accurately, it should be said that Fong Yuan borrowed Lang Yalan Spirit's rank 7 beast enslavement Gu. This immortal Gu could subdue all kinds of wild beasts, including mutated beasts, myriad beast kings, beast emperors, even desolate beasts and ancient desolate beasts. Desolate beasts had the power of a rank 6 goo immortal and could be very difficult to deal with when the wild goo residing on them were unknown. 8 desolate beasts encircled Hifeng and Fairy Tsangyu, eyeing them with greed. The two sank into silence with no signs of a leisurely attitude like before. Hifeng turned his heavy gaze towards the peak of Danghun Mountain. Compared to the 8 desolate beasts, the true threat was still Feng Yuan and the other 3 immortals. Almost no desolate beasts could use killer moves, but goo immortals had ample wisdom to use and research killer moves. Hifeng heart had sunken to rock bottom. He forcibly calmed down and shouted towards Feng Yuan, "Who are all of you?" Except Feng Yuan. The other 3 immortals were wearing masks. He Lulan wore a black bear mask, Fairy Lishan wore a bluebird mask, while Tai Baiyun Sheng wore a deer mask. The 3 were also shrouded in a layer of light that concealed their true appearance, hiding it from the investigative methods of Hifeng and Fairy Tsangyu. Feng Yuan chuckled. "Before asking us of our identities, shouldn't you two introduce yourselves first?" Hifeng and Fairy Tsangyu silently glanced at each other and saw the bitter look in each other's eyes. They had thought this trip would be simple, and at worst, they thought the other side would possess a goo immortal's battle strength. However, they absolutely had not anticipated the enemy force would be this strong. Thus, they had been arrogant and directly requested Feng Yuan to surrender without giving self-introductions. "My name is Hifeng, a rank 6 enslavement path goo immortal of Immortal Crane sect. I am Tsangyu, a rank 6 water path goo immortal of Immortal Crane sect." The two introduced themselves one after the other. Their attitude was no longer as overbearing as earlier. They were behaving very humbly at the moment. A wise man submits to circumstances. Those who could become goo immortals were outstanding people. At present, Feng Yuan had an imposing force. Hifeng and Tsangyu decisively lowered their high heads. It might be easy to defeat goo immortals, but killing them was difficult. Hifeng could use expand space immortal goo to tear a hole in who immortal blessed land space and escape. However, they did not know Feng Yuan's abilities. If Feng Yuan had an immortal goo that could prevent their escape, the situation would become dangerous. "So it is brother He and Fairy Tsangyu." Feng Yuan's tone was polite. "I am Feng Yuan and I welcome you two as guests in my blessed land." These polite words felt grating when Hifeng and Tsangyu heard them. It was full of sarcasm. Hifeng could not help but feel stifled. What he had asked for was clearly these people's true identities. But Feng Yuan played dumb and gave an irrelevant answer by only replying with his name. Right now, who in Central Continent's 10 great sects would not know of his name? Feng Yuan intentionally avoided this topic, and Hifeng, as the weaker side, did not dare to pursue it. "I wonder what both of you are here for?" Feng Yuan asked. Hifeng was silent, but inwardly he was screaming insults. "What else could we come for? It is to take who immortal blessed land and capture Danghun Mountain. This brat, asking when he already knows." Fairy Tsangyu snorted. "Why is Sir speaking in such a weird and sarcastic tone? Sir's power surpassed everyone's imagination. When did such a force appear in Central Continent? Today was our loss. Sir's planning skills are indeed excellent and have fully controlled the situation. Now what should we do? If you want to battle, then let us begin. Why waste time chit-chatting? We will battle to the end if you wish to. In the worst case, our blood will splatter all over and we will perish here." Feng Yuan could not help but take another look at Fairy Tsangyu upon hearing these words. Shortly afterwards he smiled. "Fairy, you are quite brave. I am filled with admiration. I can roughly guess your intentions in coming here. It should be for Danghun Mountain's guts goo, right?" "You are right," Hifeng frankly admitted. Under the circumstances, he had no choice but to admit it. The scheme which he had painstakingly devised and prepared for over a year in order to capture who immortal blessed land had already completely failed. However, right at this time he could not help but have some hope. If Feng Yuan wanted to battle, he should have started already. But he has been talking up to this point. It seems he is afraid of Immortal Crane sect. As long as I use this correctly, maybe we can escape without any accidents. Feng Yuan suddenly clapped and smiled. "You two came in at just the right time. I had already been thinking of selling guts goo." What do you think of this goo? A rank 3 goo worm flew out of his hand. The goo worm slowly flew under the gazes of 6 goo immortals, 8 desolate beasts as well as the blue charm lightning shadow, and landed in He Fengyang's hand. He Fengyang was uncertain and worried of Feng Yuan's scheme as he carefully accepted this mortal goo. This rank 3 goo worm resembled a ladybug. It was the size of a large bowl. Its head was extremely small while its stomach was so big that it occupied 99% of its body. Its stomach was round like a lamp bulb and was translucent. It did not have a carapace on its back and also did not have wings. In its translucent stomach, there was a goo. A goo within a goo? Fairy Tsang Yu softly mumbled. This rank 3 mortal goo was clearly a storage goo worm, particularly with the purpose of storing goo worms. These types of storage goo worms were extremely common. It included examples like earth treasury flower. However, the goo worm inside the belly made He Fengyang's gaze fix on it as if it was glued. He then said with uncertain eyes, "This goo inside? Could it be guts goo?" Feng Yuan gave a bright smile. "That is exactly right." "What?" Fairy Tsang Yu's beautiful eyes widened in astonishment. She might know very little about guts goo, but she knew guts goo could not be taken out of Danghun Mountain. If taken out, they would dissipate. It was because of this that Feng Yuan was not willing to trade guts goo before. Because if others wanted to use guts goo, they would have to personally come to Danghun Mountain. And letting so many outsiders enter who Immortal Blessed Land would no doubt be a huge threat to Feng Yuan's life. This was the reason Central Continent's 10 great ancient sects wanted to seize Danghun Mountain. Guts goo could not be taken out of Danghun Mountain, thus taking control of Danghun Mountain meant being in control of guts goo. However, the fact right in front on them showed that guts goo could actually be stored and taken out of Danghun Mountain. Fairy Tsang Yu soon recognized how much significance this unremarkable ladybug-like goo worm carried. For a moment, her eyes were tightly affixed to it. This goo worm, what is its name? He Fengyang looked up at Feng Yuan and asked with a slightly trembling tone. Feng Yuan had in truth not thought of a name, and casually named it at this moment, Airsack Goo. He Fengyang sank into silence. In an instant he thought of many things. Immortal Crane Sect's higher-ups had also made these attempts. Back then, many goo immortals had participated but it ended up in failure. Now success was in He Fengyang's hand. He Fengyang's hands shivered slightly. If guts goo could be taken out of Danghun Mountain and exported to all places, Treasure Yellow Heaven, Haishur Blessed Land, Central Continent Southern Border, Northern Plains, how big of a profit would this be? Something that even our Immortal Crane Sect could not research was successfully accomplished by the force behind Feng Yuan. What are their origins? Maybe they had planned for a long time and thought of every means to capture Hu Immortal Blessed Land, in order to engage in the business of guts goo. Feng Yuan did not attack. Could it be that he wants to, with our Immortal Crane Sect? He Fengyang was still considering when Feng Yuan spoke. Since both guests are interested in my guts goo, what do you think of doing this transaction? He Fengyang's heart wavered. Feng Yuan's suggestion moved He Fengyang's heart. When Feng Yuan launched the ambush and encircled He Fengyang, he had thought that this operation was going to end in failure. In the best-case scenario, he would use Expand Space Immortal Goo and break out of the encirclement forcefully after sustaining huge injuries. Even if he consumed a lot of immortal essence during the process of escaping, he could not care about it. After all, comparing immortal essence and his life, the latter was much more important. After returning to Immortal Crane Sect, He Fengyang's life would definitely go downhill. Immortal Crane Sect placed such great expectations on him, and he had even prepared for over a year, but he ended up failing. His rival, Gu Immortal Leitan, would definitely seek him out to mock him personally when he hears the news. Second Supreme Elder would be utterly disappointed with him, and He Fengyang might not be able to lift his head for several years after that. This loss could be a lifelong blemish solely with just this failure. He would be mocked by countless people in the dark forever. If he could establish the deal with Feng Yuan for guts goo to He Fengyang, that would be many times better than breaking through the encirclement. He Fengyang assessed in his heart. Hu Immortal Blessed Land has 4 Gu Immortals and 8 desolate beasts. Together with the territorial advantage, they are as secure as a fortress. Even though any of the 10 great ancient sects have the capability to take this on, that is only speaking of capability. They might not be able to gather so many Gu Immortals here. Even if they could send Gu Immortals to attack Hu Immortal Blessed Land, a battle between Gu Immortals will expend a great amount of immortal essence and other resources. Even if they could get enough manpower and invest a lot into this battle, the other party also has Gu Immortals and can easily destroy Danghun Mountain. By then, even if Hu Immortal Blessed Land was obtained, it would all be for nothing. In the outside world, Great Heavenly Sword Sect had 3 Gu Immortals and could attempt to leave one of the 10 great ancient sects, Immortal Crane Sect. This was because to deal with 3 Gu Immortals, the resources and manpower needed were something Immortal Crane Sect needed to consider. If they failed, not only would they suffer a loss in their reputation, this huge loss might also cause unrest within the sect and trigger other problems. Gu Immortals were easy to defeat, but they were hard to kill. Why would anyone who could reach this stage not have any means or trump cards to escape? If they failed to kill him, they would utterly offend a Gu Immortal. A Gu Immortal that is holding grudges may cause trouble to mortals. With Immortal Crane Sect's huge size and wide range of assets, they would have to salvage the situation everywhere. Now that Feng Yuan has displayed such a force, Immortal Crane Sect alone could no longer attack forcefully, unless the other sects cooperated with them. But if they cooperated, there would be issues in many aspects regarding the allocation of benefits. If Feng Yang agrees to cooperate with Feng Yuan, they would establish trade for Guts Gu. This result was not an utter failure. That was because Immortal Crane Sect's main objective in taking down Hu Immortal Blessed Land was for the Guts Gu. Using the smallest price to obtain the biggest benefits, this was the issue that all of the Supreme Elders in Immortal Crane Sect were concerned about. Before this, Immortal Crane Sect had already requested for Feng Yuan to initiate the sales of Guts Gu. If we could establish a trade with the other party, I would not need to force my way out and risk injury. I can save a lot of immortal essence and have a proper justification when I return to the sect. Feng Yang considered this option. Feng Yuan observed his expression. Even though Feng Yang was a shrewd man and did not show emotions on his face, he was clearly moved due to how long he was considering this for. Thus, Feng Yuan continued, 100 of my Guts Gu will sell for 1 immortal essence stone in Treasure Yellow Heaven. I will sell 120 Guts Gu to Immortal Crane Sect for each immortal essence stone. However, in return, I want your Immortal Crane Sect to acknowledge my Hu Immortal Blessed Land as your sect's subsidiary force. Furthermore, this subsidiary can detach from you at any time. As long as he had this identity, the other 9 great ancient sects would not be able to deal with Feng Yuan without involving Immortal Crane Sect. These were the rules of the righteous path. It was like making Immortal Crane Sect the big boss, while Hu Immortal Blessed Land was the lackey. You would need to ask the boss before hitting his lackeys. Feng Yang smiled insincerely as he spoke. Feng Yuan, are you thinking of using my sect as your protection? With your force, you can definitely establish your own sect, right? Nobody can set up a sect on Tianti Mountain. I have no intention to leave this valuable spot. Feng Yuan laughed. Tianti Mountain had directly connected to Heavenly Court. Even Gu Immortals did not dare to fight on this mountain. If Immortal Crane Sect did not declare Feng Yuan as a sect traitor and hold perfect reason to take him down, they would not dare to attack Hu Immortal Blessed Land. Furthermore, Hu Immortal Blessed Land becoming Immortal Crane Sect's subsidiary will also account for your sect's reputation, right? Feng Yuan continued. Feng Yang fell into silence again. A long while later, he sighed out. This matter is very important. I cannot be in charge of the decision. Allow me to return and report to the sect. Feng Yuan nodded. It would be best if brother he goes and explains it. But Fairy Song Yu would need to remain as a guest here for a while longer. Feng Yang and Song Yu made eye contact. Fairy Song Yu said, Lord Feng Yang, go ahead and return. I will wait here. I will return quickly. Feng Yang nodded solemnly at her, before looking deeply at Feng Yuan and his gang. He wanted to engrave these people into the depths of his heart. Land Spirit, open the door and let brother he out. Feng Yuan said with a concerned tone. Yes, master. Little Hu Immortal quickly replied. On Tianti Mountain a brilliant white gold light formed. In the light, A bright red door appeared. It was over 30 meters tall, and there was a rainbow-colored plaque. Pink clouds gathered as the aurora condensed into a flight of stairs of light. He Feng came out of the door. When he left, it was through the proper exit of the Blessed Land. This action quickly attracted the attention of the Gu Immortals of the other 9 great sections. They started to converse. He's out. So fast? Don't tell me there was no resistance at all. When he Feng entered, he used the expand space Immortal Gu. But when he came out, it was through the main entrance. This is proof that he succeeded. Something's wrong. Look at his face. There is no joy of victory. He looks more calm and composed instead. Even though they were suspicious, none of them asked him directly. This was a hidden contest between the 10 great sects. A direct confrontation was damaging to their reputations. He Feng could not care about their feelings. He only wanted to return to Feihe Mountain to report this matter. He flew quickly, traveling far from Tianti Mountain in a moment's time. He Feng brows were locked. He was indignant and suspicious. Where did Feng Yuan's force come from? Other than Feng Yuan, the other 3 immortals all covered their faces with masks and used Gu worms to block investigative methods. They evidently do not want to expose their identities. Why is that? Don't tell me they are Gu immortals from the other 9 sects. They did not want our sect to obtain Danghun Mountain. Thus they secretly colluded with Feng Yuan beforehand. The moment he thought of this, he Feng rejected this possibility. Paper could not cover up a fire. Secrets were temporary and would be outed. The 9 great sects would not do such a thing. It was against the demeanor of one of the great sections. Then, are they Gu immortals gathered from Central Continent's smaller sects? He Feng thought. Central Continent had countless sects. Other than the 10 great ancient sects, there were large-sized sects, middle-sized sects, small-sized sects, and mini-sections. There were untold numbers of sects. Within them, there naturally were some Gu immortals. If it had been them, then these Gu immortal would all have foundations in Central Continent. To prevent their home sect from being suppressed or troubled by the ancient sects, they would not want to reveal their identities. That made sense. That's right. Feng Yuan has the fixed immortal travel Immortal Gu. These people might not be Central Continent Gu immortals, they might be from other regions. The stronger the Gu immortal, the harder it is to get past the regional walls. Every once in a while, they have to let out their aperture in the region that they became an immortal to recollect and gather heaven and earth chi to stabilize the Blessed Land. But with fixed immortal travel, the other party can settle these problems easily. He Feng thoughts moved swiftly. He quickly guessed Feng Yuan and the other Gu immortals' identities. But he had too little evidence, he could not confirm it. All in all, Hu Immortal Blessed Land is very mysterious and dangerous. Before we find out their secrets, we cannot strike easily. This time, I suffered a huge loss. The root of the problem was that the enemy was in the dark while I was out in the open. We suffered from a lack of intel. He Feng concluded his experience from this incident. But he suddenly stopped in the air. Who is this? You dare to ambush me here? He Feng quickly became alert, shouting. You are very vigilant. A voice came from somewhere. It was high and low-pitched at times, with a hoarse male voice that turned into a crisp female voice. Someone had evidently modified their voice with Gu worms. 2 figures appeared, one in front and one behind. They blocked He Feng paths. What changed next was the sky. The bright, shiny and clear sky with no clouds turned dark and eerie. Fog became thick as vengeful souls flew all over the place. This was a battlefield killer move. This was a battlefield environment created to amplify the effects of certain Gu worms. This was not something ordinary Gu immortals could have. I am Immortal Crane Sex He Feng. Both of you are concealing your appearances and acting so secretive. What is your intention? He Feng shouted. The 2 Gu immortals before him were masked in a layer of dark light. Their appearances could not be seen. So what if you are from Immortal Crane Sect? The mysterious Gu immortal in front of him laughed coldly. The Gu immortal behind him said directly, We will kill you regardless, just as they said that the Gu immortal struck. 5 fingers spread open and thousands of gray-white threads appeared from the palm. The threads got close to He Feng. As his heart jumped, This was obviously a mortal killer move designed to trap people. Once he was entangled by these threads, it would be difficult to escape. He Fengyang quickly summoned the crane group. Within his immortal aperture, there were large numbers of flying cranes. He brought them with him everywhere, and he never lacked any troops. The crane groups were huge in numbers. There were iron beak flying cranes, fire pellet cranes, tailwind cranes, cloud mist cranes, stellar light cranes, and illusion lightning cranes all mixed together in perfect harmony, forming a tight formation. A desolate beast 9 palace crane flew out, crying out and causing the surrounding fog to disperse. He Fengyang stepped onto the 9 palace crane's back. His hair was fluttering as his gaze was like lightning. The anger within him had awakened. Do you really think I am an easy target? Today, you will taste the fury of the winged crane flying immortal. As the threads flew to him, the iron beak flying crane group flew out and blocked them with their bodies. The other mysterious goo immortal puffed up his cheeks and blew out huge flames. These flames were pale green, and in this battlefield, their power was amplified, causing many cranes to fall from the sky after getting burnt. He Fengyang was not to be outdone. He activated his enslavement path killer move. Immediately, a group of illusion lightning cranes flew out, shooting lightning bolts that gathered and formed into a pillar, piercing the battlefield. Another group of fire pellet cranes flew out, their bodies covered in flames, burning their enemies. 2 groups of flying cranes charged towards the 2 mysterious goo immortals like a pair of giant fists. Boom, boom, boom. With an intense explosion, the 2 sides engaged in intense battle. On the battlefield, the intense battle continued. A large group of iron beak flying cranes, each with bodies black as steel. They had increased defense and did not fear death. They charged towards the 2 mysterious goo immortals fiercely. One of the 2 mysterious goo immortals opened their mouth, as a loud sound came out of it, echoing everywhere. This was a sound path killer move. The iron beak flying crane group's formation went into chaos under the effect of the sound. Their tight formation became loose, and there were many weaknesses exposed. Go! The other mysterious goo immortal saw a chance and grabbed the other person's limb, the 2 of them turning into 2 lumps of gray-white flames, piercing the iron beak flying crane's formation and moving towards He Fengyang. Against an enslavement path goo immortal, one should not fight intensely with their beast group. Taking down the enslavement goo immortal was the proper battle tactic. He Fengyang saw that the enemy was approaching. Not only was he not anxious, he showed a cold smile. You fell into my trap. He took out a 5-hole jade flute goo, placing it near his mouth and started playing the flute. He looked like a green-clothed young man, but he was actually the lord of myriads of beasts. His sleeves fluttered in the air despite having no wind. His eyes burst out with a lively brilliance. Enslavement path killer move. 8-sided ambush. Tens of thousands of flying cranes moved with his music. Groups of invisible cranes that had hidden their figures exposed themselves, encircling the 2 mysterious goo immortals tightly. He Fengyang purposely left behind an empty space in the formation around himself. That was a trap to lead his enemies right into it. Now that the other party had fallen for it, he did not let them off. As his flute continued to play, 3 5-string zither goo flew out of his body. Amidst the music of the flute, the zither played a crisp tune, turning into another enslavement path killer move. Formation like water. Innumerable flying cranes flew outward, while countless flying cranes flew towards the center. The entire battlefield was like a perfect harmony of churning gears. The scale was massive but orderly. The flying cranes moved fluidly. Their formation was changing like the flow of water. The 2 mysterious goo immortals were within this formation. They saw the array of flying cranes changing their formation smoothly. They felt like beans in a stone grinder, about to be turned into pulp. He Fengyang continued to blow the flute, safely at the center of the beast group, standing on the back of the desolate crane. He watched the crane group engage with the 2 mysterious experts. He thought in his heart, ever since we started fighting, these 2 have used countless killer moves, ranging from sound path, space path, fire path, wind path, light path, dark path, rule path, and more. They were doing this on purpose. They did not want to use their real abilities and expose their identities. When goo masters become immortals according to the foundation of their bodies, as well as the goo worm used to create their immortal aperture, They would be classified into goo immortals of their respective paths. There were fire path goo immortals, wind path goo immortals, wisdom path goo immortals, and many others, forming the immortal bodies of the respective paths. The immortal body is obtained when a goo master ascends. Their body will be modified by the 3 chi, removing all impurities and elevating the essence of their life itself. A wind path immortal body will have the Tao marks and comprehension of wind, thus when they use wind path goo worms the effect would be greater. A fire path immortal body would be cleansed by the great Tao in relation to fire, it would be closely connected to fire path, and would cause fire path killer moves to be much more powerful than normal. For example, Fong Yuan, although he was an immortal zombie, he was still a strength path goo immortal. His body was the strength path immortal body. Thus when he used goo worms and killer moves of other paths, the effects were only ordinary. The 2 mysterious goo immortals trying to kill He Fengyang did not use their real fighting methods. Therefore, they were suppressed by him despite outnumbering him 2-1. Are you 2 still trying to conceal your identities? If you do not use your true abilities, you might die here. He Fengyang snickered continuously. His voice filled the battlefield. The 2 mysterious goo immortals were breathing roughly. The attack of the crane groups were unceasing and furious like a tide. The 2 of them were tired from dealing with them. Like what He Fengyang said, if the 2 did not start using their real methods, they would truly get killed soon. The 2 made eye contact as they nodded, making up their minds. One of them sighed. As expected of a reputed righteous sect, the might of the winged crane flying immortal, I have truly seen it today. The other said, however, even if we do not use our real capabilities, we can still kill you. He Fengyang, take a look around you. Oh! He Fengyang's gaze quickly swept the surroundings. Originally, it was a foggy scene. The battlefield was full of crying and anguished screams. But now there was a change. Within the lumps of thick fog, dark blue soul beasts were formed. In just a few breaths of time, the number of soul beasts increased greatly. They were equally numbered with He Fengyang's crane group. Is this Soul Taker battlefield? He Fengyang's heart jumped, he said it subconsciously. He, winged crane flying immortal, you are very knowledgeable. The mysterious goo immortals laughed, their voices changing constantly, sounding like male or female at times. He Fengyang's expression turned grim. This Soul Taker battlefield killer move had a vile reputation. It was very hard to deal with. Living beings who died in this battlefield would have their souls taken and transformed into soul beasts, under the control of the killer move's user. Most importantly, this battlefield killer move's origin was huge. It was created by one of the 10 venerables in history when he was young, spectral soul demon venerable who had the most murderous nature. Who were these 2 mysterious goo immortals? They actually had a battlefield killer move, Soul Taker, that was long lost in history. Once the soul beasts appeared, they started fighting with the crane groups. The battle situation changed. He Fengyang quickly manipulated the crane groups, changing formations to defend against the soul beasts. The 2 mysterious goo immortals felt less pressure now, and were able to rush out of the crane group's encirclement. The size of the soul beasts was the same as the crane group, but they could not defeat the cranes. Often, 10 soul beasts were sacrificed to kill 1 crane. But He Fengyang became increasingly alert in his heart. After the soul beasts were shredded into fragments, these fragments could form into new soul beasts in the Soul Taker battlefield. Meanwhile, when a flying crane dies, its soul would be taken by the battlefield, forming a soul beast, becoming part of the enemy's troops. No matter how high He Fengyang's cultivation was, he could not battle with 0 casualties. Once he suffered losses over a long period, the soul beasts would have the upper hand. As this dragged on, He Fengyang's advantage would dwindle. The crane groups would slowly be taken down by the soul beasts. He Fengyang, just so you know, we expressed weakness earlier on purpose to delay for time. Now that the Soul Taker battlefield has grown to a sizable amount, your enslavement path advantage is gone. Winged crane flying immortal, today, you will perish here. The 2 mysterious goo immortal worked together. Wind path killer move. Tornado dragon whip. With a wind whip that was hundreds of meters long, one of the goo immortals swung, killing countless flying cranes. Poison path killer move. Killer bee stab. Thousands of needles rained down like a torrential storm. The poison on them were very potent. Any flying crane that was hit directly died on the spot, their flesh disintegrating. The two mysterious goo immortals had finally showed their true abilities. One was a wind path goo immortal, while the other was a poison path goo immortal. Large numbers of cranes were exterminated. Their souls were extracted by the battlefield, forming new batches of soul beasts. Oh no! The enemy came prepared. They planned for this long ago. I cannot stay here. He Fengyang saw this and wanted to retreat. Only a fool would want to stay in the Soul Taker battlefield and fight it out with the enemy. This Soul Taker battlefield is filled with fog. It is easy to lose one's direction. It is hard to escape from. But right now, I have Expand Space Immortal Goo with me. It should not be hard to escape from here. He Fengyang thought about this and used his divine sense to communicate with a will in his immortal aperture. This will was in the form of a burly man. When He Fengyang left Fei He Mountain earlier, it had entered his immortal aperture and had been observing the outside situation using his goo worms. All of He Fengyang's experience this time, since he left Fei He Mountain, in Hu Immortal Blessed Land, when he was encircled by Feng Yuan and the others, and after he left Hu Immortal Blessed Land and was trapped in the Soul Taker battlefield, attacked by two mysterious goo immortals. The will saw it all clearly. He Fengyang requested, Lord Tiger Demon, please use your immortal killer move once again to break out of the battlefield and escape this place. This will belong to Immortal Crane Sect's third Supreme Elder. Lord Tiger Demon's anger will. He sat in the air, opening his eyes emotionlessly. You need to know that every time I use force intrusion, my main body will need to expend 2 red date immortal essence beads. He Fengyang quickly said, Junior, understand. I will make the appropriate compensation when we return. Tiger Demon's anger will nodded, not speaking any further. He grabbed with his hand, tossing 2 red date immortal essence to the Expand Space Immortal Goo. At the same time, many mortal goo rose up as well. After a while of preparing, He Fengyang opened his palm, taking out Expand Space Immortal Goo from his immortal aperture. The immortal goo was covered in a yellow light. He Fengyang patted it lightly. The yellow light left his hands, breaking apart the Soul Taker battlefield and creating a hole. He Fengyang was overjoyed. He put back Expand Space Immortal Goo, and the 9 palace crane below his feet cried out, flapping its wings and bringing him out of Soul Taker battlefield. Outside the battlefield, it was clear skies with no clouds. Oh no! He actually had Expand Space Immortal Goo. He's escaping. He Fengyang, don't run if you have the guts. Let us battle for 300 rounds. The shouts of the 2 goo immortals behind him had a tone of anxiety and panic. He Fengyang laughed heartily. His heart was filled with pride. Even Soul Taker battlefield cannot contain me. No matter who you are, ambushing and attempting to kill me, I will remember this. Don't think I will not find out just because you hid your identity, you used your own killer moves. When I return to the sect, I will investigate. I will definitely find out who you really are. Oh no! Suddenly, He Fengyang sensed something amiss. His expression changed. He had always been a vigilant person and had great self-control. How could his emotions become so overjoyed the moment he left the Soul Taker battlefield? Like he had just won a battle? This time, he failed to take back Hu Immortal Blessed Land. He had let down Lord Tiger Demon's nurturing and expectations. He should feel downcast instead. Oh no! An intense warning of danger rose in his heart. He Fengyang turned around, only to see a goo immortal as tiny as a little boy, his body covered in a dark light. He was holding a dagger-shaped goo worm. He was right behind He Fengyang, less than a foot away. A third goo immortal. There was a third goo immortal in ambush. This was their true killer move, a plot within a plot. While He Fengyang's mind relaxed the moment he left the Soul Taker battlefield, the fatal strike was launched at him. He Fengyang was furious and shocked. His eyes were blood red and he was extremely angry. He did not retreat. Instead, he had the urge to fight to the death with the enemy. Quickly dodge. The enemy is an emotion path goo immortal. They can interfere with your judgment by influencing your emotions. Within his immortal aperture, Tiger Demon's anger will was shouting. He, it is too late. The third goo immortal raised their dagger, stabbing at He Fengyang. The dagger-shaped goo worm burst out with an intense immortal goo aura. He Feng-yang was horror-stricken and full of grievances. The enemy had an attack-type immortal goo. He only had an expand space immortal goo. It could not help him. The defensive mortal killer moves he had could not block this attack-type immortal goo. The dagger-shaped immortal goo was about to pierce into him. He Feng-yang felt anger, fear, bewilderment, unresignedness. All kinds of feelings seethed in him like lava, greatly influencing his actions. Am I going to die here today? He Feng-yang involuntarily had this thought. However, right at this dangerous moment, the desolate beast Nine Palace Crane under his feet suddenly let out a clear cry before fiercely turning its body around. He Feng-yang's body was thrown down while the Nine Palace Crane blocked the ambushing goo immortal. Plop! A soft sound echoed. The dagger-shaped immortal goo ruthlessly pierced into the Nine Palace Crane's chest. Eh? The third goo immortal showed a shocked expression. He had thought disturbing He Feng-yang could influence the Nine Palace Crane. After all, He Feng-yang was an enslavement path goo immortal and the Nine Palace Crane had been enslaved by him. If he was influenced, the Nine Palace Crane should also be nothing to worry about. He activated several emotion path killer moves to heavily disturb He Feng-yang. But he had never expected that, at the last juncture, this Nine Palace Crane would actually move to protect its master. Little Nine. He Feng-yang saw the Nine Palace Crane taking the fatal strike. Tears immediately streamed down his eyes as he gave a pained roar. He had raised this Nine Palace Crane with great care and had never used any enslavement methods on it. Back when he was young, he had been brutally chased when out on a mission. His life was hanging in the balance when he accidentally bumped into the similarly heavily injured Nine Palace Crane. After this coincidental and accidental meeting, he and the Nine Palace Crane helped each other to escape the plight. The Nine Palace Crane was on the verge of death. He Feng-yang brought it back to the sect and used all of his wealth, barely managing to stabilize its life. In the dozens of years afterwards, He Feng-yang braved many dangers to earn money to treat the Nine Palace Crane little by little, slowly pulling it out from the brink of death. A profound sentiment more intimate than brothers was established like this between a man and a crane. Later an accident occurred. The rank 5 goo master He Feng-yang had failed his mission and was in a heavily injured state. The resources on him could only save one person. If he treated the Nine Palace Crane, he would die, but if he saved himself, the Nine Palace Crane would not be able to maintain its lingering vitality. At the juncture of this choice, He Feng-yang thought for 3 days and 3 nights. In the end, he decided to sacrifice himself to save the Nine Palace Crane. This action caused Third Supreme Elder, Lord Tiger Demon, to be moved, and with his help, both He Feng-yang and the Nine Palace Crane were saved. He Feng-yang lived up to his expectations, and after becoming a goo immortal, he joined Lord Tiger Demon's faction. The Nine Palace Crane let out a mournful cry. Its enormous and slender body was covered with a layer of gray light. In this gray light, its body was rapidly shrinking and becoming younger. From a mature age it continuously turned to its youth, then to its infancy. This was the power of the immortal goo. The dagger-shaped immortal goo was actually a time path immortal goo that could reverse the target's body to a younger state. Retreat. Don't let down your friend's kind intention. In his immortal aperture, Tiger Demon's anger will heaved a long sigh. Little Nine. He Feng-yang shouted furiously and went back regardless of the advice of Tiger Demon's anger will. The hems of his gown fluttered and moved, turning into a crane feather cloak. A blood-red glint blossomed in his eyes and his slender green brows moved nimbly like a snake or dragon. The mysterious goo immortal showed a surprised expression. He had not thought He Feng-yang, who could have clearly escaped in the moment just before, would actually return with killing intent. He Feng-yang was an enslavement path goo immortal. He Feng-yang pushed forward his palms, from which jade-green lightning rays surged out. The mysterious goo immortal snorted. He raised the dagger and confronted it head-on, simultaneously activating emotion path killer moves to influence He Feng-yang's emotions. However, He Feng-yang's heart was filled completely with anger and was unexpectedly not influenced. Bam! A loud explosion erupted and the mysterious goo immortal was thrown back. Yang's body trembled intensely and blood spurted out of his mouth, but he forcibly pulled himself together and pulled the infant Nine Palace crane into his hands. Little Nine. Yang held the Nine Palace crane in his embrace and turned around, escaping immediately with no intent to stay. The Nine Palace crane had already become the size of a white goose and was softly twittering as Yang held it in his embrace. The emotion path Gu Immortal had been sent some distance away. That gap was enough for him to be unable to chase Yang in this moment. The other two mysterious Gu Immortals hurried over after canceling the Soul Taker battlefield. Sigh. He escaped in the end. The Wind Path Gu Immortal heaved a long sigh in pity. This guy is clearly an enslavement path Gu Immortal, but he is actually not weak in close combat. That green lightning killer move isn't what it appears to be. It makes me think of... The emotion path Gu Immortal said. Humph, if not for lacking time to gather more people, would we be afraid of not being able to put him down? How about we chase, maybe we can... The poison path Gu Immortal was not resigned. He has expand space immortal Gu. Soul Taker battlefield cannot trap him. Let's leave quickly. It is not convenient to stay here. The wind path Gu Immortal was calm. Right, this ambush was nothing more than a hastily considered course of action. We absolutely cannot lose sight of the main goal for small gains and risk exposing our identities, which would affect Master's grand plan. We will retreat. The emotion path Gu Immortal ceased his absent-mindedness and said softly. His position seemed to be higher than the other two Gu Immortals, and his words had a tone of decisiveness. I shall take my leave. The wind path Gu Immortal rapidly flew in the air and soon was no more than a small black dot in the horizon. Humph! The poison path Gu Immortal dropped into the ground and escaped. The emotion path Gu Immortal paused for a while until the other two had completely left. His body then disappeared in the air as if he had never been there. Yang flew at top speed to Feihe Mountain, and without stopping, he directly entered Fu Hu Blessed Land. Lord Tiger Demon was standing beside an enormous stone pit, looking at the tens of thousands of rockmen working inside the pit. Junior was incompetent and let down Lord's expectations. Yang bowed in greeting to Lord Tiger Demon, his body filled with injuries and his expression one of shame. You got injured? First go take a rest and heal yourself. Lord Tiger Demon did not ask anything to Yang and only waved his hand. That anger will in Yang's immortal aperture flew out and entered his mind. In just an instant, he understood all the things Yang had experienced in this trip. His gaze flickered. Shortly afterwards, he activated Anger Will Gu to produce Anger Will. The anger will flew through the sky, out of Fu Hu Blessed Land and towards the peak of Feihe Mountain. When it reached the conference hall at the mountain peak, 3 wills that were left here came after sensing it. These 3 wills were respectively from First Supreme Elder, Second Supreme Elder, and the Third Supreme Elder, Lord Tiger Demon. They were in charge of monitoring the sect and also handling some small matters. The major matters were also arranged, and at every set period of time, they would gather a group of Gu Immortals to hold a joint discussion on them. Tiger Demon's anger will landed in the hall and fused with its previous will, then narrated the events that occurred to Yang. The first and second Supreme Elders' wills sank into silence when they heard the narration. They started to rapidly think, which caused their bodies to shrink at a visible speed. When they had shrunken to almost half the previous size, Second Supreme Elders will said, Let's allow Lord Tiger Demon to have the final decision on the matters of Hu Immortal Blessed Land. First Supreme Elders will spoke. Yang was ambushed and almost killed. This is much more serious than Hu Immortal Blessed Land. Where was he ambushed? A Gu worm flew out from the hall and turned into a map made of light and shadow. Here. Lord Tiger Demon's anger will pointed at the location. First Supreme Elders will nodded and spoke heavily. This location is a very good place to lay an ambush. There is no force situated both in front and behind, and this makes it a very good place of concealment. It seems the ambushers are very familiar with Central Continent's terrain. Investigate. When has there been anyone that had the guts to try to kill our 10 great ancient sects Gu Immortals? Second Supreme Elders will shouted in rage. My concern is this. Elders, where do you think these Gu Immortals came from? Lord Tiger Demon's anger will asked. First Supreme Elders and Second Supreme Elders' wills glanced at each other, both revealing heavy expressions. Third Elder is worried these Gu Immortals are Central Continent Gu Immortals? First Supreme Elder said quietly. Tiger Demon's anger will spoke frankly with confidence. Right? How long have our 10 great ancient sects been in control of Central Continent? The situation has been getting increasingly harder over these recent years. Why is that? Our Central Continent is different from the other 4 regions. Led by primordial origin immortal venerable, Central Continent had already been reformed during the remote antiquity era, establishing the sect system. During the remote antiquity era, sects had been rare. In olden antiquity era, clan forces surpassed sect forces. In medieval antiquity era, sects and clans clashed against each other and advanced at an equal pace. In late antiquity era, clans weakened while sects flourished. And now, sects stand in great numbers in Central Continent while there are almost no clans. The clan system only selects the clan's children as Gu masters. The sect system, however, allows ordinary mortals to step on the path of Gu cultivation. Our Central Continent's history is filled with the conflicts between the 2 great systems. After going through over 3 million years of struggles, evolution, and accumulation, the sect system has prevailed. The number of Central Continent Gu Immortals far surpass the other 4 regions, and they continue to increase, and soon will leave the control of our 10 great sections. How many Gu Immortals can our 10 great sects recruit? The number of other Gu Immortals in Central Continent are several times our own. As these Gu Immortals of other sects, Demonic Path Gu Immortals and Lone Cultivator Gu Immortals continue to cultivate, they would require more cultivation resources. Conflicts are unavoidable because our 10 great sects control 80% of cultivation resources in Central Continent. Have there not been cases like Great Heavenly Sword Sect before? It is just that they were secretly suppressed by our 10 great ancient sects. But in these recent years, new sects are still emerging unendingly, new innovations and new schools of thought are common occurrences, uncommon geniuses and monstrous talents are constantly sprouting among the mortals while there are limited spots in our 10 great ancient sects. Despite recruiting exceptional talents every year, Central Continent is truly too big. Lord Tiger Demon's anger will side as he said this. The 2 Supreme Elders were silent all along. The 10 great ancient sects held control of 80% of Central Continent's resources. But after the resources were split amongst everyone, how much would be left behind for individual Gu Immortals? As a Gu Immortal's cultivation got higher, their blessed land would require more resources to manage. In particular, the heavenly tribulations and earthly calamities would also continue to become stronger, and after every tribulation, the losses would be very severe, and the price to repair it would continue to become higher. It was impossible for the 10 great ancient sects Gu Immortals to share their resources to others. In the past, although there were many sects outside of the 10 great sects, there were not many Gu Immortals. Immortal and mortal were different concepts. There was a wide gap in the strength between mortals and immortals, thus mortals could be suppressed. But at present, the Gu Immortals outside of the 10 great sects were increasing constantly in numbers. Although these Gu Immortals usually had inferior battle strength, their vast numbers were enough to bring about an impact to the 10 great ancient sections. Great Heavenly Sword Sect was a good example. This large-size sect had 2 Gu Immortals originally and was a vassal of Immortal Crane Sect. Now that they had a 3rd Gu Immortal, they immediately planned to leave Immortal Crane Sect and be independent. Lord Tiger Demon's anger will continued. These years, our 10 great ancient sects have been in difficult circumstances. We could be said to be treading on thin ice. It is as if we are blocking the top of a volcano. The magma underneath will eventually burst out one day, causing a major impact to our 10 great sects. Third Supreme Elder is talking about the general situation in Central Continent right now. But this is the situation of the whole region. How can we change it? Second Supreme Elders will side. Lord Tiger Demons will continued. Great Heavenly Sword Sect's example is in front of us. The Gu Immortals in who Immortal Blessed Land could be from other regions, but they are most likely to be an alliance of lone cultivators in our region. The ones who ambushed Hefongyang today might also be Gu Immortals of our own region's forces. But if that is the case, It would be terrifying. Second Supreme Elder nodded. It is indeed like that. The force that attacked He Fengyang obviously does not want Hu Immortal Blessed Land to continue being in the hands of Feng Yuan. If He Fengyang dies, Immortal Crane Sect will have to attack Hu Immortal Blessed Land forcefully to defend our reputation. Even though it is obvious that they are framed, Immortal Crane Sect has no choice but to go along with it. The 10 great ancient sects' pride and reputation that had been defended for innumerable years cannot be tarnished. If they could not take revenge for the death of their own Gu immortals, then their reputation would be ruined, the hearts of the people would waver, and everyone would be emboldened to offend Immortal Crane Sect. If Immortal Crane Sect is under such problems, they would not be able to manage their resources and land within Central Continent. By then, Immortal Crane Sect would be worn out physically and mentally. Their exhaustion would attract even more greedy jackals and wolves. This would be a vicious cycle. Once they fall into it, it would be hard to recover. Immortal Crane Sect's top 3 Supreme Elders were all experienced people. They were old monsters with bountiful life experience. They had considered this terrifying future prospect already. Not just them, among the other 9 great ancient sects of Central Continent, there were sure to be people who understood this. Right now, Central Continent was becoming saturated with experts, but there were limited resources. It was like a powder keg that was expanding endlessly. The 10 great ancient sects were sitting on top of the keg. If they were careless and ignited it, they might be blown to pieces. Tiger Demon, you used this topic today to start a long discussion. I'm sure you have some insights to share with us. Why not just tell us straight away? First Supreme Elder said. Tiger Demon's anger will laugh, saying startling things. My current idea is to agree with Feng Yuan's conditions and acknowledge that Hu Immortal Blessed Land is a subsidiary of our sect. At the same time, we will find out the true identities of the culprits who attacked He Fengyang. Once we know which lone cultivators are ganging up, we will collaborate with the other 9 sects and engage in a wide-scale immortal slaughtering plan. Immortal slaughtering? Second Supreme Elder heard this and excitement shined in his eyes. First Supreme Elders will shut his eyes. He slowly said, Tiger Demon, I will not hide it from you. This suggestion of yours had been brought up by Combat Immortal Sects Gu Immortal Shirley many years ago. He had even sent a proposal to Heavenly Court, requesting for Heavenly Court to come out and organize the 10 great ancient sects in order to execute this plan. Oh, that Immortal Monkey King? Even though our 10 great ancient sects have had changes throughout history, the root of all these changes were righteous reasons, like the interchanging of main and side branches. These all have much to do with Heavenly Court. If the 10 ancient sects engage in a slaughter of immortals, it would have huge implications and involve innumerable benefits. Only Heavenly Court can step in to convince and assemble everyone, leading us towards victory. Tiger Demon's anger will agreed. But Heavenly Court rejected this proposal. They even warned us 10 great ancient sects not to specially target the respective smaller sects and lone cultivator Gu immortals. We are not to consciously massacre them. Violators would be heavily punished. First Supreme Elders will said. What? Tiger Demon's anger will shouted in shock. This matter? How did I not know about it? Second Supreme Elder muttered to himself. First Supreme Elder sighed loudly, looking at the sky. The will of Heavenly Court is Heaven's will. Heaven's will cannot be defied. Heaven's will cannot be anticipated. He Fengyang returned to Hu Immortal Blessed Land once again. Fairy Tsongyu and Feng Yuan were walking on Danghun Mountain, observing the growth of the Guts Gu. Tai Bai Yunshang looked from afar, staring at Fairy Tsongyu. Meanwhile, that blue charm lightning shadow was encircled by the 8 desolate beasts. Once in a while, a different desolate beast would go up and fight it. They were taking turns to wear it down. Brother, he was a bit slow. Feng Yuan saw He Fengyang and smiled while saying plainly. He Fengyang and Fairy Tsongyu first looked at each other. Seeing her nod and hint that she was unharmed, he turned to Feng Yuan. My sect has already agreed to acknowledge your side as our sect's subsidiary. The relationship would have no time limit, and you can leave at any time. At the same time, we will engage in the trading of Guts Gu. The price will be 1 Immortal Essence Stone for 120 Guts Gu. This is the rank 6 Immortal Gu Promise. Immortal Gu Promise was an information path Gu worm. Its use was similar to Mountain Pledge Goo and Sea Oath Goo. Immediately, He Fengyang activated the Immortal Goo to make a promise. When it was Feng Yuan's turn, he received the Immortal Goo and checked that there were no issues. He consumed his green grape Immortal essence and made a promise as well. Their promises created material forms that resembled lumps of gold. The two sides exchanged with each other to keep a copy each. Fairy Tsongyu finally breathed out a sigh of relief. Now that the transaction had been established, she was finally safe. Feng Yuan breathed out in relief too. The situation that he had been trying to resolve had finally reached this stage. Fighting to the death with Immortal Crane Sect was definitely impossible. Immortal Crane Sect was a huge organization. If he angered them, Immortal Blessed Land would certainly be lost. With Feng Yuan's finances, he could not sustain a huge battle against Gu Immortal level opponents. But He Fengyang's words quickly earned his attention. On the way back, I was ambushed by 3 Gu Immortals and my life was almost lost. The other party evidently wants to frame you. Our sect is investigating it now. I wonder if your force had offended anyone. What? In Central Continent, there were actually Gu Immortals who dared to kill a Gu Immortal from the 10 great sects. Feng Yuan did not conceal his shock. He remembered clearly that such situations would only happen a while after the 5 regions' chaotic war started. By then, the 5 regions would be in chaos. Mortals would face difficulties living and battles would be unceasing. Even the authority of Heavenly Court was useless. The 10 great sects Gu Immortals all faced assassinations. There were those who were taking revenge from the other 4 regions, but also Central Continent's own lone cultivator Gu Immortals who were trying to fish for benefits. As the situation became more and more chaotic, Feng Yuan could even bring a band of demonic path Gu Immortals to attack Immortal Blessed Land on Tianti Mountain, killing Feng Jin Huang eventually. Unknowingly, Feng Yuan thought about the mysterious force that plotted against him secretly in Treasure Yellow Heaven over a year ago. But he did not even know what this force was called. Even if he knew, he would not expose such information to He Fengyang. Thus, he shook his head. I have been in Immortal Blessed Land for this period of time. How could I offend other forces? I have no intentions to offend Brother He, but thinking about it, Immortal Crane Sect probably attracts more enemies than me. Was it a force trying to plot against your sect, but wanting to use me as a diversion instead? He Fengyang did not get the information he wanted. He was a little disappointed, but he could not force Feng Yuan. Immortal Crane Sect had their own worries. Even though Feng Yuan was only an immortal zombie, the force behind him allowed the two sides to speak on equal terms. He Fengyang and Fairy Tsongyu did not stay any longer. Feng Yuan opened Immortal Blessed Land's door and sent them out. Feng Yuan stood at the door, saying goodbye to them. The other 9 sects who saw this immediately realized that something had occurred in Immortal Blessed Land. What is going on? Why is there an immortal zombie? He Fengyang and Fairy Tsongyu came with great confidence. But now their expression are not quite right. It seems a problem occurred. Did they fail to take it down? That's impossible, right? The Gu Immortals were confused, they were guessing randomly. The 10 great ancient sects were in cahoots. They were the overlords of Central Continent. Over these last years, there was unavoidably no lack of hidden competition among themselves. The contest of Immortal Blessed Land was at first an open competition, using disciples from each sect to decide the eventual owner. But the result was that Feng Yuan actually took advantage. Now, it was a hidden contest. They could not question Immortal Crane Sect in public. That would break the unspoken rules. The Gu Immortals did not know what happened to Immortal Blessed Land. They were hesitant to return. Feng Yuan closed the door, as He Lulan and Fairy Li Shan came to congratulate him with smiles on their faces. Feng Yuan, you have caused me to look at you in a different light. This time, the collaboration between you and Immortal Crane Sect succeeded without any battle. It was truly a great victory. Fairy Li Shan was full of praise. This was the type of victory that Gu Immortals loved the most. Without any battles, without any huge investments, but the rewards were simply incredible. Senior is not entirely correct. Feng Yuan laughed heartily. It is not me who is collaborating with Immortal Crane Sect. It is us. After all, to refine the Airsac Gu, we will need He Lulan's Strength Chi Gu to muster the Strength Chi. As for the profits of the Guts Gu, your side will take 40%, my side will take 60%. Fairy Lishan heard this and the smile on her face intensified. As long as one was not a fool, they could see the prospects of the transaction of Guts Gu. She understood clearly that Fang Yuan's action was to stabilize their alliance completely, to bind them to Danghun Mountain itself. In the future, when Hu Immortal Blessed Land is attacked, they would need to come and defend it too. But with such great benefits, Fairy Lishan could not help but be moved. He Lulan looked at Fang Yuan deeply. To think that you had this method, Fang Yuan, conceptualizing the Airsac Gu. To refine the rank 3 Airsac Gu, you need to use the rank 6 Strength Chi Gu. This Gu is truly very special. A part of this was definitely due to Wisdom Gu's credit. After obtaining Wisdom Gu, Fang Yuan had been conceptualizing to see if there was a way to extract Guts Gu under the help of unlimited inspiration. The success this time was also because he had unexpectedly heard from Tai Bai Yunshang that He Lulan had the Strength Chi Immortal Gu. Only an immortal class strength could envelop the Guts Gu, allowing it to leave Danghun Mountain unscathed. Fang Yuan changed the topic. To produce Guts Gu, we will need huge amounts of souls. I will have to trouble the two of you. Northern Plains is a land of battles. Chaotic wars happen all the time, and beast groups and tribes relocate constantly. There are surely many souls that can be collected there. We will go and settle this now. He Lulan wanted to act immediately. After she ascended to an immortal, her need for resources had become much greater, especially in terms of immortal essence stones. She could not always rely on Fairy Lishan. Relying on others was not He Lulan's style. Fairy Lishan agreed. That's right. Danghun Mountain does not have any requirements for the type of soul. We can even buy them from Northern Plains Zombie Alliance. It will be more expensive than collecting the souls ourselves, but the price would be acceptable and we can save lots of trouble. He. Fang Yuan waved a hand. Please hold on for a moment. Don't be too anxious now. Now come with me to suppress a Gu Immortal. This Gu Immortal is inside Hu Immortal Blessed Land right now. Oh? Who? Tai Bai Yunshang questioned. There are other Gu Immortals hiding in the Blessed Land now? Is it an ambush by Immortal Crane Sect, having ulterior motives? He Lulan and Fairy Lishan looked at each other with confused and shocked expressions. Fang Yuan smiled mysteriously. This immortal is right under our noses. Please follow me. Under Fang Yuan's lead, everyone came before the Blue Charm Lightning Shadow. The Blue Charm Lightning Shadow right now was fighting in the air with the Iron Crown Eagle. Its small blue figure was colliding with the desolate beast Iron Crown Eagle's huge body, fighting evenly back and forth. He Lulan was even more uncertain now. The Gu Immortal you are talking about is the Blue Charm Lightning Shadow? Fang Yuan smiled and did not respond. Tai Bai Yunshang's eyes shone with brilliance. Now that you've mentioned it, this Blue Charm Lightning Shadow is acting really strangely. That's right. Fairy Lishan showed a wary and vigilant expression. Logically speaking, the Blue Charm Lightning Shadow was formed from an earthly calamity. Its main target would be the owner of Hu Immortal Blessed Land, which is you, Fang Yuan. But it has been engaging with these desolate beasts all this time. It had no intentions to attack you. He Lulan continued. No wonder I felt that it was strange. When the desolate beast appeared, this Blue Charm Lightning Shadow seemed to have been shocked. It stopped growling and started to conceal its presence. This Blue Charm Lightning Shadow is weird. I'm sure it is not normal. He. Fang Yuan laughed heartily, saying, the Blue Charm Lightning Shadow in the past had no issues, but after it was sent out of the Blessed Land by me, it was captured by a Lightning Path Gu Immortal, and was refined into some sort of puppet killer move. When Immortal Crane Sect came to attack my Blessed Land, this Gu Immortal manipulated the Blue Charm Lightning Shadow into barging in. His objective was to fish for benefits. If Immortal Crane Sect failed, he could show up as a representative of his sect and strike first. I wonder if my analysis is correct? Myriad Dragon Doc's Vicious Lightning Fiend. How did you know that I am Vicious Lightning Fiend? The Blue Charm Lightning Shadow could not put up a facade any longer. He ignored the Iron Crown Eagle and flew to Fang Yuan. The Iron Crown Eagle chased it, but Fang Yuan waved a hand. The eagle screeched and flew away. Myriad Dragon Doc's vicious lightning fiend? He Lulan and Fairy Li Shan looked at each other. They knew about Myriad Dragon Doc. It was one of the 10 great ancient sects of Central Continent, just like Immortal Crane sect. But who Vicious Lightning Fiend was, they did not have much of an idea. Only Tai Bai Yunshang's eyes shone brightly. After coming to Hu Immortal Blessed Land, he had collected a lot of information upon Fang Yuan's advice. He knew a lot of intelligence about Central Continent's Gu Immortals. Vicious Lightning Fiend is a rank 6 Gu Immortal. He has passed 2 heavenly tribulations and had an amazing history of ending in a draw after fighting with a rank 7 Gu Immortal. But many years ago he had entered closed cultivation. There had been no traces of him these last few years in Central Continent. Tai Bai Yun Shang introduced. A draw with a rank 7 Gu Immortal? Fairy Li Shan's gaze shone. He Lulan had a proud and arrogant demeanor as she snorted coldly. The blue charm lightning shadow looked at everyone. But eventually his gaze locked onto Fang Yuan. Who are you guys? My immortal killer move was the fruit of my many years of closed cultivation, after thinking of how to raise my battle strength. A year ago, I learned that there was a blue charm lightning shadow on Tianti Mountain. It was lurking around there and did not want to leave. Thus I struck secretly and captured the blue charm lightning shadow. A few months ago, I perfected my immortal killer move, making this blue charm lightning shadow my puppet. I have only told this secret to a few people. You guys actually know about this in detail. Tell me, who in the world are you? Fang Yuan snorted. He said very unkindly. Vicious Lightning Fiend. You might have a fierce reputation, but we are not afraid of you. You made the blue charm lightning shadow into your puppet. I'm sure you paid a heavy price for that. I am in a bad mood. You should be careful. Otherwise, if I get angry, I will kill this blue charm lightning shadow right here. Can you stop me? The blue charm lightning shadow shouted out angrily. He showed his irascible nature. You dare! I am a Gu Immortal of Myriad Dragon Doc. Don't think you can continue to be arrogant. It is only temporarily that you are occupying Hu Immortal Blessed Land. Once your identities are exposed, we, the 10 great ancient sects, will make sure all of you lone cultivators and demonic cultivators are done for. Oh? Is that so? Fang Yuan's eyes shone with brilliance. You saw our earlier transaction clearly. We are already a subsidiary of Immortal Crane sect. We have both made a promise. Even if Myriad Dragon Doc wants to deal with us, you will need to get past Immortal Crane sect first. That's right. Earlier, Immortal Crane sect's He Fengyang was attacked. The mastermind was you, or rather, Myriad Dragon Doc. Right? Bullshit. We of the 10 great ancient sects are on the same side. Even if we compete with each other both openly and secretly, how could we do things without limits like you lone cultivators with demonic natures? The blue charm lightning shadow was furious. Fang Yuan did not speak. He glanced over at He Lulan. He Lulan was a formidable character just like him. They cooperated flawlessly. She pretended to jump to a realization, saying, Fang Yuan, you are absolutely right. Hu Immortal Blessed Land, Danghun Mountain, and Guts Gu are extremely huge benefits. After assassinating He Fengyang, Immortal Crane sect will come to attack us. By then, when we both suffer great losses, Myriad Dragon Doc will be able to take advantage of the situation. You're bullshitting. Bullshit. How can I be such a petty person? The blue charm lightning shadow's anger was through the roof. He shouted unceasingly. He Lulan laughed sinisterly. But the timing in which you appeared was simply too coincidental. When He Fengyang attacked Hu Immortal Blessed Land, all the events that happened in here, how could the outside world know? Why did He Fengyang encounter an assassination the moment he left Hu Immortal Blessed Land? Obviously, you were an insider and used some special method to inform your main body, who then organized the ambush. He Lulan fully expressed her twisted logic. Her words shocked the blue charm lightning shadow. But immediately after, he reacted, turning angry from shame, rebuking. Hu Immortal Blessed Land is a separate piece of heaven and earth. Unless I have an immortal killer move, how could I communicate with my main body? But if I use an immortal killer move, such intense immortal aura would be detected by you guys. Isn't that right? But there was a moment when Hu Immortal Blessed Land opened its doors. That way, we were connected to the outside world. You communicated with your main body at that very point in time. He Lu Lan immediately retorted. Scumbag. Bullshit. I am honorable and righteous. How can I be like that? No, I was almost tricked by you. How can he Feng Yang's ambush have anything to do with my blue charm lightning shadow sending out information? Even if the other party did not know what happened in Hu Immortal Blessed Land, they can still ambush He Feng Yang. There is no relationship between the two issues. The blue charm lightning shadow screamed. He Lu Lan said eerily. Whether a relationship exists, we do not care about that. We will tell this to Immortal Crane Sect. You can explain things to them yourself. Go ahead and tell them. I have not done any of the things you've said. Why would I be afraid of slander? The blue charm lightning shadow tried to put up a front. At this time, Tai Bai Yunshang said, Oh, I remember now. Recently in Immortal Crane Sect's region of control, wasn't there the matter of Great Heavenly Sword Sect trying to gain independence? There had been rumors that the matter of Great Heavenly Sword Sect was instigated by Myriad Dragon Doc. I get it. After killing He Feng Yang, Immortal Crane Sect's main forces will come and attack our blessed land. In that case, it will be even easier for Great Heavenly Sword Sect to detach from Immortal Crane Sect. After Great Heavenly Sword Sect joins Myriad Dragon Doc and become your subsidiary, Immortal Crane Sect's territory at the northwest area will be devoured by Myriad Dragon Doc. By then, even if they taken down Hu Immortal Blessed Land, they will suffer a huge loss in battle strength. If they return and want to settle the matter with Myriad Dragon Doc, it would be too late, and they would not have the strength to do so. Tai Bai Yunshang's words not only shocked the blue charm lightning shadow, even Feng Yuan was looking at him in surprise. Although Tai Bai Yunshang was a good person and had been kind in his life, he was old and experienced. His words were like a dagger stabbing into the heart of the matter. He directly pointed out Vicious Lightning Fiend's weakness. The blue charm lightning shadow finally became quiet. After a dozen breaths of time, he said, Damn! You bunch of scheming scoundrels. You are simply twisting logic as you like. You're making things up. Say it. What is the condition for letting go of my lightning shadow puppet? He Lu Lan and Tai Bai Yunshang did not speak. They looked at Feng Yuan. Feng Yuan laughed lightly, saying a ridiculous condition. Vicious Lightning Fiend. I am very interested in this immortal killer move that can turn the blue charm lightning shadow into a puppet. Why don't you teach me? Screw you. This is a trump card that I finally came up with after 4 years of closed cultivation. With just a few words from you, you want to take the fruits of my labor. It will only happen in your dreams. Even if this puppet is destroyed, I will not give it to you. The blue charm lightning shadow shouted in anger, categorically rejecting this. But Feng Yuan had his previous life's memories. He was carrying out a plan based on them and knew about Vicious Lightning Fiend's bottom line. He chuckled as he said slowly, Vicious Lightning Fiend, your immortal killer move was only created in a rush. The success rate is definitely not high. The blue charm lightning shadow has rank 6 battle strength. Isn't it such a waste to discard it here? How about this? I will take a step back. I do not want your immortal killer move. I want the blood deity remnant recipe that you have. The blue charm lightning shadow's expression was grim. How did you know that I have blood deity's remnant recipe? There are only a small number of Gu immortals in Myriad Dragon Doc that know about this secret. Humph. Frog in the well. There are no impenetrable walls in this world. Even if very few people know, can't I have Gu worms to deduce it? Feng Yuan showed a disposition of unfathomable depth. Good, very good. I am even more curious about your true identities now. Humph. I will admit a loss this time. The blue charm lightning shadow agreed as he gritted his teeth. Let's trade using Treasure Yellow Heaven. Feng Yuan said. No way. Treasure Yellow Heaven will expose the blue charm lightning shadow puppet. It will expose my immortal killer move in advance. The blue charm lightning shadow rejected immediately. Feng Yuan laughed coldly. Vicious Lightning Fiend, don't think I am unaware. After coming out of closed cultivation, you plan to imitate Sword Immortal Bo Qing, to challenge experts from all over the region, and use your power to contest for the title of the strongest. Your first target must be Immortal Liao Mao. You sure know a lot. The blue charm lightning shadow's tone was cold, but his heart was jumping. The other party's grasp on information was far too detailed. He was in a very passive spot. Fong Yuan ordered Little Who Immortal to act, using connecting heaven goo to connect to treasure yellow heaven, before finding vicious lightning fiend's main body. After the two negotiated, Fong Yuan sent the blue charm lightning shadow as merchandise and sent it over. Immediately, the treasure light burst into the sky, attracting countless divine senses. Vicious lightning fiend quickly took out blood deity's immortal goo remnant recipe. Who knew how many goo immortals cried out in alarm at this? Scoundrel, quickly settle the deal. Vicious lightning fiend's divine sense screamed. Vicious lightning fiend, you are not being genuine. The blood deity remnant recipe you have is 70% complete. You are trying to scam my ignorance, only taking out a 40% remnant recipe. Fong Yuan said slowly. Vicious lightning fiend was shocked. How can I have a 70% blood deity remnant recipe? I am in no rush. The longer the blue charm lightning shadow is exposed, the more people will know. Fong Yuan said casually. Vicious lightning fiend almost spat blood from anger. Lad, don't think that with a wisdom path goo immortal behind you deducing things, you can act so arrogantly. I will remember you. Just you wait. Saying this, he finally tossed out a 70% blood deity remnant recipe. An immortal goo remnant recipe with such a high completion rate appeared. Since when did blue charm lightning shadow become a commodity? Some goo immortals fortunate enough to witness the transaction went into deep shock. Fong Yuan did not make things difficult for vicious lightning fiend this time. They swiftly ended the deal. Under the gazes of He Lulan and the others, Fong Yuan took the immortal goo remnant recipe, exclaiming in his heart, I obtained this so easily, something that I had been unable to get my hands on in my previous life no matter what. A 70% blood deity immortal goo remnant recipe, together with my previous life's accumulations, and with wisdom goo's power, I should be able to complete the blood deity immortal goo recipe. Next, he thought about vicious lightning fiend. This person had a fierce, ruthless, and fiery personality. In his previous life, he attained rank 7 and had incredible battle strength. During the 5 regions chaotic war, he used the immortal killer move lightning deity to accumulate 8 rank 6 battle strength beings that were similar to the blue charm lightning shadow. After Feng Zhouge died, he contested for the prize status of being the number 1 in battle strength among rank 7. He fought with immortal monkey king Shirley for 3 days and 3 nights but unfortunately lost. In his previous life, Fong Yuan had most wanted to refine the immortal goo blood deity. He had once targeted the immortal goo remnant recipe in vicious lightning fiend's possession. But his plot failed and he escaped after being heavily injured. To think that in this life, he could obtain what he had always wanted in his previous life in such a manner. In Central Continent time, 3 days after extorting vicious lightning fiend, Immortal Crane Sect announced to the world. They recognized Fong Yuan as the owner of Who Immortal Blessed Land. Who Immortal Blessed Land was now a subsidiary force of Immortal Crane Sect, and could leave at any time. This shocking news was like a large rock being thrown into a lake, causing many surging waves and splashes. At once, the world of Central Continent's Goo Immortals was in a commotion. Earlier, Immortal Crane Sect had declared publicly that Fong Yuan was a traitor of the sect, and would receive judgment soon. Such matters were common in Central Continent. Many Goo masters, after obtaining benefits, would not want to share it with their sect, or they might be recruited by other sects, and so on. Such reasons caused them to betray their original sect. The cohesion of members under the sect system was weaker compared to the clan and tribe system that united people from the same bloodline together. Among sects, the 10 great ancient sects had the highest cohesion. But there were still traitors that appeared in these ancient sects. In the past, First Gen Guyu obtained a blood path true inheritance and betrayed Immortal Crane Sect, going to southern border and hiding his name and identity. These recent years, Myriad Dragon Doc's former disciple Song Zixing had also betrayed his sect. After growing from battles, he was now a rank 7 Gu Immortal, known as the Blood Dragon. He was a famous demonic path expert in Central Continent. Thus, when Fong Yuan as a rank 5 Gu Master had betrayed Immortal Crane Sect, it was only news of mild magnitude. But now, Immortal Crane Sect had gathered up its forces and gone to pass judgment on Fang Yuan. The result was nothing anyone could have expected. In this time, who knew how many people thought that Fang Yuan was courting death? Their eyes were popping out of their sockets when they learned about the news. After that, even more inside information was released from Immortal Crane Sect, Vicious Lightning Fiend, and Fang Yuan. There were many rumors, like the strength of Danghun Mountain and who Immortal blessed land. The rise of a mysterious force, Vicious Lightning Fiend's immortal killer move. All these attracted people's attentions. Among them, the biggest highlight was the transaction of Guts Gu. Guts Gu could leave Danghun Mountain and be stored. Thus they could be traded. There were such great profits implied by this information, all the different forces were moved. The Gu Immortals finally understood why Immortal Crane Sect made such a declaration. It was the motivation of profits. For Guts Gu, forsaking some hollow reputation was nothing. Furthermore, Fang Yuan acknowledged that his force was a subsidiary of Immortal Crane Sect. This was giving face to the ancient sects. The other 9 great ancient sects called Immortal Crane Sect shameless on one hand, while interacting with who Immortal blessed land on the other. Fang Yuan's Guts Gu had yet to begin being traded, but he had already received a large number of letter Gu, and they were still coming. Regardless of whether it was a large or small force, Fang Yuan replied to them all. This was to establish the first contact between them. Using this as an opportunity, Fang Yuan finally entered the limelight of Central Continent. With the status of an immortal zombie and the owner of who Immortal blessed land, he entered the eyes of all the Gu Immortals and the different forces. A few days later, He Lulan brought in the first batch of souls. There were hundreds of thousands of them. Of course, most of them were souls of wild beasts. Fang Yuan placed them all into Danghun Mountain, and who Immortal land spirit started to release Danghun Mountain's power, vibrating and turning these souls into fragments. As these soul fragments were scattered on the surface of Danghun Mountain, they gradually formed into Guts Gu. As the Guts Gu grew here, Fang Yuan started to make his preparations elsewhere. He ordered all of his hairy men to start creating the foundational Gu worms. After 7 days and 7 nights, working in 3 shifts, they had finally produced a large number of Gu worms. He next ordered the rockmen to start building a stone nest. Half a month later, the first batch of souls were all used up, as a large number of Guts Gu were formed on Danghun Mountain. He Lulan brought the second batch of souls into who Immortal blessed land. Fang Yuan brought her to the stone nest near Danghun Mountain. He Lulan stood at the edge of the stone nest, seeing the huge structure below her. She was very shocked at Fang Yuan's huge investment. This stone nest was tens of acres in area, and it was hundreds of meters deep into the ground. At the outer ring of the stone nest, it was a huge sinkhole, dug manually vertically up and down. The circular sinkhole was 1 li in radius, at least 3 li deep, like the frame of a tall piece of glassware. At the center of the sinkhole, there was a huge stone pillar. The stone pillar was over 300 meters in radius. This length was slightly more than half of 1 li. Thus, the stone pillar and the circular sinkhole did not touch. They were at least 150 meters apart, and there was an empty space left purposely. The stone pillar was like an ant hill. It was complex inside but could reach anywhere as long as one knew the directions. Be it the outer wall of the stone pillar, or the inner area of the circular sinkhole, there were countless rooms dug out. In each room, there was an elderly hairy man, and they had the basic Gu refinement materials and tools they needed. Fairy Lulan, please. Fang Yuan brought He Lulan to the top of the stone pillar, at the centermost spot. He Lulan used her investigative Gu nonstop, realizing that this stone pillar and the sinkhole around the stone pillar had countless Gu worms around them at set intervals. These arrangements had many complicated smaller details. He Lulan was going dizzy from seeing them, but what she knew was that these arrangements were not randomly set up. They were linked to each other and formed a great influence as a whole. It was set up with deep intentions. Don't tell me? He Lulan was guessing in her heart. When Fang Yuan said, Fairy, I am already done preparing. You can use the Strength Chi Immortal Gu now. Oh? Please teach me. Fairy only needs to activate Strength Chi Immortal Gu, and let the Strength Chi spread out naturally. Fang Yuan explained. He Lulan followed his instructions. A powerful Strength Chi formed air currents and spread out everywhere. As the Strength Chi got thicker, they formed into a fog-like state, as they slowly spread and covered the entire stone nest. In the stone nest, countless mortal goo were activated, shining with all sorts of dazzling lights, like the stars in the night sky. Under the combined force of these goo worms, the vast strength chi was slowly extracted strand by strand. In a few breaths of time, all of the strength chi was in between the stone pillar and the sinkhole. After a dozen breaths of time, these strength chi continued to move about, forming into the shape of a tornado, spinning around the stone pillar. Start the goo refinement, Feng Yuan instructed. As the hairy men in the rooms prepared themselves, they opened their eyes and started to refine goo. Whenever they needed strength chi as a goo refinement material, the turbulent strength chi outside the room would enter it automatically. Such a scene was praised by He Lu Lan in amazement. Feng Yuan, your stone nest is so grand and huge. It can accommodate thousands of hairy men refining goo at the same time. This is truly an innovative and incredible idea. Feng Yuan laughed. Didn't I tell you I am also a refinement master? In truth, this stone nest was invented during the 5 regions chaotic war in his previous life. Because of the unceasing battles that occurred at both large and small scale, goo masters would expend a lot of their goo worms, all of the forces needed to replenish their goo worms. Thus, they gradually researched and came up with such a stone nest that could accommodate so many goo masters, a structure that can allow mass refinement of goo. I will name this the Feng Yuan stone nest. It is a place specially used to mass-produce mortal goo. I split the refinement process of the air sac goo into over a dozen steps. When the hairy men at the highest level finish the first step, they will pass the partly done product to the next floor's rooms. After the next floor finishes their refinement, they will send the partly done product to the next floor. This way, each of the hairy men would be specialized in one step. Not only would this prevent my goo recipe from leaking, they can also get more familiar with their own steps and increase the success rate. Feng Yuan shamelessly took the invention of someone in his previous life for his own. He Lu Lan could not help but praise again. This is indeed the right method to mass-produce mortal goo in a certain aspect. It can even reduce the required proficiency of the goo refiners themselves, because they only need to finish one step of the entire refinement process. But you, Feng Yuan, would be able to free yourself from the complication of dealing with all the many small steps, only having to control the materials. There are some goo recipes that need the goo refiner to refine it non-stop. Thankfully, airsac goo is not like that, Feng Yuan said. He Lu Lan nodded. I was worried that the number of airsac goo would be too little, and that would affect the sale of guts goo. After all, each airsac goo can only hold 1 guts goo. But now that I've seen the stone nest for myself, I can feel assured. How are you intending to sell these guts goo? Feng Yuan had a plan already. Most of the sales will be towards the 10 great ancient sects of Central Continent. I have already established a connection via whole earth goo with the 10 great sections. From now on, we will trade using these whole earth goo. The remaining guts goo will be sold in Treasure Yellow Heaven. Aren't you going to sell some to the other sects in Central Continent specifically? No. Right now, the 10 great sects are the leaders of Central Continent. Our identities and statuses are already very sensitive. We do not need to test the limits of the ancient sects. Our current peace was not obtained easily. We should quietly wait and reap our profits. He Lu Lan heard this and nodded. She was completely at ease now. Time passed by quickly. Another half a month passed in Hu Immortal blessed land. The first batch of guts goo had already been sold, after accounting for the costs, as well as He Lu Lan and Fairy Li Shan's 40% cut. Feng Yuan earned 43 Immortal Essence Stones. A month later in Hu Immortal blessed land's time, the second batch of guts goo was sold, and Feng Yuan's Immortal Essence Stone stockpile increased by another 46 pieces. The third batch of guts goo earned him 47 pieces. The market reception was great, the 10 great ancient sects' demand was increasing, and sales in Treasure Yellow Heaven were extremely heated. Usually in just 1 to 2 days they would all be sold. Guts goo was after all a treasure that Spectral Soul Demon Venerable recommended. The efficiency of strengthening the soul was very high, at least 10 times as efficient as ordinary methods. In truth, not only did Soul Path goo masters need it, Enslavement Path, Refinement Path, and other related paths also needed a foundation in their soul. When a goo master ascends to goo immortal, the soul was also an important element for the thickness of the human chi. nobody would resent their soul for being strong. Fang Yuan started to feel the benefits of having a monopolized market. He could control the market and control the situation. He could sell to anyone he wanted to, and he could sell at any quantity he set. But he did not raise prices randomly because guts goo were not the only way to strengthen souls. If the price was too high, people would just use their original methods instead. That would instead cause Fang Yuan's profits to fall. After 3 batches of guts goo were sold, Fang Yuan had over 100 immortal essence stones. He started to purchase hairy men in bulk, creating more rooms in the stone nest and expanding his scale of production. The more hairy men he had, the higher the efficiency of refining goo. This caused the profits that Fang Yuan gained from each batch of guts goo sold to be higher as well. After 5 months in Immortal Blessed Land's time, his earnings finally stabilized. Each batch of guts goo would earn him 48 immortal essence stones in total profit. This was genuinely an overwhelming profit. The scariest thing was, guts goo were consumable goo, they were gone after 1 use. The market demand for them would never dwindle. He Lulan and Fairy Li Shan started to feel that they were a burden, because their job was to collect souls. But now, the quantity of the souls gathered to use for Danghun Mountain gradually became the biggest restriction in the sale of guts goo. Northern Plains, Langya Blessed Land. Boom boom boom. The huge ice spike divine ape caused tremors with every step it took. Walking towards the cloud building, it stopped and raised its head to growl. The sound waves traveled far, causing the clouds to shake. Fang Yuan was standing far away with Langya Land Spirit. They were conversing, but they turned around to look after hearing the noise. This little monkey! Langya Land Spirit stretched out his left arm, stroking his mustache as he laughed. He was sealed by a chi path killer move. The 15 layers had been reduced to 6 layers, all thanks to the help of the Inkman King. Thus, Langya Land Spirit's left arm was free to move now, only his right arm was left immobile. Fang Yuan smiled as he saw the cloud building rise up slowly, exposing a cave made of cloud soil underneath. The cloud fog was misty, covering the ice spike divine ape completely. The ice spike divine ape stepped into the hole, and its tall figure gradually vanished from Fang Yuan's vision. Finally, the cloud building gradually descended and resealed the cave. The goo worms in the cave were activated, causing the ice spike divine ape to go into hibernation. Not far away, the same sight was happening with other cloud buildings. Except that the ones entering the caves were not the ice spike divine ape, but the phoenix feather lava crocodile, golden sand dark stallion, and the other desolate beasts. Ice spike divine ape, phoenix feather lava crocodile, golden sand dark stallion, azure dragon vine, swamp crab, peach wolf, iron crown eagle, and earth chief desolate beast. I have returned to you the 8 desolate beasts that you lent me without a single scratch. Actually, letting them out to roam once in a while is a good thing. Letting them sleep all the time, although it saves food, it will affect their battle strength. Fang Yuan said. Langya Land Spirit rolled his eyes. Rascal, do you think I cannot understand what you are trying to imply? You want to borrow my desolate beasts again to fight for you, right? Humph. These desolate beasts were captured with much difficulty. They are an important line of defense for Langya Blessed Land. If you want to borrow them again, you cannot bring all 8 at once. Fang Yuan laughed nonchalantly, stretching out his arm. All right, I return to you your desolate beasts. According to our agreement, you should return the 2 great immortal goo, man as before and landscape as before, to me now. Langya Land Spirit heard this and his aura diminished. He smiled sheepishly. Well, little Fang, no, brother Fang, man as before and landscape as before are 2 incredible immortal goo. I have not finished researching them yet. Can you give me a few more days? Fang Yuan's expression turned stiff. Don't even think about it. Hand them over. Little brother Fang, no, big brother Fang, you cannot be so ruthless. You know that I am current sealed by the Chi Path move. I cannot display my true strength as an expert. There's no way my research can have progress. This deal was very disadvantageous to me. Langya Land Spirit shouted. This transaction was willingly done by the 2 of us. I did not force you. It is your problem that you made a loss. You want to regret it now? Too late. Quickly hand it over. Don't forget that we used mountain pledge goo to make the vow. This also involves your friend Emotan sang. Whoever breaks the vow would have to pay with his life. Fang Yuan snickered continuously. O land spirit, return him the immortal goo. Emotan sang quickly hurried over, staring at Lang Ya land spirit worriedly. Lang Ya land spirit looked at Emotan sang. He could not stand his gaze and stomped his foot, handing over man as before and landscape as before, these two immortal goo, over to Fang Yuan with much reluctance. Damn brat, you always take advantage of me in the end. Take it, you scheming fellow. Lang Ya land spirit continued to grumble. Fang Yuan snorted disgruntledly. I took advantage? What advantage did I take? I fed all 8 of your desolate beasts till they were full. While no battles actually took place, it was like taking a walk with them. I saved some costs for you, nor am I even asking you to settle the score. Score? What score? Didn't I feed your rising azure cloud immortal goo as well? In order to buy the food, I spent a lot of immortal essence stones too. If you want to calculate all of this, let's count properly and see who paid a higher price. Lang Ya land spirit was stomping his foot in agitation. He rebuked immediately. The feeding of desolate beasts was naturally much simpler and cheaper than feeding immortal goo. Fang Yuan could not argue with Lang Ya land spirit over this, but he had control of Lang Ya land spirit's weakness. Thus he could speak in a confident tone. He laughed coldly. Lang Ya land spirit, do you still want to research man as before and landscape as before? Do you? Lang Ya land spirit's expression changed. He smiled amicably. Yes. I want to even in my dreams. Then good. Fang Yuan patted Lang Ya land spirit's head. Is there a point in being calculative? It was your fault for keeping my rising azure cloud immortal goo as collateral, right? Get lost. Lang Ya land spirit was so angry that he shrugged off Fang Yuan's hand. You brat, you have no manners. I am your senior. Oh! Fang Yuan stared, while showing a flash of the 2 immortal goo in his hand. Lang Ya land spirit's expression changed. He laughed as he patted Fang Yuan's leg. Fang Yuan, there's nothing I can do. You really suit my taste. We are old friends with much in common after all. Emotan sang, who was at the side, witnessed this entire scene speechlessly. Fang Yuan placed the 2 immortal goo into his own immortal aperture and took out 3 immortal goo recipes. After 5 months in Hu immortal blessed land, Fang Yuan had made 6 deals with Lang Ya land spirit. The lower the completion rate of the immortal goo recipe, the more green grape immortal essence would be consumed during the deduction, and it would take more time as well. The 3 immortal goo recipes that Fang Yuan took out now had only 60% completion rate originally. He spent half a month before he completed them with difficulty. Lang Ya land spirit received the immortal goo recipes and looked, sighing while shaking his head. Lad, I have to admit, you are an unparalleled genius in deducing goo recipes. It is such a pity that you have become an immortal zombie. Fang Yuan followed up and asked, I also want to find a way to remove my immortal zombie status. Do you know of any methods? There are a bunch of methods, of course, but they are all old and cannot keep up with the times. Some have high risks, some have low probabilities of success, while some have extinct materials. For some, I don't even believe the methods. Lang Ya land spirit shook his head. After all, I am a land spirit. I would not usually think about an immortal zombie's problems. Brother Fang might be able to get into Northern Plains Zombie Alliance branch. The higher-ups of Zombie Alliance are mostly immortal zombies. They have been researching on how to get rid of the immortal zombie body and regain their lives. Furthermore, several years ago, I've heard some rumors that Northern Plains Zombie Alliance had made some progress on this matter. Emotan sang suggested at this time. Fang Yuan nodded. I have such intentions, but I cannot expose myself. I destroyed 88 Truyong building and ruined Imperial Court Blessed Land. It is inconvenient to appear in public. If deductions were made against me, that would be horrible. Now that Dong Fang Chong Fan is dead, there might not be any Gu immortals who can deduce Brother Fang's identity. Emotan sang said, It is hard to say. Some 1,000-year-old monsters or some wisdom path Gu immortals might exist. Fang Yuan shook his head, sighing. Oh? Lad, aren't you a wisdom path Gu immortal? If you can deduce so many immortal Gu recipes, Your wisdom path attainment must be very high. You should use your own wisdom path methods to prevent others from deducing you. I remember that many wisdom path Gu immortals have done that before. Lang Yilan's spirit asked. Fang Yuan laughed bitterly in his heart. How could he be a wisdom path Gu immortal? He was only using the might of the rank 9 wisdom Gu to impersonate as one, shamelessly claiming credit for it. Thus, he said, my wisdom path methods are very heavily skewed towards deducing Gu recipes. They are very poor in other aspects. Furthermore, Ma Hongyun and Zhao Lianyun are both living eyewitnesses. They had experienced the situation in Imperial Court Blessed Land. I am afraid my current appearance has been found out by Qin Baishang already. Speaking of Qin Baishang, Mo Tansang's eyes shone. He praised. This person is quite impressive. I had thought that he was only strong in battle strength, but to think he was very wise as well. He captured Ma and Zhao, obtaining the core of the luck path true inheritance. Originally, Northern Plains Gu immortals were going to attack and exterminate him together. But during this month's time in Northern Plains, he recruited allies, giving up some benefits and persuading Fairy Lishan to come out and use Mountain Pledge Gu to forcefully gather and unite a bunch of lone cultivators. Even Yi Lui tribe was convinced by him. Originally, there was a huge battle ahead, but because of his actions, the battle flopped. He even is going to hold a huge auction in his blessed land, purposely selling the core immortal Gu of the luck path true inheritance. He even will be placing Ma and Zhao as commodities for sale. After saying that, Mo Tansang looked at Fang Yuan deeply in the eye. He knew that Fairy Lishan and Fang Yuan had a deep relationship. Back then, when Fang Yuan borrowed the desolate beasts from Lang Yilan's spirit, he was present. Lang Yilan's spirit rejected him outright, having a firm attitude. After all, the desolate beasts were an important defense of Lang Yi blessed land. If Fang Yuan had ill intentions, and was in cahoots with the group that attacked the blessed land, Lang Yilan's spirit would be in danger. But out of his expectations, Fang Yuan took out Mountain Pledge Gu. Using this Gu to make a vow, Lang Yilan's spirit's worries were dispelled. Later, he used man as before and landscape as before, these two immortal Gu, to attract Lang Yilan's spirit and strike at his weakness. After all, Lang Yilan's spirit had offered Tai Bai Yun Sheng 5 immortal essence stones just to research landscape as before in the past. Lang Yilan's spirit was moved by the two immortal Gu, and after being provoked by Fang Yuan's words, he lent 8 desolate beasts to him. Qin Baishang knows how to give in at the right time. He can adapt to circumstances and has amazing methods. He is truly skilled in both brains and brawn. One can't help but admire him. Fang Yuan said lightly, before changing the subjecting and asking the land spirit, do you have any leads on the White Lotus Giant Silkworm Gu? Fang Yuan's cleansed soul immortal Gu has not been fed. After this period of time, it became even weaker. But to feed cleansed soul immortal Gu, he needed the flesh of the White Lotus Giant Silkworm Gu. Earlier, Fang Yuan had asked Lang Yilan's spirit, but Lang Yilan's spirit did not have the recipe of the White Lotus Giant Silkworm Gu, or even any remnant recipes of it. Thus, he could only ask for a lead, not raising any talk of the Gu recipe. Lang Yilan's spirit shook his head. Lad, this White Lotus Giant Silkworm Gu was created by Spectral Soul Demon Venerable. My main body had lived through the eras of Thieving Heaven and Giant Sun before dying. Spectral Soul Demon Venerable only rose up after Giant Sun Immortal Venerable. By that time, I was already confined inside this blessed land. How could I have any leads? But I do have an incredible transformation path killer move here. This killer move originated from Thieving Heaven Demon Venerable. When he was young, he used this set of Gu worms to hide his appearance and evade his enemies when they chased him. The effect was great. With this killer move, you will be able to change your appearance and aura to conceal your identity. Even if Gu immortals manage to deduce your identity, you might be able to deny it in person and claim that their deduction was wrong, successfully hoodwinking them. Oh! As it involved Thieving Heaven Demon Venerable, Fang Yuan's interest was roused. Is it the legendary Familiar Face? In Gu Master history, there were many interesting records about the immortal killer move Familiar Face. Thieving Heaven Demon Venerable had once relied on Familiar Face to transform into all sorts of appearances, He had once scammed a rank 8 Gu Immortal Deng Zuoyen, while he himself had rank 6 Cultivation, causing Deng Zuoyen to think that he was his best friend Wan Cheijin. In the end, Deng Zuoyen allowed the thief into his house, and thieving Heaven Demon Venerable used the opportunity to steal a lot of treasures in his blessed land. After the incident, Deng Zuoyen was angered to the point of spitting out blood. He found Wan Cheijin and engaged in a fierce battle. It was an extremely heated match. Wan Cheijin was very puzzled. He tried to explain himself, but it was not working. In the end, he took a risk and stopped defending him, letting Deng Zuoyen deal 3 blows to him. After 3 blows, Wan Cheijin was on the verge of death. He finally managed to convince Deng Zuoyen of their friendship. Deng Zuoyen felt deep regret. He tried to heal Wan Cheijin regardless of the consequences. After he found out the truth, he saw thieving Heaven Demon Venerable as his most hated enemy and one that he must kill. Wan Cheijin's deep injuries could not heal, and seeing that Deng Zuoyen was about to face a tribulation, he did not want to be a burden to his friend and left secretly. But to think that thieving Heaven Demon Venerable had perfect timing. He disguised as Wan Cheijin and lied to Deng Zuoyen, lying in bed and pretending to be ill, extorting countless cultivation resources from him. After that, thieving Heaven Demon Venerable escaped scot-free. Deng Zuoyen lost a huge amount of his foundation. He died during his heavenly tribulation and earthly calamity not long after. Wan Cheijin heard that his friend had died and vomited blood from anger. His weak body that was heavily injured finally gave in and he died several days later. This was the most illustrious achievement of the Immortal killer move, Familiar Face. It was not an offensive killer move, but it indirectly took the lives of 2 rank 8 Gu Immortals. In history, other than this incredible account, there were also countless incidents where thieving Heaven Demon Venerable used this move to pretend to be a weakling to catch people off guard, or scammed people by pretending to be an expert. He also transformed into a snowman and caused trouble in an Inkman city, resulting in a huge battle between the snowmen and the Inkmen. Langya Land Spirit stared at Fong Yuan, shaking his head. Familiar Face? You are really daring. That is an Immortal killer move. The core Gu is the legendary Attitude Gu. Even if I give it to you, you will not be able to use it. But this killer move of mine has a huge relationship with Familiar Face. It can be said to be the former version of it. This is a mortal killer move and is suitable for you to use. Oh! Bright light shined in Fong Yuan's eyes. Seeing that he had drawn out Fong Yuan's interest, Langya Land Spirit chuckled as he continued. This killer move is called Unfamiliar Face. But if you want it, you will need to do me a favor. Fong Yuan knew that there was no free lunch in this world. He nodded. Say it. Langya Land Spirit said his plan immediately. My 12 cloud buildings all had 1 desolate beast inside each in the past. But because of the attacks of the Gu Immortals from the mysterious force, 2 of them died and 1 died after succumbing to injuries. Now I only have 9 left. If you can enslave a desolate beast with outstanding battle strength for me, not only will I pay you Immortal Essence Stones based on market rates, I will also give you this mortal killer move, Unfamiliar Face. Fong Yuan was overjoyed deep inside. After making many transactions with Langya Land Spirit over the Immortal Gu remnant recipes, and using the Mountain Pledge Gu to dispel any suspicions, along with returning the desolate beasts, he had finally improved his relationship with Langya Land Spirit. In the past, Langya Land Spirit would not ask Fong Yuan for such a matter. Fong Yuan thought about it and agreed. Next, he obtained 3 new Immortal Gu remnant recipes from Langya Land Spirit. After saying goodbye, he went back to Hu Immortal Blessed Land. Junior brother, you are back. Was this trip successful? Tai Bai Yunshang was inside Hu Immortal Blessed Land. Now, with the 8 desolate beasts already returned, it was impossible for He Lulan and Fairy Li Shan to stay in Hu Immortal Blessed Land. When Fong Yuan went to Langya Blessed Land, Tai Bai Yunshang was the only Gu Immortal left to defend it. It was rather fruitful. Fong Yuan said, returning landscape as before Gu and man as before Gu to Tai Bai Yunshang. Shark Demon is calling me urgently. I have to go to Eastern Sea now. Tai Bai Yunshang took the 2 Gu and rushed over without examining them. Fong Yuan did not obstruct him. He only told him to be careful. Now that he was finally alone, it was time to plan what to do for the future. After resolving the huge crisis of Immortal Crane sect attacking Who Immortal Blessed Land, I have finally stabilized the situation. I have entered the Righteous Path faction using the status of a subsidiary force. Now that I can sell Guts Goo, I can intervene slightly in Central Continent's matters now. In the past, Fang Yuan was immortal. He did not even have the qualifications to speak to Gu immortals as equals. Although he had Who Immortal Blessed Land, he was like a child walking into a bandit's den holding primeval stones. Once the bandits saw Fang Yuan, they would only think of how to take Who Immortal Blessed Land for themselves. Now that Fang Yuan was an immortal zombie, he finally was qualified. After gathering his strength and showing the mysterious force behind him, he had finally intimidated Immortal Crane sect and the other forces. Using the Guts Goo transaction to form an economic connection between them, the child had now grown into a young man. Seeing a bandit, he scattered some primeval stones to them. The bandits want to rob him, but they are afraid of a counterattack from the young man that would cause them to suffer greater losses. Thus, they took the primeval stones to temporarily satisfy themselves. Furthermore, these bandits themselves are wary of each other and restrict themselves. Their attention is placed on many other things. The young man is temporarily safe in this den. But Fang Yuan was aware that when the Guts Goo transactions become bigger and the benefits become larger, there would be even greater pressure on him as more people would want to snatch it from him. Especially during the 5 regions chaotic war, all of the forces would not let go of something that could raise their strength. Although the young man gave out some primeval stones and satisfied the bandits temporarily, as his wealth grows, these bandits were bound to engage in another attempt of robbery soon. Thus, Fang Yuan lowered his head and became a subsidiary of Immortal Crane sect in name. This way, the young man was now a young bandit. These bandits could not rob each other, they had to follow the rules. But rules were just formless restrictions. As time passed, as the profits grew, they would have less effect. After all, this young bandit was not as powerful as he had displayed himself to be. For Gu immortals, 8 desolate beasts, this is just a facade that I put up by borrowing the strength of others. The Snowy Mountain alliance I have with He Lulan has a time limit. Langya Blessed Land is facing strong enemies. It can hardly protect itself. I cannot bring out the 8 desolate beasts anytime I wish. Even though we made Immortal Crane sect retreat and have set up transactions with the 10 great ancient sects, since I have now appeared in the open, they will definitely use all sorts of methods to investigate me. They have not struck yet because they are not sure of my background at this point. When they know, they will strike again. Fang Yuan considered. Using an analogy, when Fang Yuan first obtained Who Immortal Blessed Land, the situation was like a torrential rainstorm with thunder and lightning. It was vicious weather, and only by taking a fatal risk could he have a chance of survival. After Fang Yuan's trip to Northern Plains, he became an immortal zombie. When he returned to Who Immortal Blessed Land, the situation was like a sky with dark clouds covering him and strong winds blowing. The future was grim. Only by plotting carefully, taking every step vigilantly, and grabbing onto every opportunity, could he climb out of the swamp slowly and with much difficulty. After Fang Yuan repelled Immortal Crane sect and started selling Guts Goo, the fierce winds had disappeared, and the dark clouds had thinned. A hole was exposed and the blue sky could be seen. The future was now bright and hopeful, but the dark clouds were still looming. If he was careless, they would cover the sky again, with lightning and rain pouring. It was like a person had just escaped from a swamp. He was standing at the edge of the swamp, finally safe for the time being. If he took a step back, Fang Yuan would fall into the swamp again. If he wanted to get out, he would need to struggle intensely, and his luck would matter greatly. If he moved forward, Fang Yuan would become more stable, and he would finally get back onto a wide and large track. Even if there were thorns along the way, it would not be like before, when he was struggling between life and death, and every step could lead to a fatal disaster. The following period of time is a time of peace that I have obtained with much difficulty. I need to advance forward, accumulating my foundation and raising my cultivation. I have to become stronger, until none of the forces around me dare to have any ill intentions against me. Fang Yuan thought about it carefully. There were several huge problems in front of him. The first question facing him now was the feeding of immortal goo. Cleanse soul immortal goo was the most urgent one. Lang Yalan's spirit and Fairy Li Shan did not have any leads to the White Lotus giant silkworm goo. Even though he could buy some in Treasure Yellow Heaven for a high price, it could only sustain Clean's soul immortal goo's life and not let it die of hunger. To feed it till it was full, he needed 10,000 White Lotus giant silkworm goo. This goo was in small quantity even for goo immortals who collected them. Unless Fang Yuan got the goo recipe and refined it in bulk, he could not solve the issue completely. Looking at his other immortal goo, feeding them was still a huge problem. Although he got through it this time, the next round of feeding would be a problem again. The six-headed snake's bones had turned into black blood and were fed to calamity-beckoning immortal goo. Delight in water and mountain immortal goo's feeding problem had never been resolved. It was just that Mo Yao's will had fed it earlier. Thus there were no issues yet. Worldly wave trace goo needed tens of thousands of underworld jellyfish and thousands of deep-sea lightning eels. Although the former was in huge quantity, it could be bought easily using immortal essence stones. But the latter was rare in the market, if not for Tai Bai Yun Shang encountering Shark Demon and putting his own life at risk, he would not have gotten the required amount. Rising Azure Cloud was in Lang Yalan's spirit's hands. It need not be considered for now. Connect Luck immortal goo needs 5,000 kilograms of sand gull soil. Looking at the condition of the worldly sand gull's dead egg, it could produce another 15,000 kilograms, which was 3 feeding sessions. The feeding of woman's heart was troublesome. After all, mass killing of mortals would attract the attack of righteous path goo immortals. After all, now was not the 5 regions chaotic war yet. Within the 5 regions, the righteous path suppressed the demonic path. Order was abundant in society. Although Fang Yuan had many immortal essence stones now, the feeding of immortal goo could not be resolved simply by having immortal essence stones. Generally, in most cases, the feeding of immortal goo was usually connected to the cultivation path of the goo immortal themselves, and their blessed land. For instance, a water path goo immortal's blessed land would be in the form of a sea. After obtaining worldly wave trace goo, the goo immortal would raise underworld jellyfish, deep-sea lightning eels, and so on inside their blessed land. Thus, the goo immortal could be self-sufficient, by drawing materials from their own blessed land to feed the immortal goo worldly wave trace. Another example was Tai Bai Yun Shang's 2 immortal goo. He could obtain food for them by managing his own blessed land. He Lu Land's blessed land contained large numbers of heavy metal ores. These heavy metals were strength qi immortal goo's food. However, Fang Yuan's situation was different from theirs. Their immortal goo were mostly obtained by refining vital goo and core goo when advancing to goo immortal, and were integrated with their path. Fang Yuan's immortal goo were mostly obtained from scheming. His vital goo was spring-autumn cicada, but he had no time path inheritance, and what he currently practiced was strength path. Moreover, Fang Yuan's immortal goo were extremely disordered, involving time path, space path, water path, wisdom path, and other paths. The most crucial point was that Fang Yuan's blessed land was dead. His immortal aperture had turned into a dead aperture, and whatever he placed in there would die. It could neither be managed nor developed like a normal blessed land, nor could it provide convenience in feeding immortal goo, and most importantly, it could not produce immortal essence. Thus, there was a much heavier burden on immortal essence stones. Fang Yuan not only had to use his immortal essence stones for transactions, but also turn a part of them into green grape immortal essence, and furthermore bear the costs for feeding immortal goo. The main reason for Fang Yuan almost becoming bankrupt after the battle with Heichang was this. Thus, the second problem in front of Fang Yuan was his immortal aperture. The immortal aperture was already dead. His cultivation had stagnated. The blessed land was involved in many aspects of the goo immortal's cultivation. Therefore, this was a great burden to Fang Yuan. The day Fang Yuan truly got rid of his immortal zombie body would be the day he can formally start his goo immortal cultivation. However, getting rid of the immortal zombie body and returning to his human body meant Fang Yuan would not be able to step into the wisdom light halo. This was also a problem. As for the final important problem, it was battle strength. Currently, Clean's soul immortal goo was weak from hunger and was too risky to use. Fang Yuan's trump card, the immortal killer move myriad self, also could not be used. Fang Yuan's battle strength had fallen as a result. Whether it was confronting Central Continent's 10 great ancient sects in the days to come, dealing with the pursuit of Northern Plains goo immortals, seizing Dongfang Changfan's wisdom path inheritance, helping Lang Yalan's spirit to capture a desolate beast, seeking the thieving heaven inheritance pertaining to Luopa Valley, taking Immortal Gu Dark Limit from Fairy Zhongyu. All of these required powerful battle strength. There are mainly 4 aspects that influence a Gu Immortal's battle strength. The Gu Immortal's own battle attainment, Immortal Gu, killer moves, and Immortal Essence. With the Guts Gu business now, I don't lack Immortal Essence for the moment. A Gu Immortal's battle attainment is formed from constant accumulation of their foundation over time and cannot be raised in a short period. In the Immortal Gu aspect, the Blood Deity Remnant recipe is enough to deduce the complete Blood Deity Immortal Gu recipe, but my wealth right now is still quite far from reaching the standard of refining Immortal Gu. Fang Yuan thought it over. Even if he could refine Blood Deity, he did not want to do so. Blood Path had been affiliated with the demonic path since long ago. Even the 10 great ancient sects had to research Blood Path in secret and did not dare to publicly announce it. Heavenly Court even had the Demon Judgment Board, and Fang Yuan did not want to put his name there this early. Moreover, almost all the Immortal Gu in Fang Yuan's hands were in a bad state from hunger. The burden of feeding was too heavy, and Fang Yuan lacked confidence in managing it if a new Immortal Gu was added on top of that. Therefore, the only method Fang Yuan could use to raise his battle strength quickly was through killer moves. The killer move aspect involved both immortal killer moves and mortal killer moves. I have sufficient immortal essence stones. My disposable income is much higher than in the past. Not only can I purchase a lot of good mortal killer moves, but I also can continuously experiment, deduce, and reproduce some powerful killer moves from my past life. Having thought things through, Fang Yuan immediately started with the task. Central Continent. With Feng Jiugu as the leader, a group of Gu Immortals were standing in front of an enormous light wall. The light wall was incomparably tall, connecting the sky and ground. The white light had condensed into a solid and formed a wall. Within it flickered golden light which was full of vigor and majesty. This was Central Continent's membrane, known as the Saint Regional Wall. The world of Gu Masters had 5 large regions: Central Continent, Southern Border, Eastern Sea, Western Desert, and Northern Plains. Each was covered with a layer of membrane forming the boundaries of heaven and earth, mutually isolating each other. Old Oracle, what is the result of your calculation this time? Old Lord Kenyang asked a young-looking Gu Immortal in the group. The young-looking Gu Immortal slowly opened his eyes. They were filled with clouds and mist and constantly transforming. A long while later, the clouds and mist dispersed and he returned to having ordinary white eyes with black pupils. The young-looking Gu Immortal spoke with a slightly happy tone. It can be done. This part of the regional wall is rather weak. It is the 3rd weak spot we have found over these last days. But compared to the first and the second, this is more stable. I suggest we use this to cut open an entrance and cross the regional wall to Northern Plains. Ha ha ha. Good. We have searched close to 1,000 areas and finally found an ideal weak spot. Old Man Tian Long laughed loudly. Fairy Ling Mei let out a breath of cloudy air and said with a sigh, "We have searched for so many days before finally getting a good result. It was really not easy. We have already wasted a lot of time. Let's begin." Feng Jiugu said briefly. Who goes first? Fairy Ao Shui and Fairy Ling Mei glanced at each other, then stood up together, speaking in unison. This time, let our heaven's envy manner take the lead. With that statement, the two exerted strength and activated an immortal killer move together, called Peerless Crescent Moon Slash. This killer move's core was the rank 7 Crescent Moon Immortal Gu, with 2 rank 6 Immortal Gu as support. The immortal essence required to activate this immortal killer move was extremely high, and it also burdened the mind significantly. Just 1 Gu Immortal could not display its might. 2 Gu Immortals must activate it together. The immortal killer move was activated, instantly forming a blue crescent moon. The crescent moon was not large and was only the size of a water jar, but it had condensed into solid form and was sparkling like a magnificent piece of artwork. Only the terrifying aura it leaked out occasionally would let one know that it was not harmless like its appearance showed. The surrounding Gu Immortals distanced themselves far away from Ao Shui and Ling Mei. After accumulating enough power, the 2 fairies gave soft cries and released the blue crescent moon. The crescent moon flew extremely quick and silently, shining with gentle moonlight. The blue crescent moon slashed the Saint regional wall and immediately cut open a path about 76 steps in length. Worthy of being a well-known killer move of Heaven's Envy manner, it directly cut open a distance of 76 steps. Remarkable. Gu Immortal Chun Jin Chi exclaimed in admiration. Feng Jiugu led the way with the other Gu Immortals behind him and entered the Saint regional wall. The moment they stepped into the Saint regional wall, many Gu Immortals' expressions changed slightly. Their bodies became heavier, their thoughts moved more slowly, and even the immortal aperture inside them gradually started to tremor. Quick! We need to move faster. Feng Jiugu hastened. They had walked 74 steps before they could not walk any further. In this short period of time, the Saint regional wall had already started to rapidly heal. The path of 76 steps in depth had already shortened by 2 steps. Old Lord Kenyang stood up. Next, let this old man give it a try. He took out an immortal gu. This immortal gu resembled a mostly burnt-out candle with a small amount of candlelight burning at the top. Old Lord Kenyang softly blew at the candlelight. The candlelight shook, and following the direction of Old Lord Kenyang's breath, it let out countless glittering light spots. The light spots struck the white gold Saint regional wall. The regional wall melted like snow as it rapidly dissolved and formed a 63 steps passage. Everyone quickly moved ahead. At the end of the passage, Old Man Tianlong stood up and activated an immortal gu, opening a 67 steps passage. All the Gu Immortals took turns in using their immortal gu or immortal killer moves to open the passage deeper into the Saint regional wall. The deeper they went, the greater the pressure on them was, even turning into a giant force that dragged them backwards, seemingly as if this world did not want them to leave Central Continent. The thoughts in their minds also kept on moving increasingly slowly, which caused the Gu Immortals to have extreme difficulty in activating their immortal killer moves. As a wisdom path Gu Immortal, Old Oracle had no choice but to use all sorts of methods and even immortal killer moves to reinforce the other Gu Immortals' minds. But in spite of this, Ao Shui and Ling Mei, these two fairies could not activate Peerless Crescent Moonslash anymore. The most crucial point was the immortal apertures in their bodies. The deeper they went, the greater the intensity of the tremors in their immortal apertures. The earth within their blessed lands cracked, boulders started falling down, and countless life forms within died pitifully. These Gu Immortals came from the 10 great ancient sects. They were famous experts with outstanding battle strength. However, several hundred steps later, most turned pale. Some with weaker cultivation even started trembling slightly. 1,000 steps later, most of the Gu Immortals were covered with sweat. Some were deathly pale. Ao Shui and Ling Mei were walking while supporting each other. Only Feng Jiugu alone was still walking ahead upright. His expression was normal. Every time he made a move, they were all immortal killer moves, cutting open passages longer than 100 steps. After walking for over 3,000 steps, there was much thinner white gold light in front. Instead, a trace of green was vaguely revealed. Old Oracle, your deduction was correct. This is indeed a weak area of Saint Regional Wall. We reached here after only walking over 3,000 steps. Someone immediately praised. Beyond Saint Regional Wall is Northern Plains Licorice Regional Wall. Let's speed up and break through it in one move. Old Lord Kenyang attempted to raise the morale while gasping for breath. The young-looking Gu Immortal Old Oracle, however, was somewhat worried. My ability is limited. I could only deduce Saint Regional Wall. Hopefully this area of Licorice Regional Wall is not too thick. After around 8 minutes, the Gu Immortals were out of Saint Regional Wall and entered into Licorice Regional Wall. This regional wall was quite different from Saint Regional Wall. The Gu Immortals felt an enormous formless force pushing at them and constantly repelling them. The intensity of the tremors of their immortal apertures increased further, the losses causing great heartache to many Gu Immortals. I hope we can subdue 1 or 2 immortal Gu in this trip to Northern Plains, otherwise the losses would be too huge. Old Man Tianlong said. I had passed the regional wall to Northern Plains when I was younger. But back then the whole process only took about 5 minutes of time and was very easy. Gu Immortal Hong Chi Ming sighed deeply. When he had crossed the regional wall back then, he had only been a rank 4 Gu master. As one's cultivation became higher, the difficulty in traversing regional walls would become increasingly difficult. After a long time, this group of goo immortals had no choice but to stop. They were in Licorice Regional Wall, and everywhere around them was filled with green fog. Grass was growing wildly in the fog and was constantly twining and twisting like a sea of snakes or hair, blocking their paths. Feng Juji's body was dripping with sweat and his lips were pale. "This won't do. This part of Licorice Regional Wall is extremely firm. We need to change to another direction even if we have to walk more." Everyone nodded, approving of Feng Juji's resoluteness. Old Oracle began to deduce, and in this period of time, the regional wall was constantly recovering, making the goo immortals retreat further. This way. Finally, Old Oracle calculated a direction. The goo immortals changed their direction, and after suffering bitterly for a day and a night, they passed the Licorice Regional Wall and entered Northern Plains. "Rest and reorganize for 3 days, we will talk after that," Feng Jiugu exhaustedly said. Among the whole group, only he was able to barely stand while the others fell down unsteadily to the ground like piles of mud, not wanting to even budge anymore. Cranes cried out, flying beautifully in the sky, displaying their elegant appearances. As the wind blew gently, the trees on Fei He Mountain were swaying lightly. The sun was high in the sky, but the sunlight could not penetrate into this dark, gloomy underground secret room. The underground secret room was plain and simple. The surroundings were stone walls, and other than the stone bed at the center, there was nothing. Moist water vapor slipped into the cracks of the walls, as moss grew on them. On the stone bed, there was a rotten and ruined body of a young rank 5 Gu master. It was Guyu Fengzheng. In order to detect Feng Yuan's location, coordinating with He Fengyang to attack Hu Immortal Blessed Land, Fengzheng was plotted against by Lord Skycrane and lost control of the failed blood demon Flower Gu, causing him to lose too much blood, and his soul went on the verge of collapse, as he entered a deep state of unconsciousness. "You want to revive Feng Zhang?" He Fengyang was right beside the stone bed, looking at the spirit incubating flea which was floating in front of him. Feng Zhang's master was inside the spirit incubating flea, Lord Sky Crane's soul. At this moment, a firm voice came from within the flea. "Yes, Lord. I am willing to give up this possession opportunity. Please save Feng Zhang instead." He Fengyang turned his gaze towards Feng Zhang, who had fainted, saying softly, "The injuries to his body might seem terrifying, but it is not a big concern. Even without my help, the sect has many ways to heal him. The problem is his soul." He did the blood sense forcefully this time. It caused a huge burden on his soul. His soul was only a step away from collapsing. "Actually, the current situation is most suitable for you to possess his body. This body has a great aptitude and a rank 5 aperture. His soul is extremely weak, so if you undergo possession now, you would win the contest between souls without doubt. Wasn't possession your goal all along?" Lord Sky Crane laughed bitterly. Ever since he used the method to harm Feng Zhang, Lord Sky Crane had been recalling Feng Zhang's appearance, and all the memories of their experiences had been flashing through his mind. Feng Zhang's purity, his pursuit of justice, it reminded him of his younger self. Feng Zhang's desire for revenge was so similar to his own experiences. Subordinate's original plan was to possess Feng Zhang. But now in my heart, I feel guilt and reluctance. According to logic, he has the bloodline of first-gen Guyu, yet he has been calling me master and trusts me. He had never thought I would harm him. He believes in justice just like I did in the past. If I kill him and succeed in the possession, I would have to live within his shell in the future. How would I face myself? Lord Sky Crane sighed. He Fengyang was silent for a while, before he raised his hand and placed it on Feng Zhang's forehead. A green light that was gentle as water dripped down from He Fengyang's palm, spreading all over Feng Zhang's body. Everywhere the green light reached, his swollen flesh and scars healed rapidly at a visible rate. After several breaths of time, Feng Zhang's body fully recovered. His breathing relaxed, but he was still unconscious. I have already healed his physical body and stabilized his soul. As a reward for being my subordinate, I will give you another opportunity, Sky Crane. You do not need to give up on the possession chance. I will give you some time to consider it. Think it through properly. He Fengyang said. Lord. He Fengyang retracted his hand. The possession technique we have is not complete. It originated from northern plains. Right now, our sect's old Lord Kenyang has followed Feng Jiugu into northern plains. He had been assigned several missions from the sect him. One of them is to collect more information and improve the possession technique. When he returns to the sect Sky Crane, you will have a higher chance of succeeding in the possession. By that point, you would have already reflected thoroughly on it. Give me the answer then. Lord. Without waiting for Lord Sky Crane to finish speaking, He Fengyang waved his sleeves and his figure vanished. Who Immortal blessed land, in an underground cave. The wisdom light halo that was shining in many colors shone on Feng Yuan's face. Feng Yuan's brows were tightly locked. His expression was grim and uncertain. Guh. Suddenly, he opened his mouth, spitting a mouthful of green zombie blood. At the same time, countless joyful wills in his mind collapsed and disintegrated. This was the first time Feng Yuan had gotten injured from using the light of wisdom. Feng Yuan stepped out of the light of wisdom, finding a mushroom nearby and sitting on it like a bench. He stretched out one arm to wipe the zombie blood around his mouth, as he inspected his mind while enduring the huge pain in his head. His mind was experiencing tremors. Thoughts disintegrated on their own the moment they were created. The surrounding boundaries of his mind had mild cracks on them. This was the backlash due to Feng Yuan's forceful thinking. At this moment, as long as Feng Yuan had a thought, intense pain would assault his mind. He shut his eyes and stopped all his thinking. He was like a rock statue without any movement. A while later, he slowly opened his eyes, inspecting his mind again. The tremors had stopped in his mind, but the boundaries still had remaining cracks on them. The speed of his thought generation was slower than before, but they would not collapse upon creation. That was to say, Feng Yuan could think again. This injury was no doubt a valuable experience. Feng Yuan learned many things from it. Wisdom path deductions have a risk as well. One can get injured. Just like strength path, overexerting oneself would cause them to pull their muscles, and their tendons might even break. This time, I was trying to deduce a difficult question of the star path. I used a large amount of joyful wills and the unlimited inspiration from the light of wisdom to deduce countless possibilities. It surpassed the limits and endurance level of my mind. Thus I got injured. I thought I could use the power of wisdom goo to deduce the recipe of star shoot goo. But now it seems that my star path foundation is too low. The unlimited inspiration can give me countless possibilities and directions, but I will need to deduce every single possibility. At the same time, during the process of deduction, more choices would be generated. Star Shoot Goo was Star Lord Wanxiang's self-created goo worm. Using large numbers of Star Rain Goo, small numbers of Spring Wind Goo, as well as many other goo worms, one could assemble the killer move Spring Star Rain. The effect of Spring Star Rain was to increase the growth rate of plants. Feng Yuan used it many times to nourish his Star Fragment Grass. But Star Shoot Goo was a consumable goo. Right now, he could only purchase it from Star Lord Wanxiang, and Star Lord Wanxiang was making a huge profit out of this goo. Feng Yuan had wanted to use the light of wisdom to reverse engineer the Star Shoot Goo's recipe. But he did not succeed, and even got himself injured. Although Star Shoot Goo is immortal goo, it had been tampered with by Star Lord Wanxiang. The recipe is very hard to reverse refine. Unless my Star Path realm reaches master level. If not, it will be hard to succeed. Feng Yuan had a realization. Star Path Master Level Realm, it represented a foundation in Star Path, and could greatly reduce the possibilities when undergoing deductions. Could help Feng Yuan reach the correct answer much quicker. Feng Yuan made an estimate based on the difficulty. If reverse refining Star Shoot Goo's recipe requires Star Path Master Level attainment, then researching an entirely new goo recipe to create the Starlight Firefly goo would be even harder. Most likely, Star Path Grandmaster Realm is needed. As for modifying Domin Jun's Star Path inheritance and creating an entire new Star Path goo worm, to amplify the effects of attacking, defending, movement, and healing in Star Path goo worms, that would be even harder. At least Quasi-Great Grandmaster Realm attainment is required. Starlight Firefly goo was a necessity in activating Stargate goo. It would not hurt to have more of it. But in Do Min Jun's inheritance, a bit of star goo, brilliance of 2 stars goo, 3 stars in the sky goo, 4 stars cube goo, 5 stars aligned goo, these could amplify the offense of star path goo worms. If this was circulated, star path goo would definitely become much more popular. It would even have a mild effect on the current status of the different paths. Fong Yuan's original plan was to reverse refine the goo recipe of Starshoot goo and Starlight Firefly goo. One was to escape from his reliance on Star-Lord Wanxiang, but also to have a method to obtain even more Starlight Firefly goo for his use of stargates. In addition, raising the effects of a bit of star goo, brilliance of 2 stars goo, 3 stars in the sky goo. This series of goo worms would help in developing a whole new star path killer move that would suit Fong Yuan's needs and raise his battle strength. But after making an attempt, Fong Yuan knew that this was not feasible yet. Even if he had the light of wisdom and had unlimited inspiration, his refinement path realm was master level, his star path realm was merely ordinary, it was hard for his plans to work. It seems that to raise my battle strength, I have to focus on my strengths and make use of my advantages. Fong Yuan assessed himself. He was a blood path grandmaster, strength path grandmaster, flying quasi-grandmaster, refinement path master, enslavement path master, as well as transformation path master. He first eliminated blood path. Blood path goo immortals were heavily targeted by everyone, because blood path cultivation focused on harming others to raise one's own battle strength. The righteous and demonic paths were both unwilling to face such a huge threat like blood path goo immortals. Only during the 5 regions chaotic war, when the law and order of the regions go into chaos, would blood path emerge again. Although Fong Yuan had blood deity's remnant recipe, he did not want to deduce the completed recipe yet. He did not have the financial capability to refine blood deity immortal goo now. Furthermore, the blood path inheritance in his previous life had yet to mature. He could not retrieve it yet. Next, Fong Yuan eliminated strength path. Strength path had once flourished in the past. At present, it had already heavily declined. Even though there were incredible geniuses like Chu Du, it was unlikely for the past glory of strength path to reappear. The might and prosperity of a path not only relied on genius goo masters and goo immortals, they also relied on resources. In the present era, the resources for strength path had mostly gone extinct or were extremely rare. Strength path had little prospects. Many goo recipes were lost, and the future was grim. Even though Fong Yuan was a strength path immortal zombie, he did not want to walk on this path. The reason he chose strength path was because the conditions back then were very convenient. He would use it as a springboard to change to another path in the future. He later became a strength path immortal zombie because he was left with no choice in 88 Truyang building. Unless Fong Yuan was like He Lu Lan with multiple strength path immortal goo, who can raise her battle strength using these immortal goo. But such a situation was not feasible for Fong Yuan. Blood path and strength path were dead ends. Flying Quasi-Grandmaster was merely part of his battle proficiency. Refinement path did not excel in fighting. Fong Yuan's only options were enslavement path and transformation path. But enslavement path needed beast groups. At the level of goo immortals, ordinary beasts were of little use. Their core beast groups would be elevated from mutated beast kings and beast emperors to desolate beasts. Fong Yuan used the light of wisdom and thought about it for a long time. 3 days later, he finally made a breakthrough in transformation path. Time flew by quickly, and in a blink of an eye, 10 days had passed in Hu immortal blessed land. Fong Yuan was flying in the air. Hair armor. His thoughts shifted. His hair grew wildly and instantly condensed into a malevolent-looking pitch-black armor full of spikes. Icy drill stardust. Fong Yuan pinched at the air with his 5 fingers. A ball of starlight formed on his hand. The starlight constantly let out crackling sounds. Looking closely inside, one could discover there were countless small specks of icy drills colliding and exploding non-stop. Fong Yuan slowly pressed this ball of starlight into the hair armor on his chest. The hair armor lasted for a few breaths before it began to be damaged. A dozen or so breaths later, the surroundings of the damaged area were dyed azure blue, and the blue frost was spreading everywhere. 20 breaths later, the hair armor completely shattered and there was a small hole on Fong Yuan's chest. This was completely within Fong Yuan's expectations. He had merged Du Min Jun's inheritance into icy drill stardust. This would sell for 4 immortal essence stones in treasure yellow heaven. And the defensive killer move hair armor would only be worth around 2.5 immortal essence stones. The starlight on his palm dissipated. Fang Yuan willed and activated hair armor again. However, the hair armor this time was different. It was a new and improved version, having gone through many days of experimentation. The hair armor transformed quickly. The useless, malevolent spikes were removed. The black iron-like luster before also turned into bronze. The primary cause for this was Fang Yuan perfectly merging large numbers of Golden Lion Fur Goo into the original foundation of hair armor. Golden Lion Fur Goo was a rank 5 mortal goo that could let goo masters grow Golden Lion fur, increasing their defense and having an even higher increase in resistance to metal path attacks. Several breaths later, the original black iron spiked hair armor was gone, and replacing it was a smooth bronze armor, which was twice the thickness of the black armor. The helmet had turned into the shape of a lion roaring with an open mouth, revealing Fang Yuan's face inside. The defensive ability had also increased by 150%. If it was defending against metal path attacks, the defensive power would increase by a whole 200%. Fang Yuan made a lump of starlight again and pressed it towards his chest area like before. The stardust drilled endlessly into the hair armor, but after a whole dozen or so breaths had gone by, the starlight was completely used up and merely a crack appeared on the hair armor. Let's call it lion fur armor. Fang Yuan mumbled to himself before raising his 8 arms and letting out 8 lumps of starlight. The starlight flew to the sky and gathered into a large lump. Fang Yuan laughed heartily, charging into the large lump of stardust with his lion fur armor. The icy drill stardust constantly produced tiny explosions which impacted against Fang Yuan's lion fur armor from all directions. Fang Yuan constantly maintained the lion fur armor killer move, rapidly restoring any cracks that appeared. He maintained it till the starlight lump dissipated, and then flew down. There was not even a trace of a crack on the lion fur armor. Such recovery ability is about twice that of before. If placed in treasure yellow heaven, this could sell for 4.5 immortal essence stones. Lion fur armor was one of the accomplishments Fang Yuan had made these days. He returned to Danghun Palace where Hu Immortal Land Spirit was maintaining connecting heaven goo, paying attention to treasure yellow heaven. How is the situation? Fang Yuan asked. Master, the other party is still insisting on 4 immortal essence stones and shows no signs of lowering it. Little Hu Immortal Land Spirit replied. Fang Yuan wanted to buy a pair of bat desolate beast wings. The other party had killed this bat desolate beast and was putting its corpse on sale in treasure yellow heaven. Fang Yuan had asked for price before, but the other party had asked for 4 immortal essence stones just for this pair of bat wings, and their attitude was firm, not willing to lower it. 4 immortal essence stones was no doubt an expensive price. Back then, when Fang Yuan bought a 6-headed snake skeleton, he had only had to pay 3 immortal essence stones. According to the normal price, it should be 2.5 at most. Fang Yuan personally activated Divine Sense Goo and used the identity of 8 Arm Immortal to get in touch with the seller. I am willing to pay 3 immortal essence stones to buy this pair of bat wings. The seller's will, however, refused. I'm not selling. The lowest is at least 4 immortal essence stones. Fang Yuan snorted. Sir is too greedy. Look at how damaged these desolate beast wings are. They would normally only sell for 2.5 immortal essence stones. If not for me wanting to research some new goo and coincidentally happening to need this material, I would not have even asked. The seller's will's tone softened and it sighed. I am also helpless. My losses were too severe when hunting this desolate beast. This desolate beast's blood had already flowed out and my main body also suffered heavy injuries. If I don't sell it for this price, my finances will collapse and it might even lead to a delay in healing my injuries. Whether you live or die, is that my problem? Also, why would I believe your one-sided words? 3 immortal essence stones? Are you selling or not? Fang Yuan said coldly. Not selling. Fang Yuan immediately withdrew his divine sense. After a while, he commanded Little Hu Immortal Land Spirit to inquire about the price and show a stance of being impatient. How about this? I will take out 3 immortal essence stones to buy your bat wings. Say it, are you selling or not? The sellers will hesitated this time, but still refused in the end. This pair of wings is the most valuable part of the whole desolate beast corpse. If Sir only wants to buy the wings, it won't be easy for me to sell the remaining parts. If you are sincerely thinking of buying, how about you take out 5 immortal essence stones to buy this whole desolate beast corpse? Little Hu Immortal talked with Fang Yuan, and replied, I only need the wings. What will I do with the other parts? I have wasted enough time already. 3 immortal essence stones are already a lot. Alright, I shall give you 3.5 immortal essence stones. This is my final bottom line. If you are still not selling, then forget it. The seller's will was clearly shaken, and it replied with hesitation. This? Let me consider it. The land spirit hastened him. My patience has limits. I will give you 5 breaths of time. Any longer and I might just take back my offer. For breaths passed before the sellers will heaved a long sigh. He also knew that although there was a high demand for desolate beast corpses, but his price was indeed high. Gu immortals were shrewd people. There were few that would spend money casually. All right, I will sell. The seller's will was just replying when a divine sense interrupted him. Slow down. I want this bat desolate beast's corpse. I will give you 5 immortal essence stones. Sir is Immortal Monkey King. This change naturally made the seller very happy. If he sold the bat wings to Fang Yuan for 3.5 immortal essence stones, then trying to sell the remaining parts of the corpse which were extremely damaged for 1 immortal essence stone would be demanding a very high price. Now, Immortal Monkey King Sure Lei cut in and was willing to pay 5 immortal essence stones. The seller was naturally willing to accept this transaction. Wait a second, we have already made the deal. Immortal Monkey King, what do you think you are doing by suddenly butting in? Hu Immortal Land Spirit refused to accept this. What deal? Shirley scoffed. Who are you kidding? Does business in Treasure Yellow Heaven pay attention to first come, first serve? The item will naturally go to whoever pays the higher price. Since the transaction has not been carried out, there is no deal. After saying that, Shirley then said to the seller, Hey, this deal will earn you a great profit. Why are you not quickly finishing the transaction? The seller's will was just about to nod when Hu Immortal Land Spirit obtained Fang Yuan's instructions and immediately prevented it. Slow down. I will pay 5.5 immortal essence stones. Humph. Only adding half an immortal essence stone. Aren't you too petty? I will pay 7 immortal essence stones. Shirley said with a rich and overbearing attitude. Hu Immortal Land Spirit's tone immediately became gloomy. Since it is so, I will pay 8 immortal essence stones. 8. Shirley laughed. Then I will pay 9. 9.5. Hu Immortal Land Spirit immediately quoted. That seller's will had never expected such a change and was already overjoyed. Shirley was dazed before laughing loudly. All right, Hu Immortal, as expected of someone doing the business of guts goo. You have so much money. I don't want to contend with a junior. Just a mere damaged, desolate beast corpse. I hope you can be happy when you take it. The divine sense left directly after laughing heartily. Who? Lord Hu Immortal. You meant what you said, right? The sellers will wore a fawning smile as he said while stammering. From the looks of it, he had not lied before. He was indeed a poor rank 6 Gu Immortal. Humph. Business needs to be done with sincerity. Would my words be a lie? Hu Immortal Land Spirit coldly snorted. The two finished the transaction. The seller received 9.5 immortal essence stones while Fang Yuan obtained a bat desolate beast's corpse. After this transaction, Fang Yuan checked his wealth again. He had 172 immortal essence stones and 77 beads of green grape immortal essence. So far, Fang Yuan had already sold the 6th batch of Guts Goo. It was an average of 1 batch per month, and every batch gave him 48 immortal essence stones in profit. Over these 6 months, Fang Yuan had completed 1 transaction of an immortal goo recipe with Langya Land Spirit, earning over 20 immortal essence stones. But he had fed the 8 desolate beasts earlier and converted large numbers of immortal essence stones into green grape immortal essence. He also consumed green grape immortal essence to reverse refined star path goo recipes, which ended in failure, and finally, to make a breakthrough using transformation path, he improved on his killer moves. He had not only improved his defensive killer move hair armor to lion fur armor, but also upgraded light illusion bat wings by a great degree. But to complete the new light illusion bat wings, he needed to transplant a pair of real bat wings onto his immortal zombie body. Because of this, Feng Yuan did not hesitate on spending a large amount to buy this bat desolate beast's corpse. Immortal Monkey King sure lay, making me spend 3 times the price to buy this bat corpse. I will remember this. Shirley was a higher up of Combat Immortal sect, which was one of the 10 great ancient sections. During his previous life's 5 regions chaotic war, after Feng Zhogu died, he replaced Feng Zhogu as the most powerful rank 7 in Central Continent. He was an Earth Path expert but cultivated Transformation Path as well, having secretly obtained several inheritances of Reckless Savage Demon Venerable. Feng Yuan thought of raising the price of Guts Gu to combat Immortal Sect, but he dispelled this thought after pondering about it. For the next half a month, he concentrated on handling the bat desolate beast's corpse. He carefully cut apart the bat wings and did more than a dozen sessions of meticulous treatment and maintenance. He then used Fire Path and Strength Path goo worms to constantly temper the bat wings. As a result, the extremely wide bat wings gradually became more condensed and small. Finally, after Feng Yuan endured intense pain, he finally succeeded in transplanting the bat wings onto his back. A wind wolf had its head lowered. Its 4 limbs were stealthily moving as it traveled in the lush grassland. The prey that it was targeting was a pink flower rabbit. The rabbit's 2 ears were standing on end, listening to every movement nearby. The rabbit's head was buried in the flowers, eating pollen as food. As a cool breeze blew on this mountain, flowers blossomed in this lush greenery, giving off waves of fragrant smells. The wind wolf slowly got closer, but the pink flower rabbit had no idea. Suddenly, a black shadow flew past the ground rapidly. The pink flower rabbit was shocked. It raised its head. Even though who Immortal Blessed Land had no eagle groups, it sprinted away in fear, managing to survive this trial, causing the wind wolf to fail in its hunt. Feng Yuan, who was flying in the air, observed all of this. He could not help but start to think, right now I have ample funds, and my own blessed land has turned into a dead aperture. I might as well manage this who Immortal Blessed Land first. After the journey in northern plains, the beast groups in who Immortal Blessed Land had fallen in numbers, becoming very sparse. Right now, I am already selling Guts Gu. The Rockman transaction is simply unnecessary. Who Immortal was an enslavement path Gu Immortal, who Immortal Blessed Land has a grassland landscape. It is most suited for raising fox groups. If I raise the vitality of who Immortal Blessed Land and make it flourish with life, when I revive, I would gain much greater benefits if I fuse this who Immortal Blessed Land. Thinking so, Feng Yuan inspected the bat wings on his back. This was the 3rd time he had tested out flying with these newly transplanted bat wings on his back. The processed bat wings, if spread fully, were not even half of Feng Yuan's arm length. They were yellow-brown in color and were quite petite. They seemed much less impressive than the prior light illusion bat wings. But Feng Yuan did not care about appearance. He only looked at its value and usefulness. The new light illusion bat wings gave Feng Yuan almost double the speed boost. At the same time, the duration of his flight had greatly increased. After all, the bat wings back then were only a phantom. The bat wings now were real physical wings. The flesh, skin, fur, bones, and blood were all condensed and refined. There were also many goo worms inside these wings. The goo worms residing in the bat wings were used to activate the newly modified movement killer move, Light Illusion Bat Wings. No, right now, using the name Light Illusion Bat Wings for this killer move is no longer appropriate. I should call it True Solid Bat Wings. Feng Yuan created a new name for this newly modified killer move. He was more pleased with this movement killer move True Solid Bat Wings than the lion fur armor. If this movement killer move was sold in Treasure Yellow Heaven, it could be sold for 6 Immortal Essence Stones or more. That was because True Solid Bat Wings had much potential left. 1 pair of bat wings was not its limit. Could transplant 3 pairs of bat wings at most. The origin of these wings should be at least desolate beasts. Of course, ancient desolate beasts and immemorial desolate beasts would be even better. If Feng Yuan could transplant 3 pairs of desolate beast bat wings on his back, his speed would be at least 3 times faster. Light illusion bat wings was the most widely spread movement killer move during the 5 regions chaotic war due to its price-to-value ratio. On that basis, raising one's speed by 3 times as much would be even more impressive. Even though it could not compare to movement immortal goo like Worldly Wave Trace or Rising Azure Cloud, if Feng Yuan met Plump Lady again, her light sand escape would not allow her to run from Feng Yuan's assault. As the winds blew intensely behind him, Feng Yuan flapped with his wings and flew up into the sky. After flying to a high altitude in midair, Feng Yuan closed his eyes and felt the sensation of the air currents blowing on the bat wings silently. His immortal zombie body could not feel any pain. His sense of touch was nearly non-existent. This was a strength and also a weakness. When Feng Yuan transplanted the bat wings, he spent a lot of effort in order to retain the sense of pain and touch that the bat wings had. Only by doing this could he have a clearer and realistic feeling of the air when he flaps his wings, to feel the strength of the air currents, and to sense the state of the wings. Losing the sense of pain numbed him and made Feng Yuan fight more fiercely. But flying was another matter. Flying required meticulous control, especially when Feng Yuan's flying attainment had reached quasi-grandmaster level. Only by regaining his sense of pain and touch could he truly display his actual flying attainment. If it was a pair of zombified wings, the feeling would be very vague, especially in intense battles. When he needed to rely on the wings, sensitive nerves would allow him to react and adapt more easily instead of being rough and careless. With a boost in movement strength, I will be able to advance or retreat at will. After I get 3 pairs of wings, true solid bat wings will be an exceptional mortal killer move. It would only lose out to Worldly Wave Trace Immortal Goo. Feng Yuan was a Strength Path Goo Immortal. He obtained a Strength Path Immortal body. Worldly Wave Trace Immortal Goo had the law of Water Path. When Feng Yuan uses this Immortal Goo, Water Path and Strength Path do not work together perfectly. There was a problem of them restricting each other. If a Fire Path Goo Immortal uses Worldly Wave Trace Immortal Goo, his speed would be even slower than Feng Yuan. The most suitable would be Water Path Goo Immortals. When they use this same goo, by expending the same amount of immortal essence, they would achieve greater speed. Most importantly, True Solid Bat Wings was a mortal killer move. Compared to using Worldly Wave Trace Immortal Goo, it had a much greater value-to-cost ratio. This was the intelligence of humans. Using the combination of many mortal goo, they could achieve an effect that was only somewhat below immortal goo. Using goo, nurturing goo, and refining goo, they were extremely profound and deep. The corpse of a desolate beast is rarely seen. Even if goo immortals sell new beast corpses in Treasure Yellow Heaven, they might not be bats. To collect 2 more pairs of bat wings, I would need to actively seek them. It seems that now, I should take some risks and go to Starry Sky Grotto Heaven. The immortal aperture of a rank 8 or 9 was known as a Grotto Heaven. The owner of Starry Sky Grotto Heaven was a rank 8 goo immortal from 1,700 years ago, 7-Star Child. 7-Star Child had died long ago during Feng Yuan's previous life. One day, Starry Sky Grotto Heaven fell from high up in Central Continent. It broke up into tens of immortal aperture fragments and was scattered all over Central Continent. Feng Yuan had already become a goo immortal. He could not enter these Grotto Heaven fragments. These fragment worlds of the Grotto Heaven were already very fragile. Feng Yuan's cultivation level was too high, and if he tried entering one, it would destroy the extremely unstable Grotto Heaven fragment. Thankfully, Feng Yuan had a bunch of elite subordinates in Bloodwing Demon Sect. After competing with several goo immortals, they split a relatively large Grotto Heaven fragment world between themselves. Feng Yuan and the other immortals sent their respective goo master disciples or subordinates towards the Grotto Heaven fragment world to explore and find resources. Feng Yuan left a will in each of his capable subordinates' minds to direct and supervise them. Thus, he was rather familiar with the scenery inside Starry Sky Grotto Heaven. In this life, currently Starry Sky Grotto Heaven is still high up in the sky. It had not fallen or broken into pieces. The scenery of Starry Sky Grotto Heaven in my mind will allow me to use fixed immortal travel to enter the Grotto Heaven in advance, to take the resources inside. I remember that there were a number of desolate beasts inside the grotto heaven. There were even ancient desolate beasts, and among them, there was a star demon bat desolate beast. My goal this time is to go and kill the star demon bat and obtain the wings. At the same time, I can check the situation and see if I can capture a desolate beast and bring it to Langya Land Spirit. Fang Yuan planned in his mind. There were still many places in Fang Yuan's memories that were similar to this starry sky grotto heaven. But for some, now was not the time yet, and others were simply too dangerous. Starry Sky Grotto Heaven was the immortal aperture of a rank 8 Gu Immortal. It had not reached the point of breaking down like in Fang Yuan's previous life. It was still very strong now. In my previous life, I only sent people to indirectly explore the Grotto Heaven fragment world. By that time, the heavenly spirit was no longer around. But in this life, if I go now, the heavenly spirit is sure to be alive. It can summon the entire defensive power of Starry Sky Grotto Heaven. If I had not become an immortal zombie, I would not have the qualifications to explore it. Fang Yuan did not know too much about the current Starry Sky Grotto Heaven. He could only deduce it based on his previous life's experiences. In his previous life, he was not the person who benefited the most from this opportunity. It was a rank 8 immortal zombie who rose up as a result of this. The 10 great ancient sects which had been extremely forceful all along suffered a loss under the hands of this immortal zombie. Next, this immortal zombie entered the Central Continent Zombie Alliance branch, and easily defeated the branch leader, becoming the one in charge and calling himself Star Constellation Immortal Zombie. He had been the cause of many incidents during the 5 regions chaotic war. He was an overlord that could hold his own in his territory. As for the real Starry Sky Heavenly Spirit, Fang Yuan did not see it, and did not know the conditions for the Grotto Heaven to belong to a new owner. A few days later, He Lu Lan brought Strength Chi Immortal Gu, and entered Hu Immortal Blessed Land using a stargate. Next, in Fang Yuan's stone nest, she and Fang Yuan, together with the thousands of hairy men, refined the 8th batch of Airsac Gu. After this, He Lu Lan did not leave immediately. Instead, she stayed in Hu Immortal Blessed Land and listened to Fang Yuan's information on Starry Sky Grotto Heaven. With Fang Yuan's current strength, it was rather dangerous to enter Starry Sky Grotto Heaven. Thus, Fang Yuan invited his allies. But Fairy Li Shan was cooperating with Qin Bai Shang right now. Her Mountain Pledge Gu was having great use at this time. It allowed Qin Bai Shang to gather his forces and eliminate the enmity of his foes. He was preparing for a Northern Plains auction that was of unprecedented scale. Qin Bai Shang's compensation to Fairy Li Shan was an immortal Gu. With such great benefits, Fairy Li Shan obviously chose Qin Bai Shang and gave up on working with Fang Yuan this time. As for Tai Bai Yun Shang, he was with Shark Demon now, entering the sea and exploring Yulu Blessed Land. Even thought Tai Bai Yun Shang wanted to help his junior brother Fang Yuan. He was afflicted with death sentence awaits immortal Gu, and could not split himself into 2. There was nothing he could do to help. Only He Lu Lan was free now. She agreed with Fang Yuan to explore Starry Sky Grotto Heaven together. According to the Snowy Mountain Alliance, since the two were exploring and taking the risk together, any losses to He Lu Lan would not require Fang Yuan to compensate her twice the amount. At the same time, their gains would be split into Fang Yuan getting 60% and He Lu Lan getting 40%. After resting for a few days in Hu Immortal Blessed Land, He Lu Lan entered Fang Yuan's immortal aperture. Fang Yuan tried to activate fixed immortal travel with the image in his mind. He tried for 3 or 4 times, but he did not succeed. Fang Yuan was not surprised. The image in his memories, although it was a portion of Starry Sky Grotto Heaven, it had already fallen at that time, and the scenery had changed drastically. Thankfully, Fang Yuan had many images in his memories. After trying for a dozen times, after he spent more than 10 beads of green grape immortal essence, he finally succeeded. With a flash of jade green light, at the next moment, he appeared inside Starry Sky Grotto Heaven. They appeared before a thick forest which was verdant and lush. The foot of the mountain was serene and fog filled the place. Fang Yuan had already activated lion fur armor to protect him tightly. He used all his concentration to quickly scan his surroundings and discovered that he had appeared on the waist of a mountain. Surrounding him were tall ancient trees, and even his 6-meter-tall immortal zombie body could not reach 1/3 of these giant trees. Raising his head, He gazed at the sky through the opening between the lush leaves. The sky was a tranquil green color. There were 6 giant shadows of stars in the green sky. They appeared to be 6 round moons in the color of red, brown, yellow, blue, purple, and white. Fang Yuan opened his immortal aperture, and He Lulan shortly appeared outside, stepping on the mountain stones. Her eyes flashed with bright light as she looked around. This is inside Starry Sky Grotto Heaven? It is indeed, let's go. The desolate beast that I want to kill, Star Demon Bat, should be nearby. The two did not know the exact location of the Star Demon Bat. Thus they casually chose a direction and moved along it. While moving forward, the two used investigative methods to scan around them all the time. After advancing to a goo immortal, they had unlimited primeval essence and could use mortal goo freely. The two had also made ample preparations before they had come here. Although they did not have investigative killer moves, they had prepared large numbers of investigative goo worms of all paths to not only enhance their vision and hearing, but also to sense the slight tremors when they walked, and to smell any odd odors when they breathed. At the same time, they spread out their divine senses to cover their surroundings, attaining completion in all aspects of scouting. Time flowed little by little, but this forest did not seem to have any end. 5 minutes have already gone by. There seems to be something wrong. He Lulan stopped and solemnly asked Fang Yuan. Fang Yuan nodded, saying in a deep voice, "Indeed, we have already been in Starry Sky Grotto Heaven for some time now, but haven't actually encountered a single wild beast. There are only trees or fog. Whether we go up the mountain or down, or move in any direction, things all look the same." He Lulan looked up. "Let's fly." The two carefully flew up. The green sky was completely empty. If the two flew high up, they would be very conspicuous, and it would be extremely easy for them to be discovered by beast groups and get surrounded. Thus, for safety purposes, Fang Yuan and He Lulan had chosen to move along the ground. Right now, the two took the risk to attempt flying, but the result was disappointing. The higher they flew up, the thicker the fog became. Finally, the fog became so thick that they could not even see their own fingers. Fang Yuan and He Lulan's investigative methods were greatly restricted in this fog. The two discussed and chose to be cautious, not willing to continue taking this risk. They descended to the ground. "Has the Starry Sky Heavenly Spirit already begun to target us?" He Lulan guessed. "The situation here, if it is not a unique law of the Grotto Heaven, then it is an illusion, quietly disturbing our sense of direction and obstructing our true senses. Unfortunately, I don't have any investigative killer moves." Fang Yuan replied. "Don't you have Wisdom Path methods?" Wisdom Path is also specialized in resolving these kinds of circumstances. He Lulan asked while frowning. Fang Yuan shook his head. "I indeed have some Wisdom Path methods, but they are rather special. They cannot deduce directions. How about you? Do you have any investigative killer moves?" He Lulan snorted lightly and raised her 2 delicate fists. "I don't have any investigative killer moves, but I do have offensive killer moves. Self-strength." She suddenly punched out with her 2 fists, sending out majestic fist chi. The fist chi surged all around and rapidly condensed into strength path phantoms. These strength path phantoms had fat bodies like bears with triangular eyes and jagged teeth. It was the male shape He Lulan had disguised as before. Fang Yuan took a few steps back to give He Lulan sufficient space. These strength path phantoms pounced at He Lulan's main body. The phantoms merged together and soon covered He Lulan, forming a giant strength path phantom. This killer move had astonishing might. He Lulan had used it before in Northern Plains to destroy the flying bear phantom. She again raised a fist. The giant fist ruthlessly smashed at an ancient tree on the side. The thick and sturdy ancient tree immediately broke into 2. The lower half remained at the ground but was shaking intensely. The soil around it splattered to reveal the tree roots. The upper half was directly sent flying, cutting through the wind as it collided with another ancient tree, smashing 2 to 3 branches. Boom, boom, boom. He Lulan punched and kicked. The heavy punches and kicks shook the earth. Stones flew, trees toppled down, and the fog dispersed. Fang Yuan flew into the sky. His sight was now much more clear. He saw this forest only had the range of 100 li. He and He Lulan had been moving in a circle. Outside of this forest, he saw a scene abundant in nature and life. The wild beasts roaming around, the cries of birds and insects, the gurgling of streams and wild flowers swaying with the wind. It seems this forest itself was special. It should be an extinct tree species. Your information source is somewhat dubious. Our entry was actually in this forest. The giant strength path phantom transmitted its divine sense to communicate with Feng Yuan. Even Feng Yuan, with his plentiful experiences from his previous life and broad vision, did not recognize the origin of this kind of tree. He gave a bitter laugh and changed the topic. After the trees became sparse, this forest no longer has the bewilderment effect. We should take some and plant it in our own blessed lands. Maybe we can make some profits. There was absolutely no issue with the information source, because he himself was the information supplier. In his previous life, Starry Sky Grotto Heaven had shattered into many parts which then fell towards central continent. When Feng Yuan had sent people to explore the Grotto Heaven's fragment world, this forest was already in a different shape. Much of it had been damaged and thus it did not show any special effects. This was a warning to Feng Yuan, although he had previous life's memories. However, he had come early to Starry Sky Grotto Heaven in this life. The situation was different, and he could not blindly rely on these memories. The giant strength path phantom gazed at these ancient trees. Even if you had not said it, I intended to do it. When the two had just taken 4 to 5 trees, a dog-shaped desolate beast charged down from the top of the mountain. The dog-shaped desolate beast growled, not concealing the fierce glare of its eyes as it looked directly at He Lulan. He Lulan's strength path phantom giant was not concealed by the trees and was exceptionally conspicuous. Feng Yuan looked at the source of the growl and saw the desolate beast. Its body was as large as a small hill, and glossy azure fur covered it. Whether it was its head, stomach, back, tail, or its limbs, they were all covered with star-shaped stripes. These stripes were emitting faint blue radiance. Feng Yuan recognized this beast with just one glance, immediately reminding He Lulan. This is a star-desolate hound. It should be this mountain's overlord. Let's check how powerful the desolate beasts in Starry Sky Grotto Heaven are. If it is weak, don't kill it. It is best if we capture it alive. I have other uses for it. He Lulan frowned. She had an extreme physique strength path immortal body and possessed several great strength path immortal goo. It was not difficult for her to kill a desolate beast, but she still had some difference between the level of capturing a desolate beast alive. However, Feng Yuan continued, you take the lead. I will support. Decide it according to the situation. If we can really capture it alive, I will use immortal essence stones to pay you. All right, then let's do it like that. He Lulan was not an irresolute person. With a loud shout, the giant strength path phantom took large and loud steps as it charged towards the star-desolate hound. The star-desolate hound fiercely charged down from above and pounced at the giant strength path phantom. He Lulan was not to be outdone and immediately punched and kicked, clashing with the star-desolate hound. The two huge figures rolled down from partway up the mountain towards the foot, like a rolling gourd. It was like a giant compactor had steamrolled through a path. As the trees were toppled, protruding boulders were smashed and beasts and birds who had not time to escape were crushed into paste. Feng Yuan flapped his bat wings and flew down. 8 lumps of starlight condensed separately on his 8 monstrous claws, but they did not crash down yet. He Lulan's giant strength path phantom was rolling and turning around at times as it clashed with the star-desolate hound, like a rolling wheel. The fight was fierce, but the situation was still not decided. The attacks moved so quickly that even an old demon like Feng Yuan was not able to find an opportunity to interfere. Rumble, dust flew up. The giant phantom and the desolate beast rolled down to the foot of the mountain before finally stopping. The star-desolate hound fiercely pounced on the giant phantom. It raised its head and opened its mouth, revealing the snow-white canines that were as sharp as swords and long as halberds, and bit down. Feng Yuan saw the chance. His 8 arms moved and the 8 lumps of starlight that had accumulated enough energy slammed down. Bam, bam, bam. A series of explosions resounded. The star-desolate hound furiously barked, its attack was interrupted. The giant hound head shook in every direction, flinging off the starlight lumps. However, He Lulan obtained the critical opportunity due to this, letting out a fierce attack. The giant strength path phantom bent its knee and fiercely struck a crucial part between the star desolate hound's rear legs. Howl! The star desolate hound immediately let out an extremely painful cry. Its giant body fiercely jumped like it had been electrocuted and bounced around in the lush forest. Fang Yuan immediately fluttered over, not giving the star desolate hound any time to recover. He flapped his wings in the sky, moving nimbly like a fly, as he threw down lumps of starlight right at the star desolate hound's vital areas like eyes, mouth and anus. The star desolate hound bounced around everywhere, but it was gradually not able to hide from Fang Yuan's crafty attacks and started to whine in pain. The star desolate hound had defensive wild goo on it. But facing a killer move like Icy Drill Stardust, a defense from ordinary wild goo would not work. Instead, the defensive goo would rapidly die when facing Icy Drill Stardust. He Lulan controlled her giant strength path phantom and stood up. As expected of a desolate beast, He Lulan sighed in her heart. The strength path killer move that had never failed her before was actually not able to resist the tyrannical strength of the star desolate hound. Especially this giant strength path phantom, which was the pinnacle transformation of her killer move, and yet was actually not a match against the star desolate hound in terms of strength. Since that is the case, then let me use self-strength immortal goo. He Lulan gave a sinister smile and was about to attack. Suddenly, familiar barks came down from the nearby two mountain peaks. Shortly afterwards, two female star desolate hounds charged into Fang Yuan and He Lulan's sight. Fang Yuan's movement slowed down, He Lulan's pupils shrunk, and as if they had identical thoughts in mind, they transmitted the same message to each other. Run! Three star desolate hounds chased, as Fang Yuan and He Lulan retreated along the way. It was not that they could not defeat the three desolate beasts, but they would have to engage in fierce combat and expend a lot of effort to defeat them. As Fang Yuan and He Lulan were inside an unfamiliar environment like Starry Sky Grotto Heaven, they would not want to fight with their full strength randomly, especially not against these desolate beasts which they had met by chance. Only a fool would do such a thing. Fang Yuan and He Lulan were experienced schemers. This trip of exploring Starry Sky Grotto Heaven needed to be handled with caution. They had to preserve their battle strength to deal with unexpected situations, especially when the heavenly spirit of Starry Sky Grotto Heaven had not shown itself yet. The heavenly spirit controlled all aspects of the Grotto Heaven. When Fang Yuan and He Lulan entered, they would have been detected already. Fang Yuan led the way. Flapping his wings continuously, he was extremely fast. He did not dare to fly at high altitude, he only flew near the ground. He Lulan was much slower than Fang Yuan. She was behind him as she deeply looked at his wings, thinking and comparing in her heart. Fang Yuan's current speed is not outstanding. I can reach it. But he can move and maneuver so agilely and precisely. He can swerve around the branches of the trees so freely. After nearly 10 li of flying, the three star desolate hounds behind them stopped and gave up on He Lulan and Fang Yuan, no longer chasing them. The two stopped at a tall tree and took a small rest to recover. Fang Yuan stood on the crown of the tree, trying to decipher their direction. The surrounding mountains were not far from each other, yet they were independent and distinct. Some mountain peaks had green pines growing on them. Some had only shrubs. Some had no trees and only had weeds and wild flowers. All these were man-made arrangements. Nature would not have made things so organized. Fang Yuan could tell. The owner of Starry Sky Grotto Heaven, 7-Star Child, had categorized these mountain peaks into independent areas to nurture different vegetation. This way, he could raise the productivity of specialized products. It seems that the owner of this Grotto Heaven had spent quite some effort on managing it. He Lulan walked over, standing beside Fang Yuan and observing the area. Fang Yuan instead frowned. This landscape was simply too different from the one in his memories. Did that mean that hundreds of years later, there would be a huge change to Starry Sky Grotto Heaven's terrain, causing it to be completely different after it broke apart and collapsed? This way, Fang Yuan's previous life's memories could not give him any precious help. He Lulan directed her gaze towards the small bat wings on Fang Yuan's back, asking with great interest. Your killer move is not bad. Where did you buy it? According to the Snowy Mountain Alliance, Fang Yuan could not lie to He Lulan, but he could choose to not talk about it. However, true solid bat wings was an ordinary technique of Fang Yuan's. He did not need to hide it. He answered plainly, this killer move is based on an improvement of my previous killer move, suited for my immortal zombie body. If you want to use it, you will need to transplant a pair of bat wings onto your back. He Lulan heard this and frowned, though not because she was concerned over destroying her image. She pursued strength. The body of a desolate beast is also an immortal body. Just like the bodies of us Gu immortals, their bodies contain Dao marks and are closer to certain laws. Your pair of bat wings should not have the Dao marks of strength path, they are closer to wind path. Transplanting them casually like this, are you not afraid that there would be a conflict between strength path and wind path, resulting in your strength path killer moves weakening? Fang Yuan chuckled. You know about how reckless savage demon venerable can transform into all sorts of fierce beasts, right? Of course. Reckless savage demon venerable created transformation path. He was the progenitor of transformation path. He Lulan answered. The essence of transformation path is to transform one's own body into a fierce beast or plant, and obtain their strength and abilities at the same time. A transformation path Gu master can become a wind path bird, fire path tiger, or water path fish, using just one path to project countless paths. Why do their Dao marks not interfere with one another? Fang Yuan asked. Transformation path Gu masters who solely transform their bodies had not truly ventured into transformation path. A truly successful transformation was not only changing one's appearance, but also gaining the beast's respective Dao marks. Gu immortals who become desolate beasts not only have the strength, defense, and speed of the desolate beast itself, they can even amplify the effect of Gu worms in their respective paths. That is because every time they transform, they will turn into a single fierce beast. They would only have one type of Dao mark on their bodies. It is unlike you who has two types of Dao marks mixing together, like a Gu master trying to cultivate two paths. Furthermore, after they transform, they will use their relevant Gu worms to cleanse their bodies, removing all of their current Dao marks, before they can transform into a fierce beast which has another Dao mark. He Lulan said. Fang Yuan laughed arrogantly. No, that is because they are not good enough yet. Their methods are lacking. Reckless savage demon venerable was not like this. He ate immemorial desolate beasts and formed desolate beast totems on his body, encompassing countless Dao marks in his body, allowing him to transform at will. When you were undergoing your tribulation, I obtained the true meaning infusions of the demon venerable. I have already become a transformation path master. He Lulan was truly shocked. That is to say, you obtained pointers from reckless savage demon venerable. You have a method to balance different Dao marks. Fang Yuan nodded, but shook his head soon after. I am only at master realm. I can only balance 3 different Dao marks. I am also limited by physical transplantation and other restrictions. True solid bat wings can only have up to 3 pairs of wings. That is the greatest display of my current transformation path master realm attainment. He Lulan heard Fang Yuan's words and gained much interest in true solid bat wings. Sell this movement killer move to me. I will purchase it at a high price. Fang Yuan shook his head, rejecting her. He had modified this killer move after much effort. It was his unique method. How could he give it to someone else? Unless he no longer needed it in the future, then he would consider selling the simplified version. He Lulan was slightly disappointed that Fang Yuan rejected her, but she was not surprised. If their roles were swapped, she would have rejected him as well. Fang Yuan did not lack immortal essence stones currently. I finally understand why you want to kill star demon bats now. What does your information say? A star demon bat is nearby. He Lulan asked. Fang Yuan nodded. From my information, it is close by, but the terrain here is slightly different. Let's look around first. He had surveyed for a long time, but he could not confirm the location. The place in his memory was a rotten swamp with poisonous air. But here, there were mountains independent of each other. How could there be a rotten swamp? 2 hours later. Two figures were attacking a desolate beast. This desolate beast's body was transparent, like it was made of diamond. Its figure resembled a bear, but it was as large as a mammoth. It was a diamond bear that was rarely seen in the 5 regions. It was He Lulan and Fong Yuan fighting the diamond bear. Take this. Fong Yuan flew in the air. His 8 arms were moving around as they sent out lumps of starlight specks. The diamond bear stood up, waving its paws and smashing the starlight completely. He Lulan transformed into the Strength Path Phantom Giant again. She raised her leg and kicked at the diamond bear's belly. The diamond bear growled, as its diamond-like body shined. He Lulan's giant Strength Path Phantom's right leg broke. This diamond bear's body contains wild goo worms that counter my Strength Path Giant. He Lulan was shocked, retreating immediately. Killer moves were not invincible. They had weaknesses and could be countered. But the diamond bear did not want to let He Lulan go. It pounced in her direction. Fong Yuan saw this and immediately rushed over. The starlight lumps in his hands were shot out more quickly, like the pelting of raindrops. At once, the diamond bear was unable to raise its head from the attacks. Here's a big one. Enjoy it. Fong Yuan raised 4 of his arms up, summoning a huge icy drill stardust lump that he threw it down. With a loud explosion, the entire diamond bear was covered by the icy drill stardust. The diamond bear was assaulted by the stardust. It growled in pain. It had become greatly angered. Boom! At the next moment, it charged out of the starlight lump, flying into the sky. This bear could fly? Fong Yuan was the closest to it, caught off guard. He was hit by the diamond bear's raised paws. Bam! At the next moment, Fong Yuan was like a cannonball. He flew out, crashing into dozens of large trees before stopping. His zombie blood was pouring out, with 2 of the arms used to block the bear paw having been cut off, and 3 were fractured. Fong Yuan's mouth twitched. Accidents were bound to happen when fighting desolate beasts. Desolate beasts were not like goo immortals. They did not have much intelligence. But as for which wild goo they had in their bodies, one could not tell upon first contact. Like earlier, the diamond bear actually dispelled He Lulan's Strength Path Phantom and flew into the air, causing heavy injuries to Fong Yuan. Only after suffering some injuries did Fong Yuan and He Lulan learn that the diamond bear had very powerful goo worms on it. Not only were there goo worms that countered the Strength Path Phantom, it even had flying goo that could raise such a heavy body into the air. Retreat! Fong Yuan shouted to He Lulan. He Lulan had the intention to retreat already. She stopped her killer move and escaped with Fong Yuan. The diamond bear did not chase after them. It picked up Fong Yuan's 2 arms and placed them into its mouth, chewing. Crack, crack. The diamond bear's teeth were sharp. They easily broke Fong Yuan's immortal zombie arms. It continued to chew, turning the arms into minced meat. The green zombie blood flowed out from the space between the diamond bear's teeth, and an intense stench spread out. The diamond bear swallowed the zombie meat with a weird expression, but it immediately opened its mouth and vomited the food that it had just eaten. What a terrible taste! The diamond bear had a constipated expression as it looked at Fong Yuan's remaining arm with disgust, slamming it into a mountain rock before moving back to its cave that was at the mountain peak grumpily. A moment later, Fong Yuan and He Lulan sneakily returned. Fong Yuan picked up the amputated arm. After verifying it, he placed it at a wound on his body. He used healing goo worms, and with the recovery ability of the immortal zombie, the amputated arm quickly connected to his wound. As for the remaining arm, it was chewed up by the diamond bear. Fong Yuan could not use it. He sighed and had to regenerate it himself. The immortal zombie body was not a mortal body. To regrow limbs, 6 to 8 hours were needed. This was not simply a regrowth of body parts. The relevant strength path Dao marks had to be replenished. He Lulan looked at the cave entrance at the highest point of the mountain. In that cave, there are at least 15 kilograms of diamond soil left. Diamond soil was formed from the feces of the diamond bear. It was filled with rich nutrients, and was one of the soils that could be sold for a high price in Treasure Yellow Heaven. Not long ago, Fong Yuan had come to this mountain peak with He Lulan. While Fong Yuan attracted the bear out of the cave, He Lulan sneaked in and took hundreds of kilograms of diamond soil. They were worth at least 30 immortal essence stones. Fang Yuan shook his head. 15 kilograms of diamond soil is not worth the risk. The first time was fine, but if we try a second time, with even more animosity, the diamond bear might not let us off. The diamond bear is sturdy and tough. We will need to pay a huge price to kill it. My goal is the star demon bat. Since it is not in this direction, let's try another direction. Half a day later, Fang Yuan and He Lulan had almost searched through this area and seen many desolate beasts, but did not come across the star demon bat. Your information seems to be somewhat unreliable. He Lulan casually sat down on the ground and said while healing her wounds. There was a long, bloody wound on her left arm which stretched from the back of her palm to her elbow. This was the mark left behind from the encounter of He Lulan and Fang Yuan with a desolate beast flying sword rat. The flying sword rat was small and extremely fast. A bit of carelessness resulted in it slashing its claws at them. Even if He Lulan had the great strength true martial physique, having a strength path extreme immortal body, she had to struggle to heal this wound. This was because the wound the flying sword rat caused was filled with Tao marks of metal path, which were repelling the strength path Tao marks of He Lulan's immortal body, and resisting the extreme immortal body's recovery ability. A long while later, He Lulan was able to heal the wound and a thin layer of scab had formed on top of it. She went up to Fang Yuan. Fang Yuan was sitting on the ground, using his iron-sharp fingernails to draw the outline of the terrain they had explored on a flat rock. There were dozens of green mountain peaks. Most of the green peaks were the territory of a desolate beast, like the star desolate hound, flying sword rat, diamond bear, and so on. The mountain peaks with no desolate beasts had large numbers of beast groups as well as a sea of goo worms living together. Seven Star Child had clearly invested a great amount of effort to manage Starry Sky Grotto Heaven. Only then could such dense numbers of desolate beasts survive in this piece of territory. However, the strange thing was there were no ancient desolate beasts. Ancient desolate beasts were comparable in battle strength to a rank 7. According to common sense, there should be ancient desolate beasts in this outstandingly managed Starry Sky Grotto Heaven. This was only one of the strange aspects. The second strange aspect was that the heavenly spirit had still not shown itself. Fang Yuan and He Lulan had explored all around and encountered many fights, but were able to smoothly free themselves. Strictly speaking, they were invaders, but this Starry Sky Grotto Heaven was behaving as if it had no heavenly spirit to manage it, and the suppression Fang Yuan had expected did not appear. The third strange thing was that Fang Yuan could not find the poisonous swamp no matter where he searched. According to his previous life's memories, the area he was in right now was the same as the small fragment world of the original Grotto Heaven, which he had sent his subordinates to explore in his previous life. Originally, the poisonous swamp should have been near that ancient tree forest, but Fang Yuan was not able to find it. Could it be that the poisonous swamp is part of the terrain that only appears after several hundred years? I came here this early, thus I am not able to find it? If that is the case, my plan to hunt Star Demon Bat will end in failure. Fang Yuan stared at the diagram of the terrain on the rock, and was pondering everything when suddenly a bright light shot out. He and He Lulan raised their heads at the same time and looked at the green sky. Unknowingly, the sky was filled with countless star specks. The amount of this starlight grew rapidly and continued to grow. In a blink of an eye, the starlight filled the whole world, drifting in disorderly fashion like snow. This is an astronomical change that occurs only in Grotto Heavens. Fang Yuan stood up with an alert gaze, activating lion fur armor. He Lulan also activated her defensive killer move with a vigilant mind. The bright starlight shone on all living beings. Beast roars resounded from each mountain peak, some clear, some crisp, some long and some hoarse. Wind surged. The endless specks of starlight suddenly converged on top of a mountain. After a dazzling blue radiance was sent out, the star specks dispersed and a resplendent giant hall, exquisite and gorgeous, appeared on the mountain peak. This hall, Fang Yuan's pupils enlarged, as he felt a great sense of familiarity with the structure of the hall. It clearly resembled the ruins that had been left behind in the shattered worlds of the Grotto Heaven, which had spread everywhere during his previous life. It was only that the former ruins now showed no trace of damage. Fang Yuan and He Lulan glanced at each other, Hey Lulan guest. Did the astronomical change occur due to some specific timing and result in the appearance of the hall? Or did the heavenly spirit intentionally set up a trap to lure us in? Fang Yuan eyes flashed with bright light. The two only hesitated for a moment before deciding to go in the star hall. At the same time, in another area of starry sky grotto heaven, an intense battle was nearing its climax. Foul beast! Take this king's fist! A rockman that was as tall as a hill shouted as it smashed down its fist. Wind surged and even the air burst. The desolate beast flying bear could not dodge in time. Its head was struck by the giant stone fist and with a loud sound, it crashed down on the ground, smashing a large crater. Stones and soil flew all around. Dust surged up and the earth shook for a while. The rocky giant did not stop. It spread open its two fists then smashed down from high up. Bam! The two palms heavily smashed at the flying bear's thick, snow-white body. The flying bear tried to budge, but it was not able to let out even a cry. It was already filled with injuries. The punch just before had cracked its skull and caused it to be on the brink of losing consciousness. Immortal killer move, Earth's root. From the center of his two palms, earth chi bubbled, and countless thick and sharp earth spikes protruded out from the ground like spears. Plop! The desolate beast flying bear was pierced through instantly by hundreds of earth spikes. In its last burst of energy, it raised its head, opened its eyes and let out a mournful cry before its energy was completely spent. Its body stiffened and its head fell back down to the ground. Dong! A sound like that of a drum being struck resounded, with dust rising and falling. An intense scent of hot blood erupted, as it flowed down the stone pillar and quickly dyed the ground red. The flying bear was dead. The rocky giant snorted. It suddenly emitted a piercing light. After the light dispersed, a Gu Immortal proudly stood in the air while crossing his arms. He had short white hair, a pair of golden pupils, broad shoulders and a thin waist. He wore a tight-fitting combat uniform and a valiant aura was emitted from him. A ray of starlight shot over, transforming into a middle-aged man. He was wearing a long robe with wide sleeves and a high hat on his head. He clapped his hands and praised. As expected of Lord Immortal Monkey King, killing the desolate beast flying bear in just 3 minutes. The white-haired man with golden pupils was a rank 7 Gu Immortal of Combat Immortal Sect, Immortal Monkey King Shirley. Shirley looked at the middle-aged man with an indifferent gaze. 7-star halls have already appeared, Star Lord Wanxiang. The 8th star hall you spoke of, why has it still not opened? This middle-aged man was Star Lord Wanxiang, who had traded with Fang Yuan several times. Star Lord Wanxiang gave a bright smile. Immortal Monkey King, there's no need to worry. We can only make the 8th star hall appear when we have killed enough desolate beasts and let their blood seep into the ground. We have already killed 6 desolate beasts, but the amount of blood is still not enough. How much more desolate beasts should we kill exactly? Shirley asked impatiently. Star-Lord Wanxiang revealed a thoughtful expression and said after a pause. According to my annual explorations over the past 20 years and my own speculations, we probably only need to kill 1 more desolate beast. Humph! You better not deceive me. Shirley replied in an overbearing manner. Star-Lord Wanxiang lowered his head. I am just a lone cultivator. Even if I had 10 times the guts, I would not dare to deceive Lord Immortal Monkey King. Based on Central Continent's time, I can only forcibly break into the Star Path Grotto Heaven during this point of the year. Moreover, the duration we can stay is only 2 days. After these 2 days, the small opening leading to the Grotto Heaven will close up and we won't be able to exit. Why would I deceive you when time is so limited? I also want to plunder more resources, but several years ago, I accidentally saw the 8th star hall. That hall was covered in a foreboding atmosphere. The guards of the star hall were all ancient desolate beasts. It definitely is the central control point of this grotto heaven, and it is very likely for the heavenly spirit to be there. Shirley nodded. He believed Star-Lord Wanxiang's words. He has known Star-Lord Wanxiang for some time and was familiar with the latter's nature. Sigh, if not because I had a huge battle with Song Zixing and spent large numbers of immortal essence, and that I urgently require large amounts of immortal essence stones to convert into immortal essence due to my blessed land's approaching tribulation, I would not have told such a huge secret to you. Star-Lord Wanxiang sighed. Shirley's tone softened. Don't worry. I will abide by the agreement. 80% of this exploration's battle spoils will go to you, while I take 20%. Also, I will not tell anyone else about this secret. Later, we will come to explore this grotto heaven every year. Right now, only Star-Lord Wanxiang had the special method to enter Starry Sky Grotto Heaven. Shirley still had not grasped the method. Lord Shirley has an outstanding reputation. I can be at ease. According to my past explorations, there is a star demon bat not far away and it is rather easy to kill. All right, let's go there. Old rules. When fighting, you stand to the side. Don't interfere. Shirley was very decisive and immediately started flying rapidly towards the destination. Star-Lord Wanxiang laughed bitterly while hurriedly following behind. Fang Yuan and He Lulan cautiously entered the Star Hall. This Star Hall had no defenses. There was no one inside. Only 6 large wells in the center of the main hall. Water was surging inside these 6 large wells. The water in the wells were of different colors: red, brown, yellow, blue, purple, and white. The well water was glittering and translucent, and emitted slight radiance. He Lulan and Fang Yuan used investigative goo worms to completely check them. Their discovery was that the well water, the Star Hall, everything was as normal as they could be. This was naturally impossible. How could an ordinary hall appear out of thin air? How could ordinary well water be of different colors and emit light? The only explanation was that the 6 well waters in this Star Hall were related to the Grotto Heaven's astronomical transformations. If so, the mortal investigative goo of He Lulan and Fang Yuan were not of high enough level to investigate anything. The two were unable to distinguish the mysteries of the 6 wells, and fell into a predicament for a while. This color, He Lulan observed again and could not help mumbling. Fang Yuan knew what she was thinking. He remembered when they had just arrived in Starry Sky Grotto Heaven. He had looked at the sky. He saw the shadows of 6 stars in the sky. They were as large as the full moon and were easy to notice. These 6 star shadows were the colors of red, brown, yellow, blue, purple, and white, the same as these 6 waters in the wells. What connection do they have? Fang Yuan mumbled and sent a mortal storage goo inside a well to take out some of the water to study. However, when the mortal goo entered the well water, the tranquil and calm well water suddenly moved and formed a whirlpool, swallowing the mortal goo. The well water quickly settled down. There were no ripples. It was shining brightly. But the mortal goo that Fang Yuan tossed in had completely vanished into the water. Fang Yuan knew that his mortal goo had not been destroyed yet, because he could still sense its existence. But this connection was very weak now. The connection between a goo master and goo worm had much to do with distance. The further the goo worm is from the goo master, the weaker their connection. In that case, when a goo master uses the goo, their mind would send orders. If they gave 10 orders, 9 might be missed and the goo worm would only execute 1. Of course, this was in ordinary cases. A small portion of goo worms could maintain a strong connection over a huge distance. They could be easily activated even if they were far away. Some goo worms were even more peculiar. The closer they were to the goo master, the weaker their connection. Creating distance between them could improve their connection instead. Fang Yuan originally had a close connection to the mortal goo, but now the feeling was much weaker. It was like the two were very far apart. Fang Yuan followed the connection in his mind, slowly deducing the direction and raising his head. All he saw was the top of the walls in the Star Hall. Fang Yuan activated his investigative goo. In his field of vision, the roof of the Star Hall became translucent. Fang Yuan's gaze pierced through the roof of the Star Hall, seeing the 6 huge circular star shadows in the green sky. He felt a sensation in his mind. His gaze remained on one of the star shadows. According to the remaining connection he had, he knew that the mortal goo was on top of that star shadow. Swoosh, swoosh, swoosh. The star demon bat's huge wings whipped up fierce winds as countless arrows shot out at the same time. These arrows were all made of starlight. They flew very quickly, piercing the air. Their numbers were high, flying towards Immortal Monkey King Shirley like a storm. Seeing the large-scale attack, Shirley scoffed in disdain. Merely rank 2-star arrow goo. Except the numbers are a bit high. Mortal killer move, fallen gray cloak. Shirley's body shook, as a thin layer of yellow-white smoke and dust covered him. He did not dodge, he allowed the arrows to land on his body. No matter how many star arrows came, they dissipated after coming into contact with the mortal killer move, fallen gray cloak, vanishing in an instant. The star demon bat lacked intelligence, it could not use killer moves. Although the scale of the wild goo on its body was large, it could not use goo in great quantity. How could such an attack compare to a killer move that a human cultivator came up with painstakingly? This time, look at my eagle transformation, Shirley shouted, his body shining in a bright golden light. As the light dissipated, Shirley had vanished. In his place was a desolate beast, Iron Crown Eagle. The Iron Crown Eagle spread its wings, flying in the air. Its sharp claws that resembled steel gave off an imposing aura. The size of its body was not any smaller than the star demon bat. Far away, Star Lord Wanxiang quietly observed the battle. Seeing this, he sighed helplessly. Immortal Monkey King Shirley was a battle maniac. He refused to fight together in each of these battles. Up to this point, Shirley had already killed 11 desolate beasts. Every time he fought a desolate beast, he would use a different type of transformation path killer move to fight using the body of different desolate beasts. Star Lord Wanxiang was anxious about the time. He had urged Shirley to use his strongest methods. But Shirley rejected him, saying that he wanted to use this opportunity to accumulate transformation path battle experience. He did not want to waste any chance he had. By accumulating his foundations, he would eventually trigger a qualitative change, elevating his transformation path realm. The Iron Crown Eagle flew for a while, before screeching and pouncing towards the Star Demon Bat. The Star Demon Bat was also screeching. Its ruthless nature was awakened as it did not evade. It flapped its wings and collided with the Iron Crown Eagle. Two huge winged figures were clashing in the sky violently. The Star Demon Bat bit with its mouth, while the Iron Crown Eagle attacked with its beak. The Star Demon Bat scratched with its claws, but the Iron Crown Eagle's talons were just as sharp. They were evenly matched. The two had exchanged many blows within a moment. They left many injuries on each other's body. After a while, they pulled some distance between them. The Star Demon Bat shrieked loudly in a self-satisfied manner. The Iron Crown Eagle that Shirley had transformed into had lost most of its feathers. It flapped its wings and after much effort, it stabilized its body. In the battle earlier, the Iron Crown Eagle had suffered a loss, while the Star Demon Bat had the upper hand. Not only were most of its feathers gone, there was an injury on its stomach, filled with star path Dao marks. It bled continuously and prevented the Iron Crown Eagle's body from healing naturally. Desolate beasts were different from Goo Immortals. Goo Immortals had weak bodies. Their strength rested in Goo worms. Even if Strength Path Goo Immortals made their bodies extremely strong, it was still from the effects of Goo worms. Meanwhile, the strength of desolate beasts was in their own bodies. Desolate beasts have strength, defense, and other attributes from birth. This was something humans could only dream of, especially when a desolate beast gets closer to nature during their growth and develops more Dao marks on their bodies. When they fight in battle, the injuries that desolate beasts cause will have Dao marks lingering. Injuries involving Dao marks were very hard to get rid of. Not only did they resist the body self-healing, they also hindered the use and effect of healing goo. Of course, if the desolate beast had an immortal goo, the situation would be completely different. The Iron Crown Eagle shrieked, ignoring its injuries and pouncing towards the Star Demon Bat. The two met in the sky again. After several attacks, the Star Demon Bat found an opening and flapped its wings quickly, slamming on the Iron Crown Eagle's head. The Iron Crown Eagle went into a daze, falling towards the ground. The Star Demon Bat flew in the air, flapping its wings thrice at the Iron Crown Eagle. The first one caused an intense wind to blow, as thousands of wind blades shot out. The second caused a burst of starlight. Over 10,000 star arrows flew out. The third caused darkness to gather, forming a giant specter that charged towards the Iron Crown Eagle. The Iron Crown Eagle first crashed onto the ground, causing rocks to fly and a crater to form. Next, after it raised its head, it was cut by the wind blades. The Iron Crown Eagle shrieked. It endured the attacks and did not retreat. After enduring the wind blade attacks, it had hundreds of light wounds on its body. It wanted to flap its wings, but the star arrows flew over. These arrows had extraordinary strength. They pierced into the Iron Crown Eagle's body and caused many wounds, but those were not deep. Next, that specter which had no solid body drilled into the Iron Crown Eagle's mind. If it was any ordinary desolate beast, they would have been in trouble. But this Iron Crown Eagle was Shirley's transformation. Shirley snorted coldly. Thoughts and wills moved in his head, destroying the specter in the blink of an eye. Although he was an Earth Path Gu Immortal who also cultivated Transformation Path, he was an established expert, he was a veteran Gu Immortal, he learned a lot about many other paths and had a set of complete defensive measures against Gu worms of other paths. Lord Immortal Monkey King. At the side, Star-Lord Wanxiang shouted in concern. The Iron Crown Eagle spoke human words, laughing loudly. Don't interfere. Stay at the side. This is my battle. Intense fire seemed to be burning in the eagle's eyes, with much determination. Shirley flapped his wings and flew up, towards the star demon bat, but was sent flying. Bang, with a loud sound, the eagle crashed on the ground again. Good. Interesting. Shirley shouted. He got more excited as he fought. Ignoring his injuries, he rushed up again. He was fighting with something he was not familiar with in terms of close combat. How could he be the star demon bat's match? In their fight, he quickly fell into a disadvantage. But every time Shirley lost, he would battle again. The eagle's head would rise up highly, and the eagle eyes would always stare at its opponent. This maniac! Star-Lord Wanxiang watched with a grimacing expression. Shirley obviously had defensive moves like Fallen Grey Cloak, but after transforming into the Iron Crown Eagle, he did not use any of them in battle. This had happened many times in his previous battles as well. Star-Lord Wanxiang had asked earlier, but Shirley's answer was that he was purposely not using them. It was to experience the joy of battle with his own body. This would be the most effective way to raise his battle foundation. Shirley was a battle addict. He was a fierce man who derived pleasure from fighting. Again! Shirley shouted, flapping his wings towards the star demon bat. The two sides got closer rapidly, seeing that they were about to collide. The star demon bat suddenly flapped its wings, displaying an incredible flying ability, passing the Iron Crown Eagle narrowly. Whoosh! The star demon bat suddenly breathed out a shooting star, hitting the Iron Crown Eagle's back. The Iron Crown Eagle spat out some blood. Its body shook as it had to flap its wings to stabilize itself. Next, Star-Lord Wanxiang heard Shirley laughing. Interesting? Bullying my flying attainment, which is only master level? Saying so, he flapped his wings and rushed up. The star demon bat did not take the attack directly. It retreated while using Star Path, Wind Path, or Dark Path Gu worms to attack its enemy from far away. The two had fought for a long time. Unknowingly, the star demon bat's body was filled with injuries. These injuries all had Metal Path Dao marks. They could not heal anytime soon. Of course, the injuries on the Iron Crown Eagle were at least twice as severe as the star demon bat. But Shirley fought crazily. It struck fear in the star demon bat. This dominating desolate beast that ruled over a mountain felt some apprehension and did not dare to fight directly. The star demon bat's intelligence was low. What it was doing was giving on its advantage and fighting with its weakness. It had mortal goo on it. Although they could disturb Shirley, they were not as dangerous to him as fighting at close range. The Iron Crown Eagle did not use any defensive methods as usual, but its aura was surging as it dodged left and right, finally getting close to the star demon bat. After shrieking loudly, the eagle claw grasped downwards at it. The star demon bat dodged agilely, but Shirley found an opening. In terms of flying attainment, the star demon bat, which had been flying its entire life, was at least a flying grandmaster. The star demon bat pulled some distance, using goo worms to attack at a range, while the Iron Crown Eagle tried to get close to engage in close combat with it. In this fashion, the two fought for a while. The star demon bat was bound to mess up at some point. Finally, The Iron Crown Eagle found a flaw and used its eagle claws to tear the bat wings. With a hole in the bat wings, the Star Demon Bat's flying ability fell drastically. Before it could adapt to the injury, the Iron Crown Eagle found even more flaws. Shirley pursued it during this prime opportunity. After enduring the Star Demon Bat's final struggle, he killed it. The Star Demon Bat landed on the ground. Its blood was pouring like a river. The ground absorbed the blood, just like what Star Lord Wanxiang said. A formless energy had been activated. In the sky, starlight appeared again. The specks of starlight coiled around and fluttered for a while before gathering high up in the air and forming a completely new star hall. Different from the previous star halls, this star hall was floating in the air. Its design was exquisite, giving off a majestic beauty that was far above those star halls on the mountains. The 8th star hall has finally appeared. My speculation was indeed correct. Star Lord Wanxiang spoke with excitement. Shirley cancelled the Iron Crown Eagle transformation and returned to his human form. The injuries on his body were still recovering. The blood flow had yet to stop. He indifferently glanced at the sky with his golden pupils. No wonder you guessed that this was the Grotto Heaven's central control point. Looking at its appearance, it is very likely to be that. He grimaced in pain and sat down, healing the wounds. His healing was in no way simple. He first used large numbers of goo worms to eliminate the Tao marks of Star Path, Wind Path, Dark Path and other paths that had filled the wounds. Only then did he use healing goo worms which showed visible effects. Star Lord Wanxiang waited for a little while, and when he saw Shirley's injuries were roughly treated, he finally could not endure and urged him. Your healing is almost done, right? Time is limited, Lord Immortal Monkey King. The prerequisite for the 8th star hall to appear is that the other 7-star halls should be formed first. Every time the 7-star halls appear, they will only exist for 15 minutes. When the 7-star halls disappear, the 8th star hall will also disappear. Why are you in a hurry? If you are in such a rush, you can enter it first. Shirley opened his eyes and coldly glanced at Star Lord Wanxiang. Lord Shirley is jesting. My battle strength has fallen to the depths. I still need to rely on Lord to break through the ancient desolate beast's defenses. Star Lord Wanxiang chuckled and did not speak any further. However, his fists that were hidden inside his sleeves were tightly clenched. If not for his strength plummeting and the tribulation coming soon, why would he reveal this treasury on his own initiative? And why would he have to be forced to bottle up his frustration? He knew Shirley's scheme and intentions. Shirley was a battle addict, unreasonable and unruly, but he was in no way stupid. Everyone who reached a high position had their own outstanding points. The outstanding and famous Shirley did not lack shrewdness. Shirley accepted Star Lord Wanxiang's invitation to come to Starry Sky Grotto Heaven to plunder resources. But he did not put in his full effort. He was interested in breaking through the 8th star hall, but he was not willing to see Star Lord Wanxiang obtain large numbers of resources to pull through the difficulties and escape his grasp. If Star Lord Wanxiang does not obtain a fortune in this trip, he would have to request help from others when undergoing the tribulation. Shirley could help him then and also obtain a greater grasp on him. When that happens, in their future visits to Starry Sky Grotto Heaven, Shirley could obtain larger benefits which would absolutely not be in an 80-20 ratio like in this trip. Every year, Starry Sky Grotto Heaven would reveal a tiny gap which allowed goo immortals to enter it. Every time, the goo immortals could only stay inside for 2 days of Central Continent's time. There were abundant desolate beasts and resources in Starry Sky Grotto Heaven. It was clearly a small but steady source of resources. Star Lord Wanxiang was a prime example of this. He was obviously a lone cultivator, but with each of his visits to Starry Sky Grotto Heaven, he was able to strengthen himself to the extent that his peak battle strength did not lose out to the majority of goo immortals of the 10 great ancient sections. Even when fighting Song Zixing, he had even been able to make a good record of himself. After a while, Shirley's injuries healed completely with no traces of injuries anywhere on him. Because of the previous oath, Shirley could not push it too far. He examined his body once then stood up. Sorry to keep you waiting, we can now go in. Star Lord Wanxiang put on a smiling expression and shook his head. It was me who was overly anxious. I have to ask Immortal Monkey King to not blame me. More preparations quicken the speed of the work. I will still have to rely on your strength a lot more. Shirley bluntly nodded. Naturally, he stamped his foot and charged straight into the sky. Star-Lord Wanxiang followed closely behind. The two immortals moved towards the 8th star hall in the sky together. At the same time, Fang Yuan and He Lulan also jumped out of a well. This is another star hall, Fang Yuan said as he scanned his surroundings. He Lulan nodded. We used many methods to test and we were not wrong. These 6 wells are passages. The two gazed behind them. The center of this star hall also had 6 wells. But the colors were slightly different from the previous star hall. In the previous star hall, the 6 well waters were of red, brown, yellow, blue, purple, and white color. However, the 6 well waters here emitted the colors of red, brown, yellow, blue, green, and white. Purple was gone and green was added. He Lulan and Fang Yuan looked at each other. Both were clever and shrewd, and they both obtained an understanding. What do you think of it? He Lulan asked. Fang Yuan grinned, showing his sharp, jagged canines as he replied with his hoarse voice. If I am not wrong, this starry sky grotto heaven has a special terrain. There are a total of 7 spaces. These 7 spaces are isolated and independent of each other. Outsiders can only enter or exit them through the 6 wells in the star halls. He Lulan nodded and picked up a goo worm from the ground. This is the mortal goo you tossed earlier into the purple well water. It is the best proof. If my speculation is right, there is also another form of proof, that is the sky. When we go out of this star hall, this space's sky should also have 6 round shadows of stars. The difference should be that there, instead of a purple star shadow, there should be a green star shadow. Fang Yuan agreed with He Lulan's speculation. Normal grotto heavens and blessed lands would have integrated spaces. But Starry Sky Grotto Heaven was special. It was actually divided into 7 spaces, and every space had an independent sky, earth, and ecology. In his previous life, what Fang Yuan explored was only the fragment world of Starry Sky Grotto Heaven, and he did not know of this layer of mystery. He and He Lulan finished discussing and they walked out of the door of the hall, gazing at the sky. They saw 6 round star shadows like 6 full moons floating in the air. He Lulan clapped her hands and gave a bright smile. Just like I guessed. Wait, someone is here. Fang Yuan's pupils shrunk as he looked at the moving objects in the distance and happened to see Shirley and Star-Lord Wanxiang rapidly flying. Following the direction they were flying towards, Fang Yuan discovered the 8th star hall. This star hall seems to be of a higher standard. It is hovering in the air and is being coveted by others. It is very likely that it is the central control point of Starry Sky Grotto Heaven. He Lulan guessed, her gaze stuck on the 8th star hall. There are actually others who are 1 step ahead of us. Fang Yuan mumbled. He was shocked internally. According to his previous estimation, Starry Sky Grotto Heaven was a place with no one but the heavenly spirit existing in it. If not for this, Starry Sky Grotto Heaven should not have fallen in his previous life. However, the current situation was that he saw no signs of the heavenly spirit and instead saw 2 goo immortals. As for the goo immortals' appearances and identities, the distance between them was very far, so Fang Yuan and He Lulan were not able to see clearly. However, the two felt that neither of these 2 goo immortals were the owners of this grotto heaven. If one of them was the owner of this grotto heaven, they would have already sensed He Lulan and Fang Yuan, and would have acted by now. What's strange about it? You could obtain the secret intelligence about Starry Sky Grotto Heaven from some source. Does that mean other goo immortals cannot? He Lulan was able to accept this fact much more easily than Fang Yuan. Fang Yuan laughed bitterly in his heart. He had concealed from He Lulan that the so-called information source was, in fact, his own self. However, it seemed that the truth and his preconceptions were vastly different. The first possible cause for this situation would be Fang Yuan's rebirth constantly influencing the various events in the world, causing a butterfly effect. The second possible reason was there was a lot of details behind the scenes regarding the fall of Starry Sky Grotto Heaven in his previous life. It was just that he did not know about them, and now in this life, he ran across one of the inside stories. Fang Yuan's thoughts ebbed and flowed, inclining towards the second cause. At this moment, Sounds of fighting came from the 8th star hall. Looks like these two goo immortals are of similar status to us. They are also outsiders. But they are a step ahead of us. He Lu Lan's gaze flickered. Fong Yuan did not reply. He just snickered. His laughter was cold. He Lu Lan also silently grinned. These two were formidable characters and were also schemers. Right now, the enemy was in the open while they were in the dark, and both felt they had huge advantage. They could even be said to be the Oriole in the saying, "The mantis stalks the cicada," unaware of the Oriole behind. Immediately, Fong Yuan and He Lu Lan activated large numbers of mortal goo to hide their bodies and restrain their auras, as well as using many kinds of investigative methods to scout. The two quietly closed the Star Hall's door, got rid of all their traces, and slowly moved outside. After a while, Fong Yuan, who was walking in front, suddenly stopped and warned He Lu Lan, "Slow down. There is a rank 5 investigative goo ahead." He Lu Lan carefully probed, and saw an eye-like small goo worm quietly hovering in the air. Its eyes were slowly moving around, constantly scanning its surroundings. The two were not surprised. With just one look, one could see this goo worm was not a wild goo and was clearly left behind by the two goo immortals from before. This was expected. Previously, when Fong Yuan and He Lu Lan had explored the space relating to the Green Star Shadow, they had also left behind similar investigative goo to keep watch on their paths. After becoming a goo immortal, one no longer lacked mortal goo. These mortal goo could let the goo immortal constantly scan their surroundings, mark the area, warn them, and many other uses. He Lu Lan was young. She had just advanced into a goo immortal, thus was not able to recognize this goo's details. Giving a suggestion of caution, "Let's detour." Fong Yuan smiled. "No need. This goo is Starshine Fake Eye Goo. It has a long-range sensing ability. Goo immortals can observe the situation of the surroundings through it. Its scope is 5 li, it cannot detect stealth, and not only does using this goo constantly consume primeval essence, it also burdens the soul. We can use methods to be invisible and boldly go past it." At the same time, Fong Yuan added in his mind, "This goo worm is often used together with true sight goo, which can then detect stealth and invisibility. But that is the situation during the 5 regions chaotic war. The true sight goo is still being held by some small sect right now and has not been wantonly spread." He Lu Lan glanced at Fong Yuan, still not feeling relieved. "Are you sure you are not wrong? Goo immortals research new goo all the time. Maybe this goo worm is a newly researched goo that can see through invisibility." Fong Yuan snickered. "You think I only looked at it with my eyes and did not use other goo worms to check it? Don't worry, 8 or 9 out of 10 goo immortals are flying masters, but having even 2 to 3 refinement path masters out of 10 would be pretty good. Refinement path is considerably harder to advance compared to other paths." Fong Yuan spoke with such certainty that He Lu Lan chose to believe him. The two hid their bodies and swaggered into Starshine Fake Eye Goo's range, and they indeed did not attract any goo immortal's attention. Along the way, the two found similar types of investigative goo like Starshine Fake Eye Goo. Some of these goo worms were buried in the ground, some were disguised as tree leaves, and some were hidden in brooks, drifting with the water. Fong Yuan used his methods one by one, sometimes invisibility, sometimes goo worms directed at countering them, or tunneling under the ground or swimming through water, all kinds of methods to slip past these investigative goo worms. The two had wanted to move until they were below the 8th star hall, and the shortest way would be a straight line to the 8th star hall. If they got a chance, they could also quickly react and use the shortest amount of time to charge to the 8th star hall, and fish benefits from the messy situation. However, as they walked through the straight line, a bloody odor assailed their noses from ahead. Fong Yuan and He Lu Lan glanced at each other. The latter revealed a doubtful look as she used her divine sense to transmit, "Strange. Both the amount of investigative goo in this path and their types are increasing more and more. Let's take a look." Fong Yuan replied. The two cautiously evaded or deceived the investigative goo worms and discovered further traces of battle. After a while, they finally reached the area where there was the most intense odor of blood. They saw a black leopard's corpse lying on the shattered and disordered pile of rocks. The black leopard was as large as an elephant. Its fur was glossy and shiny, full of wild charm. The remaining aura showed the black leopard's identity. a genuine desolate beast. This desolate beast is a vanishing shadow leopard. Fang Yuan said in a low voice. It is that someone killed this vanishing shadow leopard and yet left behind its corpse here? He Lulan revealed a trace of doubt. Fang Yuan squatted down near the ground and used his hand to feel the gully beside his legs. He then took out a time path goo worm and carefully activated it. This goo worm had the appearance of a crystal sphere and was an extremely rare rank 5 goo. Its name was Backtrack Goo, an investigative goo under time path, which could backtrack to the past events within a specific range. Backtrack Goo was activated. It displayed a blurry and mute battle scene. In the scene, 2 giant figures were in an intense battle while a small figure was standing far away to the side. Backtrack Goo was only a rank 5 mortal goo, and whether it was Shirley, the Vanishing Shadow Leopard, or Star-Lord Wanxiang, they were all rank 6 or above. Immortal bodies and desolate beast bodies had Dao marks, thus Backtrack Goo's investigative ability was restrained greatly. He Lulan came closer and watched the battle. The mute battle scene was extremely blurry, but they could roughly guess that one of them was the Vanishing Shadow Leopard from the approximate build. And the one battling with the Vanishing Shadow Leopard did not seem to be a human but a tiger desolate beast. The one standing far away had a human shape and could be a goo immortal, but their appearance was blurry and they could not be sure. Not only this, the battle scene broken off intermittently and was not coherent. Fang Yuan and He Lulan observed the battle with all their attention. For a moment, other than the slight breeze in the mountains, there was no other sound. After a dozen breaths of time, scorching smoke started to curl up from the Backtrack Goo and the battle scene suddenly disappeared. The Backtrack Goo had died as a result of forcibly recreating the image of the Goo Immortal level battle. Fang Yuan felt slight heartache and put the scorched corpse of Backtrack Goo back inside his immortal aperture to get rid of any traces. He had been gathering this Backtrack Goo from Treasure Yellow Heaven recently, but even then, he only had a total of 50 to 60. This was still the case when the 5 regions were in peaceful times. During the chaotic war of the regions, Backtrack Goo would be widely used and very hard to get. It would be a case where one would have to produce them for their own use. Treasure Yellow Heaven would simply have none for sale. He Lulan was very interested. This goo worm is quite ingenious. What is its name? Did you buy it in Treasure Yellow Heaven? The varieties of goo worms in existence were as vast as the ocean. Moreover, He Lulan cultivated Strength Path, not Time Path, and her understanding of other paths was only at the basics, limited to the typically used goo worms. Goo worms like Backtrack Goo were classified as rare goo of another path. It was normal for her to not know of it. Fang Yuan did not reply. Instead, he took out another goo. He had refined this goo himself based to his memories. According to the course of history, this goo should have only appeared 300 years later. Its name was Thread Trace Goo. Its appearance was quite special, resembling a small horsewhip which children from northern plains played with as toys. Fang Yuan used his enormous, monstrous zombie claws to grab it, making its small size even more apparent. Fang Yuan grabbed the handle of the horsewhip and softly whipped at the air in front of him. Crack! The empty air suddenly showed traces of marks. What is this? He Lulan gazed at the marks without blinking. Crack, crack, crack. Fang Yuan whipped the horsewhip like Thread Trace Goo repeatedly. The marks in the air continued to increase. He Lulan watched the whole process and soon was able to sense that the space Fang Yuan was whipping at was the area where the fight in the battle scene had occurred, and also the area where that blurry Goo Immortal had been standing. As various thoughts flashed past, He Lulan's pupils slightly enlarged, blurting, "Could these marks be Dao marks?" Fang Yuan gave a contented smile at this moment. Right, they are Dao marks. Whether it be Goo Immortals or desolate beasts, they are filled with Dao marks, and any area they stop at will leave behind Dao marks for a short period of time. It is just that these Dao marks are extremely weak, that even Goo Immortals paying close attention won't be able to sense them, that is, unless they use this Thread Trace Goo that I researched. From observing these Dao marks, I can infer some information on them. Fang Yuan once again brazenly took on someone else's creation from his previous life as his own. Thread Trace Goo. He Lulan mumbled. Her gaze towards Fang Yuan had changed a little. Fang Yuan pointed towards the area where Star-Lord Wanxiang had stood previously. Look, the Dao marks have manifested and formed a human shape. The color is azure blue, which means a star path gu Immortal had been observing the battle. The greater portion of the Dao marks had stayed there, and although there are some Dao marks in the surroundings, they are mostly tightly enclosed around the greater portion. This means that Star Path Gu Immortal had only been observing from the side during the whole battle. And looking at the concentration of the Dao marks, it seems to be a rank 6 Gu Immortal. He Lulan looked at the direction Fang Yuan pointed towards and listened to him, paying full attention. Fang Yuan then pointed at the area where the vanishing shadow leopard died. There were remaining Dao marks of black color for dark path and red color for fire path. He continued, the dark path Dao marks clearly belong to the vanishing shadow leopard, while the red-colored Dao marks belong to the existence that killed the vanishing shadow leopard. As for their identity, whether they are man or beast, that is still not certain. Look at how concentrated these Dao marks are and how they are intertwined with each other. This shows that the battle was very intense. The dark path Dao marks are sparse while the red-colored Dao marks are rather dense. We can deduce that the existence that killed the vanishing shadow leopard is also at least of rank 6 realm. He Lulan's mouth widened slightly as she listened to Fang Yuan. Her gaze towards the thread trace gu in Fang Yuan's hand became slightly burning. This thread trace gu was only a rank 5 mortal gu, but it was very useful. With just this gu, one could infer so much useful information. The key thing was the thoughts involved in refining it were very special, and it could even be said to have blazed an unexpected new trail that bypasses common logic. He Lulan might have just recently advanced into a Gu Immortal, but she understood the importance of information and started to give more significance to Fang Yuan invention, Thread Trace Gu. Had Shirley and Star Lord Wanxiang been here, they would probably be soaked in cold sweat. They had used mainstream investigative methods and counter-investigative methods, but Thread Trace Gu just happened to pierce through the gap in them. Fang Yuan's methods were from the time of the chaotic war of the 5 regions. After all, the materialization of the intelligence of the whole 5 regions. It was like they were over half an era ahead of current Gu Immortals. Naturally, they had huge superiority. Crack, crack, crack. Fang Yuan lashed the horsewhip several times. Many more Dao marks appeared, but also many more disappeared. These Dao marks were very weak and were gathered together by Thread Trace Gu, thus greatly shortening their already limited lifespan. Dao marks entangled mutually, getting more disorderly. Fang Yuan finally stopped lashing the horsewhip and sighed. This is more or less the ability of this thread trace gu. The manifestation of Dao marks lasts only for a period of time and requires the observer to have plenty of experience. Moreover, activating Immortal Gu also leaves behind responding Dao marks. In an intense battle, many abilities and methods are used, causing the Dao marks to entangle and become extremely chaotic with no way to infer anything. However, fortunately, few methods were used in this battle, so we are able to roughly understand the situation. He Lulan's eyelids twitched, inferring so much useful information with a mere rank 5 mortal gu and still not satisfied. Her gaze firmly locked upon the thread trace gu until Fang Yuan stored it back in his immortal aperture. She keenly discovered that the formerly intact thread trace gu's whip-like body was full of cracks now. Clearly, there was a price to pay for manifesting the Dao marks. He Lulan inwardly estimated this thread trace gu could be used for 2 more times at the minimum. Immediately, her evaluation of thread trace gu increased by another level. Could be used for a total of 3 times. A mere rank 5 gu worm could be used 3 times to investigate into existences of rank 6 level and obtain so much information. Just as He Lulan was unable to endure and was about to ask if Fang Yuan was selling thread trace gu, Fang Yuan took out another investigative gu worm. This was only a chi path gu worm which Fang Yuan used to draw in the surrounding sense. Next, Fang Yuan stored this chi path gu worm and took out another gu worm. He moved everywhere around the battlefield and activated gu worms from time to time. He Lulan was only able to recognize a small portion of these gu worms, but it was also not to the extent where she was certain. The remaining greater portion, He Lulan simply had no idea, unable to recognize any of them. She subconsciously pursed her lips, as she for the first time felt that Fang Yuan had unfathomable depths. During the journey in northern plains, she only felt that Fang Yuan was experienced and astute, and a major enemy. When cooperating with Fang Yuan, she had no choice but to do so, and was very aware that it was asking for favors from a tiger. She got Fong Yuan's help to pass through her tribulation and become a Gu Immortal. She had thought she could suppress Fong Yuan a notch. But soon, Fong Yuan used her and Fairy Li Shan to scare even Immortal Crane Sex Gu Immortals away. The whole thing was won before engaging in battle, which gave no chance for He Lulan to make a move. Since there was no loss in battle, Fong Yuan did not have to pay twice the compensation. It was akin to him obtaining his objective without losing anything. In contrast, to coax Fong Yuan to make an effort, He Lulan had to give the precious true meaning infusion of reckless savage demon venerable to him. Fong Yuan was also truly ruthless. He swallowed it whole without leaving behind anything to He Lulan. Later, Fong Yuan started the Gutsgu business and took the initiative to share profits with He Lulan and Fairy Li Shan. Although he needed He Lulan's strength chi immortal Gu in the process, He Lulan did not feel comfortable the whole time. It seemed as if she was being controlled. Now, He Lulan felt a shiver in her heart as she looked at Fong Yuan using these methods. These small methods all used mortal Gu and were seemingly unremarkable. But He Lulan was a discerning person. How could she not understand the profound significance represented by these small methods? After He Lulan ascended to an immortal, she was taught by Fairy Li Shan. Guided step by step, she was instructed in almost all aspects. Thus, in terms of investigative methods, He Lulan was not inferior to ordinary Gu immortals. But Fong Yuan's foundation is so deep, he is evidently miles ahead of most Gu immortals now. Although I have several immortal Gu, can I be like Fong Yuan and create new Gu independently, to modify and perfect my own killer moves? He Lulan shook her head internally. Her strength path killer move was given to her by her mother. To refine new Gu, one had to create new Gu recipes. This process not only required resources and ample foundation in that path, one also needed inspiration and luck. He Lulan was indeed a Gu immortal, but she was too young. She was not a refinement path master, and not even skilled in refinement path. Foundation could only be attained after a long period of trial and error, of exploring and accumulating experiences slowly. At this point, Fong Yuan walked back. He hummed, summing up all of the clues. I mostly know the other party's identities already. Oh, one is a rank 6-star path Gu immortal. He has not made a move yet and is more mysterious. The other is an earth path Gu immortal who cultivates transformation path as well. He has a powerful aura and using Gu worms. I caught a trace of his voice. This is likely Shirley from Combat Immortal Sect in Central Continent. Fong Yuan said. That Immortal Monkey King? He Lulan and Fong Yuan had shared most of their information. She naturally knew who Shirley was. She started to frown, finding it a little troublesome. Shirley was a rank 7 Gu immortal. He had outstanding battle strength. Even though He Lulan had several strength path immortal Gu, Shirley had earth path immortal Gu and had even created his own unique immortal killer moves long ago. In addition, he even cultivated transformation path. His battle talent was exceedingly rare. He Lulan had immortal Gu self-strength, using it to activate her former mortal killer move, forming a giant strength path phantom that could barely be considered an immortal killer move. Up to this point, He Lulan had been attempting to improve and modify it, but her progress was slow. Fong Yuan, if you use the myriad self-killer move and cooperate with me, we might be able to resist the immortal Monkey King. But in that case, we will not be able to deal with the mysterious star path Gu immortal. He Lulan muttered. Fong Yuan laughed bitterly. I have not told you yet, but because the core immortal Gu is starving, myriad self cannot be used anymore. All I can use are mortal killer moves. He Lulan looked at Fong Yuan deeply, squinting. In other words, we should avoid fighting with the other party directly. Roar, roar, roar. High in the air, there was loud growling noises. Fong Yuan raised his head and looked. There are bound to be injuries when two sides fight. We should just go with the flow and observe the situation now. Although our battle strength is lower than them, if we find the chance, it is not necessarily the case that we can't have them killed. In the worst case, I still have fixed immortal travel. We can definitely resist them while we find the time to activate fixed immortal travel. He Lulan nodded in agreement. Fong Yuan's words were very similar to her own thoughts. The two decided to devour the loot in front of them first. The vanishing shadow leopard corpse was quite a fortune. Even though there were large numbers of investigative Gu around, They could not stop the old demon Fong Yuan. Fong Yuan had methods that were ahead by half of an era. He made his moves, sealing or deceiving the investigative goo. A moment later, they obtained the Vanishing Shadow Leopard's corpse without alerting Star Lord Wan Xiang. This Vanishing Shadow Leopard's fur can be used to make many defensive goo. The bones can be made into shadow attachment goo, shadow tracing goo and others. The eyes are top-tier materials for making dark vision goo and dark fog goo. It is a pity its blood had already been lost completely. Otherwise, it would be even more valuable. He Lulan placed the Vanishing Shadow Leopard corpse into her immortal aperture, her eyes shining with a joyful light. The other party seems to be letting it bleed on purpose. It seems that the Star Hall in the air is truly an important place. They even ignored the desolate beast corpse for now. Fong Yuan showed an interested expression as he pondered. His immortal aperture was filled with death energy. It was not good for keeping corpses fresh. Thus he placed the Vanishing Shadow Leopard in He Lu Lan's hands. The two were fearless and unscrupulous people. Even if the other party was strong, they dared to continue plotting against them. Next, they followed their original plan and secretly advanced, trying to get close to the 8th Star Hall in the air. But along the way, they quickly made a new discovery. The number of investigative goo ahead have increased. Does that mean? He Lu Lan's gaze shone with anticipation. After a while, the two avoided all of the investigative goo, passing a mountain ridge and into a valley. In the valley, there was a desolate beast corpse, resembling a small hill. It was like a colt. It had a huge, bright red body with thick legs, dark as steel. Its body was strong, muscular, and bulky. Its mane and tail were vibrant and golden in color. Blood was dripping from the holes all over its body. The blood was scalding hot, and the heat spread to the surrounding trees and plants, causing them to wilt. Fong Yuan and He Lulan gradually got closer, feeling a heat that was like a blisteringly hot summer day. This is the desolate beast Blazing Divine Stallion. It has many fire path wild goo on it and can walk on fire. Its blood is extremely hot and is a top-tier material in refining fire path goo worms. It is very rare even in treasure yellow heaven. He Lulan's heart bled as she looked at the horse blood flowing out. The two worked for a while, getting their hands on the Blazing Divine Stallion, while Star Lord Wan Xiang still had absolutely no idea. After leaving this valley, the two moved stealthily, but Fong Yuan slowed his footsteps. Our destination is up ahead. But towards the left, there are large numbers of investigative goo. Should we go take a look? Fong Yuan looked at He Lulan, transmitting. Of course. He Lulan's reply was very curt. The two came to the area that was filled with investigative goo. They found a desolate beast corpse as expected. This was a yellow jade lion. Its body was like an elephant, lying on the ground with its eyes mostly closed, only opened by a slit. Large amounts of yellow blood flowed along the wound on its stomach, pouring out. Fong Yuan and He Lulan stealthily moved closer, but this yellow jade lion's body shook. It tried to open its eyes as its bloody mouth opened slightly, emitting a barely discernible growl, as if it wanted to continue battling. This yellow jade lion truly has a courageous nature. To be able to hurt the yellow jade lion to this extent, this sure lays transformation path battle strength is greater than I thought. He Lulan praised. Fong Yuan was overjoyed. He quickly made his move. After deceiving many of the surrounding investigative methods, he stole the yellow jade lion. He patted with his hand, as large numbers of healing goo flew out of his aperture, landing on the yellow jade lion, rapidly stabilizing its injuries and keeping it alive. You intend to save it? He Lulan was slightly surprised. Fong Yuan nodded. Saving it is 100 times easier than capturing another desolate beast alive. Why shouldn't we? You can keep this desolate beast in your immortal aperture for now. Be careful and keep it safe. This will be part of my share. This way, as long as things progressed well, the mission that Fong Yuan agreed upon with Langya Land Spirit would be completed. He Lulan placed the yellow jade lion into her immortal aperture. Her gaze was shining as she seemed to have made up her mind, saying, "The 3 desolate beasts we had encountered had their blood drained for some reason. Very likely, Shirley's group is trying to complete some procedure. Maybe this was the reason why the star hall in the sky appeared. After all, when we first appeared in this place, the sky was still empty. How many desolate beast corpses do you think are around here now? Feng Yuan laughed upon hearing this. Even if you did not mention this, I was going to talk about it. Indeed, looking at this situation, there are definitely many desolate beast corpses around. One desolate beast corpse can be sold for around 40 immortal essence stones optimally. It is truly an effortless profit for us to pick up these desolate beast corpses. The benefits are huge, yet we are paying zero costs. A bird in the hand is worth two in the bush. Moreover, we might not have the opportunity again. We should secure these profits first. That is the safest measure. The two had the same plot in mind. They changed their tactics and started scouring for desolate beast corpses. They could not use investigative goo openly, but the clues were very obvious. Star-Lord Wanxiang's original plan was to keep these desolate beast corpses around first, and deal with them after taking down the 8th Star Hall. The aura of these desolate beasts was still around, with that to induce fear. He was not afraid of wild beasts devouring them. Shirley was in charge of fighting, while Star-Lord Wanxiang was in charge of setting up investigative goo worms. Naturally, he would place more investigative goo around the corpses of the desolate beasts. But he would never have guessed that putting all of these investigative goo together was the biggest clue in itself. They were guides for Feng Yuan and He Lulan to find the corpses. This is the chestnut yak. Its meat tastes like chestnut. It can be eaten raw. It has a mild nature and is a somewhat unusual desolate beast. Let's keep it. Keep it. He Lulan was laughing happily. Oh, there is a golden pangolin. It is a pity its armor is tattered. Otherwise, it could be sold for a higher price. Feng Yuan said with some disappointment. Flying bear, there is a flying bear corpse. Great. Excellent. I want this corpse. He Lulan was overjoyed. Star demon bat. I knew this rotten poisonous swamp was very familiar. It is a pity that the bat wings are in bad shape. It would greatly affect my movement speed if I transplant it like this. I wonder if I can fix it first. Feng Yuan also stole the corpse of the star demon bat. He felt some regret, but he quickly got over it. After all, he did not battle the bat himself. Why would Shirley care about his plans? Obtaining the corpse without any cost, this was already a huge gain. He had not felt such good luck in a long time. The two obtained nearly 10 desolate beast corpses. It was a windfall. After the two searched around and ensured that there was no lingering desolate beast corpses, they hurried towards the bottom of the 8th Star Hall. But when they arrived, a figure like a small hill crashed onto the ground. With a loud bang, it landed and caused the mountain rocks to shatter. Dust and smoke was rising. This is the ancient desolate beast, astral wind flying heavenly boar. It is dead. This is the corpse of an ancient desolate beast. Feng Yuan and He Lulan made eye contact. After communicating through transmission, they were evidently moved.